By one, they're similar to ours, you know, raising children here, having family here, just loving this community. One of the things that did survive, which is down this block, is a 1905 big brick structure. It was the electric railway up to Mount Low. And the fact that that is still standing in the midst of all of this, just a testament that, you know, things can move forward, and but it's hard.
And we just spoke with a business owner who owns a Mexican restaurant up the street. Same scenario as your home too, where everything around is just rubble. And then for some reason, one business is still standing or one home is still standing. But the grief is still there. The grief is palpable whether you lost your own place or not, because everyone here is a family. It is a small town in a big city.
It is. On our block, one of my neighbors started a group text immediately, and everyone has been checking in with each other, and it's nice. It's nice to have that sense of kind of a small town, as close as we are to, you know, downtown LA, but it does feel that way.
Well, our thoughts are with you, of course, and you do such an incredible job day in and day out serving this community, and you know, I hope the community steps up for you too in this time. So thank you so much for being with us. We love you, Cara. We love you. Okay, guys, I'm going to send it back to you in the studio.
All right, we love you too, Cara. Sending our support and love as well. It just shows, you know, we're part of the community too.
Absolutely.
It affects us all. Thanks, Ruta Bay. Thank you, Cara.
All right, we're actually following some breaking news right now. LAFD and sheriffs are doing welfare checks in the Palisades fire, and they actually have found human remains at 2 separate locations. Let's get over to our Mark Lou, who has more on that. I know you're digging into the Palisades fire, the damage assessments, and the welfare checks, Mark.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Sheba and Rachel. So LA County sheriffs have confirmed that they went to do welfare checks at 2 locations, as you said, in the Pacific Palisades area. We don't know exactly where those welfare checks were, but they did find what they described as human remains. So they are sending a team of homicide investigators to each location. I just want to remark that because it's homicide investigators does not mean that it was a homicide. It's just these are the detectives that investigate cases where people have passed away. It could be as a result of the fire, or it could be from suspicious circumstances. Either way, a team from their homicide department is going to investigate those cases. Now, we're trying to get some more information about where those bodies or those human remains were discovered. When we get that, we will let you know. But I also want to remark that as Ruta Bay and Cara were talking about the extraordinary devastation that is facing the community of Altadena, there is just also a mirror situation regarding the devastation in the Pacific Palisades area. And SkyCal is now on the south side of the fire footprint for the Palisades fire, looking at the extraordinary devastation that has taken place there. Now, SkyCal for about the last 5 minutes has been looking at around the communities of Sunset Boulevard and in South and Central Pacific Palisades. And there is nothing but rows and rows of homes that have been wiped out. We saw people, this is along Temescal Canyon, so it's a little bit further west, but here, there at the bottom of your screen near Sunset, Galloway, Fisk, Drummond Street, there are just, this neighborhood is gone. If you see any structures down there, they are the exception. But you can see all along like Drummond Street, Ocampo Drive, nothing remains. Cars there, and occasionally we will see someone like there in the center of your screen, perhaps riding a bicycle or walking through. Just like the community of Altadena, all of these homes have been leveled by fire. And occasionally, like on the right side of your screen, you will see 1 or 2 structures standing. The fire, for some reason, spared those properties, while other homes, entire neighborhoods, entire streets were wiped out. Now, if you come out to my map, I'm going to give you a better idea of where we are looking. So you can see there in your lower right-hand side of your screen, we have been looking at this map all day, this just enormous bright orange fire footprint of the Palisades fire. And SkyCal, I'm going to draw on the screen right here, is floating around in the area right there. They're sort of orbiting there, looking in this direction. So this is the community that we're seeing underneath the fire footprint here, and I'm actually going to remove that fire footprint so we can get it a little bit closer. And these are the communities here. We know that Sunset Boulevard right here and Via de la Paz suffered tremendous damage. As a matter of fact, yesterday, our own CBS national correspondent Jonathan Vigliotti drove through this area and posted video that showed almost complete destruction. And this entire area, this is what SkyCal is looking at right now. This neighborhood basically wiped off the map, and you can see there's 2 people down there right in the center of your screen sifting through whatever is left of that property there. There are some news media vans in the area, and there's also some first responders that are there. But as you can see here near the intersection of Cary and Galloway, in every direction, the neighborhood is gone. There is absolutely nothing left of this community of Pacific Palisades, very likely destroyed either in the overnight hours between Tuesday into Wednesday or Wednesday morning when the flames were just at their most intense due to the fire and the winds. And I also want to show another quick view of what we were dealing with in terms of the intensity of the heat. What you're looking at here, these two bright spots on the map, are both the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire as seen from infrared imaging from space. These two fires were hot enough to be detected by satellites that do infrared imaging, and I want to look first here at the Palisades fire. Now, the lighter colored areas are areas that were emanating huge heat blooms from 12 to 24 hours ago, and these darker areas that you see here, they're sort of orange. These are the areas that are about 6 to 12 hours old. So these were the hot spots that have been going on overnight and into this morning. And these heat blooms, I can actually remove them and show you a little bit about what's underneath. And you can see right there, this one orange hotspot almost completely encompasses the city of Pacific Palisades. And it's just heartbreaking to know that the reason that this hotspot was there is because buildings were burning. They were putting up so much heat that it could be detected by satellites in orbit. So the one other bit of good news, checking the radar, we do have aerial water drops going on with Fire 1 and Fire 3 on the fire line that is taking place in the northern part of the fire. It's burning in the wilderness there. They are continuing that aerial assault, hopefully getting some superiority on that fire to help the hand crews that are ultimately going to be fighting this fire, perhaps when it gets to southern Encino. That is the very latest from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
Appreciate that perspective, Mark. Thank you. Of course, these devastating fires impacting our air quality. Let's check in with Paul Diano now. Paul, this brief lull in the wind we're having is allowing all that smoke and ash to settle.
What we want is for the wind to relax. That's a wonderful thing when it comes to the firefight. It is not a great thing when it comes to the air quality, because now the smoke, the ash, the dust, all the stuff that's been thrown into the atmosphere is now settling down into the air we breathe. Any AQI number above 150 we would consider unhealthy. That would be a bad air quality day. Many of us are well above that threshold right now. Long Beach 153, Van Nuys, San Fernando Valley 155, Alhambra 214. That is very unhealthy. Downtown Los Angeles bumped up to 225. And Santa Monica and the Pacific Palisades region, obviously super close to the fire that's burning there, an AQI of 265. Above 250, it is hazardous air, and that's what we're seeing right now. The opposite part of that coin, the other side of the coin, is that the winds are not that bad right now. The winds are absent in Pasadena, in downtown. In Fullerton, there are no wind gusts. It's just a little breezy outside. Santa Clarita, Simi Valley, 31, 32 miles per hour. That's certainly breezy, but it's not the 70, 80, 90 miles per hour that we had as recently as yesterday morning. San Bernardino, 22 miles per hour, Riverside, 26. They're going to pick back up once again later on today, especially in Orange County and also the Inland Empire. So now through 11 o'clock, we have a window that's closing in about 1 hour where it's going to be the least wind or the most calm that we have been the entire week. Strongest winds this evening as the winds pick back up again will be in the Inland Empire and also Orange County. And whether you have wind or not, the overarching fire danger, which is high to critical, that's sticking around. It shouldn't be this time of year because we should have already received about 3 or 4 inches of rainfall. We haven't. So until we get a soaking rain, we're going to keep talking about the fire danger, and the fires that are already burning will have the opportunity to continue to spread. Want to take you outside to Mount Wilson. This right here is the fire that's burning north of Altadena, and look at all of that smoke and ash and embers that are being put into the atmosphere. This is the reason why we have so much air quality, have so many air quality issues right now. The smoke being put out from just one fire, from the Eaton fire, is being pushed toward Los Angeles and pushed toward our inland valleys. Places like La Cañada, La Crescenta, and all the way south to Long Beach has very bad air quality right now. So what happens moving forward? Because I mentioned that the next couple hours, the calmest part of the week, Well, guess what? The winds are going to ramp up again. Once again, nothing like what we saw on Tuesday and Wednesday. That may turn out to be a once-in-a-generation event, so we don't want that to happen again. It's not. We have a wind advisory through mid-afternoon tomorrow for Malibu, for Pacific Palisades, the valleys and mountains north and west of Los Angeles. And then as we look at a high wind warning, that's one step higher. That's back as soon as tonight and last through tomorrow morning for the Inland Empire in Orange County. So guys, a break from the wind right now, but air quality will be an issue throughout the day today. Back to you.
All right.
Hopefully there's some positive moves during the break in the wind,
Yep.
and we will continue to watch that air quality. We want to get back out to our Jamie and Rutabaga. Jamie is in the Pacific Palisades this morning, and our Rutabaga is in Altadena. Hi, ladies.
Good morning. You know, this is the most destructive fire that LA County has ever seen. We just had a firefighter stop by who said he's been driving PCH for 40 years, and at this section he's never been able to see the ocean because there used to be so many homes along this stretch, and now you see it is just rubble. You can still see some of the smoldering. We can see a dishwasher right there. We saw washers and dryers where people probably had gone to the ocean, thrown those towels in and bathing suits to try to go back out, and you just see. I know this area because I've stayed out here before. There are multiple units where families would come and you'd rent a couple of them together and celebrate different things like birthdays and anniversaries. Just right down from here was Moonshadow's restaurant. And this is where you can see just how erratic this fire was. Well, this is utter devastation. You have just around the corner from here, all of those homes are okay. And that's what we're hearing in this section of the Palisades fire, is that because the winds were so erratic, it would hit one spot and just take off from the hillside all the way to the ocean. But in the Palisades itself, we are hearing a completely different story, just neighborhoods gutted throughout, and many people not able to now get back to see, and asking us if we can go check on their homes, and that's going to be the really devastating part. And Rutabaga, I know that you have been talking to people who have now come back to their homes there, and there's nothing left.
There's nothing left of homes, of businesses, of really the feel of the community, that they feel like a family here. Altadena is a small town near downtown LA. That's what we like to say. And so much of it was, quirky businesses like the Bunny Museum that took decades to collect all of their memorabilia, old historic homes that have been here for generations and decades, and a lot of seniors. You know, you heard Cara talk about her own family living in one of those senior living facilities. And I think what strikes me is the historic nature of this fire, how it is impacting everyone across our community, including people at our own station, people who have had to evacuate. Our Cara Finstrom is looking at the damage not only as a reporter, but now as one of the fire victims who had to be evacuated here, knowing that history, knowing the people who are touched by it, if you're not touched by it yourself. And so I think that is really what's been striking me now. It's so ominous. You talk about the things, Jamie, you've been showing things on the property where you are, where it's just relics and memories, and you can piece together how people used to use these things in their homes, what their homes used to look like. And you see that here too. You see staircases to nowhere with flames still burning underneath them. And you imagine what people are going to see when they come back. So we will continue this coverage, of course. And that wraps it up for us now. Jamie is in Malibu, and I am in the Eaton Fire in Altadena, and we want to toss it over now for the KCAL News at 10.
Thank you, ladies. Good morning. You are watching KCAL News Mornings at 10. Today is Thursday, January 9th. I'm Amy Johnson.
And I'm Chris Holmstrom. Thank you for joining us.
We are continuing our coverage on the wildfires burning out of control across LA County. Let's get you the latest on all the major fires burning right now. Breaking right now is the Palisades fire. It's burning in the Pacific Palisades and Malibu. 2 sets of human remains have been found during welfare checks. More than 17,000 acres have burned, and there is no containment. Buildings, countless damaged and destroyed structures are in the thousands. One of the most destructive natural disasters in the history of Los Angeles. The Eaton fire is burning in Altadena and Pasadena. It's still at 10,600 acres, but growth has been significantly stopped, although it is 0% contained. It is moving forward. The Sheriff's Department will update fatality numbers, but 5 people have died. More than 1,000 structures are damaged or destroyed, and the cause of the fire remains unknown and remains under investigation.
All right, let's go to the Sunset Fire in the Hollywood Hills. This is between Runyon Canyon and Waddles Park. We know nearly 43 acres burned and forward progress stopped. Thankfully, all evacuation orders were lifted at 7:30 this morning.
The Hearst Fire in Sylmar is now at 855 acres that have burned. It is also 0% contained. Crews have been handling flare-ups overnight, and there is more devastation out in Studio City, where another new fire broke out last night.
Yeah, KCAL was overhead as several homes burned, including this massive home. We were capturing this breaking news as it unfolded. Flames are now knocked down. No evacuation orders are in place for this area. And KCAL News reporter Amanda Starantino joins us live from a neighborhood here in Altadena.
Amanda, it's been really so dangerous for residents to even come back and look at the damage. You are their eyes and their ears. Tell us what you've been seeing.
Yeah, Amy, so we are on the corner of Lake and New York. It's kind of chaotic here, actually. So sheriff's deputies are blocking anyone from trying to get into their neighborhoods. A lot of people trying to come back right now to see what's left because people just don't know. They're just seeing the images that we are showing on air. And so people are just wondering what's going on. Lots of people, if you look across the street here, they've been waiting for hours now to just try to get through. I saw that you were getting very emotional. Do you know anything about your house?
It's all burned down. Everything, my kids' school, our community, our neighbors' houses, everything is just burned down. Everything is gone.
I'm so sorry to hear that. I am so sorry. What happened on the night that you guys had to evacuate?
We were having dinner. I told my 3-year-old and my 1-year-old that I told them that we're having a fancy candlelight dinner because the power went out. And then we looked outside, we saw a huge fire, and we just packed whatever we can, and we ran out. It was chaos on the streets. People were trying to get out. We thought we're going to come back tomorrow, so we didn't even pack anything. We had nothing. We left everything with our 3 and our 1-year-old, and my 3-year-old keeps asking me, Mama, when are we going to go home? Everything, all his friends' houses burned down. The Farnsworth Park that we would go to, the hikes, we would go to the libraries, his little school, ACC, like all of our community is just devastated.
I'm so sorry, and we can see the devastation and the loss here, and this is what a lot of people are coming home to now. Are you trying to get over to your house right now?
I just wanted to see if anything's left. We had everything, like the sentimental things, like my mom passed away. I had only a few things of hers left. My wedding dress, our wedding album, we left everything, our albums, we have just whatever we're wearing. We're wearing the same thing for the last 2 days.
And when you have gone through this area, I mean, what are you thinking about when you see Altadena now?
My heart is broken. I love you, Altadena. I love this community. I love the people in Altadena. We have like meshed so well. Like everybody's so kind. I have patients that live here. I think about my patients, my family. Like these are family. Everybody here, we're just so tight knit. And it's just devastating to see all this. You can't even go. Like some people left out of town. Like, hey, check out my house, and we can't even go to check on their house.
What's next for you, or do you even know what's next?
I'm trying to figure out how to tell my 3-year-old that we don't have a home and we don't have a school. We don't even know where to go, what to do next. We're staying at a friend's house. But that's all short term.
I'm so sorry. And as my photographer is panning through, the neighborhoods are all leading up to the ridge of what's been just devastated by the fire that came through. Thank you so much for sharing your story. We really, really appreciate it. And we really wish you guys all the best of luck. I can't imagine what you guys are going through. Thank you. We're going to keep going across the street now where you can see a little bit more of what's going on. They're slowly letting cars through, but sheriff's deputies, if you do want to come down, they're not going to let you come. There's a huge backup going down New York Drive right here of people trying to make their way in. A lot of people stopping, asking if they can go, and you're going to get a hard no. They don't want anyone going back there. There is the issue of the possibility of looters. I did talk to some people that were trying to cross the street here. You can see some emergency crews trying to make themselves in right now, too. But some residents were saying, I'm glad they're not letting people back because we don't want people going into these homes. But to be completely honest, if that was on your mind to get through, to go through any of this rubble, there's not a lot left right now. And it's a dangerous situation. We're still seeing a lot of little hot spots everywhere, a lot of power lines down. And then when these winds came through, it not only brought the power lines down, it brought a lot of trees too. So the roads aren't safe to be on. And that's a big reason why they are blocking people from this area. Are any of you guys trying to get back to your home right now? You all are. You're all trying to get back. How long have you guys been waiting here?
We just got here.
You just got here. Has anyone been waiting here for a bit? Yeah, are you trying to get back?
I was here until 3 o'clock last night. We set up a two horsepower pump in our backyard. We were carrying it around to the different pools and putting out fires. We were able to save quite a few houses. If you look on the fire map at the corner here, we stopped the fire line at a few houses, kind of cut it out. I stayed here till 3 a.m. Putting out embers. Once I got too tired, I decided to go home or go to my safe place. Got here at 6. They said that at 9 they'd probably let us new information, but it's been the same since. I just want to get back down there and, start putting out more embers and see what I can do.
Do you know if your home is still standing there?
My home, it should be. I left last night. Our house and the two houses next to us are still there. The houses behind us are gone, and the houses to the left. But the house on the corner is there, but all the houses surrounding that, it was a huge community effort. There was about 20 of us with all the garden hoses, grabbing buckets, filling up the buckets, passing them. If it wasn't for all of us there, the whole block would have been gone.
Okay, so what block is that, so people know?
This block right here, New York Drive and Lake on the west side. So there are 1 or 2 houses that are more east of the corner that did go down, but majority of the neighborhood's still around, and we kind of stopped it at the corner. But going up north, the houses still kind of, some of them went down closer to El Molino, but before I left, the firefighters were trying to knock down the ones that were still up. The one issue was the gas lines were still on until about 9 o'clock last night. And once the gas lines were turned off, I was able to then put out all the embers that were still up. So, we were lucky, but hopefully I can get back there and get it wet again. And before any winds pick up, we can really stop it.
Yeah, and why do you feel the need that you need to step in with those other guys when there are all these firefighters here? Is there just not enough?
No, it was just kind of in the mindset of, courage isn't the lack of being afraid, it's being afraid and choosing to do something. And, I was just lucky enough to have the opportunity and resources, and came up in the morning to see what the condition of the house was after evacuating Tuesday night, and saw that everyone had stayed and was trying to fight the fires. And if my neighbors were here, I wasn't going to let them be alone. If we were all doing it together, then we have to stick together to try to make this out.
Okay, so since you've been here waiting, what have you been told by sheriff's deputies about trying to get back?
They told us 9 o'clock was going to be an update. They seem to have done a shift change, and no new information. When I first got here, they said the reason they were stopping people from going was because people were breaking into houses. I was here till 3 a.m. There were people going up and down the street, but when I asked them what they were doing, they had come back to get their stuff and were heading out. So there was not a lot of people, at least over here. But when I left at 3, I was, to my knowledge, the only one left in the neighborhood.
All right, so you're just going to wait it out here?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much, and good luck with everything. We really appreciate it. I mean, there you have it. People are just doing what they can to just save what they can in these neighborhoods, Amy and Chris. But again, no one is going to get past New York Drive at Lake Avenue right here. They have it completely blocked off right now. So all these people just trying to see what's left of their homes. And we've been showing you those images all morning, and a lot of people just questioning, is my home still there? Back to you guys.
And it is just amazing to see the neighbors helping neighbors. They're all in so much crisis, yet they're still helping each other.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of those two people, two completely different stories. You have the woman who lost her house, the man who's helping people, and both of those seem like two people that you would love to have as neighbors and have that good, kind energy. So
Altadena is such a community, strong community.
Wish them the best, that's for sure.
Yes. You know, we know that people in that community have been stopped in that intersection at New York, but there are some people that have been dealing with the Eaton fire, and they have been able to make it back to their homes to see what is left there. And that is where our Rick Montanez has been talking to some people.
Yeah, Amy, Chris, we're showing you here. I mean, this is the raw emotion of people realizing that their homes are gone. This pair right here just walked up the street and looked around the corner and just, I mean, those were apartments that were around there. And if we can swing the camera back around here and show where I'm standing, this is initially what we planned to show you first. Dozens of homes behind me in this townhome complex that have just been incinerated. I mean, it is almost difficult to even tell how many units were here, but so much on this street just destroyed. And, you know, a lot of people are really wanting to come down and be able to see this. This is El Molino Avenue and Mariposa Street here in Altadena, and this is the Mariposa Townhomes complex here right on the corner. But, you know, somebody just told us walking by that it looks like a bomb went off, and you really feel that when you come around and see all of this destruction here, and it's horrific and difficult to see. And we come around here on the street and you see on the other side, this was a business here, a large building. There were a lot of homes in the area, and then now this. I mean, it's stunning to see everything that burned so quickly and so intensely that you can't even really tell what it was. I will show you this building, what it was before it burnt down, but I want to also show you over here. There's more people gathering, looking at the destruction, comforting each other. It is hard to see that, you know, what the loss that they're feeling. We've been describing it all morning, and for a lot of us, we understand it because these are our communities. And you see this building here. This was it looked like a business center, a paint shop, and an insurance office. But what I want to try to bring up here on my phone is to show you the contrast of what was. We're going to get focus here once I get this established. So this is the building where you see that State Farm sign, that office building we were just looking at. I'm going to try to zoom in a little bit so you can get a better idea. So you see there were a bunch of storefronts there as we move this view around. This is the building here on the corner that I was just saying. I'll show you in a second. Look at that. And it's just all gone now. I mean, it's incredible to see these before and after. And then this is the townhomes, Mariposa Townhomes, where we were just standing in front of the first time you saw me here, and all of it is just gone. It's such a stark contrast to see everything that has been lost. We're going to come around again here and see. It looks like there's more people walking up right now. They just pulled up in their car. Gosh, it's so hard to see this. The emotions as they come to realize what is left of their home, which is nothing. Yeah, it's so tragic to see what's going on out here, and really to understand how much has been lost here in this community. Again, El Molino Avenue and Mariposa Street here in Altadena. You know, it's typically I will go up, but you can see the emotion on them.
I get that. I respect that.
We've got to give them their space for now. But you guys, this is what we're seeing out here, and it's...
Rick, we hear the emotion in your
bad.
voice, and we know that you have been covering news in Los Angeles for a long time, like Chris and I both. And, you know, the fact that you are not numb to this is a testament of who you are. To see this ongoing destruction for a couple of days now, and it is still so emotional to you and to so many of us. You know, we've seen so many burned out buildings, so many burned out homes. We've heard the horrifying stories, and yet it is still so emotional, and it is so tough to see these people, you know, inside this rubble. Is their memories, things that cannot be replaced.
And it's
Right.
stories like this that
And
show
it's
us why we have to
it's so hard,
come
you guys.
together for this community. Go ahead, Rick.
Right, and we understand the devastation when we cover these incidents year after year, and we see so much tragedy throughout our years of working in this industry, and we always feel for them. But, you know, a lot of times it is for us, you know, we have a job to do, we get in it, we obviously can show compassion to people that we talk to, and we compose ourselves to deliver the news and the facts and the information. But when you see something like this that we've never seen before, it's sometimes hard to hold that back. And to understand what so many people will be dealing with, what they... you know, how do they deal with it? And so many people, you know, I'm getting messages from people asking me to check on their properties, and I would love to be able to go around and do that. It's just so hard to do it. There's so much widespread damage from these fires.
Yeah, it is.
It's
We
a
have
reminder
never
for
seen
us,
anything like
if
this.
you know anyone who lives in these communities or impacted by all this destruction, reach out to them, send them a text message, ask if they need help, because it's those little things and those little acts of kindness that make you feel appreciated and make you feel not alone when you could feel so alone like these people do.
Yeah, and even though these people, you know, so many are being kept away from their homes, it does bring some sense of closure, some sense of just comprehension to see it. And we understand why they want to go and they want to see it. They need to make sense of it. And eventually they will try to gather anything that may have survived the fire. But right now, you know, you can still see smoke coming up from some of these piles of what used to be a home. And there are still a lot of hot spots. We can see some smoke right there. And it is just tough to see these people standing in this.
You know, and Amy and Chris, one of the things that I heard Jasmine Veal say the other day is, you know, when these people are losing everything, you see them grasp onto anything they can because they're losing it all. So when they want to come see these properties, they want to see if they can find anything. It's just grasping at what you can possibly save, which we know for the most part is going to be next to nothing. But, you know, you just got to feel for how devastating this is for them.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It doesn't make sense to them. It doesn't make sense to us. And as the day goes on and the days go on, we'll have to figure out how to do this together and heal together. And there's a lot of resources that are out there that we're putting on our website, KCAL Cares, and we'll talk about this a little later on. But
Hey,
whether you need help for volunteering or raising money.
Amy and Chris, if you're still...
Go ahead, Rick.
Are you guys still with me?
Yes.
We are, yeah.
I've got someone here who says he lives in the area. He's taking some photos. I'm Rick with KCAL. We're live on the air. So can you just share with us what it's like to see all of this right now?
Just pure devastation. I've never seen anything like this before. This is the second time I've had to evacuate since I moved here 10 years ago, but this just blows everything out of the water. It's apocalyptic, it's chaotic, it's
Have you been able to see if your home is still standing?
My home is standing, but it's one of the few homes in the area. And I have a lot of guilt about that because I have a lot of people that I care about and the community that are just completely devastated. And I live 3 houses down from Franklin Elementary, which burnt down. And just having fireballs of ember crashing down randomly, and you're the one that gets spared. It's not fair.
Yeah, that's got to be difficult to understand how your house was spared while others weren't. You know, I talked with another neighbor out here in this community who was saying, you know, he's grateful for that, but he feels like the community likely could never be the same because so much has been destroyed.
No, I was just hanging out by Franklin Elementary and just taking pictures, and some neighbor that I've never met before came and we just hugged and cried. Never met each other before, but we just shared that same pain and just the question mark of what's coming next. We have no idea. We're going moment to moment right now. It's complete chaos. You look to your left, you look to your right, and houses that have been there for years, decades are gone. And complete neighborhoods wiped out, lost.
Yeah, one of the things I was noticing is, you know, the shops, the restaurants, the businesses, dental offices, it's what makes the community. And it's not just homes or just a strip mall lost.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I used to come here and get my hats shaped, and now it's gone. You know, the stores, they're all small shops, mom and pop shops, very, very intimate. You get to know the people, and you come here often, and it's just gone. It's all gone. And places that I would go to for breakfast, places that I would go to meet with friends and family, it's all gone. And it's on a massive scale. You know, it's not like 1 or 2 houses and it's just a sad situation. It's a massive scale. We don't know how to rebuild this. We don't even know how the insurance companies are going to give a damn, to be honest with you, about this, because the destruction is on such a massive scale.
Right. And so do you feel like it's even hit you yet, or that you're still processing?
I'm still definitely in shock. I'm definitely in shock, and I'm exploring, and I'm just realizing that there's more to be shocked about. So I'm in this perpetual state of shock right now.
Right. It's every corner you turn, you see more and more and more.
Yeah, and the quality of the air. Last night was horrible. Last night we were up until 2, 3 in the morning just making sure no one is breaking into our houses, because there's a whole other level of chaos, a whole other nightmare at night. People that come here to prey on the suffering that's been going on.
Which is awful. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Yeah, it's Vaco.
Vaco, thank you so much for talking with us. I appreciate it. We wish you the best in such a horrible time, but thank you so much. We really do appreciate it. So Chris and Amy, you heard his words here. I mean, it's hard to really describe, but it's difficult out here.
Yes, and they will hopefully come together just inch by inch to try to rebuild. That's all they can do.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rick. We are just continuing to bring you the latest information that we can on the fires.
Yeah, we want to check in with Assignment Manager Mark Liu. He's at the desk. He's ready to give us a rundown of where we stand with the fires. Mark.
Yeah, it's just absolutely devastating to hear those stories in Altadena, as Rick Montanez was reporting. In addition to the vast devastation in the Eaton fire area with all of those homes destroyed, we know 5 people died as a result in some way of that fire. And now we know 2 more may have passed away in the Palisades fire. LA County Sheriff's deputies confirmed to us here at the desk that they did welfare checks at 2 different locations in the area of the Palisades fire in the last 48 hours. And they have discovered what they call human remains at each of those locations. There is now a homicide team that is investigating both of those instances of human remains being found. And the sheriff wanted to stress that even though it is a homicide team that's investigating, it does not automatically mean that these human remains are the result of foul play. It is just that homicide investigators investigate all instances of someone dying, whether they be natural or suspicious. And this is live pictures from KCAL on the south end of the Palisades fire. And this has got to be a welcome sight for the firefighters that are still battling the flames on the northern end of that fire. These are the 2 Canadian CL 415 Super Scoopers that are on loan to us here in Southern California. They're based out of Van Nuys Airport, and they have been flying both yesterday and today. They are very, very capable fixed-wing aircraft, capable of dropping very, very long swaths of seawater onto these fire lines. They are designed to land or at least touch down in the Pacific Ocean, gather up that seawater, and then head directly to the fire line, which is where they have been dropping that water. Now, what we're seeing here is the southeast end of the Pacific Palisades, the Palisades fire. Directly beneath SkyCal is Santa Monica, and we are looking to the west. Now, directly in the center of your screen is where the bulk of the devastation has happened over the last 48 hours. That neighborhood of Central Pacific Palisades near Temescal Canyon and Sunset Boulevard has all been wiped out. The LA County Sheriff and LA City Fire Department says that there are thousands of structures destroyed down there. And this is the current status of the 4 fires, really only 2 fires now in Southern California that are burning. We know the Palisades fire here and the Eaton fire here are still actively burning. The bit of good news, the Hearst fire here in the Sylmar area and the Sunset fire in Beverly Hills are essentially out. The Hearst fire is at 10% containment and is really no active flames. The Sunset fire has had all forward progress stopped. They're calling it essentially a knockdown except for a few hotspots, and we expect these yellow and red area evacuation zones to be lifted. But I do want to talk first about the Palisades fire. We have been watching with SkyCal, active fire on the northern flank now, right around here and here and here. This fire continues to burn through the heavy rugged terrain to the north and this way to the north and northwest as well. However, I will say the western flank of the fire is not as intense as the northern flank. SkyCal had been looking at this flank. I will zoom in here in just a second to show you. There is definitely a long fire line that stretches from the Mandeville Canyon open space area all the way across to Topanga Canyon. And these flames will continue to burn towards the Encino area, and this is going to be a really tough firefight. There's no way ground crews can get in there, and it's going to end up being phosphocheck and water drops from the helicopters and those super scoopers. The one other place that I want to quickly note is in Altadena. The fire here, there is still fire burning in the hills to the northwest of Altadena. But again, there's about 20 miles of space before it gets up into a populated area. That would essentially be the parts of Little Rock and Palmdale. And so there is going to be a long time before it reaches anything there. We're going to keep monitoring this. We know that there are water dropping helicopters active in the Palisades. They're doing the work, and hand crews as well. That is the very latest from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
Okay, Mark, thank you so much. We want to give you this look right now as Southern California continues to be under a critical fire risk with those gusty winds mixed with extreme dry conditions. Now, the winds are expected to stay strong enough to carry embers to spark more fires. Now, we know how far those embers can travel, and they're not easing. So we do want to go to meteorologist Alex Biston for what we can expect for the rest of the day, the rest of the night, and the rest of the week. Alex?
And Chris, that is a really big question because, of course, the wind has been the driving factor behind all of this extreme fire behavior, and we have been watching the winds. We will continue to watch the winds. Want to start off, this is a live look this morning over LAX. This is our LAX sky camera. You can see all of the haze out there, all of the smoke from the fires that are burning here. So air quality definitely impacted today too. It's one of those days you want to try to stay inside. If you're outside, definitely wear a mask if you can. And you know what? Over the past few hours, we have seen the wind gust tick up just a bit. Of course, nowhere from what we saw yesterday, but you know what? It's still quite blustery, especially across some of our wind-prone communities. So areas, mountain communities, below passes, through canyons, especially through the I-5 corridor, Simi Valley. We've seen winds tick up just a bit up through our Ventura County mountains, Santa Monica mountains, too, areas like Camarillo, and of course Orange County, the Inland Empire, Palm Springs too, looking at wind gusts as strong as 48 miles per hour right now. Air quality is unhealthy to very unhealthy across the LA basin. Of course, the San Gabriel Valley, smoke is going to linger pretty much through the next few days because once we kind of get rid of the wind, the smoke has nowhere to go. It is bone dry out there. We're still talking about humidity values in the teens and single digits. Fire risk with us today and tomorrow. And then by this weekend, again, still not looking at any rain. And you know what? We will have the possibility of more wind in the forecast, too. Back to you.
All right, Alex, thank you for that. And of course, we are continuing our coverage on the wildfires burning out of control across LA County. Here's what's happening right now. the Palisades fire, burning in Pacific Palisades and Malibu. As Mark was just telling us, 2 sets of human remains have been found during welfare checks. More than 17,000 acres have burned and there is no containment. The damaged and destroyed structures are in the thousands, and it is one of the most destructive natural disasters in the history of Los Angeles.
Yeah, and let's go to the Eaton fire. This fire also creating a lot of damage. This is burning in Altadena in Pasadena. The latest numbers show it's at 10,600 acres, but growth here has been significantly stopped. That's good news right there. However, there's still a lot of work to do. There's still 0% contained. Also, moving forward, the Sheriff's Department will update fatality numbers. Right now, the latest number we have is 5. 5 people have died in the Eaton fire. As for structures that were damaged or destroyed, over 1,000 of them. That includes homes and businesses. At this point, the cause of both fires remain under investigation, and it's only a matter of time, and hopefully we get an answer to what may have sparked these fires.
Absolutely. And there is also the Sunset Fire, Chris, in the Hollywood Hills between Runyon Canyon and Wattles Park. Nearly 43 acres burned. Fortunately, the forward progress of this fire has stopped, which is great news, and all of the evacuation orders have been lifted.
And there's the Hearst fire in Sylmar. 855 acres have burned there. This one also 0% contained. Crews, they handled flare-ups overnight.
And there was more devastation out in Studio City, where another new fire broke out last night. KCAL was overhead as several homes burned, and this massive home collapsed. Flames are now knocked down, and no evacuation orders are in place for this area. We do want to check back in with our Luz Delia Caballero.
Yeah, she's live in Malibu with a look at the devastation from the Palisades fire. Luz Delia, just going up and down that PCH strip. So much loss, so many homes no longer there.
We are having some issues with our signals. Malibu is certainly a tricky area to be reporting from, and then you get all of these people with their cell phones, and it makes it even more difficult. We're certainly going to check back in with Luz Delia in just a little bit. And, you know, you really don't have to live close to any of these wildfires to be affected by them.
Yeah, the smoke is traveling across Southern California. So here's what you need to know to protect yourself. The best thing, stay indoors to minimize exposure. That's the biggest thing you can do. Also, your pets, keep them inside because unhealthy air, it's toxic to them. You can also check your air filters. Dirty ones, they make matters worse, and high efficiency ones, they make everything better. Also, don't burn candles or incense indoors, even when the power's out. You can use a flashlight or headlamp. And finally, discard spoiled food, even if it was in the freezer, because when the power goes out, thawing spoils everything and refreezing will not help you.
Yeah, there are so many of us that still are without power. And
You're without power right now.
A couple of days now without power, and you know, it's tough. And those helpful tips, you know, we've got to throw everything out.
Right, and it's things that you don't think about.
Exactly,
you know?
Exactly. All right, we are now joined live by Dr. Cedric or Jamie Rutland. He's a smoke expert and national volunteer medical spokesperson with the American Lung Association. Thank you so much for joining us. First, now, what groups are most impacted or susceptible for having problems right now?
Yeah, there's a couple of ways to think about this. The first way to think about this is individuals who are healthy without medical problems. The individuals that are at most risk are any newborn child up to the age of 5 years of age. You also have people who are over the age of 60 and pregnant females. These are the individuals who are normally healthy, let's say. These are the individuals who are most at risk. And then obviously individuals with chronic medical problems like chronic lung diseases like asthma, COPD, individuals with cardiovascular disease, coronary artery disease. We know that wildfire smoke can induce significant atherosclerosis and cardiovascular disease. You'll see an uptick in myocardial infarctions in those areas as well. So this is a population of patients to be worried about, and neurologic conditions. We know that carbon monoxide poisoning contributes to neurologic disease, and that's one of the things you're going to see in this area of the country right now as well.
Yeah, good to know. You know, we're urging people to stay indoors, but, you know, viewers, some of them have to be outside. So what precautions can they take? And are there precautions that we can also take inside?
Yeah, the precautions that you can take when you're outside, here are the things that are the most important. Again, every breath you take, you're inhaling that environment. And so you want to reduce the burden of particles that you're inhaling. So if you're going to be outside for a significant amount of time, you do want to wear a mask. Now, there's a surgical mask. There are N95 masks. If you wear a surgical mask, you're going to reduce that burden by 20%. If you wear an N95 mask, you're going to reduce that burden by about 80% in terms of the particles. You also want to cover your skin and also protect your eyes, because there are all kinds of molecules that are floating around in the air, different liquids, different solids, different gases that have a significant impact on your health, increasing that inflammatory response.
So even those N95 masks that we have from the pandemic, those are still better than nothing?
Those are better than nothing. 100% the N95 mask that you have in your cabinet from the pandemic, or the surgical mask that you have in your cabinet from the pandemic, definitely. Again, for me, I've got a 12-year-old, I've got a 9-year-old, my 12-year-old has asthma. So if she has to go outside for a particular point of time, I make sure that she has a mask that she's wearing, because I know that the same molecules that are involved in her asthma are going to be upregulated because of that smoke that's outside.
Well, you know, the smoke has been in the air for days and will continue to be in the air. So what are some long-term impacts that people might be dealing with?
Yeah, it's such a great question. When you look at the wildfire is not just burning wood and burning dirt. When you look at burning of dirt, you're going to increase the amount of fungal spores that are in the air. So people can develop fungal disease, inflammation, infection. You can develop bacterial lung disease as well, because there's more bacteria latching on to these particulate matter particles that are floating around in the air. So you're going to see some pneumonias. I've got a couple of cases. I remember from the last wildfire escapade, a lot of patients presented with fungal disease. Long-term wise, when you burn houses, you're burning plastic. Plastic and the chemicals that are created secondary to that burn contribute to diabetes and other endocrine organ problems, which is really, really interesting. So you may see more diabetics in the future because of that. You're definitely going to see a lot of asthmatics because you're increasing the inflammatory process in that airway as well.
Dr. Rutland, thank you so much for being with us. Everyone needs to remember, take those masks with you, keep all of those masks handy, and don't go out without them.
Yeah, we did that one story, Amy, with that one guy who rescued the home in the Franklin fire. Then he tried to rescue his girlfriend's home in the Malibu fire, and he said that he was still having issues months later. He still felt his insides not the same. So definitely a good reminder for all of us.
Absolutely. Well, authorities are battling looters on top of fires in LA County. 20 people have been arrested this morning. At a news conference, County Supervisor Catherine Berger and DA Nathan Hochman vowed to hold those looters accountable.
In the midst of the emergency, we've all seen individuals who are targeting vulnerable communities by burglarizing and looting homes. This is simply unacceptable, and I promise you, you will be held accountable. Shame on those who are preying on our residents during this time of crisis.
If you want to go ahead and loot, if you want to commit burglary, if you want to engage in grand theft, if you want to engage in these internet scams where you're going to take advantage of people who are going to be seeking insurance and government benefits, you will be arrested, you will be prosecuted, and you will be punished to the full extent of the law. These acts are despicable, and we will prosecute them with maximal punishment.
It's hard to imagine people preying on others when they are so vulnerable and such a difficult time for so many people, and to take that and use that is just, it really is despicable. And I'm so happy that, you know, our leaders are taking charge of this and making sure that they're being punished.
I mean, they have no choice. Unacceptable is one, but it's also disgusting. I mean, you look at Santa Monica, and part of that evacuation zone, they had to have a curfew in place because if they see anybody on the streets, obviously they might not be supposed to be out there. I know in the Runyon Canyon fire, we had a reporter out there last night talking a little bit about, you know, potential looters and how to make sure that your home is safe. But it's another example of we got to look out for each other. And if you see something, say something, call police, call 911, just let them know.
Yeah, it's tragedies that like this that really bring out the best in some who are willing to help strangers and to risk their own lives to fight fires of their neighbors. And then it also can bring out the worst in people,
Yeah.
and it is tough to see.
But we all know there's still more good than bad. But
Absolutely.
we'll keep those bad down. At least we'll try. Let's talk a little bit about the victims. If you are displaced or you know someone who lost their home, there is temporary housing being offered. This is pretty cool. 211 LA, they're partnering with Airbnb to offer free temporary shelter for people displaced from their homes by the fires. There's also evacuation centers set up in Westwood. There's one at the Westwood Recreation Center on 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard. They do accept small animals, so if you have any cats or dogs, they are welcome. You can also go to the Pasadena Convention Center. This is on 300 East Green Street in Pasadena. In Woodland Hills, there are 2 evacuation centers, one at El Camino Real Charter High School, that's on 5440 Valley Circle Boulevard, and at Pierce College on 6201 Winnetka Avenue. Pierce College is accepting those large animals.
Yeah, there are other resources available also for you. Uber and Lyft offering credits and vouchers to get out of evacuation zones. Uber is offering a $40 credit for trips to an active shelter. You can use the promo code Wildfire25. Lyft offering $25 vouchers valid for 2 trips. Use the code CA Fire Relief 25. AT&T announcing it's offering wildfire areas unlimited data, talk and text through February 6. Verizon announcing it will waive call, text, and data charges for customers in the hardest hit areas. The company also deployed free Wi-Fi and charging stations at 3 wildfire shelters. And Planet Fitness is offering evacuees and first responders free access to their facilities, including showers, locker rooms, and Wi-Fi. All of this so important. You know, we take so much of this for granted, and when you don't have it, it's really important that
you want to make sure that you're actually going, to their website and contacting them and not being scammed into, someone trying to take your money or take anything. So
there are a lot of options available for you, but we are continuing to follow some breaking news. We want to check in with Mark Liu.
Yeah, that's right, Chris and Amy. There's a situation developing at Mount Wilson, which is a major transmission center for Southern California in terms of radio relays and other telco information. The Eaton fire is now approaching the peak, Mount Wilson. This is live pictures from our camera and transmission center on the top of Mount Wilson, currently being operated by our transmission operator, Fernando Burris. He is moving that camera, but you can see the Eaton fire is still very active, moving north. Mount Wilson is approximately north of, say, the Sierra Madre area, a little bit to the northeast of Altadena. And the fire is now creeping up, approaching the peak. And we have actually seen some active flames right behind that building there. Now, that building used to house some equipment, transmission equipment for 97.1. It's unclear what is 97.1 FM. It's unclear what is in that building now. But just moments ago, we saw some flames peek up from behind the roof of that building. So we know that the Eaton fire is actually approaching the Mount Wilson peak, and it has been a major radio and television transmission spot for about the last 80 to 90 years. It was first erected in 1947 as a pioneer radio station back then. We have had our transmission equipment up near the top there since 1986. So it is really important for radio transmissions in Southern California because it is very high and it gives an exceptional viewpoint for the entire Southern California area. So it is able to broadcast and receive radio transmissions so law enforcement, fire, and media, television stations, and radio use Mount Wilson as a major broadcast point. And you can see there is just smoke piling into this area here as the flames appear to be just below the peak there where our camera is. Now, if you come out to my screen, I can give you an idea on the map where this is. What we're looking at right here is the Eaton fire, and Mount Wilson, you can see right near the top of your screen, is here, which is an indication that the Eaton fire has now basically reached a few miles north from the last footprint. And what we're looking at is these structures here, these radio towers and buildings. Our camera that you were just seeing is right about here. So seeing that this fire is just that close coming back out the map, our camera is right about there. So we expect to see fire right along here. Now, The one bit of good news is while I've got the map here, I'm going to switch to the radar, and I can tell you that there are water dropping aircraft and Phoscheck dropping aircraft in the area. We just saw some Phoscheck come from one of the planes here. This is Lead 53. This is the one that's calling out the direction for the Phoscheck drops. So there are aircraft here. They just left. I believe they're down probably in this area right here. That are going to go back to the Mount Wilson area to try and save it. Let's go back to RM1 to the camera if we can see Mount Wilson again. It's just very concerning that the fire has reached that level. There is going to be a concerted effort to try to save this equipment up here because it is critical for broadcast and reception in the Southern California area. I'm going to keep monitoring this, Chris and Amy, and let you know if they're able to stop the flames up there, but they are getting pretty close to the peak.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like whack-a-mole. You see a new thing pop up, and these fire crews work fast.
Yes, they
do.
do.
I mean, we saw them dropping that Phoscheck, and having the 3 helicopters and planes in that area definitely helps a lot.
The resources are there, and it's a welcome sight.
And
definitely.
thankfully, light wind,
Yes.
which is the biggest thing. But let's talk more about these returns of people going home to their neighborhoods. Obviously emotional, but it's happening in Pasadena, and it's been practically wiped out in that area by the Eaton fire. It's just hard to hear these stories sometimes.
Yes, it has been, and people are taking a look at what's left of their homes, if anything. And for many of them, it's the first time this morning that they are getting a look. KCAL News reporter Amanda Sorrentino has a special connection with one of the residents making her way back today. Amanda.
Yeah, Amy and Chris, yesterday morning when we were here in this neighborhood, a lot of these homes were still burning down early in the morning. The winds were extremely strong. And I had to stop at this house because it was one of my dear friends to check on it, because the last time I talked to her, she was evacuating while doing her job. So a lot of people probably know her. This is Natalie Tavidian. She's from KNX Radio.
I love you.
She is one of my closest friends. And while we were on air, I watched her house go and made the call to Natalie. And it was very difficult because this house holds so much love and memories of your family, and I want you to share your story with everyone.
You and I go way back. We've covered devastation left and right, and we always approach it with empathy, and we can empathize with people. But when it happens to you and you're feeling the emotions, we're feeling the story right now, and I could feel you feeling it, and I appreciate that. And I know that was such a hard call to make. I was down the street until 2 in the morning covering this for KNX, and then you came into work at 2 in the morning, and I was trying to fall asleep, and I asked you to check on the house, and that was the most, I know that was a hard phone call to make, and I'm glad that I heard it from you. And you were crying and telling me, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, Nat. And I had about 4 hours to spare before my mom and my brother woke up, and I had to break the news to them. But this is my childhood home. I grew up here. I took my first steps here. I said my first words here. I know you've been here before, and I wanted to have you again soon for my annual Galentine's, but this is going to take a really long time to rebuild. Our family's okay. All I took are photo albums, videos, photos, that kind of stuff.
So with Natalie's story, a big part of it is this home and how much she loves Pasadena and how much her family did too. This is the home her father built, and his story is incredible. And I want you to tell them while we kind of look around as well. I'll have you hold the mic.
Yeah, so I love you. We just broke this down so we can get into the backyard. But when my dad bought this home, his realtor called him at 5 in the morning, and his realtor lived here, and he said, this is a house for sale by owner. They're still asleep, so don't knock on the door. So if you look over there, he came to the side of the street. This is a side house, on
corner unit.
Corner unit, thank you. I can't find my words today. And all he did was, thank you. All he did was look at the backyard, and he looked up on the mountains, and he said, I'll take it. And he was probably 22 years old at the time. Imagine buying a house at the age of 22. He closed escrow on this house the day he brought me home from the hospital. And my parents had just moved here from Lebanon, and my mom was saying, oh my goodness, we're new to this country. I don't know how we're going to afford a baby. And my dad said, believe me, this comes with, having a baby comes with blessings, right? So they closed escrow on this house, and they brought me home from the hospital, and I grew up here. And the hardest thing is watching my mom deal with this, because yes, this is my childhood home. My brother and I grew up here, but my mom and my dad built this house from scratch. It's been through so many remodels. They put their heart and their soul into this. They loved entertaining people. My dad built a little tiki bar over there in the corner. And they would just entertain guests all the time. The pool was just remodeled, but it took small steps. They didn't have their dream home immediately. It took 36 years to get to their dream home. And I lost my dad at the age of 58 about 3 years ago. So for my mom, she's going from, it's really heavy for her. This is a lot. She's gone from losing her husband to losing the house that she and her husband built together. Yeah.
Natalie, as we walk through the home, we'll walk through a little bit this way. You were pointing to me some of the areas, especially when it comes to just where different memories are from your family, and then when you were evacuating, why that room in the front was so important for you to get to.
So that was the back of the garage, and my parents were like the OG Instagrammers. They had photos, they had videos before anybody else would post photos and videos. So we had albums from, in that corner, from the bottom all the way up to the roof, and photo albums for days, videos, VHS, high 8. Yeah, you're walking toward the kitchen right now, or what was the kitchen? VHS high 8. So I get over here. So I was covering the fires in Malibu. I was talking to people there, and every time I talked to someone, I saw them burst into tears after I asked them what is happening, because once you say it out loud, that's when it becomes real. And then I heard there was the fire in Altadena. So we come here, and all I said was, Shant, let's get the photos, let's get the videos. You don't know what's going to happen. There were embers flying over our heads, so we just started loading boxes and boxes of videos and photos and rescuing all of that. We put on hard hats while loading up the car because embers were flying, and then police were going all around the neighborhood saying evacuate. This was before we even got the alerts, so it was word of mouth. That's how quickly all of this happened. And my mom is so angry, and she's so sad, and she wishes we had more time. I think everybody wishes they had more time to have taken more stuff. And as the days go on, we're processing more. We're finding more. We're realizing we're never going to see this again. You're never going to see your grandmother's crochet knit stuff again. You're never going to see your blankie again. I had a little blankie, and it was, yeah, I yelled at my mom whenever she washed it. It was one of those.
Yeah. So, Natalie, I think with her story and how she's been processing, we were communicating during the Malibu fires on the first day, going back and forth as we typically do, and just making sure everyone's okay. And the last message I got from her was that she's evacuating. She has to get the dog. She has to get her mom. What so many people were going through in that moment, and you're pulling together what you could. You're now taking the spot of a reporter and doing that job. And mind you, she was doing live shots for KNX while trying to protect her family too and grab her memories, which this woman is one of the strongest people I know. But you're also now seeing it from the human perspective, and you're really living it. And why is it so important to go through this healing process? You and your brother are handling this very differently.
Yeah, so I think one of the things that I think are so important are to actually acknowledge how much this sucks and how painful this is. Yeah. And my mom, my brother, and I actually I felt like it was more important. When you're grieving a loss, you can't do it with your loved ones sometimes. So I came here on my own yesterday, and a friend came and she hugged me, and I burst into tears. My mom came with support. My brother wanted to see it on his own, and he wouldn't shed a tear until he came and he actually saw it with his own eyes. And you know when he shed a tear? When I showed him that I saved a stuffy of our first dog that I had for 20 years. And it was one of those running out, I'm like, I'll take that too, just in case. And that's when he got emotional. And I think one of the most important things when you're going through something like this and seeing it from my perspective, we're always asking people, how are you feeling? What's going on through your mind? It comes in waves. And 1 second I'm okay, and I'm like, I'm so grateful. My town is burning down. We're seeing embers fly over our cars, but I'm alive. Everybody's alive and well. But also, this sucks and this hurts, and I think it's very important to acknowledge that it's okay to not be okay. It's okay to say that this hurts. It's okay to take some time off to process this. So I also always ask people, why are you talking to me? And I'm sure you wonder that too. We've been reporting for such a long time, and we approach people with empathy, and then people want to talk. There's something so important about sharing your story and sharing how much it hurts. And I hope it helps others to say, like, this hurts. This sucks. And it's okay to sit in it. It's okay to sit in the pain, and it's okay to say, but we're alive. Yes, we are, but this sucks. My journals, my diaries that I wrote since I was 3-4 years, 12 years old. That's what got me into journalism. It's the journals my mom gave me. I started writing at like 2001. 11 years old, around that time. Those are all gone. Everything is gone. So Nothing. No, I was digging everywhere, and I was like, oh, by some miracle, maybe my dad's photo might be here. And we had a massive photo of him. This was the living room, and they had this leopard print couches that they got in the 90s. And, leopard print comes and goes through the years, and it was back. No leopard print left. But my mom said, I will keep these forever. She had mother-daughter dresses, and you know how much moms want to be grandmas, and she wanted to share that. And Dad's photo was somewhere here. And that photo. yeah, and I did some digging, and my brother said something really funny. He said, why don't we just load up stuff in the Sub-Zero? But if you look at the Sub-Zero over here, nothing. Like, things were popping, things were exploding, Amanda. See, did you find something? Like, nothing. Some ceramic stuff. And my neighbor came from across the way, and she was in tears, and she said, I watched your house burning down, and I'm so sorry I couldn't do anything. It happened around midnight. She said firefighters were trying everything, so I know. We know. We know how this goes. We know people tried, but it's still so hard. And when all of this really, really hit me, my mom's a fashionista. She's traveled the world with my dad. She has clothes from all over the world. She had the cutest vintage stuff I would always borrow. And yesterday she asks me, can you bring me some sweatpants? And she doesn't have that. Like, that's all she needed, was bring me some sweatpants. So I drove to the South Bay to my apartment, and I cried the whole way home, and she was just going, why is the suitcase so heavy? And I packed everything for her, and I just gave her whatever clothes that I have. So my mom, my brother, they have no clothes right now, and you just gotta take one step at a time.
One step at a time, and I want to move a little bit more through your home here. So taking one step at a time, how are you guys moving forward from this? What is the plan to rebuild at this point?
That's the magic question, right? Where do you begin? It's taken 24 hours to really, truly process what has happened. So I just drove back from the South Bay, gave my mom a luggage of clothes, and I'm going to meet her at a restaurant down the street, and we're going to figure out where we're going to get her a temporary home next, and then figure out where we start from rebuilding. And there's absolutely nothing to salvage, but that's where we go from there, and hopefully we find her a good temporary place to stay, and then rebuild from there. Door. Yeah. Like, that's all that survived. Maybe we could use that in the new home.
Yeah, let's see. So Natalie, being back here, I know at first, when I first called you, I asked, did you want videos or pictures? And you said, no, I'm not ready. And I told you I would meet you here, and you said, no, I'm not ready yet. What finally brought you to come back here to take a look?
Support. Again, thank you for telling me. That was so brave of you. There's nothing fun about breaking bad news to anybody. And You did it so gracefully, and thank you. So that gave me time to start processing. And I wasn't ready to come here until I was ready to come here and see it. And I had cousins calling me crying. I had you calling me crying. I had friends just saying, I'm so sorry. And I still didn't want to believe it. You know, I told you, like, is there anything left to salvage? And all you kept saying was, I'm so sorry. Yeah. So I eventually came here and I sat right there and I processed it for about 10 minutes. All of my good friends have my location on. So we do that for safety. And one of my girlfriends saw, and she came over here and she gave me a hug, and I burst into tears. And that's when it really hit me. And that's when I started processing. And there are moments where I'm okay and I'm so happy everybody's okay. And there are moments where I'm broken and I can't believe this happened, and I'm angry and I'm screaming, and again, disbelief, unreal. And this is just the processing, the whole process. Yeah. Yeah.
Natalie, thank you so much for sharing your story with us.
Oh, I love you so much. Thank you.
And it takes people like you to share your story. And
you know, when we rebuild, one more thing I really want to say is that every piece of my dad was in this home, but when we rebuild, he is going to be in the forefront, and we're going to rebuild in his memory. He always wanted to replace these tiles, so.
The tiles are going to go. Natalie, thank you so much. And thank you I love you too. And I'm so sorry. I wish this didn't happen to you guys. Yeah. But yeah, that's Natalie's story, guys. And she's so strong for sharing it with us so gracefully and eloquently. And
hope it helps.
Yeah,
and I hope it helps others, honestly.
Hopefully it helps other people heal. And that's what we talked about when we talked about doing this. And so just thank you. And I'm sorry. Love you guys. Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you so much to Amanda and Natalie for sharing her very personal story. We want to welcome you to KCAL News at 11 on CBS Los Angeles, simulcasting on KCAL and streaming on CBS News Los Angeles. I'm Amy Johnson, along with Rachel Kim.
Good afternoon, everyone. We have some breaking news right now. There is a serious situation developing in Mount Wilson. Our assignment manager, Mark Liu, is live at the desk with details. Mark.
Yeah, so Amy, Rachel, there is a situation developing at the Mount Wilson Peak, which is a major transmission center and broadcast center for many, many agencies in Southern California. It is a very high peak that is to the north of the Eaton Fire, and our very own transmission tower for KCAL is on the top of this mountain, and the Eaton Fire is rapidly approaching it. Now I want to take you to some live pictures from our camera on the top of Mount Wilson. If I can go to RM1, this is what we normally use to show very beautiful shots of the Southern California skyline, but right now we are seeing flames approaching the Mount Wilson transmission complex. Those are the transmission towers for virtually every major television station in Southern California, as well as other agencies like law enforcement and fire and other media operations up there. This camera is showing live pictures of the flames from the northern flank of the Eaton Fire are rapidly approaching Mount Wilson. This is the closest that we have seen them. And I'll tell you, there are not really any water dropping or Phos-Chek dropping helicopters or fixed-wing aircraft in sight. Now, the camera that you're looking at right now, these live pictures are being remotely operated from our transmission center here in the studio. There aren't any human beings that we are aware of up on Mount Wilson. This is a remotely operated camera. The man behind it right now is actually a guy named Fernando Burris. He is in our transmission department about 300 feet away from me in the studio in a different room. He's the same guy that does our studio Steadicam in the mornings. He's currently in the transmission room operating this camera, and as he slowly pans it over, you can see these very large flames that are approaching the sensitive electronic broadcast equipment on Mount Wilson. Now, I was just talking to Fernando, and we believe that if the fire consumes our tower up there or the towers of other television stations, it will essentially mean the end of our broadcast signal for anyone in Southern California that is watching KCAL with what is commonly known as rabbit ears. Now, a long time ago, before cable television, television used to get the signal. If you had a television in your home, you would have to get the signal over the air with an antenna attached to the back of your TV. Most young people may not even know what that is, but they used to be called rabbit ears. And there are still some people in Southern California that receive the KCAL signal or from other TV stations over rabbit ears, over those radio, basically those antennas that receive the television transmission over the air. Now, if Mount Wilson does go down, you'll still be able to watch KCAL on cable and on satellite television, but the over-the-air signal will go down, as well as any of the other TV stations that have our transmission tower up there. Now you can see these flames very, very large. It is unknown how long this camera will be able to operate, as both the electrical signal may cut out, or just through heat, it may damage or destroy the camera. And so we are hopeful maybe that we might get a water drop or a Phos-Chek drop here. But looking at the radar, I did see that there was a U.S. Forest Service S-2 Grumman that was in the area. That is a water dropping or Phos-Chek dropping fixed wing aircraft. It circled Mount Wilson and then flew away. It may not have any sort of payload, so it may have gone to go and land and reload either that water or Phos-Chek. But you can see now this fire is destroying the last barrier there, the fencing, before they get to where our camera is located. Now, it's unclear whether or not the fire would progress to the other side of the Mount Wilson complex there and get those other transmission towers, but you can see this fire now rapidly approaching. There is certainly not just KCAL equipment up there. We know that on the opposite side of this picture, there is a building up there that does house equipment at one time operated by the radio station 97.1. There was also KFI had equipment up here. This complex was originally constructed in 1947 and has been operating since then in various capacities for broadcast transmission, both radio and television. Our equipment for KCBS and KCAL was built in 1986 up there and has been operating since then. And there are many, many entities and agencies that use Mount Wilson to both broadcast and receive because it is a strategically important peak. It is located to the north of Sierra Madre and can see really almost all of Southern California. So this was a very important receive site for many, many years for our own television news vans as they would operate in Southern California before the advent of things, the newer technologies that we use to go live. Our reporters would have to go live by raising a mast in the news van. You've seen that before. And they would point that dish on the top of that mast to Mount Wilson, where they would send a live signal back, which would then come to our newsroom, and then we would broadcast the story. The reporter would go live in the field. We use newer technologies now that don't require our news vans to raise their mast. We use things called a DeGero or a Live View backpack that uses cell phone transmissions in order to get live signals, like you saw with Amanda Starantino doing that live interview with her friend Natalie Tavidian out there in the field. They really weren't tethered to a news van. They didn't need to use a Mount Wilson receive site as they would have in the past. But it is still an incredibly important property there at the top of Mount Wilson, where we have both our live camera. You're seeing now those flames consuming the vegetation on the south end of the Mount Wilson complex, and now also on the eastern end. I might be able to give you a better idea of where this is if director can go to my screen. I do have a map up that shows this in relation to the Eaton Fire. Now, what you're looking at here is the CAL FIRE map of the Eaton Fire, and Mount Wilson is here. You can see it highlighted. It's basically to the north. And that means that the Eaton Fire has progressed this far to the north and is approaching Mount Wilson. I'm going to zoom in even more, and you're going to see some of the buildings that are there, the highlight. The camera that we were looking at is essentially right here, and we were looking in this direction. So the fire line is basically right here. And if I zoom out a little bit more, you can see the rest of the complex is over here. All of those towers that we were looking at, that's over in this direction. There's also the Mount Wilson Observatory is over here, and you can see there's a lot of scientific equipment on that side as well. But this entire complex now in danger on the northern end of the Eaton Fire. Let's go back to that live camera on RM1, if you can switch the source over to there so we can see the flames again as they continue to consume the vegetation right at the base of our live camera. And I'll tell you, Amy and Chris, this does not look good. As I continue to look at the radar, I still don't see any water dropping or Phos-Chek dropping aircraft in the area yet.
the thing is that so many people have been thinking, oh, the worst is over, the fire's out. But this is just a perfect example that the fire is still spreading. It is still moving. Yes, crews have been working hard. The winds are not as strong as they have been, but this fire is still moving forward. It is still wreaking havoc, causing more damage, more destruction. Homes are still being lost. And as we are watching this fire race up to Mount Wilson, it just shows you this fire isn't out, and people need to still be on guard. They need to still be taking the evacuation orders seriously and really paying attention to what's going on, because it is not over.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And it just shows that even though the Eaton fire is burning away from the Altadena area into the mountains to the north of Altadena and Sierra Madre, it still has the power to deeply affect Southern California. If it destroys this facility, both the scientific facility, the Mount Wilson Observatory, and also these radio towers, could significantly cripple a lot of ways that different agencies in Southern California communicate. And so you can see just how close the flames are here as they continue to move up the mountain. It seems, excuse me, that there really will not be a water drop or a phosphatic drop anytime soon. The good news is I do not believe there are any people up on Mount Wilson, and they haven't been for quite some time. This is mostly an automated facility. You usually don't have engineers working up here on Mount Wilson. I know that in the past, if there has been a transmission failure or an equipment failure up here, our engineering team has made the trek up to Mount Wilson. They fix the equipment and then they leave. So there's not a permanent human crew up here that needed to evacuate, to the best of my knowledge. It mostly operates automated, and it is pretty remote. There's really no reason for people to be up here at any given time. I'm not too sure as far as the observatory what the status is that we were looking at over there by those other radio towers. I don't know if it is manned or operated or what kind of scientific equipment is up there. I know that the Mount Wilson Observatory used to be a much more important scientific observatory before the lights of LA simply got too bright. It's very difficult with all of the light pollution to use Mount Wilson as a working observatory. I'm sorry, I was just getting a communication from the booth and I didn't quite hear it. But you can see now the smoke and the flames here almost completely covering our live camera from the Mount Wilson area. It's unclear how long, as I said, Amy and Chris, that this, or Amy as Rachel, this camera will stay active. It is still obviously powered and able to be under the control of our transmission team. This camera is being operated remotely by the KCAL transmission room, as I said, which is about 300 feet away from me. There is a team of individuals in there. Our transmission operator, Fernando Burris, is currently at the controls of the camera, and he's listening to me as I narrate what we're seeing here. But you can see already there is some damage. Looks like at the bottom of your screen, those are radio transmitters, those large white sort of a cone-shaped circular devices. I believe those are radio transmitter and receivers. They're very, very powerful. And these are the kinds of things that can transmit and receive radio transmissions over vast distances. And like I said, Mount Wilson is a really strategic and important area because of how high it is and its unobstructed view of vast portions of Southern California. That's exactly where you want a radio transmission and receive site, because you can get that line of sight from just about anywhere in Southern California. But now so much thick black smoke up there, it's unclear how much, if any, of Mount Wilson will be damaged by the Eaton fire.
Yeah, Mark, to Amy's point, this fire, obviously, these fires aren't just having impacts on people and the places they live, but on, places like Mount Wilson that really has a big impact, significant to our communications across our area. And of course, all the more important because, emergency first responders need to be communicating during this time of emergency. So absolutely terrible to see. So we'll certainly be watching how this develops.
Yeah, that's right. So, this is just an indicator that we had talked a little bit before about how LA County Fire had said that they thought that the Eaton fire, they had made some really great progress, that forward progress had really slowed. And it was really good news for the community of Altadena and Sierra Madre that the fire seemed to be moving away from homes, but unfortunately that meant that it moved here towards Mount Wilson. And the terrain to the north of Mount Wilson is basically the same that you see here. It is very steep, heavily vegetative topography. There's lots of thick brush and trees, a lot to burn, which is indicative of a very, very long and intense firefight. It could be several days of seeing fire like this to the north of Altadena unless they can get long phosphocheck lines to drop on this fire. But you can see active flames right there, still very close to Mount Wilson. Now, I do see more fire aircraft coming into the area. They may be able to get into position to do some targeted water drops. I think maybe just 2 or 3 might be able to do the trick here. I'm going to keep watching this. We're going to keep this camera up. We call it RM1 in our studio, and I'll let you know if anything changes. But until then, I'm going to send it back to you.
Yeah, certainly interesting to see how the situation has changed, even with the amount of smoke that now we can hardly see the equipment. But of course, Mark is going to stay on top of this and bring us more in just a little bit. But, you know, in addition, of course, to the Eaton fire, we have the Palisades fire, and that's where our Luz Delia Caballero is.
Yeah, she's live in Malibu along PCH, and that's near Las Flores Canyon Road. Luz Delia, what's going on there?
Well, more of the same. I mean, as we go up and down PCH, just the devastation is awful, and it's just another reminder of our reality here due to the Palisades fire. I mean, we are talking about more than 17,000 acres burned, tens of thousands of people evacuated, at least, let that sink in, 1,000 structures destroyed. Easily the most destructive fire in LA history. And as we look left and right, all we see is a war zone. And we are talking about Malibu. This is a beach paradise, a place where people come to visit, to enjoy themselves, tourists and locals alike. And right now, it is completely destroyed. We are on just one strip of PCH, but we want you to take a look around here. You have obviously a power pole down, a transformer behind it, and this is just one of many power poles that snapped in half due to this fire. We watched as power poles burned, starting from the bottom to the top, eventually burning and toppling over, creating for very dangerous conditions. Now, this is one of very few structures that are still intact on this portion of PCH, and we are near Las Flores Canyon Road. As you go to the left, you see more and more devastation, and something that we've noticed is if these structures have concrete and metal, that's what you see. A lot of them, though, had a lot of wood, and so they burned to the foundation. Just rubble is what's left behind, and the facade of cement is what you're seeing in most places that burned down. And this is just a devastating sight. You hear the waves crashing now. It is a lot more quiet today, but don't let that fool you. Firefighters tell us that they are still proactively working this fire, and they tell us that things can change in a second. All you need is the perfect storm, meaning an ember that's flying in any direction. That wind takes it, picks it up, catches on brush or maybe a roof or a nearby structure, and it can spread quickly. This is what fire officials have to say to those thinking about potentially coming back, and what they have to say about this active firefight.
Yeah, it's still not safe to come into this area. We still have mandatory evacuations, and there is some of these they have open gas lines. There's a lot of hazards that are in the debris. There's also, we've had people who've been riding their bicycles into there. We've had some injuries from that, and firefighters are still trying to get in here and put fires out. So we don't want that to be hindered.
And not only that, I mean, he's not just talking about people trying to get in via car, bike, walking, scooter. He's also talking about those trying to use other technology like drones. Just keep in mind, if you're flying your drone, they cannot use aircraft to fight these flames. And this is a big deal. They're working really hard around the clock. They are tired, but they are here and they are fighting the fight to help protect as many structures as possible. And as you can see, already this fire has wreaked havoc here in Malibu, and it just saddens me to see these palm trees charred, these homes and livelihoods, lives that will never be the same, futures that are uncertain. And you have to think Tuesday morning when this fire broke out, so many people were just hoping, wishing, waiting for good news. And obviously, as the minutes, hours, and now days have passed, a lot of people, including Natalie, which we just saw thanks to Amanda's report, people like Natalie's lives are forever changed, and now they have to face this new reality, a reality that is going to be extremely hard, and it's going to take time to process. And as part of what we do out here, you know, so many people message us and ask us to go out and see if their homes are still standing, and if not, if there's anything to salvage. It's a part of what we do to serve, and if we can do so safely, we do it. And Armando Castileon and myself went to one of those properties today, and it was just heartbreaking to see. And we do have to tell them, hey, you know what, you've lost everything, and we're so sorry about it. And we have called so many people and messaged so many people, because this is the reality. This is Malibu. It's unrecognizable. I mean, you think Malibu, you think beach, you think tranquility, you think waves crashing, you don't think transformers exploding, you don't think power poles falling, you don't think any of that. So again, just a reminder, if you are thinking about coming back into an evacuation zone, do not. Fire officials are asking everyone to heed all warnings and be prepared. There's nothing more important than your life. Homes and things are replaceable. You are not. Lives cannot be replaced. So please heed those warnings and be ready to go at a moment's notice, because as we've witnessed, not only through the Palisades fire, but through numerous fires that have broken out here in our region, things can change in a second for the worse. And guys, I do have to say, I am having connectivity issues, so I am going to toss things back to you.
All right, Luz Delia, thank you. And it's just so hard to see some of this destruction, because those homes along the waterfront, I'm sure those people never thought the fire would jump over the PCH,
Right.
although it was, now we're hearing a lot of the poles toppled over to those homes. But your home is on the water,
Right.
so you think it's safe, and it's not. And many of those areas weren't in the foothills that
Right.
burned. And so a lot of folks just are still trying to understand how this could happen.
Yeah.
So it is very devastating.
It just shows you we're all vulnerable. All areas are vulnerable to these fires. All right, well, these fires have forced school closures due to the poor air quality.
Yeah, KCAL meteorologist Paul Diano is here now with our next weather first forecast. And Paul, we've been looking at these live shots from our reporters, and the one good thing is that the winds seem to be a little more calm.
The winds are calmer. They're going to go back up this afternoon and this evening, but that has allowed a lot of the ash and a lot of the stuff being put in the air, the smoke, to settle to the bottom of the atmosphere. That's what we're breathing, and it's a problem right now. Unhealthy air quality for much of metro Los Angeles County, many of our inland valleys, and it's beginning to spread into metro and even coastal LA and Orange County. These are the AQI numbers. Now, the higher the number, the more junk there is in the air. So we want these numbers to be lower. Good would be 0 to 50. Let's go all the way to unhealthy, which would be 150 or higher. Hazardous is 250 or higher. We had that this morning. These are some current numbers for you. Pasadena is at 201. Los Angeles is currently the 4th worst air quality in the world for a major city, behind one city in Pakistan and 2 in India. Then you've got Los Angeles, California, with an AQI of 190. Studio City, 178. I just went outside. I will attest to that. Culver City, 171. And even Long Beach, very far from the fires, the AQI is 149. Bad air quality this morning. The wind is kicking up. Interesting that where we don't have the wind, right over metro LA County, that's where the worst air quality is. Where the atmosphere is being stirred up some to the east and also to the west, we have much better air quality. But now this is a new problem. We had a lull in the winds. We said it would wrap up about 11 o'clock. Here we are coming up on 11:30, and the winds are now increasing once again. It's not going to be everywhere. It's not going to be as bad as it was earlier this week, but it's getting windy again. So we have San Bernardino and Riverside between 30 and 40 miles per hour. We have Simi Valley and Camarillo between 35 and 40 miles per hour. So that is still windy. And for a fire which is currently burning, that can mean rapid fire spread, especially when it has been so dry. As dry as it's been around here is about as dry as it can get. So now through 4 o'clock, the next 4.5 hours, winds are slowly going to increase once again. They're going to hit another peak this evening and overnight tonight. But all computer models say the bullseye will not be LA County. It'll be the Inland Empire and Orange County. That concerns me because we have not had any fires there. And the fire danger is not any lower just because we got a bunch of fires burning. The fire danger is still critical everywhere. So now, Inland Empire and Orange County, you will have the strongest winds this evening and overnight tonight through tomorrow morning. And wind or not, the fire danger is going to stay critical until we get a soaking rainfall, and that is not in our forecast for the next 7 to 10 days. Take a peek outside. This is the view from the Hollywood Hills. This is the worst air quality that we would have had on any calendar day in 2024. We're flipping the year, obviously, to 2025. This is like summertime fire, really bad air quality over the San Fernando Valley and the coastal plain right now with AQI numbers between 150 and 200. So I showed you the wind was stronger in the Inland Empire. You've got better air quality. The wind's pretty strong in eastern Ventura County. You've got decent air quality. Where the wind is at its lightest is where the atmosphere is settled the most, and that's where the smoke is settled down to the surface. Numerous wind advisories and wind warnings go back into effect today. A wind advisory, 1 tier below a warning. Los Angeles points north and west, eastern Ventura County, San Fernando, Santa Clarita Valley. Wind gusts here this evening and tonight will be strong, but not as strong as the past couple days. But for an active fire, a 40 or 45 mile per hour wind gust is a problem. And the winds are picking back up in these areas again this afternoon. The high wind warning, which is the top tier of wind warnings, 1 level above a wind advisory, that's for you in the Inland Empire, the Santa Anas, and Metro Orange County, with the exception being the coastline. Valley wind gusts could hit 60 miles per hour, and in the mountains, it could get as strong as 75 miles per hour. That would be a big problem for any new fire starts in those areas. And it's still super dry, so the red flag warning is in effect through Friday. Biggest problem? No rain, or just a few drops of rainfall. This is the driest start to a winter season in Los Angeles since 1964. We could have all this wind, but if it rained 1 inch last week, we wouldn't be talking about much of a fire danger. Hasn't rained in about 8 months, so we are. The next 7 days, I want to show you the extended forecast. Inland Empire, not that warm. Today and tonight, you're going to be exceptionally windy, but the biggest problem is all those sun icons. There is no rain in our forecast for the next 7 days. Valleys, windy today, less wind by tomorrow. There is no rain in the extended forecast. And last one I'll show you is the metro area, 77 today, getting windy once again. Guys, we need some rainfall. And until we get it, we're going to keep getting these offshore wind events, and we're going to keep talking about the fire danger. I know we're so tired of it. We just went through and are in the middle of a tragedy here in Southern California. The weather will not improve when it comes to fire danger until we get rain, and right now we don't see it. Guys, back to you.
And this is exactly why we no longer have a fire season. It is year-round because of these conditions. I mean, we're dealing with these conditions in January.
So dry, so dry. Usually we have a lot of rain in January. So, all right, Paul, thank you. As you've been seeing over the past few days, the Eaton Fire is one of 2 most destructive wildfires burning right now here in Southern California.
Yeah, KCAL's Jeff Nguyen is live in Altadena on Alta Pine Drive, which is just east of Lake. Jeff, just more and more destruction. We're seeing it right there behind you.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we are just north of the downtown area where Rachel and Joy and Jasmine were yesterday. We saw a lot of the devastation there. So we're north on Lake at basically the very end of the street where we were not able to establish a signal yesterday. today, a number of folks are returning to this area to kind of survey the damage right behind us. And right now, I am being joined by Lisa and Sydney Granrus. Both of you ladies live right down the street on Mendocino. Tell me why you're at this particular property.
We came here, my girlfriend has lived here for over 20 years, and she told me her property was down. So we came to look at it for her.
You know, unfortunately for your friend, her situation here is compounded by some of this other things that are going on in her life. And just to kind of exemplify what has been happening here, can you kind of just illustrate to us the sort of hardship that she is enduring? And before you answer that question, TOC, our transmission folks, if you can let me redial my IFB as Lisa is talking to me, I would really appreciate that.
My friend had lost her husband just a couple of months ago, I think, and I can't remember. And her daughter also is their daughters are going through grief, you know, and we are devastated with what's happening to them. It's just compounding things, you know, just one thing after another.
And then on top of that, her dad is also dealing with some health issues.
Yes, correct. She's actually with him at this very moment, taking care of him. He's on hospice.
Oh gosh, I'm so sorry to learn that. And then Sydney, you live with your mom. Talk to me about the sort of effort that you and your mom and your neighbors were dealing in your neighborhood just a few blocks from here.
Yeah, so we live on Mendocino, just a couple of blocks down. And that's the house I was born in, the house that I've lived in my entire life for the past 28 years. So the amount of anxiety and everything during this time has been something I've never experienced before. Thankfully, our house is still standing, but the golf course is gone, our neighbors' houses are gone, everything's gone. It's a blessing that our house is still standing, and also a blessing to our neighbors who caught a fire on a fence right behind our house, and my dad and him and our friends were able to put it out with pots and pans and pool water and saved our 3 houses so far. They're okay, but I've never experienced something like this in my life, and it's just devastating.
You know, Sydney, forgive me, but I can see how visceral all of this is for you. Talk to me about the Herculean task that it took to save your house with the help of your neighbors, as Sydney is describing it.
We were called by our good neighbor that had stayed the night. We left because we have my mother-in-law and the dogs and my daughter, so we left to our townhome in Pasadena. And our friend called us and talked to my husband and said, your house is still standing, but I need you. My brother and I have pots and pans, and we're getting pool water to save the homes. And that's when we got in the car. He didn't tell my daughter that. He just said, the house is standing, I'm going to go help. And then he told me our fence had caught on fire behind the second house to us, and they were trying to save our homes, and they did. My friend Nick, our neighbor, my husband Tony, pots and pans from a pool, and 2 homes were vacated. They came eventually. One of our other neighbors came back, and there was a line of men just helping protect our homes.
I can only imagine what that picture must have looked like, but as a neighbor, as a human being, I mean, how do you say thank you to someone who did that with pots and pans?
You know, we're Altadenians. You know, we're a strong community. This is why I've been here and raised my children, my son, who's in North Carolina and devastated. It's a community that stands together. And that's why I've been here, because I knew that's what I would do for them. And there are just no words. We're grateful to be here, and our house is still standing as of now, but there are really no words on the gratitude that we have for our community, because we stuck together.
And in the spirit of that, is that why you're checking on your friend's house for her to kind of, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, but to give her a little bit of an emotional buffer to kind of give her a sense of what she will be returning to?
Yes, she, like I said, our community's strong. She got the information from a video of one of her neighbors and called me devastated. And I couldn't get up here. I tried. I couldn't get up here. The smoke, it was like a war zone. I haven't experienced, but what I can imagine a war zone would look like. And so today, I just felt like I needed to see this. I needed to see it before she came.
Sydney, talk to me about, why it was important for you to be here with your mom.
Well, yesterday I think they were trying to protect me from the possibility of our house being gone, and we had a ton of dogs in our house, so I stayed back. But today I was like, I need to go because I don't know if I'll ever see my house again or our house ever again. So I know it's really emotionally hard to see your neighborhood look like it never existed, where I grew up and where all our memories are. And I just want to try and help and salvage what we can to hopefully rebuild the beautiful community that Altadena is.
Lisa, would you mind kind of painting me a picture of what this house used to look like, or what this street used to look like, and what this community means to all of you folks?
The last time I was here, my friend made pozole for us. It was a tradition. We did it a little later than usual because of all the circumstances. But we also had summer parties that bands would come and play. My good friend, her husband, was into music, collected, DJ'd. So we would have a party and the kids would play and sing and bands would come, and it's gone. It's gone.
You mentioned pozole. For anyone who's familiar with Mexican culture, that's typically shared during the holidays, during Christmas. So is that what you're talking about? Like
yes, pozole, which it was a tradition for her to make us pozole for the new year. So that's my last memory of being here.
And then Carlos, the neighbor across the street, he completely lost his home. Talk to me about, seeing some of the heartache surrounding you, knowing, like you said, that you're one of the few houses still standing.
Like I said, I was very grateful. But there's no words to, you don't feel joy. You don't feel, I basically got down on my knees and was so thankful. And I look up and my neighbors, my children's babysitter's parents' home is gone. The golf course where they played golf and they learned to play golf is gone. You can't be happy. You can't be overjoyed. It's just a numbing. It's a numbness. We've never experienced this in our lives. I lived here when the last time Eaton Canyon went up, and nothing like this. Nothing like this.
I met one of your neighbors about an hour ago, Mrs. Henderson. I don't know if you know her or not, but she lost her house, and she mentions that numbness where it is so shocking for her that she is unable to cry. I'm sure you can kind of relate to some of that sentiment.
Yes, I do, because you kind of curl. It's unexplainable feeling. It's a gut feeling that your home is saved, and then you look up and there's nothing around you. We couldn't even imagine what that feels like. And we just have to pick up and go and help them. Like when you saw me tell him, we're going to get through this. Altadenians, we will get through this together.
Thank you very much for being so gracious to talk to us. Why don't I, ease up on you and give you a little bit of a break. And for the folks in the control room, I've been trying to establish my IFB signal. I believe that I have it back. So if someone can talk in my ear to let me know that you are hearing our transmission, I would greatly appreciate it. But as John and I walk around here for basically 360 degrees, you can see there is just absolute devastation. Some of the neighbors across the street over there there are coming back. They've got shovels in their hands to kind of sift through some of the wreckage to try to grab whatever they can. And then we've got another set of neighbors over here who are returning to basically retrieve whatever they can as well. But certainly a lot of heartache in this community. So for now, we'll send it right back to you.
All right, Jeff, thank you. And it is just so tough to hear all of those personal stories. You know, when you put the names and the faces to all of that devastation, it just hits you so much deeper.
Absolutely. It's like memories gone. Yes. And just the ladies, their voices were shaking. You just feel their emotion. So our hearts go out to you.
Yeah. All right, we are joined now by Captain Eric Scott from the LA Fire Department. We want to thank you for joining us. We know that you are very busy, so thank you for making time for us.
You're most welcome. And to start with, we have to echo sentiments. Us firefighters can't not have our hearts touched when we hear those stories, and we hear them firsthand. We see them firsthand too. So it's very difficult, and that just shows the devastation that Los Angeles is going through. It's the Southern California region is having unprecedented fire weather event. As you know, we got multiple major brush fires. Good news, as you know too, the wind subsided somewhat. That allows us fire crews to increase containment lines. That allows our air assets, helicopters and fixed wing to make strategic water drops. So we're very appreciative of that little forward progress. But let's also be clear that we are under red flag warnings. There's extreme fire behavior potential. And as your weatherman just stated, we're going to get sun the next few days. That's going to preheat those fuels, and we don't have any rain in sight.
And Captain, there were some issues with water pressure. Have those gotten better for you all?
They've gotten better, but they're not resolved. We have experienced water challenges with pressure during the Pacific Palisades fire. We expect and hope to go up to a fire hydrant, connect to it, get water, pump it through our engine with hose lines to put out fires. But when you're doing that at a large scale, at large GPM, the infrastructure isn't keeping up, simply put. So I talked to DWP. They say they filled all the available water storage tanks. There's 3 1 million gallon tanks in the Palisades area. But if you kind of think you're holding a cup of water and you put in 1 straw, 2 straw, 3, 10 straws, it's going to suck it down really quick. So that does impact things even more challenging at higher elevations due to obvious gravity, and that does affect some of our fire hydrants. So we're doing the best we can. We also draft, so we'll take water out of swimming pools. We have some other tools in the toolbox to try to help, but it's absolutely been a challenge.
No doubt. Captain Scott, I want to talk about the morale of your firefighters. We all know over the past few days that you guys, the resources have been stretched very thin because of the widespread nature of these fires. Talk about the morale among your firefighters. And I guess it kind of goes back to what we were just talking about. It's not only a physical toll, but an emotional toll because you're first responders and have to be face to face with people who have just lost a home.
Sure. It's tough. It's what we signed up for, and we're leaning forward. But your firefighters out here in the Los Angeles region have been gone through an extremely challenging third day. Hardly any sleep, extremely arduous work, frustration, extreme wind conditions, hard to be outside in those environments. So it's been very, very challenging. I tell you that they are putting everything they can at it. And we want more firefighters. We need that. And we're thankful for the mutual aid system where we have more firefighters coming in. And we're thankful for the winds decreasing a little bit. So it is difficult. Firefighters are a unique breed. You know, I was at the command post and heads were held high. Faces were dirty, hearts were warm, but we're all very, very tired.
And we understand that you have a message to people about evacuations and perhaps something to those people who are trying to get into the areas before they're supposed to.
Well, you know, first off, we want to just thank the residents for heeding our instructions. We've had a lot of fires. There's been evacuation orders and warnings. And it's imperative for people in Southern California to remain vigilant. We're not out of the woods yet. We expect more fires. So we want people to know this. If it's going to be real simple, if you live in a brush area, you see or smell smoke, get out early. It's very challenging when we have a delay, even especially when they've been notified, the alerts that we send out, the wireless emergency, the WIA alerts that ping their phone, whether they want it or not, the sirens and bullhorns from law enforcement. If that's not heeded, as you know, in these hilly communities, a lot of those roads were made for Model A and Model T cars. They are narrow. There are hairpin turns that come into choke points. So we need people to get out early before we bring in a big red fire truck so we don't have choke points.
Well, Captain Eric Scott from LAFD, thank you so much for all the work you're doing, and please pass along our gratitude and thanks to all your fire personnel out there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Because of the ongoing threat of the Eaton fire, homeowners in one Pasadena neighborhood, well, they're being told they can't go back.
That's right. KCAL News reporter Amanda Starantino is live in Pasadena on Sierra Madre Boulevard and Sierra Madre Villa Avenue. And we give these streets so people who are watching at home who may live in that area, have businesses in the area, they want to know specifically. It may seem a little odd to others, but we're trying to give people the best look at the community. And Amanda, you're showing us another look at some of the devastation.
Actually, we can't get up to it right now. Reporters are able to pass this, but right now I wanted you guys to see the perspective of people just trying to get back to see their homes after they've been evacuated. So yeah, we're at Sierra Madre Villa Avenue and Sierra Madre Boulevard. That's this longer stretch right here. So at Sierra Madre Boulevard, you can't go through here. So sheriff's deputies, you can see people trying to saying, hey, can I get to my home? And even with an ID with your address on it, you are still not allowed through at this time. And so it's starting to become very frustrating for some people that know their home is still standing. Thankfully for Greg and Will here, you do know your home is okay.
Yes, thank God.
Yes, but you can't get back, and that's been really tough.
It's been tough. Yeah, Thursday evening they came, they evacuated us. They told us we had to leave. We just grabbed a few things and got out quick, and been trying to get back since yesterday, but just they won't let us through.
And you can't even get back to grab medications or anything like that?
No, so many people have come and asked if they can grab medication, but they won't allow people. They're telling everyone they'll call them an ambulance if it's urgent, but they just won't let people in for any reason.
Have they told you why?
They said, again, there's fire danger. They're worried about looters, so they want to be extra cautious. They're not letting anybody through for any reason.
But your home is okay, family's all good?
Fortunately, I'm here with my son, Will, and thank God we're okay, so.
Okay, that's great to hear. I'm so happy to hear that. Hopefully you guys can get back soon. Thank you for talking with us. And what you're looking at is just more cars trying to come through. I mean, we have some utility companies right here. I'm going to cross right on over here. And Amy and Rachel, it's raining ash here too, so you can still see the remnants of the fire here. You can see the sheriff's talking to them saying you can't go through. Warren here has been chatting with us this morning, and you actually brought some assistance to help you wait. Oh, it's theirs? I thought it was
No. It was just, if a cop was tired, let them sit down on something.
So you brought chairs for them?
Yeah.
That's so kind of you. While you're waiting to try to go back home too.
Yeah, I've been sitting waiting for hours, so yeah, I know they've been here doing all the hard work.
Oh, you're so kind. So, do you know your home's okay, right?
Yes, we just found out on the other side. My wife is waiting to see if they could get in from the other side, and one of the fire trucks was nice enough to go up into Kinaloa Estates and check on our house for us.
Good, and it's all good.
So far, it's good.
Okay. What do you guys need to get from your house? Because what were you even able to take?
We weren't able to take anything. We were out of the house. By the time we showed up, it was already evacuated. But all our documents are in there, everything, so minimum, we just need to get all our important documents.
And what are the deputies telling you of why you can't go through?
Nobody knows anything. Yeah, so far, they're just saying it's for safety reasons. I'm leaning on a report I think I heard about some kind of tanks that were over by the stables, I think maybe that's why we're not allowed to get in, but, you know, I just don't want to stress them out any more than they're already stressed.
Okay, so you're just going to wait it out?
Wait it out and see what happens. You know, the moment I go in, if I do go in, I want to go in with a car so we can pull things out. Just to walk in and check on our house is almost useless.
Got it. Okay, Warren, I'm so glad to hear that your house is okay too. You can see some people just trying to walk across the street. A lot of people just wanting to know what the condition is of their home and also just pick up just some basic necessities, because when those evacuation orders came through, people did not have a lot of time here to get out. So a lot of people didn't really get to bring much with them. But the sheriff deputy's having this similar conversation with a lot of people trying to come through that are just trying to get back. Some people don't even know the condition of their home too, which can be very, very frightening. So obviously a very tricky situation. Understandable that you want to be safe, but tough for a lot of people that have already experienced so much this week. Back to you guys.
All right, Amanda, thank you for that. And you know, we have been keeping an eye on that fire that broke out on Mount Wilson earlier this hour.
Assignment Manager Mark Liu is live at the desk with an update on this, Mark.
Yeah, the Eaton fire is still burning very, very close to the Mount Wilson transmission complex, but there may be some hope on the horizon, not from water dropping aircraft or hand crews in the area, but by a simple thing that the property of the Mount Wilson team up there did before the fire, and that's brush clearance. There was some defensible space, and it looks like that may make all of the difference. Now, let me take you out to some live pictures from our Mount Wilson camera. Just for some context, there is a very large transmission and receive site complex here on the top of Mount Wilson, which is north of Sierra Madre and Altadena in the mountains. It is basically the home of virtually every television station in Southern California's transmission tower for both satellite and over-the-air broadcasting. And there is also an observatory up there. But what we're looking at here is our camera that is on top of Mount Wilson. We normally use this camera every day to show you beautiful pictures of the Southern California skyline or in our weather reports. But right now you are seeing what is basically coverage of smoke and fire of the northern flank of the Eaton fire as it approaches Mount Wilson. Now, I want to show you some video from just a short time ago of one of the Phos-Chek drops that happened up there. You can see there were Phos-Chek dropping aircraft in the area, and they're going to see another one here. These are U.S. Forest Service aircraft that are dropping Phos-Chek on a little bit further down, about maybe 5 to 10 miles to the east of the Mount Wilson complex. And this is looking in the other direction. This is looking west towards Pacific Palisades and the ocean. You can see the fire, how close it got, and the vegetation that was burning. There's really two complexes here. The KCBS transmission tower is where this camera is, and then those towers you see in the distance, that's called the weather vane facility. That's where multiple other transmission towers are, including a KCAL transmitter that's both owned by us. I was actually just speaking with the general manager of KCBS KCAL. He came down here to visit me to tell me that he is working in the trenches just like all the rest of the people in the newsroom on this situation. And the tower, the KCBS tower that this camera is attached to, is about 850 feet tall, and you can barely make out in this picture the cables that keep it upright. If a worst case scenario, the KCBS tower here ends up falling, the backup tower for KCAL TV would take over that signal. It would have to be a catastrophic loss of the entire Mount Wilson complex to knock multiple TV stations off the air. But these are live pictures you can see here of the very large smoke plume coming up off the top of the Mount Wilson area. And there is a bit of bad news. The weather, the wind that is running over the top of this mountain range here has made it impossible for those Phos-Chek dropping aircraft to continue operating in the area. I just checked the radar. They're all gone. So there is really no aerial assault going on here in the Mount Wilson area. Give you a better picture of where this is. If you can come out to my screen, I'm going to show you. This is the Eaton fire. We've been looking at this map all morning, and I'm going to zoom in here and show you Mount Wilson. You see is listed right here, and the camera that we were just looking at is essentially at this facility right here. We were looking this way and then also this way, and the fire is running up the mountain from the south. Now that tower complex that you saw with all those other antenna, that's over here. We have not yet seen fire approaching it, but it is very clear based on the northern flank of the Eaton fire that the fire is now running up towards this ridge here. And if I zoom out even further, you're going to see just how much mountain is between the next populated area. There's really nothing in the Angeles National Forest. It's got about 20 miles of rugged terrain. And I have a feeling that this fire is going to continue to burn deeper and deeper as it passes Mount Wilson. Going back out live to RM1, if we can, Director, you can see that while the fire is still in the area, it looks like it has been stopped because all of the vegetation leading up to Mount Wilson has now burned, and then there's nothing else for it to burn. It did not get to that sensitive electronic equipment. So hopefully we are seeing a bit of good news here. As you can see, this is the rest of the KCBS complex up here. Does not appear to be damaged. The tower also remains upright, and it's again, the property management team up there says they have conducted a very strict brush clearance that keeps the vegetation at least a good 20 feet away or more from that equipment. And that means that that vegetation burned and then it didn't reach that broadcasting equipment up there. So that might be a real good sign that we're looking at. Amy?
So
Rachel?
important, Mark, for so many people who are relying on reports to know about evacuation orders and what's really happening with these fires. So it's so important that this equipment has been saved. And it is also really nice to see that blue sky because you know that things are clearing up a bit.
You know, Amy, Mark, I was thinking when you were talking, Mark, the importance of brush clearance. We always hear it from our fire authorities telling homeowners year-round it is important to have your brush clearance around your homes. And in this case, it's certainly proved to be beneficial. So great to hear that. And hopefully they put this fire out soon.
Yeah.
All right, moving on here. Some cars that were abandoned during an evacuation in the Palisades. You may remember we brought you those images.
Yes.
This was on the first day of the fire, and those cars are still there.
Yeah, it was really unprecedented, Rachel. You know, seeing this, hearing this, these people walking down the street on that first day, and they were saying, we've been told to get out of our cars and walk to the ocean because there was so much gridlock. Officers out there didn't think that they would make it out safely in those cars. Now, our KCAL News reporter, Kevin Coe, went to check on all those cars and if they're still there.
I'm standing on Sunset Boulevard in the evacuation zone for the Palisades fire. And this is the area, as we reported when it first happened, where residents had to ditch their cars, just leave them parked in the middle of the street, and at the instruction of firefighters, run for their lives, all on foot. And as you can see, these cars are still here. But as we've had a little bit more time, and now the sun has come up, you could truly see the level of desperation that some people may have felt here. First, I do want to point out that first responders have created this very narrow path, so fire trucks are able to go down. The direction you're looking right now, that goes down to PCH, right behind me. If you take it all the way up there, that's when you get into those homes, many of which are destroyed and many of which we are going to show you throughout the day as well. I also want to show you one more thing just to highlight kind of the level of desperation here. By the way, we are seeing hoses everywhere. There's cones. And once again, this Subaru, this really stuck out to us. I'm not going to give you the specific number here, but on here, someone left a note. It says, I am with my 99-year-old mother at, leaving an address, leaving her name, and also leaving a phone number as well. The one thing I could tell the owner, the person who owns this Subaru and left this note, I believe her name is Shelly Wagner, your car, it's okay. It's going to be here for quite some time as first responders continue to assess this situation and battle these flames that are still ongoing. But for now, we are seeing slowly some level of activity here. A lot of residents actually coming by to stop down, and they actually stopped us where that closure is. And we got 4 addresses of people who are just desperately asking us to go see if their home was still okay.
I'm sure those folks appreciate hearing this update.
Absolutely.
All right, we want to let you know that the Los Angeles Lakers have postponed tonight's home game against the Charlotte Hornets. In a statement, the team says they are heartbroken for the city and say their thoughts and prayers are with all those impacted. Now, if you had tickets to tonight's game, it will be honored for whenever they reschedule it. And as we've been talking about, strong winds expected to pick back up in the fire zones, including near the Pacific Palisades.
Yes, and while damage assessments are ongoing, preliminary reports show that thousands of structures have been destroyed. A little earlier this morning, we actually saw this home on Lockman Lane burning. This was right across the street from where we heard reports of the first home that was leveled Tuesday morning, right after the fire broke out. Pacific Palisades resident Michael Larson, whose home was also destroyed in the wildfire, is now volunteering at the Red Cross shelter in Westwood.
I've got the means and I've got shelter, a place to stay. So, you know, giving back and helping other people who don't and who are less fortunate, that's what a community is about, right? So that's what we're here to do, support the community.
As Southern California copes with the devastation caused by these fires, many of you want to know how you can help. Well, we want to let you know that KCAL cares, and we are partnering with the Red Cross to assist those in need. Just go to redcross.org/KCAL for more information on how to donate, volunteer, or find shelter. You can also call 1-800-RED-CROSS or text Red Cross to 90999.
You are watching KCAL News at noon. We are simulcasting on CBS Los Angeles and streaming on CBS News Los Angeles. I'm Amy Johnson.
And I'm Rachel Kim. Thank you so much for joining us.
We are continuing our coverage on the wildfires burning in LA County. Let's get you the very latest information. Now, the Palisades fire that is burning in Pacific Palisades and Malibu. We do know that 2 sets of human remains have been found during welfare checks in the area. More than 17,000 acres have burned, and there is still no containment. Now, the number of damaged or destroyed structures, we don't have a specific, but we do know that it is in the thousands, and one of the most destructive natural disasters in the history of Los Angeles.
And let's get to the Eaton fire burning in Altadena and Pasadena. It is still at 10,600 acres, but growth has been significantly stopped. It is 0% contained. Moving forward, the Sheriff's Department will update fatality numbers, but we do know 5 people have died. Parts of the evacuation orders were lifted today. Over 1,000 structures damaged or destroyed. Now, the cause of this fire remains unknown and remains under investigation. In Altadena, some residents are allowed back to survey the loss of their homes.
Yeah, we want to get back to our Jeff Nguyen. He is on Alta Pine Drive. That is just east of Lake Avenue. Jeff?
Well, Amy and Rachel, I want to give you a sense of what folks are doing today as they come home. This family is gathering whatever they can, and out of respect for the Bettis family, I'm not going to touch their belongings, which are now basically artifacts that they have been able to dig out from this wreckage, if you will. Speaking of the Bettis family, I'm going to walk over here and join Carlos so you can give an idea of what he's doing, because he's got his shovel and he's going through the remains of his house, trying to salvage whatever he can. Hey, Carlos, if I may, do I have your permission to walk onto your property, sir? So I'm going to join you a little bit. I'm guessing what I'm standing on right now used to be the roof. Is that right?
Yeah, there's the roof over my daughter's bedroom.
You know, as you mentioned, your daughter's bedroom, I mean, what's it like sifting through what used to be her little sanctuary?
It's kind of shattering, actually. I mean, I'm so used to recognizing everything of hers. She's only 12, and so most of everything that she has is something that we've either given her or been around when she's received it. And now to go through and you can see it's just ash and clutter and dirt, and everything is just kind of monochromatic.
You know, right behind us, when we look through what you refer to as being monochromatic, I can see your pool right there, and I'm guessing that's also a symbol of some of the memories that you and your family created in this backyard.
Yeah, actually, one of the things we first fell in love with when we saw this house was the view from the second floor onto the backyard with that spectacular tree and the pool and just the vista. And right now it looks terrifying and apocalyptic, but on any other day it was just this beautiful view of where we live, and then we have the mountains on the other side. And so yeah, we had so many incredible memories with the pool. And I got here and I looked down at the pool full of water, and I mean the irony of it is inescapable. Like, there's all this water and then it was useless.
And from the looks of your property, I mean, it seems like you did everything right. You had all the clearance behind your house and around your home, but nonetheless the fire just swept through here.
Yeah, when we were leaving, we could see it surging on the ridge over there above Avison, the school where my daughter went to for elementary school. It got destroyed. And when I came back the first time, I actually saw what was basically like sheets of embers just flying everywhere across the street and in the driveway, and it looked impossible. And I think that there was just no way for anybody to prevent this. Yeah.
You and your family left Tuesday night when the fire broke out.
Yeah, that's correct, at about 8:15.
Can you kind of share with us, what happened that night, the decision process, and what you were able to gather?
Sure. So around 8 o'clock, my neighbor next door, Chris, knocked on our door, and he wanted to tell us about the fire, which we'd already gotten the alert to. So I walked down to the end of our driveway, looked at the fire, immediately thought about some friends of ours who live really close to that. So I jumped in the car to drive to their house to make sure they knew and to see if they needed anything. They were already on their way out. They packed their car. They'd lost power. And at the moment when I saw it, there were so many fire trucks, so much emergency equipment there that I actually thought, oh, this will be okay, despite the wind that we were feeling. By the time I got back to the house, my wife and my kids were already packed in the car because they'd been getting the alerts and they were terrified, understandably. And so we kind of loaded up quickly. I think our belief at the moment was that this was only going to be for a night or two. We really didn't think that this evacuation was going to be this profound. And so then we spent that night at a school. A friend of ours works at a private school, and she was able to get us access to it. Her house was also in an evacuation zone along with another friend. And so we all took refuge at the school. We've been sleeping there for the last couple nights.
I talked to another neighbor who said he just got out with the clothes on his back, and so important documents, baby pictures, social security cards, all that stuff gone. What's the situation with your family? Were you at least able to get photo albums or baby pictures or birth certificates?
No, literally the same. It was just so immediate. It's kind of comical. The shoes I'm wearing are the worst shoes for something like this. And normally I'm a kind of person who's very prepared and likes to go into situations, do it with all the right equipment. Actually, all my equipment is up there and burnt. And so I didn't even have the right shoes to leave because I just firmly believed we'd be back.
You just left with your clogs?
Yeah, that's it.
In terms of digging through your daughter's bedroom, was that a deliberate choice to start here and perhaps find something to help comfort your daughter? Is that why, or is that's just the closest spot that you can get to for the time being?
It's a bit of both. I think it's the safest spot. There's some little gas leaks down there, and I want to avoid those. And there's some embers underneath that I noticed. And I also was really hoping, I don't know how realistic it is, that I might just come across something shimmery. So my daughter had a little jewelry box that she got over Christmas that she really loved and filled it with all her jewelry. And so I thought maybe I could find some of that because I know where it would be. It would be underneath this ash. But so far, no luck. But yeah.
I can certainly empathize with you trying your best to find some sort of comfort for your daughter. Speaking of which, I mean, how is your wife, or how are your wife and your kids, how are they holding up during this time?
I think we're all in shock. It kind of hits us in waves. This morning I woke up and the reality of it all just seemed to overwhelm me, and I just sat there in a stupor for a little while before I could really function. My daughter, I'm not going to let her see this because I don't think it would help her. My wife, when she was in college, lived in a building that burnt, and she lost everything once before. And as we were leaving, she just turned to me and said, I can't have that happen again. And to see it happen again, it's just, yeah, it's kind of devastating. And over there's a whole wall where I used to collect books. Maybe I could say I still do, hopefully, and I had about 4,000 books in the house. And so they're all just completely gone.
Yeah, as a lover of books, I can completely empathize with what you're talking about. In terms of, I don't know, shielding your daughter or shielding your wife from all of this, I mean, what's your plan to kind of blunt some of the heartache for them?
Well, sadly, her school is destroyed. So she doesn't have that community to lean into when things start to normalize, and so I don't know how that's going to play out. I had one of my very, very good friends from college messaged me this morning and told me that his family house that he grew up in, nobody's living in it right now, and it's in Connecticut, and he offered it to us. And we're thinking that right now we could literally just get in that car and drive anywhere or go anywhere because we have nothing to take with us. And so I think part of what we're thinking is where we could go just to get away from the trauma and rebuild a bit, and then come back and reconnect with everybody that we love out here. We have such a strong community. We don't want to leave it, but I think that for our mental health, we kind of have to go just reset ourselves somewhere.
You know, I think it's cliched or colloquial, depending upon how you look at it, but a home is the symbol of the American dream. And I don't know, was this the first home you owned, or for you, you know, what's the meaning behind this home for you?
This was the first home that my wife and I ever came home to, where we both would walk inside and just say, we love it here so much. We love the community. We love the feeling of walking into the house. We love the light in the living room. We love the silence of the bedroom. So in many ways, this was like a dream space to be in. And even just the location, for people who've never been here before, it's a spectacularly beautiful area, but it's so vulnerable. And I think now we're getting to experience just how vulnerable and brutal it can be too.
Well, I'm certainly sorry to hear that you're considering moving away, and I thank you for being so gracious to us. And after hearing that, I think the best thing for me to do is to just give you some space and give you a little bit of a break. So thank you for sharing those thoughts and emotions, and I know they're very raw right now, and it's so gracious of you, so thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, Carlos. So if I may, why don't I just give Carlos some space, and if I may, I just send it right back to you on the anchor desk.
All right, Jeff, thank you. And, you know, we keep going back and forth, 2 huge fires, from the Eaton fire back to the Palisades fire.
Right now, let's go to our Michelle Geely, who is live on PCH at Will Rogers State Beach. Michelle.
There is a home burning on the hillside behind me here. You can see black smoke just within the last couple of minutes. It turned to this. We saw raging flames for the past, say, 10 minutes or so. And the super scoopers, it's an amazing shot to see the 2 of them in tandem flying over the Pacific Ocean, then dipping into the water, picking up that ocean water and flying back into the hillsides to put out fires there. We just arrived in the Pacific Palisades, and when you look out to the ocean, it is a beautiful sight. Really such a contrast to what we see across the street here. Behind me is Tahitian Terrace, and when you look up into the hill here, onto the hillside, you can see just how many homes are lost. Now, we bumped into a gentleman by the name of Alex Cole, and Alex, I'm going to invite you in here. Alex has been walking this morning from Santa Monica. He lives in Malibu, right next to Moon Shadows. He has not been home since the fire broke out here on Tuesday. And Alex, you tell me that you are headed on foot to your house. You think it may be there?
Yes. So we saw some video yesterday, potentially, that the house is still standing. There was a pocket of 6 homes that were standing, and we're thinking that ours is one of those homes. Everything to the left is burned, everything to the right is burned. So I hope last night it didn't burn, but we're hoping that it's still there.
So tell me about Tuesday. You say that you have not been home since then. You were at work in Studio City when the fire broke out, and you obviously couldn't get back in.
Correct. So I was at work. I found out about the fire. I couldn't get in, so I was trying to get in yesterday, couldn't get in. Tried to come in today, couldn't get in. So I wound up parking my car in Santa Monica and been on foot with my brother trying to make it to the house, and maybe we're hoping for an escort, but so far no luck. We're just walking, and we got to see if it's still there.
Okay, here is one of the super scoopers. We'll see if Tim can grab a shot of it coming over the ridge there. They're just back and forth into the ocean, and that must give you some hope to know that there is an active firefighting going on right now today as we see even more homes burning.
Yes, we love this. We wish we had more of those, but we love what's going on, and I see a lot of, we've probably been walking for about 3 hours, and I see a lot of fire trucks from all kind of counties, different departments, and Northern California, Phoenix, Vegas, everywhere, all over. And there's hundreds of people, hundreds of police, and I saw dozens of trucks. So I'm happy with what I'm seeing, and I have hope that the house is going to be in good shape and standing.
So we know that you're about 4 doors north of Moon Shadows, and as we reported yesterday, unfortunately, Moon Shadows is one of the many places that was lost, but you have hope to believe, based on video that you've seen, that there are a few houses there that are standing, including yours and some of your neighbors. Have you spoken to anybody who lives near you?
So I spoke to both my neighbors, one to the left and one to the right of me. I shared the video that I saw online yesterday, which looks like our homes are still standing, but nobody got confirmation that it is. So we said whoever knows first will let the other know. But we're all praying that our houses are still standing.
Living right there on the ocean, and you've been there about 5 years, you said, did you ever dream that your house, I mean, so many people who are right there on the ocean never thought that theirs might be taken down in a fire like this, because you don't live in the hills with a lot of vegetation and all that, but with winds like this.
Never would I thought that would be this type of situation. It's just horrible, especially we're oceanfront. I have no idea how the fire jumped and got into Moon Shadows and burned it down. It's just horrible. It's been there for so many years. I mean, I go there a couple of times a week. It's horrible to see it go, and I feel bad for all the people that lost their homes, and I'm hoping I'm not one of them, but you know, I gotta be prepared for the worst.
Well, Alex, I hope you get some good news, and I thank you so much for talking to us.
Appreciate you
Thank
guys.
you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, you guys, the fire continues to burn up there on the hillside behind me. We haven't seen the super scoopers dropping in that area. It seems like they're going deeper into the hills. And just to point out, the air quality, as you know, is so bad today. Most people are wearing masks, and the other thing that we're noticing is more and more people coming in on bicycles, on Lime bikes, on Lime scooters. They're trying to make their way into the area to get answers. People are desperate to find out whether their homes are standing. So people know that they cannot necessarily get their cars past these roadblocks, so they're trying to use other means to get inside here to try and find out whether they have anything left. That's the latest live in Pacific Palisades. I'm Michelle Gili. Back to you.
We can certainly understand all of those folks' frustration out there. Michelle Gili, thank you so much.
All right, we want to get back to the Eaton fire now. Our Joy Benedict is live in Sierra Madre at, I guess, Star Touch and Carriage Drive. Joy, this is a residential street.
Yes, this is a neighborhood. We are very close to the hillside right now, where the Eaton fire continues to burn up in the hillside. But I want to show you this street. As we mentioned, this is Star Touch Street. We have several homes that are unfortunately gone here on this street, probably about 4 or 5 that I see on the south side of the roadway. If you want to take a look at all of these homes, as you go across the street here closer to Carriage Drive, we also have a home that is burned, and that seemed to be the last one, as the rest of them here, as you're heading in the westbound direction, seem to be still standing. And that is really good news, especially for Bernard and Lucy, who live here right on the corner. They lost one home directly to the east of their home, but the one on the west, and their home is still standing. And hi, thank you so much for taking a second to chat with us. How are you guys doing?
We're incredibly lucky. We're incredibly grateful. We could tell when we got here yesterday morning that, in fact, firefighters really did an awesome job of fighting back flames from the east side, because we could see their hoses. They'd used our hoses, and that was the side that took out our fence, and unfortunately our neighbor lost their home. But we think that by mitigating, by the fact that we had luckily taken down big pines on that side, big hedge this last year, probably saved us from that side. And also the fact that, we really try our best to have the right kind of plant material on our yards to be somewhat fire resistant. But boy, we are just by the grace of God. That's it.
I mean, really, that seems what it is for so many here in this community. By the grace of God, one stands and one does not.
I do think that, if we, and also, the possibility about this power transformer line up here, it might have went off, probably flamed up our palm trees and might have caused all the brush to burn on the back side of our hillside. We had a lot of shrub on that side that went all off, but we have a pool, so there was probably some fire break. So fortunately, our home is good.
Now, let me ask you this. You guys did evacuate on Tuesday night. What did it look like when you were leaving, and why did you make that choice?
Well, we'd heard the news that there was a fire in Eaton Canyon, and that was at about 7 o'clock, 7:15. Walked outside, and I could see from standing on the sidewalk, fire going up the mountain ridge and red sky. And I've lived here long enough that when it looks that close, it's time to evacuate. We quickly packed up and we were out of here by about 7:30 so that was within an hour, and it was gusty winds, true firestorm, debris flying every which way, people starting to exit, people coming to be parking up along here, just looking and, trying to film with their cameras, just trying to look at the mountains and the fire. But
you didn't want to risk it.
No, and plus we had to go to evacuate and also try to come back, and we did come back to get another vehicle. This is my parents' home, so we had 3 vehicles to have to manage, and so we were fortunate to get back in and get back out again. And we're so lucky. We have family nearby in San Marino, so that's where we've been evacuated to, and we are here today, but we didn't learn about the condition of our home until early yesterday morning. And
looking around you, the ones across the street have burned, the ones to the
south.
Yeah.
Once we heard on the news that Valley Lights homes had been burning, we thought for sure our homes were lost, because we figured it had come through Star Touch and then onto Valley Lights below. So I was not hopeful, but we were so lucky. We're so heartbroken for our neighbors. These were newlyweds, just bought this home 6 months ago, and I am so sorry that all of these neighbors on this eastern end of our street, homes were just destroyed. Whether it came up from something from below onto their property, hard to say, we don't know. Or
just embers flying in the air, which is what we saw a lot of.
Right. And, we haven't even looked down Michelinda to see how far the loss is. It's just been overwhelming. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad that you guys are both okay, and glad that your house is okay.
We are so grateful. A shout out to the firemen who saved our home, and I am eternally grateful. So, thank you.
I'm glad to have a happy story after so much devastation these last few days. I got to be honest with you. It is nice to come up here and see homes still standing, because a lot of folks, especially in Altadena, don't get that today.
Yeah, right? I grew up in this home since 1970 when my parents bought this home. I bought this home 20 years later, and we've been here for close to 30 years now. So it's been a long time here on the ranch.
Now, you guys don't have power, do you? Or what do you? Yeah, no power. You have water? No water?
We have water.
You're not supposed to drink it?
We're not supposed to drink it, but water came on at about 11 yesterday morning, so we started wetting down everything as we could, because we didn't know with this big gas leak, what could flare up and flame up if something happened.
Well, take the little victory, or the big victory, which is a big home.
I am so much more comfortable today than I was yesterday.
Well,
so
that is good news. Thank you guys so much for sharing your story with us, and hang in there.
Thank you.
Again, it's great to hear the heartwarming stories, as we have just heard so many that are not heartwarming, that are just devastating, and it's not hard to see the devastation right here across the street. But when you have one that is a good one, we're going to call that a win. I'll send it back to you guys.
Certainly, and it is wonderful to be able to share some of those wins. All right, well, making this firefight more difficult, of course, has been the wind.
Yeah, Paul Diano, earlier this morning, we had a brief respite from these powerful winds, but not right now.
Well, I guess we'll call it 3 tiers of wind. We had that crazy, insane tier of wind on Tuesday and Wednesday, 70, 80, 90, 100 miles per hour. Thankfully, that is likely to not come back. Then we went down to last night and early this morning, almost nothing, even less than normal. That would be great if that stayed. It's not. Now we're ramping back up to something in between, where it's going to be breezy to windy. It's going to continue to spread the fires that have already started, but it's not as insane as it was a couple days ago. So we're seeing a number of 30 to 40 mile per hour wind gusts, which is a lot stronger than this morning, but a lot weaker than it was on Tuesday and Wednesday. Those spots are specifically Simi Valley and Camarillo, eastern Ventura County, the Santa Clarita Valley, in the mountains, that's Wrightwood, and also in Riverside. These winds will likely continue to increase throughout the afternoon and the evening. In spots where there's not much wind and there is so much smoke being sent from the San Gabriels right now back toward metro LA County, and the air quality is not just bad, it's horrible in some spots. And frankly, to a level, anything above 150, you shouldn't be spending more than just a couple minutes outside. And we all had those masks from COVID. Maybe you still have some at your house. Grab them, use them for you and your kids. You don't want this stuff in your lungs if you don't have to do it. So Pasadena, Los Angeles, Studio City, and Culver City, the air quality is higher, worse than 150. The lower the number, the better the air quality. The higher the number, the worse the air quality. So we don't want numbers like this. Anything over 150 is considered unhealthy. Long Beach, are almost there. Culver City, Studio City, LA, much of the San Fernando Valley, all of the San Gabriel Valley is within that unhealthy air quality. Let's move forward with the weather story now. Here's what's next, our next weather headlines. The next about 3.5 hours now through 4 o'clock, the winds are slowly ramping up once again. It's still an offshore wind. That's not changing until this weekend. The strongest winds this evening will not be where the current fires are burning, so I guess that's a bit of good news. It will, however, be in the Inland Empire and Orange County. Now, just because you have multiple fires burning, it does not reduce the fire danger in places where there haven't been fires yet. It's not like we hit a maximum and then we're done. Inland Empire, Orange County, you will have critical fire danger this evening and overnight tonight. And even if you take the wind out of the equation, it has been so dry and our vegetation is so tinder dry right now, the fire danger is going to stay elevated till it rains. And it has not rained virtually at all so far this water year. Here's the view, or lack thereof, although honestly it's a little bit better than it was about 30 minutes ago last time we talked, because we can now see the mountains off in the distance. We couldn't 30 minutes ago. So the air quality is still very bad, but perhaps improving a bit because the winds are going up. And as the winds increase, it's going to mix some of that pollution out of the bottom of the atmosphere. Kind of like if you walked along really quickly, you'd see the dust on the ground kind of get stirred up. Well, we want the dust to get stirred up because we want to not breathe as much of this. So bad air quality right there in the San Gabriel Valley and metro downtown Los Angeles. That's where it's at its worst. It's still pretty bad in the San Fernando Valley, southern LA County, markedly better in the Inland Empire and Ventura County because that's where the wind is right now. Your air quality is actually good. Wind advisory now through mid-afternoon tomorrow. These are areas north and west of LA. Winds will gust 30, 40, 45 miles per hour. We're already seeing that. That's going to continue tonight and tomorrow. One tier up is a high wind warning. We talked about Orange County and the Inland Empire. You will get the strongest winds this evening and overnight tonight. Valleys upwards of 60 miles per hour. That's pretty strong. The mountains upwards of 75 miles per hour. That's pretty strong. Any new fire starts in the Inland Empire, the Santa Anas, Metro Orange County, or the San Bernardinos, we could see fire spread rivaling what we saw 2 days ago. So we don't want that to happen. So what can we do? We can be really smart when we're out and about because 98% of fires are not caused by the weather. They get spread by the weather. They're caused by us. So if we don't create a fire, then there's no fire to spread. So let's hope that happens. Red flag warning continues through Friday evening. Last graphic I want to show you guys is that utter lack of rainfall. You have to go back to the mid-1960s, the last time we started off a water year as dry as we have. Since December 1st, we've had 2/100ths of an inch of rain. And guys, there's no rain coming for the next 7 days. So this fire danger thing, I know we're all tired of it. We're going to be talking about it for a while. At least right now, the winds are not that bad as we head into the early afternoon. Back to you.
All right, Paul, thank you. At least 5 people have lost their lives in the Eaton fire, and among them was a grandfather, Rodney Nickerson.
KCAL News reporter Jasmine Veal is live in Altadena to tell us more about him. Jazz.
And Amy, I'm standing in front of his house right now, a home that he bought back in 1968 with just $5. He lived here. His daughters and grandchildren, grew up in this home, and his daughter, Kimiko Nickerson, just arrived. Kimiko, I know this is so hard. Tears are in your eyes. You were telling me about the history, the legacy that Rodney Kent Nickerson leaves behind.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about your dad, and obviously we'll go back to Tuesday night when this firestorm hit.
He's been living here since 1968. This is the house that I came home to as a child, and I've been here my whole life. I don't know anywhere else other than here. Myself and my brother and my son, Chase, and his other grandchildren. This is where we've been our whole life. And my son tried to get him to leave, and my neighbors and myself. And he said he'll be fine. I'll be here when you guys come back. And he said his house would be here. His house is here, and he was here too. He was in his bed when I found him.
I know family members found some bones.
Yeah, we found him bones. His whole body was there, intact.
So sorry. His legacy, his grandfather established Nickerson Gardens in Watts, the largest public housing development in LA.
Yes, ma'am. William Nickerson, my great-great-grandfather, his grandfather, was a founder and owner of Nickerson Gardens in Watts. And then from there, he started Golden State Mutual, which still exists on the corner of Western and Adams. And we've been here. We've been here.
I mean, this is an 83-year-old man who leaves behind 45 years of work at Lockheed Martin.
Yeah, he worked at Lockheed Martin for 45 years. He was a project engineer manager. My mom worked at Lockheed. He started at Lockheed when they were in Burbank, and when they moved to Palmdale, he commuted from here to Palmdale every day until he retired.
Rodney Kent Nickerson, one of, at this point, at least 5 people killed in this firestorm that blew through here Tuesday night. We know cadaver dogs are out there. The sheriff's department actually wouldn't even give a number anymore with the people who died. Another man up the street from here on East Loma, also we're hearing passed away in his home, very close to here. I mean, this neighborhood just wiped out. These homes burned to the ground.
The neighborhood is completely gone. Blocks and blocks and blocks down. And it's just devastating. It's devastating.
It is. It's horrible.
It's horrible.
Your grandson, 25-year-old Chase, was here living with Rodney. Chase said, "I'm out of here at 11 p.m. Tell me what happened."
He just kept telling my dad, "Come on, pack up the car. Papa, come on, let's go." Yeah. And he was like, "I'll be right behind you." And he put some stuff in the car that's still there. And Chase was like, "Papa, we got to go now." And he says, "If I need to go, I'll go. But grandson, I don't need to go right now. But I'll be here."
Chase couldn't convince. I mean, it was just Grandpa's going to stay.
Yeah. And boy, did he stay.
Yeah. You were at work at LAX.
Yes, I work at United Airlines, and they've been very accommodating to me. And my coworkers are very accommodating to me.
I know. Can you... Your mom passed away, I know, a few years ago, and this...
And my dad has been here, continuing on what he's been doing since 1968.
I mean, he wanted to stay in the home that he has lived in for decades.
This is true. And he did just that.
Yeah.
He did just that.
What was the last conversation you had? Was it when he had just told you, "I'll be here tomorrow"?
I'll be here tomorrow. That was the last thing he verbally said to me, was, "I'll be here tomorrow."
And you couldn't do any, I mean, you were far away.
I was far away.
I'm so sorry.
Thank you very much for everything.
Oh, no, and I know we have pictures of your dad we're showing. I mean, him, the life that he had. But it doesn't make it any easier, even at 83 years old. I know across the street, I was speaking to your neighbor yesterday. She was able to get out her 92-year-old father.
Yes, Owen.
But it was difficult. I mean, she said, they're fragile.
He didn't want to go.
Yeah, he didn't want to go.
He didn't want to go. Owen, he's been living here around the same time, 1968. I've known all these people my whole life.
Oh.
They were here before I came.
Oh, yeah. Tell me about the firefight and what you're hearing. I know, as I look around, just seeing these homes that have burned to the ground, and there were, resources that were stretched thin. Water had run dry out of fire hydrants. Did you even imagine that those could be the issues that fire departments would deal with? And this storm, I mean, unprecedented, right? With these
gusts,
85
mile per hour wind gusts, 99 mile per hour. I mean, just, did you ever think that it would come to this?
No, I hiked the trail at Mount Low, and when you get to the top there's artifacts from where the hotel used to be and whatnot, and the information that's at the top, what took that out was a violent windstorm then. They said the winds were over 90 miles an hour, and a fire took that whole hillside out. It's just amazing. My neighbors and I can't grasp how the mountain didn't burn at all, but it came down here and went through the whole neighborhood.
An area that you would think wouldn't be impacted by wildfire, way up in the foothills. And we're still 3 miles from where this fire started in Eaton Canyon.
That's right. And the whole community is gone. The whole community is gone.
Do you think your dad, Rodney, tried to fight the fire at all? I mean, was he even capable of getting out there with the hose or stomping out embers? People were using toilet water to put out the flames. I spoke to someone using Gatorade, almond milk, I mean, because they didn't have the water.
He was out there at about 7 p.m. in the backyard, watering in the backyard and watering a little bit in the front yard. But then after that, because of the smell of the smoke, we all tried to just stay inside or gather what you needed inside to go.
Yeah, and so he probably fought as hard as he could, and then, but he must have gone to bed. It's just heartbreaking.
He went to bed at some point because he's used to getting up at 4 a.m. when he was going to Lockheed. So at some point he went to bed because he was in bed.
And it was text messages, or you couldn't get through to him?
The text messages stopped. After a while, they stopped. The text messages stopped probably at about 11 p.m.
Okay.
At about 11 p.m., the text messages stopped. And the last phone call when I talked to him last was about 9:30, 9:40.
Oh.
And he was walking around with his lantern in the house. Chase and I were talking to him. We were on FaceTime. And he was in there with his lantern, gathering his stuff and putting stuff up. He had just took his medicine. And that was it.
But your son left a few hours after that at 11 p.m.
A few hours
and
after
he's
that.
okay.
Chase is okay.
Okay.
He's okay.
Traumatized, I'm sure.
Very much so.
I'm so sorry.
Very much so. Very much so.
I just thank you for even talking and being this strong. I know it's difficult, and the last thing you want to do is, sometimes talk to reporters, but I'm glad we could share his story.
Thank you.
I just, the more I learn about Rodney and the life that he led, so I appreciate it.
Thank
and
you.
I'm so sorry.
I appreciate you checking in.
Yeah.
And I appreciate you guys showing concern, and I appreciate you wanting to talk about my dad.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Just all these stories that I've heard over the last 2 days, from the Palisades to this Eaton fire, folks who've lost everything, but again, to lose a life, that's the hardest. You see homes that have burned down, but to lose a life, so. Best of luck to your prayers to your family.
I really appreciate it. Check on me, okay?
I will.
Okay.
I will for sure.
All right, thank you.
All right, I'm going to let Kimiko go. She's been talking to detectives who are here with the Sheriff's Department. I should just say deputies have told her that homicide detectives are going to be making their way back here to her father's house. Then the coroner, again, we saw that van just up the street from here, checking out yet another home where we're hearing that another person, I think a man, had passed away, but we're trying to confirm that. We know that you had seniors, the elderly, evacuated, literally rescued out of some senior living facilities on Altadena Drive when this firestorm hit. So many people that they had to get out of the way, but unfortunately, those who did not just had no chance against these flames that came tearing through here. And it's just, yeah, there are no words. We talked about it this morning with some of my colleagues. This entire landscape, this entire place has changed forever. And obviously the lives of the poor Nickerson family changed forever too. And just dealing with so much grief. I'll send it back to you live here on Altapine Drive. Jasmine, KCAL News.
Jasmine, thank you so much for bringing us that interview and allowing Kimiko to share the life and legacy of Rodney Nickerson. Thank you so much.
Such a touching interview. Rachel, maybe you could.
Yeah, very emotional, because I think the story of Mr. Nickerson hits home. He's like our own fathers, our own grandfathers. So when you hear of a life well lived, such as Mr. Nickerson, and the loss of a life, it strikes a chord with us as well. All right. Well, several companies are offering free services to those affected by the fires. From Uber rides to discounted hotel fees, there's a handful of generous assistance being offered. One of those services is for your dogs, and it's by a company called Dogtopia. Right now, we are joined by the general manager of Dogtopia of East Pasadena, Michaela Morris. Hi, Michaela. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hi, nice. Thank you for having me. Nice to see you guys.
Nice to see you, Michaela. And, you know, talk to us about why your company is offering this service to dog owners.
We just understand how hard it is already with, the possibility of losing your house or fully losing your house, and being able to find a place for you to stay is already hard, let alone finding a place for your pup to stay as well. We are on the south side of right where the evacuation zone is, and a lot of our clients are living in Pasadena, Altadena. Our staff lives up there. My personal friends and family live up there. So it's also hitting very close to home for us of knowing that there are so many people and families at risk, and not being sure where you're going to go, but trying to figure out whether you have a 5-pound dog or a 100-pound dog, that's not an easy feat. So trying to help where we can. We have plenty of space still. We're offering 3 free days of overnight stay and discounted rates for anything that the pups need to stay longer than that for anybody who comes in. As long as the pups are vaccinated or spayed, they can be in our open play group. We'll do a quick little meet and greet to see if they can play with the other dogs and be in that environment. And if not, we also have space for the ones who may not be fixed, so may not be neutered or spayed, and may not be up to date on vaccines. We have services where they'll just be getting private potty breaks and some playtime with some humans in the meantime to give them somewhere to be at least.
And why is it so important to you personally to do this and to help these folks?
I in terms of Pasadena, I've lived here my whole life, so that in terms of helping the community is a big part. But I just know, I was talking to some of my staff yesterday, if I had received the evacuation order, the first thing I would do would be grab my dog and go. But I know even just when you're looking on vacation, it's hard to find somewhere where it will take your dog and where you can be. And so I want to give owners a peace of mind, some pet parents a peace of mind, just to know that their dog's taken care of. We have webcams, we have food, we have clean water for the pups. We have staff that love and is going to put as much as they can into the dogs. So being able to give someone peace of mind that while they're figuring what's going on with them, that their dog is taken care of at least.
Yeah, absolutely. Michaela, tell us what's going on right now in your community over there in East Pasadena. What are you hearing from residents and neighbors? Are people in need right now?
People are definitely in need. It seems like right now we're in an area of just trying to assess what's going on, who needs what, where everybody is. I just stopped by Pasadena Humane Society about an hour ago to see if there was anything us as Dogtopia can help Pasadena Humane. There's lots of donations happening there. I would encourage anybody who has the space or has the capability to help Pasadena Humane. They have a huge influx of dogs. We are happy to, if you haven't dropped your dog off somewhere and need to, you're welcome to bring them to us since we have a little bit more space available than Pasadena does. Donations are really important. Food, water, especially we just all got a notice about making sure that we're not drinking tap water. So if you guys bring water to places, that's really helpful. But the need is definitely there. Finding a way to help people out, just reaching out and calling, we'll redirect you if it's not something we personally need. But we know of people in the area who do need it.
And Michaela, if people do need your help, how can they reach out to you?
You guys can give us a call. Our phone number is 626-778-0008. We will be here all day. We will close around 7 p.m. So anytime before that, we're happy to take your pup in. Our front desk will be on the phone, so will I. So feel free to reach out and we will be here waiting for you.
Michaela, you know, I've been over there as well, covering a different story completely, but we stopped in to interview them, and it's a wonderful facility. So thank you for what you guys are doing at Dogtopia, Michaela.
Thank you for having us.
All right.
Absolutely. And we have been keeping a really close eye on that fire that started to burn up near Mount Wilson earlier this morning.
Yeah, assignment manager Mark Liu is live at the desk with an update on this, Mark.
Yeah, so I've been tracking the fight to save the Mount Wilson broadcasting complex. It's a series of very important radio and television transmission towers at the top of Mount Wilson, which is north of Altadena and Sierra Madre. And in the last hour or so, the northern flank of the Eaton fire had been approaching that very very important broadcasting complex, and the flames were threatening to destroy the entire complex. The aerial attack had to stop because of high winds, and I thought that the entire place would be abandoned, but just a few minutes ago, our live camera, what you're seeing here, saw the arrival of multiple hand crews in the area, and you will never guess where they are from. Now, it's very hard to see them, but multiple fire apparatus were just up there. You can sort of see them coming through the smoke right there at the center of your screen. This live camera is being remotely operated by our transmission operator, Fernando Burris, in our transmission room here in the studio. But you can see there are multiple fire units up there. And as I saw them coming up, I wondered if they were U.S. Forest Service or if they were L.A. County Fire. Well, between Fernando and I, we were able to zoom in on one of those trucks, and the side, Amy and Rachel, says Placer County Fire, which gave me pause for a second because I had to remember where that was, and it's in Sacramento. Placer County is in the Sacramento area, which means that the fire crews, at least some of them, are from one of those outside agencies that have been called in by the governor to help assist our beleaguered fire crews. This crew that is up there now working to save the Mount Wilson transmission complex drove 350 miles to Southern California and are now working in very dangerous conditions on a very narrow road. There, as the smoke clears, you can see all of these fire crews up there. That truck you see on the right side of your screen, that's the Placer County Fire truck that is now, we saw some firefighters get out and get up into the mountain area. Now, I've got some video that I want to show you, if Director Amy can cue it up, of what this firefight looked like about 30 minutes ago. This was when those Phosphcheck dropping aircraft were still in the area. I believe that's a Grumman S-2 that's operated by the Forest Service, dropping lines of Phosphcheck about 3 to 5 miles to the east of where the fire was approaching. This is the northern flank of the Eaton fire, which has now moved closer to Mount Wilson, and you can see the flames were coming right up to where our live camera is. This live camera we usually use to show very beautiful shots of the Southern California skyline or during weather reports. But today we're using it to see these approaching flames. And right behind this camera is an 850-foot tall transmission tower that we use to send our signal from KCAL and KCBS out over the air to people in Southern California that still receive our broadcast on rabbit ears, on antenna on the back of their televisions. This transmission also goes to satellite companies, but not to cable companies. That actually comes directly from our newsroom. So we were worried when we saw these flames that it could cause some substantial damage to our broadcast tower and actually kill the signal that was going out to Southern California residents over the air. Our general manager of KCBS KCAL actually came down and said he had talked to the property directors here. If the tower did collapse, we have a second tower on that complex that you see in the upper left-hand side of your screen. That's called the Weather Vane Complex, where the KCAL tower is over there. We would be sending our signal out from over there. But just in the last few minutes, this fire has approached both sides of the Mount Wilson complex. And I'm going to give you a look here on my screen about where this firefight is taking place. If you can come out, Director Amy, to my screen, I'm going to show you on the map where this actually is, if we can do that, because it's north of the Eaton fire. Now, we've looked at this map several times today. This bright orange area is the last recorded footprint of the Eaton fire. But here, basically to the north, is where the fire has now gotten. And that camera that we were just looking at, it's right there. It has been looking in this direction and this direction. And all those towers you saw on the upper left-hand side of your screen, that's it over there. So we now know that the fire from Eaton has now approached all the way up here and is approaching and continuing to burn to the north. I'm going to zoom out a little bit more to give you another perspective to show you just how far the fire has come since the last footprint was recorded. It's at least several miles. And then, of course, it is still continuing to loop around this way and has a lot of forests and mountains to burn before it reaches the Lancaster-Palmdale area. But the good news is I did see on the radar there are 2 Sikorsky Firehawks now doing water drops in the area as well, coming back out live here to me. There was some concern that the wind was just going to be too heavy and too strong for aircraft to fly, but it looks like there are some brave pilots up there doing water drops to try and save that Mount Wilson broadcast complex. Amy, Rachel, send it back to you.
Mark, it's so interesting to see the path, the trajectory of this fire reaching up to the towers over there. But thank goodness there is mutual aid, like you said, and thank goodness for that brush clearance. Yep. All right, Mark, thank you. Many residents returning to their properties today to survey the damage.
Yes, KCAL's Rena Nakano is live with a look at the devastation from the Palisades fire at the Pacific Palisades Bowl Mobile Estates. Rena, we can see behind you more of the devastation.
Yeah, I mean, some neighborhoods, there are some homes that survived. Maybe a couple just were lucky enough to dodge the kind of the way the fire moved. But this neighborhood, unfortunately, is completely decimated. Assad, if you could just pan over this way. This is the top of the neighborhood, and if you see down the hill, it's kind of like a triangle-shaped mobile home park. Every single lot has been burned to the ground. And we are talking now with Curtis because you've lived here for almost 10 years, and it was supposed to be a very, very exciting final payment for that lot. Tell me about that.
Well, they called me and said, "Do you want to extend your loan?" And I laughed and I said, "Oh, I owe you $500 on this," and it's paid off. But it was nice of them to call and offer. So everybody's reached out to help by insurance companies all over it. I saw CAL FIRE here inspecting, so that's a good thing. Hopefully they can come in, report to FEMA, get Cal Recycling in here and clean all this up and get everybody moved back in, hopefully.
I mean, you are kind of the most chipper person that I've talked to all day, yesterday and today. And is it because maybe you've kind of taken it in and tried to move on a little bit?
Well, that's all you can do is move on. You can't live in the past. You got to take and make the best of this, you know, and you just got to move forward. And like I say, nobody's dropping bombs on us. So it's not a war zone. It's just a tragedy. You know, it's Mother Nature, and we're in the way of Mother Nature. And
I mean, I saw you hugging so many of your neighbors and friends that are also doing the same thing.
It's a tight community. Yeah. We're all tight. So, and it's very destructive not getting to see everybody every day again. You know.
And you have a place to stay, thankfully.
Yeah, my sister lives in Culver City, and stay with her.
One interesting thing you've been telling everyone is the fact that though everything has burned to the ground, your tough shed survived. Tell us about that when you discovered that.
It's a VersaTube shed, and it was custom made, and man, that thing's still standing. Yeah. I mean, it was a hot box because everything inside it melted, but it's one of the only structures other than the decks, which you see standing up on the hill from the two-story trailers.
Well, Curtis, thank you so much. We are so encouraged by your positivity, hoping that rubs off on many of your neighbors. So yeah. All right, Assad, we see many of these people are, you know, trying to find whatever they can to salvage whatever. But at the same time, let's kind of head over this way because this is where another resident, Barry, told us the fire kind of climbed up. So as we walk onto many of these lots, we see just mangled pieces of metal. We see a classic car here. We see regular cars over here and washing machines and ovens and things. But now I have here Barry joining us. Barry, you've lived in this neighborhood for quite a while as well, right?
For a while. Let me show you, because what I'm really interested in is doing something constructive. Okay. I know, and my whole life I've been a fire supporter, but this time they really dropped the ball. I'm only talking about for us at this park. It started here. Do you want to come over and see where it started? Yeah,
sure.
All right.
Go through my place. So you said that it started on Tuesday and you were here with a couple of your neighbors and you were trying to hose down as much as possible.
There, and my friend Sally's spot is here. So we were both had hoses at the back for the longest time, and hour and 15 minutes I went down to the highway and it was still just right here in this little stretch. It came and we were fighting it off the back of this trailer right here. And so I see a truck. I finally got a truck up here. They didn't, never mind. I got them up here and they had 5 minutes of water. That's an hour and 15 minutes later. If we had one truck that had some water, this whole park was safe, because here is the spot where it started. I was here. So, and so 5 minutes of water, and then it went from here to there, and so forth and so on. But
just burned down the entire community.
Yeah, that's right. But this one little spot, you park a fire truck right there. I don't know. So I'm pretty That's what happened. I don't know, I could go on and on, but.
All right, well, Barry, thank you so much for giving us your recollection of things that happened here. Again, it's such a tragedy when, you know, Barry and other residents say, oh man, if there were more resources, if there was more time, if there's so many woulda, shoulda, couldas in tragedies like this. And unfortunately, because of unknown circumstances, this is what we are down to, just a mangled mess here at the Pacific Palisades Bowl Mobile Home Park. I will send it back to you guys.
It's just tough to see so much. The whole community's just gone over and over again, and we just don't get numb to it.
Yeah, when you look at that devastation, you always have to think that was somebody's life, somebody's memories, someone's lifetime experiences. So, you know, you can't help but relate as a human being to those.
Exactly. Well, people are really going to great lengths to try and save their homes.
Yeah, reporter Katie Nielsen found neighbors in Altadena forming what's called a bucket brigade to put out a fire.
Ready? Yeah. Let's keep it pushing. Let's keep it pushing.
Dragging garbage cans full of water to their house. That's what Jose Olivero and his brother Gennaro did all night.
I decided to stay with my wife to save my house, and I didn't.
They created their own bucket brigade using water they got from the hydrants when they were still working and a garden hose from the neighbor's house.
Let's go, let's go.
But it wasn't long before they saw smoke coming from a house down the street, and the bucket brigade sprang back into action, loading a wheelbarrow full of water from the garbage cans and pushing it to where they saw the smoke. Another person was able to flag down a passing engine, and firefighters from LA County were able to assess the situation.
We're going to come back. We ran out of water, so we're going to the hydrant. And we'll come back to this house, okay?
A few minutes later, after filling the 500-gallon tank on their engine, the crew was able to put out the fire in a tree behind the garage.
There was fire here, so we didn't want it to, you know, catch the whole structure on fire. So might as well put it out now and wait, right?
How much is water an issue right now for you guys?
It's a little bit of a issue right now. Everything north of here, there's just in the hydrants, they're all dry. So we got to head a little bit south, which is kind of alarming. So we'll be doing something like this, and we might run out of water, and we got to leave and come back or try and get another rig there with water. So it's a little bit of an issue.
Wow. And, you know, the smoke is traveling across Southern California, and air quality is a big concern right now.
And we are urging people to stay indoors. But if you do have to be outside, here are some precautions you can take.
Every breath you take, you're inhaling that environment. And so you want to reduce the burden of particles that you're inhaling. So if you're going to be outside for a significant amount of time, you do want to wear a mask. Now, there's a surgical mask. There are N95 masks. If you wear a surgical mask, you're going to reduce that burden by 20%. If you wear an N95 mask, you're going to reduce that burden by about 80% in terms of the particles. You also want to cover your skin and also protect your eyes, because there are all kinds of molecules that are floating around in the air, different liquids, different solids, different gases that have a significant impact on your health.
Now, some other things that you can actually do to stay safe from the poor air quality is to be sure to check your air filters. Dirty ones make matters worse, and high efficiency ones really make a big difference. And be sure not to burn candles or use incense indoors, and be sure to use a flashlight or a headlamp instead. And finally, keep your pets inside because the smoke is toxic to them as well.
Important for us all to remember. Now, a homeowner in the Pacific Palisades lost everything: his home, his business, and his car.
Yes, but his mother's house survived the fire, and now he's helping his mom keep the home safe. He shows our reporter Kevin Coe how he's doing that without power or water.
I just met this gentleman named Patrick. Patrick, I met you when you were in front of this home here with this bucket.
Yeah, it's my mom's home. I got up here, got through the police lines earlier today, had a friend that helped me out, and we've kind of been putting out some hot spots in the backyard. As you can see, all the pool fences burned, all the front vegetation, but luckily the house is intact. And we were actually worried because I had been up here yesterday about 9 o'clock in the morning. All that vegetation was on fire, and it was like, and the wind was howling and everything. It was like a firestorm. I couldn't even get past the driveway.
How long has this home been in your name or your family's name?
About 50 years.
50 years?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So my mom and dad have lived there for 50 years.
I just can't imagine how you feel because you're standing here. I'm assuming you're grateful. Somewhat lucky maybe because just your neighbors here. And the way up here, it just looked rough.
Yes. Well, my personal residence was burned down. Another property I owned here in the Palisades was burned down. My office is burned down. One of my cars is burned down. But yes, I'm very excited that because we thought my mom's house was burned, but I'm very excited it's intact. So we're batting 1 for 5, and that in baseball terms is not too bad.
Yeah. Patrick, that kills me.
Yeah.
What's next?
Well, get this place, get the smoke and get it redone and work on this one first, then figure out what the next step is. I've got a couple other developments, get them finished because they'll need to be done, and work on my own, getting everything together.
Yeah. Patrick, thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks, Kevin.
It was great to meet you.
Yeah.
Patrick is one of several people who live here, actually homeowners, who have buckets like this. And a lot of these people, they do have swimming pools, right? This is kind of the only way to be able to get water.
There's no water pressure, no electricity. We are just basically putting out hot spots in the back hill with dirty pool water.
Patrick, thank you again.
Yeah, we were just talking about the bucket brigade.
Yes, exactly. And other people have been doing that as well, and it really is making a difference. Well, now at 1 o'clock, you are watching our continuing coverage of the wildfire disaster in Southern California. I'm Amy Johnson.
And I'm Rachel Kim. We are simulcasting on CBS Los Angeles, also streaming on CBS News Los Angeles.
We want to get you the very latest now. The Palisades fire burning in Pacific Palisades and Malibu. We do know that 2 sets of human remains have been found during welfare checks. We also know that more than 17,000 acres have burned so far with no containment. The damaged or destroyed structures we know are in the thousands, and one of the most destructive natural disasters in the history of Los Angeles.
Now, video from KCAL shows the devastation in the Pacific Palisades. An entire neighborhood burned. This is in the area of Sunset Boulevard and Alma Real Drive. Impacted streets include Fisk Street, Galloway Street, Hartzell Street, Iliff Street, Bashford Street, Kagawa Street, Carey Street, and Embury Street. And now to the Eaton fire burning in Altadena and Pasadena. It is still at 10,600 acres, 0% containment. Moving forward, the Sheriff's Department says that it will update fatality numbers, but we do know 5 people have died. Parts of the evacuation orders were lifted today. Over 1,000 structures damaged or destroyed. The cause of this fire remains unknown and remains under investigation. Now, we have been keeping an eye on the fire that broke out on Mount Wilson earlier this hour.
That's right. This is certainly a very important area as a lot of people get information because of the telecommunications on top of Mount Wilson. Let's check in with our assignment manager, Mark Liu, who is live at the desk with an update for us. Mark.
Yeah, that's right. We've been monitoring this firefight near Mount Wilson, which is basically to the north of Altadena and Sierra Madre. And what we're seeing, and you're going to see live pictures in just a second, is the northern flank of the Eaton fire approaching the peak of Mount Wilson, which, as you had mentioned, is a really important broadcast and transmission site for federal, state, local agencies in Southern California, as well as virtually every TV and radio station in Los Angeles. Now, if Director Amy can go out to RM1, these are live pictures from our tower cam at Mount Wilson, which we normally use to provide you beautiful shots of the Southern California skyline during our weather reports. But right now, you are looking at live pictures of what's called the weather vane complex, which is one of 3 essential complexes on the top of Mount Wilson. One of them, the complex that has our live camera, is the complex number 1. The weather vane complex is number 2. You see that in the center of your screen. And then just beyond it, there's an observatory and scientific complex up there where there is, you can see it right there on the left-hand side of your screen. That is one of the observatory domes on Mount Wilson. Now, just about an hour and 15 minutes ago, northern part of the Eaton fire began to approach this summit. and the flames were intense and threatened to destroy all of the equipment up there. Now, thankfully, this is some video that was shot just about 12:15 this afternoon. You can see these really intense flames and how different this shot looks in terms of how much vegetation is up there. That's all gone now because this fire has swept through this area. And at the time, the winds were so intense that the firefighting aircraft had to leave the area, and there was great fear that there was absolutely no way to save the Mount Wilson complex here at the peak. But good brush clearance that has been maintained up there by the property managers of the Mount Wilson Observatory and the Mount Wilson broadcast towers has ended up meaning that that fire burned all of that vegetation but did not appear to reach any of the buildings or broadcast towers up there. Now, the KCAL and KCBS broadcast towers, certainly the KCBS broadcast tower, it's about 850 feet tall, right behind the camera that you're looking at, that you're looking through right now. This is tape of the vegetation in front of that camera just being consumed by flames. And there was great fear here that this would lead to the destruction of the broadcast tower and all of the equipment up there, which could really hamper communications in Southern California for our firefighters who use this tower and other law enforcement agencies and other state and local agencies that use the towers up there for radio communications, because Mount Wilson is so high above Los Angeles with an unobstructed view of virtually all of the San Fernando and San Gabriel valleys. It's a great place for radio transmitters to be. You can briefly see them on the left side of your screen. Those white round objects, those are radio transmitters, but you can see how close the fire got here to the Mount Wilson Tower. But the tower remains, and so does the camera. Now, to give you a better idea of where this is tactically, I want to bring you out to my map. If you can, Director Amy, come out to my screen. What we're looking at here is all of the major fires in Southern California, but I'm going to zoom in here at the Eaton fire. We've seen this one all morning. And where Mount Wilson is essentially right here. So we know that the footprint of the Eaton fire has progressed all the way through to here. And as I zoom in even further, you're going to see that camera that you were just looking at is essentially right here. And we saw the fire right coming up through this direction. And then over this way was the weather vane complex. All of those tall towers that you saw, that's this complex here. And then the dome of that observatory, that's over in this area over here. As a matter of fact, I think that's the dome right there. So this entire area now under basically a threat of damage and danger from the fire as it continues to loop around here and progress north from Eaton. I want to take a quick look also at the radar. I haven't checked it in a few minutes to see. So it looks like the water dropping aircraft have left the area. There was a group that was circling right here, the Mount Wilson area, but it looks like they have left, which is a good sign. If we can go back to RM1, live pictures from the camera, Director Amy, show us. We did see that there were hand crews from Placer County that are up there. We're looking at them right there. These are crews that have arrived, made the 350-mile trek from the Sacramento area to assist our beleaguered LA County and LA City firefighters in their fight. There's also CAL FIRE hand crews that have made their way up to Mount Wilson in order to do some more brush clearance and hopefully put out any flames that are up there. You can just really sort of make out on the side of that truck. It says Placer County. They have certainly had their share of wildfires in the Sacramento area, and now they are assisting our crews down here in doing the exact same kind of work. I'm going to keep monitoring the Mount Wilson camera and see, but it looks like that firefight may really be going our way, and those firefighters are getting the upper hand, mainly due to some good water drops, some good FOS checks, and brush clearance. 30 feet to 20 feet around all of those important buildings really did stop the fire. That's it here from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
We always hear how important brush clearance is. Thank you so much, Mark.
Definitely makes a difference.
Yeah.
You know, we've been really trying to get closer looks at some of the structures that have been burning throughout both of these fires and along the coast.
That's right. KCAL News reporter Lucelia Caballero shows us the devastation from the Palisades fire in Malibu.
The devastation is just awful here in Malibu. We are near Carbon Canyon Road, and as you can see to my left, you see home after home after home that has just been leveled. There's some chimneys that are up, and obviously framework, metal, and anything that's concrete is still intact, but everything else has been burned to the ground. And it is just a terrible reality, a heartbreaking one. But let's not forget, we are in Malibu, though unrecognizable. Take a look at this. We are on the beach. The waves are crashing over to our right. It is a beautiful area that is just not the Malibu we love and we know. At this time, fire officials still urging people to stay away from evacuation zones. We understand that you really want to know if your home is okay, if anything is salvageable, but at this time, fire officials say it is very much an active firefight, and they want you to stay away. Take a listen at what LAFD fire captain had to say.
Yeah, it's still not safe to come into this area. We still have mandatory evacuations, and there is some of these they have open gas lines. There's a lot of hazards that are in the debris. There's also, we've had people who've been riding their bicycles into there. We've had some injuries from that, and firefighters are still trying to get in here and put fires out. So we don't want that to be hindered.
And you just have to remember that things can change for the worse in a matter of seconds. If an ember blows one way and the wind just picks up, it can be very detrimental and very devastating for so many people. And homes, things are replaceable, but lives are not. And we can see, obviously, such a heartbreaking image that we've been showing you time and time again. The Palisades fire burning more than 17,000 acres, evacuating tens of thousands of people, burning at least 1,000 structures, a lot of them homes. We are talking about a historic fire happening right here in our community in Malibu, in Pacific Palisades. And as heart-wrenching as it is, we have also seen the community coming together, folks doing everything they can to uplift one another, and some even staying put to douse homes and make sure that that fire doesn't spread. But once again, fire officials are saying heed all warnings. If you are told to evacuate, do so. They are saying this for your own safety, so be packed and be ready to go in a moment's notice. As of now, all they're saying is that they are working around the clock to get these multiple fires under control, including the Palisades fire that has been raging on since Tuesday morning. All right, well, what we have to say is we hope that everybody is able to process this. We understand this is a very difficult time. Some of you have seen live as your homes or homes of loved ones, friends, family members have burned. Our hearts go out to you. We are with you. We will continue to keep you informed here on KCAL News on all of our streaming platforms. Reporting in Malibu, Luz Delia Caballero, back to you.
All right, Luz Delia, you know, we keep seeing the images, and you just don't get numb to it, and you know that people's lives have just been turned upside down, and we do know that people have lost their lives in these fires, and so it's just heartbreaking to continue to see.
We echo Luz Delia's sentiments. All of us here feel this devastation, and people here we work with also have been victims of this fire as well. So we certainly empathize with our audience out there.
All right, we want to get back to the Eaton fire now, and our Joy Benedict, who is live in Sierra Madre, I believe in a neighborhood, Hastings Ranch Road. Joy?
That's right. We're on Hastings Ranch Road. Now, this particular road does back up to the hillside where obviously this fire started on Tuesday evening, the Eaton Canyon fire. And you can see that it is the hillside over here, and then the fire quickly came over the hillside, and unfortunately it landed in the backyards of homes like this one right here on Hastings Ranch Road. And unfortunately the home behind us, it is gone. I mean, there is not much left here except a lot of debris and charred appliances and things of that nature. And I'm joined now by the owner of this home, Yara Kianing. Thank you so much for joining us. I can't even imagine what you thought when you pulled up here. When did this the first time that you saw what was gone?
That was, it was very windy since Tuesday morning at 5 o'clock in the morning. There was big cloud white, It was like a cyclone almost, but it was not like a Louisiana, Oklahoma. But it was very, very strong wind. I was looking on the Google, it was saying 5 miles per hour, but that was wrong. It was over 60 miles per hour. So all the leaves is flying. My backyard, it was so clean. And some of the leaves from the palms of my palm drop in the neighbor. And we trying to figure it out how to clean it up, but there was no people at that moment, so we figured it out for the next day to clean it up.
But you didn't get to the next day because then there was an evacuation on Tuesday night. Did you evacuate or did you stay?
I did evacuate a little bit later when the fire come from the west to the east to the south.
Mm-hmm.
And when I saw, just when I was walking with my niece, my dog in the backyard, a little mini Shih Tzu, 5 of them, so I want to help her.
And what did it look like out here? What did it look like out here?
Very, very, very stormy, windy. Yeah, very, very stormy.
Right before you evacuated, though, could you see the fire?
So what happened? Yeah, I walking.
Too close to the lines.
True. When I walking my dogs in the backyard, so I saw a big smoke there in the west side from here, and there was a very strong light. And I was telling my niece, do you see that? And we're looking through the branches between the trees, bigger and bigger. I was so fast, I was so afraid. So I was talking to she was the daughter of my neighbor. She was in the backyard. Yeah, it's crazy. We have to maybe move out.
And so you just grabbed your stuff and left?
Yes.
When did you come back? When did you realize your home was?
Now I have a chill. That's right.
We are having some technical difficulty out there. You know, it's a tough area, a lot of terrain, and a lot of people on cell phones, and so it can really distort the signals. So
hopefully we can get Joy back in a few minutes. But for right now, more than 100,000 people have been evacuated from their homes as a result of these fires, some only given minutes to gather their belongings. So we decided to ask the experts, what should you take if you are called on to leave your homes?
Some of the main things to think about, of course, are medications, any important documents, things like a cell phone charger. But also additionally, if you're evacuating with pets and children, you want to think about their needs too. Your children, bring a special toy, bring their favorite blanket, any medications also they might need along with your pets, a carrier, any special dietary needs and toys. Things like that bring comfort to pets and to children.
As Southern California copes with the devastation caused by the fires, many of you want to know how you can help. Well, we want to let you know KCAL cares, and we are partnering with the Red Cross to assist those in need. Go to redcross.org/KCAL for more information on how to donate, volunteer, or find shelter. You can also call 1-800-RED-CROSS or text Red Cross to 90999.
You know, we've been talking for days about what has made this fight so much more difficult. Of course, it is the wind gust, and unfortunately, they are picking back up.
That's right. After a brief lull this morning, let's check in with KCAL meteorologist Marina Jurica. Marina, you're tracking the conditions. You know, how long are we going to have these powerful winds?
Well, unfortunately, they are starting to gear up again this afternoon, as we knew would happen. And as we move into tonight and tomorrow morning, we are going to see the winds start to gear up again. But of course, in the aftermath of the fires we've already seen, we are dealing with air quality issues that are very substantial. And even though the numbers are getting a little bit better because the winds are picking up, we really don't want the winds to pick up again. But it is improving our air quality right now. Winnetka at 196, so the San Fernando Valley really heading all the way through the foothills of San Gabriel have been around that 250 to 180 number all morning long. Los Angeles at 186, Inglewood 165, Long Beach at 145. So this is unhealthy air quality. From 0 to 150, 150 is the threshold. Anything above 150, we're dealing with very poor air quality. So if you're asthmatic, if you're dealing with any respiratory issues at all, you want to make sure that you are not going outside for any periods of time. Also, a lot of us are getting air purifiers and putting them in our homes. And, you know, I live in the Monrovia area, so it is very bad there as well. So do what you can to stay safe, because the air quality is not going to get any better. So the heaviest of winds right now, you can see, are moving throughout the Santa Clarita Valley, heading down into Simi Valley and Camarillo, anywhere from about 30 to 50 miles per hour. And the air quality is better here because the winds are churning that air. IE, as well as portions of Orange County, winds are anywhere from about 25 to 35 miles per hour. So that's why your air quality is a lot better. But here, where we're not seeing too much winds right now in the teens and single digits, the air quality is stagnant. It just sits there. And so because of that, it creates that very poor air quality all the way from the 210 corridor, San Gabriel Mountains, down into downtown LA. And so that is where the winds are the weakest right now. Looking at Hollywood Hills, you can see that blanket of just the pollution that is sitting on top of us right now. So target spots, of course, from LA heading on up into the 210 corridor. That's where the air quality is the worst. And it's actually in a good range where we are seeing those winds that are blustery. But parts of the Inland Empire, especially as you head into parts of Chino, heading down into Santa Ana, that's where we've got the yellow, and it's starting to pop back up again. But the winds are going to start to kick up. And as we head into really now all the way until 4 o'clock, the winds are going to slowly increase. But the epicenter of the strongest winds, which I'll show you here on our next weather futurecast in just a minute, is going to be in the Inland Empire in Orange County. It doesn't mean that other areas where there are active fires are not going to see the gusty winds. They just won't be as bad as the Inland Empire in Orange County. But remember, 98% of fires are started by us. So you need to be extremely cognizant in the areas around the Inland Empire and Orange County to not do anything. Be aware of your surroundings so that none of these fires do start. So wind or not, though, unfortunately, we just don't see any rain in sight. And until we get the rain, the fire danger is going to stay with us, because we could see another peak of Santa Ana's pushing in for us next week. So let's take a look at our futurecast as we push forward. This is today at about 5, 6 o'clock, and you can definitely see where the winds are strongest. This is up to 50 miles per hour, is in that Orange County area. So from Corona heading into Irvine, Laguna Niguel, Rancho Santa Margarita, and up into the Inland Empire. By about 11:40 tonight, so just before midnight, there it is in the 210 corridor. So remember, winds as they downslope increase, and as they funnel, they get squeezed together, and there is nowhere to go. Think of a rubber band. They just get shoved out. And so that's why during these mountain overpasses throughout the Santa Clarita Valley, also in the 15, pushing it out, it then becomes more emphasized. It gets stronger as it gets pushed out from these mountains and these valley locations. So the 210 corridor, we're looking at 40 to even 60 mile per hour winds in some regions there. And then moving into about 3:15 in the morning tomorrow, things are slowly starting to subside, still in that up to 40, 50 mile per hour range for that same region, bleeding into parts of Ventura County, Simi Valley, and heading on into the San Fernando Valley. But by 4 o'clock tomorrow, things are looking a whole lot better. We're talking about 5 to 10 mile per hour winds across our entire viewing area, which is great. So we got to make it through tonight and into tomorrow morning. And then during the day tomorrow, winds will die down. And it looks like the weekend we're going to have a break, which is going to give those firefighters a fighting chance as we push into Saturday and Sunday. So wind advisory in effect through 2 p.m. tomorrow. This is for a good part of Ventura County and into western LA and County for winds up to 45 miles per hour. And then you up it a notch for the high wind warning, which is now through 6 a.m. tomorrow. And that's for pretty much, like I said, the target zones where the highest, strongest wind gusts will be, which is the Inland Empire, moving down into a good portion of Orange County, only really excluding the coastline here, but also the 210 corridors. So we're going to have to watch out for that, for the Eaton fire picking back up again tonight and into tomorrow. And then also in the Pacific Palisades, we could see those winds bump up again tonight into tomorrow. So we're going to have a red flag warning now through Friday evening. But honestly, we're going to have this fire threat until we get rain. And looking at the long-term models this morning, it doesn't look like we could see rain until towards the end of January. And that is just a potential. February looks a little bit better. But when you look at climate models, it's tough to show what's moving in a month from now. But the end of January, I'm hoping that we can budge that high pressure that's just been killing us this winter so far. So let's look at the 7-day days for the Inland Empire, of course, once again showing what we don't want is complete sunshine and no rain. Windy today and then just sunny. But like I said, we could be dealing with another Santa Ana wind event on Monday and Tuesday as we move into next week. Looking at the next 7 days for the valleys, we're talking low 70s. Upper 60s and a load of sunshine, but hoping that the wind event Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, looking at that for next week, won't be as strong as what we saw this week. 70s turn into the 60s as we look into the LA and OC metro, moving into the mid 60s by Saturday. So really watch, because after 4 o'clock this evening and into about 4 a.m. tomorrow is going to be the time that we're going to see this second, more classic Santa Ana wind set up. And then we're going to be seeing things progressively improve until Sunday, but then unfortunately back in the same boat as we move into Monday. I really wish the weather was cooperating, but we've been talking about this for months now, Rachel and Amy, a weak La Nina event, and especially when that high is just not moving off the coast of California and in the Rockies. It's just shoving all the storms that are moving into portions of the Pacific Northwest and Northern California away from us, and we're not getting any of that moisture. And unfortunately, it is a classic setup, but I was really hoping by now we could have at least nudged that high pressure a little bit further towards the south, but it's just not happening, at least not for the next couple of weeks. Back to you.
All right, Marina, thank you for that.
And good afternoon, everybody. I'm Juan Fernandez, joining you now this afternoon and into the evening as we continue to cover the fires here in Southern California, along with Amy Johnson and Mark Liu there on the desk. You're looking at pictures here from SkyCal. This is the Pacific Palisades area. It looks like, is the shot frozen or is it just, oh, there we go. Okay, there we go. We're starting to see, look at that, row after row of home, this neighborhood destroyed. There's not a single home left here. And this is what we're seeing now as the weather gets a little better, as SkyCal gets a better chance of seeing what's out there. You just see row after row of homes gone, Amy.
It really is just hard to comprehend what you were seeing here when you see just so many homes just reduced to just rubble. And it's hard to imagine that this is where people called home. So many memories, so many things. It really is devastating to see and just make sense of it all. And while you're looking at these images, we did get some updates on injuries in the wildfires at LA General Medical Center. We have learned that one patient is in critical condition because of severe burns. One was treated for minor burns and released, and we know that one person is being treated for smoke inhalation or breathing in smoke. And at Olive View Medical Center, there was another patient there also being treated for smoke inhalation.
To the Grossman Burn Center we go. Doctors are treating two patients there, one from the Palisades fire, the other one from the Eaton fire. And UCLA Health Hospitals have treated and released 21 patients so far. One patient at UCLA is still in critical condition. And you know, Amy, if it wasn't for those rows of trees, you really couldn't even tell where the homes were before or where the streets are. It really is kind of eerie.
It really is. And we're getting a little bit of a closer look. We see some of those chimneys standing. And as you mentioned, Juan, just the trees, the burned trees, but really it all looks the same, doesn't it?
It all looks the same.
It is amazing. I'm sure people are looking at this and they lived in one of these homes. You know, they're trying to count maybe the rows to see exactly which street is which, but it's just hard to make sense of it all.
Yeah, and here's a view from SkyCal over the Pacific Ocean looking towards the coast. You can clearly see a PCH there on the bottom of your screen, and as we zoom in to the area here, you can see more rows of homes, and then sprinkled throughout the homes that survived, that made it. So no matter where this fire touched, there's lots of destruction, as we've been covering here on KCAL News over the last couple of days. And as the days progress and we're allowed to go into neighborhoods and bring you these live pictures, and now that SkyCal can be up in the air because weather conditions got a little better, we just are starting to see just how devastating the destruction has been in what, less than 72 hours that this firestorm started.
Absolutely. And you know, when our reporters are out there and they're showing you this house and the house across the street, maybe 2 doors down, you know it's bad. But when you get this bird's eye view from SkyCal, you really, really start to see the true devastation, just how many homes have been lost it really is just hard to, make sense of it all for the people that are looking at their community here. And for those of us who, don't live in this community, it's hard to just make sense of it all.
And this is going to be a team effort, right, from all the people, the homeowners that live in this community. I mean, how do you start the rebuilding process, the recovery process? Who goes first? Who goes second? How do you handle that? Because there's just so much destruction. It has to be an all-in thing to bring this community back to where it was before, and that could take years, right?
Absolutely, years, because there are only so many construction crews and folks out there getting permits done. And then you wonder, will everyone choose to come back and to rebuild? And in some of these areas, say closer to the coast, permitting has changed and the land has changed, maybe because of erosion. Can they even rebuild in some of these same spots?
And California has some of the strictest building codes that we have in the country here. So do they need to do, soil tests and land movement? Was there any land movement? Is it still safe to build there? What about the plumbing underneath the homes? And all sorts of things. The utilities that used to run through this community here, those all need to be rebuilt. And
it is going to take really everyone in the community reaching out, helping each other. I keep noticing this image here, this one house here in the middle that seems to be fine, untouched by the fire, and then all the homes that burned right around it. You see it there, Juan, in the center of the screen there?
I do see it. It looks like a very large home, and it looks like it has quite a bit of foliage around it. And incredibly, that home survived. So you really can't make sense of it. What homes go down? What homes survive? It's a toughie, right?
It sure is. All right, we want to get to our Michelle Geely, who is live in Malibu, where there's been a tragic discovery in the rubble. Michelle?
Wow.
That's right, Amy and Juan. The recovery of the first body found in the Palisades fire has now happened right behind me here along Pacific Coast Highway. We shot video of this recovery with the coroner's department, and we want to show that to you. What we have here is a home, and when we pulled up, we saw the investigators in the rubble. They had put up kind of a barricade as they were sifting through what is left of this house. It appeared to be next to a fireplace, and eventually what we saw was a body loaded onto a stretcher and carried off this property. We are at the 21,000 block of Pacific Coast Highway in Malibu. This is on the mountain side of PCH. This started when LA Sheriff's deputies got a missing persons report, and that then turned into a welfare check. Today, investigators were here at the scene, and that is when this discovery of the human remains were made. Again, the first body to be found in the Palisades fire, the recovery now complete by the LA County coroner. We do understand, Amy and Juan, that there is a report of a second body, someone who may have lost their life in the Palisades fire. We're working to get details on that, to confirm it, of course, and also to find out that location. What we don't know is when this home burned and what the circumstances were, and we also don't know who may have lived here, or rented here. Although a woman who lives just down the street was standing here while the recovery was going on, and she said that her brother or brother-in-law is friends with the person who lives here, and he recognized the cars out front that are just shells now, burned shells. And she and the brother-in-law or brother believe that this may be someone that they know. The authorities haven't yet confirmed for us, and of course there are all sorts of identification issues that have to go on, and autopsy and so on and so forth before the final release of the identity of the person here. But that recovery has now been made, sadly. I should also tell you that we've had a bit of good news out here in Malibu. We an hour or so ago, we met a homeowner who lives along Pacific Coast Highway right next to Moon Shadows, which is to the south of where I am. And his name is Alex Cole, and he said that he was hoofing it with his brother, coming back to the area to see if his home was still standing. He said that he had seen some video and that he believed that he still had a house left, and he has reached out. We have talked to him and confirmed that his house was saved. We were there with him and got some video, which we'll be sharing in a bit. And it looks as though someone from the fire department may have broken out a window to get inside and broken through the roof to vent it, to let the air and the flames out. And there is definitely damage on the first floor, but the second floor looks untouched. The balcony, which is overlooking the Pacific Ocean, is damaged but repairable. So he and his neighbors on Pacific Coast Highway, that block of homes, made it through it, which is just such a wonderful story to hear that there are, you know, there is some good news out here. And so for people who are so worried and wondering, we hope that we can give hope to some people, at least, that that they still have a place to come home to. So again, a sad story here along PCH, and a happier story with this homeowner who is able to find out that he is going to be able to eventually live in his place on PCH. We'll send it back to you guys.
Yeah, we'll take each and every one of those wins, Michelle. All right, thanks so much.
In the midst of all the sadness.
That's right.
A happy story is nice. Well, you know, there have been plenty of critics questioning aspects of the response to the fires, with some looking, of course, to place some blame.
And senior reporter Ross Palumbo joins us now, and he's been investigating, you have, Ross, and looking at some of the answers given to the tough questions asked at today's hearing. What do you have for us?
Well, listen, so many questions out there right now. Why isn't there enough water? Why aren't the hydrants working? Why wasn't the response more planned for? What was going on in the city of LA when Palisades fire broke out, right? So there are still some very tough questions for the mayor as the fires continue to rage. Despite warnings of severe fire dangers emerging all the way from last Thursday, you'll remember, the mayor still went to Ghana, Africa. There is plenty of criticism about her not being here when the fire broke out on Tuesday. A Sky News reporter caught up with her on her way back. That was a day into the fire, you'll remember, all the way now on Wednesday. Take a listen.
Elon Musk says that you're utterly incompetent. Are you considering your position? Madam Mayor, have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today who are dealing with this disaster? No apology for them?
Stunning to hear the mayor refusing to answer any questions there. We don't know the entire situation, of course, because we weren't there, but it's shocking that all this was going on and we still didn't get a comment there in the airport. The mayor had said that she was on the phone, on the plane, dealing with the entire crisis. Since then, though, documents have emerged, like this one right here coming from the fire chief, of warnings of serious issues after LAFD's budget was cut by nearly $18 million. Chief Crowley warning of concerns with, quote, disaster response and, quote, air operations. And the LA Board of Fire Commissioners was calling this entire thing a full-on crisis just weeks ago. Take a listen.
It's not unfair to say that we are in crisis mode within the Los Angeles Fire Department. We're not in a position where we would say we would like to have additional resources. We are actually at the crisis point. We've passed the tipping point of saying, don't worry about it, we can do it.
That is stunning to hear, especially knowing that that was just a few weeks ago the Palisades fire broke out. Well, this morning, for the very first time, Bass addressing now the media and responding to many questions. First, let's listen to what she had to say about those $18 million budget cuts.
If you go back and look at the reductions that were made, there were no reductions that were made that would have impacted the situation that we were dealing with over the last couple of days. because money was allocated to be distributed later on, which was actually going to support salaries and other parts of the fire department that were distributed a little later. So I think it's most important to understand that we were in tough budgetary times, everybody knew that, but that the impact of our budget really did not impact what we've been going through over the last few days. Again, back to the unprecedented windstorm, wind at such ferocity that we haven't seen in years, is the context in which we were dealing with it. Thank you.
You know, it is very difficult for many people to understand at this hour exactly what the, quote, confusion was with the board over the fire department saying that there was a crisis, with the chief saying that there was a problem with, quote, disaster response and, quote, air operations. A highly placed source is telling me that what the mayor says, that it had no impact, is simply not accurate. There are claims that the staff was reduced because of those budget concerns in the Palisades area. We're still waiting for an official comment on that. Meanwhile, Bass also responding this morning to several other questions about the initial response from the city.
Let me just say, first and foremost, my number one focus, and I think the focus of all of us here with one voice, is that we have to protect lives, we have to save lives, and we have to save homes. Rest assured that when rest assured, let me finish. Rest assured, when that is done, when we are safe, when lives have been saved and homes have been saved, we will absolutely do an evaluation to look at what worked, what didn't work, and to correct or to hold accountable any body, department, individual, etc. But my focus right now is on the lives and on the homes.
Do you think your leadership was effective while responding to this disaster?
I just said what I believe is the most important thing for us to do right now, and that is going to continue to be my focus. Thank you.
Okay, so as you heard, when Mayor Bass was first asked in the airport about her leadership, she would not comment. The reporter there asking the same question, she still would not comment. So it still leaves the question over her leadership out there. Meanwhile, Fire Chief Crowley addressed the concerns about the response for everyone as well. Take a listen.
As we know, and you heard all of the incidents that are occurring at this point. Palisades was the first brush fire that we were attacking at that moment. You talk about specific pre-deploying. We put resources in place, pre-deploying, knowing that the winds were coming. With that, when the fire did light and take off, rapid response. Very dynamic situation. Air to ground resources coordinating. Now with the winds, I don't think we can overstate that enough. There's no excuse in regard to the winds were too much, but the reality is the winds are so dynamic, and at that tipping point, when our resources, air resources were grounded, that changes our strategies and tactics. We called for the world in regard to the number of resources and what we needed, who we needed, immediate need. Every single resource that was available at that moment responded. You talked about 48 hours later, where are we now, right? Again, I already spoke on if we don't have water, we find water, we use water tenders, we draft water. The fire department, first responders, we're gonna do everything in our absolute effort to do what we can do with what we've got. The good news is, with the wind subsiding, you're gonna see water drops, you're gonna see rotary, you're gonna see fixed wings all day, unless something changes. Again, I did say 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts even today. So very, very dynamic situation. With that, also you said about the other homes, no fire resources there. As winds change, our resources change, we redistribute, we move, and that's the dynamic situation that we are in even in day 3.
Well, it is a horrible, historic situation. And let me be very clear here. No one is doubting the bravery of the men and women that serve the city and the fire department. They are incredible people. We've all met them. They work hard. They do everything they can. What people are asking questions about is what the firefighters themselves are questioning, some of them who have contacted me, saying, why was there a water problem in Palisades? You know, DWP fills these cisterns in advance, so they have the water pressure to fight these fires. That did happen. The head of DWP saying that every single one was filled. The problem came in is when the cisterns started to be emptied out.
And quickly too, right?
Yes. Very quickly because of so many fires. The problem, firefighters are telling me, is that they weren't refilled more quickly. Now there's an automatic fill of those cisterns, and from my understanding, but DWP had to come out and increase the fill rate even more. So the question is, why weren't they standing by ready to do that when they started to realize immediately that this was an enormous, unprecedented situation? We're still trying to find out. The purpose of asking these questions, of course, is not just to place blame. It's because homeowners, they want the answers. They just want to know what happened so it doesn't happen again. But again, no one is accusing the firefighters themselves of any wrongdoing. They just want our firefighters, our brave men and women, to have the support they need from city officials, from the mayor, from all of the people who are charged with supplying them. But I think we all can agree this was a situation like no other. Homeowners just want some answers.
And if people are talking about it, you hit all those points of concern. Even my mother called me on the way into work today and said, I'm hearing there's no water in the hydrants. What's up with that? And I had to explain to her what's going on. And then my friends here are asking about those budget cuts as well. So a lot of people are talking about it. These concerns and these comments and criticisms have a lot of traction.
Many people saying, in the great city of Los Angeles, we can do better and deserve better. That's where the question stands at this hour, as they continue to be out there fighting.
And we certainly appreciate you trying to get all of these answers for all of our viewers who have so many questions.
Well, tonight at 4 o'clock, we will be at the press conference with the mayor and city officials again, and we will ask them for some clarification of what's going on. Maybe there's a perfectly reasonable explanation. When you lose your home and everything in your family is in a shelter or a hotel, you want to know.
You want answers.
Absolutely.
We're working on it.
We appreciate
We'll check back with you after 4 o'clock, Ross.
We'll see you at 4.
All right. Thank you.
Of course.
Well, some residents are getting their first look at the damage returning to their properties.
Yeah, one resident who lives near the Getty Villa took some drastic steps to protect his home of 50 years. Rena Nakano is in Pacific Palisades with his story.
All right, guys, we are now in the Castellamare neighborhood, and you could see that this is another one of those devastated areas. This car completely mangled, and all of the water that was used to suppress the fire has now kind of come into this. And we could see that there's so much damage, not only to the homes, but through the entire landscape of it. There's trees up there that started the fire and came up rushing through this neighborhood. And joining us...
All right, we're breaking away from Rena Nakano's story. We'll have that for you later. Let's listen here to President Joe Biden.
Thousands of houses, schools, businesses burned to the ground. Communities wiped out, lives lost, families forever changed. They're the worst fires to ever hit Los Angeles, ever. And as soon as these fires broke out, I approved the Fire Management Assistance Grants. That's a term of art and how we get help to local officials. These grants cover California's firefighting cost for things like firefighting equipment, firefighters' salaries, and special capabilities like aircraft. Next, yesterday I immediately approved Governor Newsom's request for what they call, and I know this is all sounds like government talk, but it's called the Major Disaster Declaration. This declaration allows folks, at the request of the governor, the declaration allows folks who have been impacted to get immediate cash assistance to cover things like everything from groceries to baby formula to prescriptions, because as you've seen and you reported, a lot of these places are burned to the ground. There's not a single thing left in their homes. And so if they contact disasterassistance.gov, anybody who's lost everything or anything of consequence, disasterassistance.gov or 1-800-2, I beg your pardon, 1-800-621-3362. That's disasterassistance.gov, 1-800-621-3362 to get the kind of help they need for everything from the basics that they don't have access to right now. And this morning, due to the magnitude of the disaster, I was talking with the governor, and he requested if I could increase the federal funding that was authorized under this legislation from 75% to 90%. We're increasing it to 100% of all the costs to be covered by the federal government for both the fire management assistance grants and the elements of what they call the disaster declaration. So today I'm announcing that the federal government will cover 100% of the cost for 180 days. This is going to pay for things like debris and hazard material removal, temporary shelters, first responders' salaries, and all necessary measures to protect life and property. And folks, I want to underscore, I told the governor and local officials, spare no expense to do what they need to do and contain these fires and in their communities that have really been devastated. And we're doing literally everything we can at a federal level. That's also why I call this group of folks around this table of all relevant federal departments and agencies together to discuss what more we can do, and some of the folks around the screen as well. Before we begin things, here's an update on where things stand right now. First, we're focused on helping contain these fires. Over the last 24 hours, the United States Forest Service, working with state and local responders, has suppressed over 50 fire starts. And the fire in the Hollywood Hills has been contained by brave firefighters risking their lives. Right now, 3 major fires are still burning in the Pacific Palisades, in Pasadena, and in Sylmar. I want to be clear. What I know from talking to the governor, that there are concerns out there that there's also been a water shortage. The fact is, the utilities understandably shut off power because they're worried the lines that they carried energy were going to be blown down and spark additional fires. But the Cal Fire, when it did that, it cut off the ability to generate pumping the water. That's what caused the lack of water in these hydrants. And so Cal Fire is bringing in generators to get these pumps up and working again so that there's no longer a shortage of water coming out of these hydrants. I'm also surging all federal resources possible to Southern California, including 400 additional federal firefighters, over 30 firefighting helicopters and planes, federally supplied, firefighting planes and helicopters, and 8 Department of Defense C-130s that are equipped to suppress wildfires. Today, the Secretary of Defense also authorized 500 wildfire ground clearing personnel from the Defense Department. And I've directed the department to continue working with Governor Newsom to identify additional resources that can be provided for public safety and security. And we've secured additional firefighters and firefighting aircraft from our ally in Canada as well. I also want everyone in Southern California to know we're going to keep at it. We're sticking with this. We expect there may be a temporary break in the winds, but in some areas the winds are likely to continue well into next week. And so we're going to continue to sending everything, literally, every resource we can find that's appropriate to help the governor and the first responders. Second, we're focused on helping people who have been displaced or in many cases lost everything. You reported on, you've seen the homes just burned to the ground. Whole areas burned to the ground. Large areas. They've been displaced and they've lost everything. As I said, since the fire started, FEMA has been working with the state to help residents get shelter, groceries, prescriptions, and other critical goods like baby formula. We're also sent FEMA Director Criswell to Los Angeles to manage our response on the ground. She was supposed to be on this call, but we have the deputy here because she is out in the field with the governor right now, surveying what's going on. Let me close with a message to the people of Southern California. We are with you. We're not going anywhere. To the firefighters and first responders, you are heroes. Many of these firefighters are out there risking their lives, and some, well, I won't go beyond that, but risking their lives, and while their own homes are in danger, their families are in danger. To the firefighters and first responders, you really are, it's not hyperbole, you're heroes. You're genuinely heroes. And they're the worst, you know, this is the most widespread devastating fire in California's history. It's amazing. And there's nobody understands it better than the press have been covering this on a minute-to-minute basis. And they literally have to run into the flames, these firefighters. You know, that old expression, God made man, then he made a few firefighters. Who runs into flames? You know, in doing so, you're leaving your own families and who may be in harm's way as well. So we owe you. And we're going to make sure that you get every resource you need, every possible resource you need. You know, to the families who have been impacted by this disaster, you're living through a nightmare, I know. And I promise you, we're going to help you get through this and eventually recover and rebuild. I'm going to turn it over now to the Vice President before we go on to the folks in the various cabinet positions as well as agencies that control these issues. Madam Vice President, I know you're directly affected, so you fire away. No pun intended.
Indeed. Thank you, Mr. President, and also for the work that everyone around this table has been doing with the appropriate sense of urgency, because this is an urgent matter. What we have seen in California, and in particular in Southern California, is apocalyptic in terms of the nature of it and the unprecedented nature of it as well. And what we are seeing is a situation that is extremely dynamic. It is very much in play, and to some degree unpredictable, because we are literally waiting to see which way the wind blows. And I cannot praise enough the local leaders, most of whom I have talked with, and in particular our firefighters, who, as the President has said, they are working around the clock. They are working 12-hour, even longer shifts, and they are doing it with a sense of optimism, but also with an understanding of how serious this moment is and how important their work is to real lives and real people. Thousands of families have been displaced. Many of those families with young children with nowhere to go. And what we know is that this is a matter of current urgency, but this is also something that is going to have an impact for months and years to come. And on that point, I will also make note of the fact that, sadly, many insurance companies have canceled insurance for a lot of the families who have been affected and will be affected, which is only going to delay or place an added burden on their ability to recover. And I think that is an important point that must be raised, and hopefully there can be some way to address that issue, because these families, so many of them, otherwise will not have the resources to recover in any meaningful way. And many of them have lost everything. In the midst, however, of all of the trauma that has occurred, we have seen extraordinary acts of heroism. I am hearing countless stories of strangers helping strangers. People who are opening their homes where they are intact and have not had to evacuate, opening their homes to neighbors, to friends of neighbors, feeding them and providing shelter for them. And I do think that it speaks to the best of who we are as a country, which is in times of crisis, we find the heroes among us who we may not have known before, but act out of a sense of courage, but also a sense of community. And I applaud all those who are approaching this crisis with that spirit. And the bottom line is this: there are incredible heroes every day who are working right now in California on the front lines of this fire. And in particular, I want to thank the firefighters for all they are doing. They are, as the President said, putting themselves in harm's way, and they are doing the work that is about helping people who are perfect strangers to them, and doing it in some of the highest moments of need that anyone could face. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Liz Sherwood-Randall.
Turn it back to me.
Okay, back to the President.
Look, I've had a chance to speak with a lot of elected officials, including the senators, some of the congresspersons in the region, as well as the Vice President as well. And I want to be clear that one of the reasons I've asked this larger group to get together is because they control the very agencies that are needed from the federal level to get things done. And you know, we're in a situation where the U.S. Forest Service Chief, Randy Moore, is here. And he's going to provide an update in the fire situation in Los Angeles and discuss how the U.S. Fire Service, the U.S. Forest Service, is assisting Los Angeles and the state of California with fighting the wildfire, including the action his team has taken to suppress new fire starts. So, Chief, why don't you fire away?
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Vice President. It's great to see you. I, too, consider California my home.
Yes.
And so it's great to be here to talk about this dramatic situation that we have. So the Forest Service and the Department of Interior are actively engaged in supporting the response to the wildfires in Southern California. And there are 4 major fires that we currently have going on. The Forest Service is in unified command with the LA County as well as other local city agencies. We're looking at the Eaton, the Hearst, and the Lydia. And if you look at that area there, that's the northernmost part of that area where the fires are taking place. The Palisades fire, which CAL FIRE is in control of. And then we have a new start, which is this Sundown fire that just started last night, and it also has potential to expand quite significantly just based on the location it's at, but also the winds that are expected to continue. Right now, when I look at the mutual aid system in California, I want you to know that it's second to none in terms of how that system works and how it really moves to activate the federal firefighting community and how it is activated and engaged. You know, every year we prepare for these Santa Ana winds. What is happening now is happening sooner. It's happening at a time now where we normally are at our lowest point in the fire year. And the fact that these fires are taking place now, it says that there are things that are going on in our climate that is creating truly year-round fire situations, and it's something that we all need to be mindful of, and this is a good indication of that. To give you an example, that if a fire starts from any ignition source during these Santa Ana winds, it has the potential for explosive growth and spread. And when that happens under these wind-driven conditions, it's very difficult to control. Now, in addition to this, when these winds are high, the aviation resources cannot fly. So it limits a lot of the potential area of support. As of this morning, there were over 4,000 firefighters that was assigned to these large fires. 600 or so were currently federal work, which means Forest Service and Department of Interior. And that doesn't include many who are assigned to their home units to provide initial attack. To give you an idea of the unsung heroes in these fire type conditions, in the last 24 hours, we've had 50 starts, and the initial attack success has been wonderful. So we've stopped a potential for 50 additional fires to be added to these 4 significant fires that we currently have. And that's what I mean by having initial attack crews stay put or pre-positioned across the state based on intelligence that we're gathering. And so I wanted to mention that because we talk about the active fire suppression, but there's so much that takes place behind the scenes that limits the amount of fires that our firefighters are having to respond to. The President did an excellent job of mentioning all of the resources that's available and that are assigned to the fire. I won't go over those, but we have a number of equipment that's out there that when the winds allow us, we'll be in the air fighting those fires. We also have a number of private contract crews that we're working with. We're working wonderfully with the state, county, and other federal firefighters, also the tribal firefighters as well in the communities. And we're looking at these MAFs, which we call the Modular Area Firefighting System Air Tankers. There's 8 of them. And there were, like I said, this time of the year, we're not ready for that. But within the next 24 to 48 hours, we'll have all 8 that's available for assistance. These aircrafts require lead planes to lead them into these fires. And so we're having to go through that whole process and ramp up really quick to get the inspections in, the check rides, so that these are qualified and are able to go. We're also working with our Canadian partners to mobilize 2 CL-415. These are water scoopers. They will clear customs on Monday, and they will be available after they clear federal inspections and the check rides. An important thing to know is that these aviation resources require a lot of support in the form of mechanics, airport space, helicopter managers, area supervisions. And so we work with our state and local and federal agencies to identify these aviation support resources to be sure that we can respond effectively. Now, I had mentioned the amount of fires that we've responded to in the last 48 hours, and I mentioned the 50 fires in the last 24 hours. We continue to have new starts. We're continuing to monitor the types of activities. We have about 8,000 firefighters on standby to add to this if need be. Right now, we are going to monitor the number of aircraft and firefighters we have in that small space. Because as you can imagine, there's only so much you can put in a space before you create other challenges there. The airspace in that area is pretty tight. You have commercial airports and others in that area. You also, unfortunately, have drones in the air, which is a concern to our pilots and to the safety of the aircraft, and so we have to be mindful of that. I only bring it up to let you know that this is not a very easy environment to operate within. Our firefighters, both federal, state, and local, and tribal, are doing just an outstanding job in what I consider to be some significant challenges in a significant environment. I think, as I look at some of the questions that you may tend to ask, it's typical that the causes of fires isn't known immediately because resources are really focused on response. However, all the fire causes are investigated, and I want to be upfront with that. Each one of these fires will be investigated to see what the cause and origins of them are. And what we know now is that it would be unusual for there to be lightning-caused fires in Southern California at this time of the year. Fire investigations are the responsibility of the jurisdiction of where the fire starts, and we're ready to assist with this if and when needed. Thank you all.
Thank you. Randy, tell me about the conditions that we're dealing with on the ground. What's most concerning to you?
Most concerning right now is the wind, because the wind is limiting our ability to put aircraft in the air. Aircraft will not put that fire out, but it gives our firefighters, our boots on the ground, a really good opportunity to put the fire out with a little help from retardant and water drops. With these Santa Ana winds, what's interesting about this part of California, the Santa Ana winds comes off the ocean usually in the mornings, and then you have the sundowner winds in the afternoon pushing the wind back the other way. And so while you're fighting to stop the fire this way in the morning, you're also fighting to stop the fire from coming back at you in the afternoon. The sundowner winds are not significant as we speak, but those are the challenges we have in that part of California. And so again, our firefighters are doing just an outstanding job of working in that type of environment, which their lives are really at risk pretty significantly under these conditions.
Thank you. I told you Administrator Griswold is off with the governor and inspecting some of these areas. So we have Bob Fenton. Bob, can you hear me? Hello, Bob.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, I hear you.
Fire away.
You hear me, sir? I'm there. So the administrator is with right now the governor, the mayor of LA, county, local officials, getting a briefing on the fire to really understand what the needs are as we move forward, not only with regard to the firefight, which Chief Moore was talking about, but also to regard to support the population displaced. Over 360,000 under mandatory evacuations, hundreds of thousands more with warnings. And so what we're doing now is ensuring that that we're able to provide any support to provide mass care to individuals, any assistance for the sheltering, any assistance for feeding, and then through the programs that we provide through our individual assistance that you authorize through the declaration, we're able to assist individuals with funding to offset their hotel costs. So applying to FEMA on the 1-800-621-3362 number is important, or disasterassistance.gov. We're sending teams out to the shelters. We know that there'll be a huge need after fires for mental health specialists, and working with HHS on providing that. As the Vice President talked about, insurance is problematic in California, especially with the fires. And so not only do some of the changes in our authorities help now with those that are underinsured, which we see more and more, but we want those that are insured to start seeking assistance to their insurance companies. Our programs can help individuals, especially displaced and who have lost their homes, with rental assistance until they can rebuild, and ultimately provide temporary housing. So we're in discussions with state and local governments on how we will meet those housing needs, both in the interim by using available stockage here, but how can we help rebuild? And then lastly, I would just say that we're really focused on already starting to discuss debris removal and all the hazardous waste that comes from fire and how to remove that safely between local, state, and federal government. We'll rely on federal partners, US EPA, the Corps of Engineers, and others to be part of that technical assistance help to support the safe removal so that ultimately we could rebuild. And one of the things that we will start doing in the next couple of days is starting that discussion on how do we rebuild, and not only rebuild, but rebuild more resilient and bring together state and local federal agencies to start that discussion in the weeks to months ahead. And so right now we're focused on meeting the immediate needs of those displaced, but already starting to work on recovery and rebuild and bringing all our authorities and the full weight of the federal government and all the resources that you've authorized to help California in that endeavor.
Bob, what do you think the biggest challenge is?
Also, I got.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I think the biggest challenge is going to be the mental health stress that is put on individuals that have lost everything. Fires are, so drastic. They destroy everything very quickly. Individuals don't have a lot of notice to leave, and so I think there's going to be a significant mental health strain, followed by a need to help individuals recover and rebuild. And the Vice President is exactly right. I suspect that many have insurance, many are underinsured. And insurance is difficult to get, and some might have lost their insurance or been canceled by insurance companies. And I think that's something we need to continue to work on, as a government at all levels, but something where there'll be gaps in assistance that we will need to bring in not only federal agencies, but nonprofits, private sector to help meet those needs.
I think we're going to have to do that. In addition, the fact is that the two declarations I signed, provide for example, the rebuilding of churches and schools and certain, but not businesses, not business centers. And so that's going to be a gigantic cost as well. But the debris removal is a big deal, and that's going to take a long time, isn't it?
Yeah, it will take some time to remove the debris. In California, unfortunately, we've had a lot of experience with fighting fires and removing debris, and so it will take months to a year. This is a very widespread with significant damage to infrastructure. And we want to not only immediately remove the hazards, things like propane tanks, some of the power cells that are there, and other contaminants that may be in households, and make sure that they're safe to re-enter and re-look for personal effects. But then the second part is removing that ash, and what we've done before is help people with the removal so that we could get down on the grade and then immediately start rebuilding.
All right, I appreciate what you're doing, and like you said, 360,000 people have been evacuated so far.
Sure, appreciate.
Go ahead. What were you going to say?
Yes, sir. I just want to let you know I'm on also with the fire administrator from FEMA, who's been working with the local fire chiefs, and I didn't know if you had any questions or she wanted to add anything to this discussion. Chief Lori Moore is on.
Well, I've been talking to them, so Chief, you want to add anything to this?
I will, sir. Thank you very much. And as you might know, I've been here, got here last night. It was important to get here on the ground with the fire chiefs and the firefighters that are here. So I've been with LA County, LA City Fire Chief since last night. We're at the Palisades EOC right now, as Regional Administrator Fenton just said, with the governor, with the FEMA administrator getting the brief. The coordination of resources, it helps for us to be here, U.S. Fire Administration, as part of the response because we're on the ground. We're able to explain ground truth and coordinate resources, streamline the communication between federal. We're also here checking on the firefighters on the front lines, and I really appreciate what you and the Vice President both said about the boots on the ground, because these are their communities, and nobody wants to fight the fire and save these communities more than these firefighters who are boots on the ground from the very moment the ignition began. So we're checking on them, and I will tell you they're exhausted. Obviously, many of them have been more than 6 hours on this now. They are able to take a quick nap sometimes in the truck, but they are on the job. And they keep fighting, and so they need to know that they matter. And so it's important that I show up with them, to see them, to say thank you, and to let them know that we are watching, that we know what they're doing. We want to make sure that we're here when injuries happen. And so we did have an injured firefighter in LA County, fell through a 3-story roof just about 2 hours ago. So several major injuries, but in the hospital. I'll be going to check on him shortly. And it's about the response too, because often while they're in the midst of the response, these chiefs can't explain everything that is happening, and there's a lot of questions, as you might imagine, and are addressing. And so it's important that we're here to help explain why the fire's moving the way it is, the fire dynamics, helping people understand. And when there's questions, as you know, about the response or about the water, to help people understand that it's not over if there's not water in the hydrant. We have tenders, we have tankers, they're doing rescue. So there's a lot of work to be done, and controlling these perimeters. There's so much work that these firefighters are doing beyond the direct suppression on these fires. And so that's why we're here, and to continue to learn, because every one of these tragedies, unfortunately, is a lesson to how to prevent the next. And so it's important that we do that as well. And so we're gonna remain on the ground here, sir, on your behalf for a couple other days to make sure that we are part of this conversation.
Well, you are part of the conversation. That's why I went out to California yesterday and met with those firefighters and met with those police officers, because there's also worry about looting and a number of other things. So they are really incredible people. They're making such sacrifice. But I think you're right, that we have to provide them all that is humanly possible for them to be able to do their job. And there's going to be a need. I want to say it again, and we all know it around this table, there's a need for some help in terms of the psyche of these folks. There's going to be real problems regarding to the mental health issues, and we got to make sure we're prepared to deal with it. All right, now Deputy Secretary of Defense Kate Hicks. Secretary, why don't you tell us what you and I and others have been talking about the Defense Department doing and what they're prepared to do now.
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Vice President. I'm right here.
The screen,
no worries. Yeah, that surprised you.
Yeah.
We are very much leaning in here at the Defense Department. We, of course, are always looking for how we can support state and local partners, and of course our interagency partners in the federal sector that you've already heard from. And that includes every tool that we believe we can leverage that causes us to always lean forward to make sure our partners understand what we could bring and be responsive to requests that they're coming forward with. And we have been in receipt of some requests. I will turn, with your permission in a moment, to Chairman Brown, and then we also have on the screen with us the NORTHCOM Commander, General Guillot, who is our focal point for responses here in the United States homeland. Secretary Austin this morning out in Germany already in his opening remarks for the final Ukraine Defense Contact Group spoke explicitly to our intent and efforts underway now to provide search support. And so I just want to emphasize it's so important to us that he's put that front and center even while he's concluding this important work overseas. You had mentioned some of the efforts we already have underway. We are ready, as I said, to engage with our partners on further efforts. With your permission, I'll turn to Chairman Brown.
Please. Chairman.
Mr. President, Madam Vice President, as you highlight, we do have 500 personnel already identified to be able to support. Not so much in firefighting, because it takes some 10 days of training that would be required, and we don't want to pull firefighters away from that, but they can also support with rock clearance capabilities, commodity distribution. We talked about the airlift with their helicopters. There's 10 U.S. Navy helicopters as well as 10 Guard helicopters. The winds have been challenging to get them airborne. They can also help with the ground search and rescue, incident response, awareness, and then medical support. Those Marines will be in place in the next 24 to 48 hours. The California National Guard also has, by tomorrow, they'll have about 1,000 service members that will be available to be able to support as well. About 250 of those actually have some firefighting capability, and they can be trained in the next 24 to 48 hours to also support firefighting. As was mentioned, the C-130s with the modular aerial firefighting system, 2 of those are already channel.
Explain what that means to the average listener.
Yeah, so what it is, it's a C-130 that's modified. It has a system that's put in a modular system that's put into the back of the C-130, and so it's able to push out either water or the slurry retardant associated with it. And as was highlighted, they are usually prepared to do this during the firefighting season. This is several months prior to when they would typically do this. And so there's 2 C-130s that are already at Channel Island. They're in just northwest of Los Angeles. The other 6 will be there within the next 24 hours or so. The first flight will start tomorrow, and then they will continue to be prepared to be able to support. We're also looking at surrounding bases that may have ability to bed down any displaced personnel or families. We've got about 1,000 beds that have been identified at either Edwards, March, or Fort Irwin there in California. In addition, we're using March Reserve Base as a incident response area and getting that set up. Mr. President, last thing I would say is and before I turn to General Guillo, what we really try to do is identify things that we know we could lean forward on before there's even an ask. We want to make sure we cut down the timeline to get provided capability. We also want to make sure, and I know that General Guillo is communicating that with Ms. Griswold from FEMA, so that we want to make sure we, as I say, provide an a la carte menu of all the things we have available. So even if they don't have time to think about it, we're already looking ahead. Last thing I would say is when I met this afternoon with my staff, the thing we also talked about is there's an immediate response, but there's also, as was highlighted, the longer term response of things that we'd have to be able to look at in recovery. And so we're already thinking ahead of what options DOD may be able to provide to support. Hitting your questions, and I can turn
You guys have been immediately responsive. Thank you. I mean, you're right on top of things. But let's turn to General.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, and thank you, Chairman. Northcom, on behalf of the Department of Defense, is aggressively taking action to deliver capabilities to California as soon as they are requested. So in addition to the aircraft and ground forces and the installation support that President Biden and Chairman Brown mentioned, we've identified other capabilities such as helicopter support, search and rescue, both from the ground or from the air, commodity distribution, route clearance, and medical capabilities that we've postured and have leaned forward to make sure that they're able to deploy to California and operate just as quickly as they are requested. And to do that, we're cooperating very closely with FEMA, with the state of California, and the National Guard Bureau to deliver the right capabilities at the right time for the women and men of California.
Well, the Defense Department, I got to say, stepped up immediately. I didn't even, matter of fact, I got a call what you need before I even asked. So thank you all. And you have incredible capacity and capabilities. It's just getting them in place as quickly as possible is the most important thing. You're doing that right now. So I think you're going to see an awful lot of help coming based on what you want to do, what you can do, and The entire department is surging capacities, in my understanding, including the aerial equipment to fight these fires. So thank you very much. Now, I'd like to speak to our Department of Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm. She will brief us on power outages and initial assessments of impacts on the power grid in Los Angeles area. And Madam Secretary, it's all yours. Wherever you are.
We're looking to see if she's still on the screen. She had to board a plane, so if she has had to board, the Deputy Secretary, Dave Turk, is sitting at the end of the table.
And it looks like she is on her plane, so I'll
fire away.
I'll give the update, Mr. President. And she's on the way, Mr. President, to Puerto Rico again on official visit, given the island-wide blackout there, and doing everything we can to help on that front per your guidance and the Vice President's direction as well. And of course, again, per your guidance, we're doing everything we can to help, working with partners, including our utility partners, but also other federal partners as well. As of just coming into this meeting, there's about a little over 400,000 customer outages in California. Important to note that these are both actual outages, power that's actually been disrupted because of the fire, but also proactive shut-offs, just as you mentioned as well, to prevent fire ignition and the spread of fire. We've got two main utilities out there, Southern Cal Edison and the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, and we're in close and continuing contact, including with their CEOs, Pedro and Janice, as well, including calls with them just a few hours ago, just to make sure we're doing everything we can to help. We're coordinating with those utilities and with utilities literally across the country to make sure that we've got all the capabilities that we have in the federal government, but our utility partners to provide that. I want to thank you, Mr. President. You joined a call just a couple months ago with Liz and our secretary to thank all of these utility CEOs. We've got this phenomenal partnership with utilities all across the country. It's called mutual assistance. And if any utility in any one region needs help, all the other utilities, and we last unleashed this phenomenal partnership to bring 40,000 utility workers to Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina, the affected regions with the two hurricanes back to back. And everybody
continue to talk to me. I've been deployed so many places.
Well, having been with the utilities out, we were all in Colorado for this meeting. They just appreciated you taking the time to thank them for their personal leadership. And it's the utility CEOs themselves who make the time for these calls going forward. We're working closely with all the utilities. We're also in continuing contact with the transmission operators. The disruption has really been at the distribution level, at the local level, but we want to make sure there's not broader outages and broader concerns. As of now, we're not seeing any issues with stability of the broader transmission system, either in the region or across California or more broadly. So that's a good news part of where we're at now, of course. We're working with the utilities trying to restore power to customers as quickly as we're able, but full restoration, of course, is going to take some time here. In particular, the comprehensive damage assessment will take time and can't begin until it's safe for crews to get in there and actually do the assessments and do the work. So we're working, Madam Vice President, as you said at the outset, with a real sense of urgency here, but also with a sense of we'll do whatever we can over the long haul to do right by our responsibilities.
David, one of the things that everybody's mentioned so far is the mental stress it's going to cause for average Americans who are caught in the middle of all this. And one of the things that, it's not, these aren't everyday, no matter how well educated one is, they're not always certain how power is transmitted, why it's transmitted the way it is, and so on. Could you explain to the folks here, the public is listening, what the impact on some of the utilities have had on the ability to generate the pumping of water? Because there's a lot of accusations going around that it's because that the local leadership didn't care. I mean, explain how this works and why it makes sense what's happening.
So this is an issue, actually, Secretary Granholm was on the phone with the CEO of Southern Cal Edison to talk exactly about this and make sure we were doing everything we can on that front. And it's both the power issue, and you mentioned generators and other ways that we can try to help solve the problem there, but it's also the pressure and making sure that we're thinking of these things holistically. And certainly my experience over the last 4 years under your leadership is it's not one department, it's not one slice of your federal government that is responsible. Energy and water issues overlap in a lot of different ways. So we work with our EPA colleagues and others to make sure that we're bringing all of our expertise and explaining it to our fellow Americans. It's important that we give transparent information and information they can rely upon.
Well, I think it's just people don't know how it functions. And for example, since I've been president, I've been in an aircraft flying over more territory where there have been wildfires, from Arizona all the way up to Idaho and beyond, and that make up an area larger than the entire state of Maryland, that burned to the ground. And one of the problems has been that people don't understand that when these high winds occur, what happens is, or when these storms occur, these utility poles, these whole, those big lines, you see where all the lines are on, they fall to the ground in the middle of the forest. It's not just about raking the leaves under the trees, it's about the fires that causes. And so utilities have to shut down the ability to continue to transmit on those lines. And the consequence of that, I don't think most people think, no matter how well educated they are, unless they're in the area, that there's a direct correlation between the utility company and the ability to pump water out of a hydrant. And so it allows for a lot of uninformed people to make assertions or concerns or accusations about the local officials not caring or not working. So as I understand it, the vast majority of the circumstances where the water resource has been diminished is because of the utility company not being able to maintain the electric transmission because they're getting knocked down or shutting down so they don't cause more fires.
Exactly.
But now what is happening is, are we getting cooperation with utility companies to bring in generators and others to bring in generators to generate the energy to allow that fire hydrant to function? Explain that a little bit.
So this is the pragmatic can-do attitude, and folks who've been literally doing these, our civil servants and others, for their careers, and making sure that we're solutions-oriented. We sometimes call our department the solutions department, as Liz knows from having been Deputy Secretary of the Department of Energy. And so whatever gets the power on to allow the water, whatever gets the job done, a lot of times it's working with our defense colleagues who have terrific assets that can be brought in quite quickly. The other point I'd like to make, Mr. President, to thank you and the Vice President's leadership and our folks in Congress, your bipartisan infrastructure legislation actually provided $10 billion. It's a GRIP program for grid resiliency to improve the resilience of our grids so that when the grids do go down, they come back on quicker. That's $10 billion that we've already gotten out the door and is being invested in communities all across the country. We need more of that. We need continued focus on infrastructure, but infrastructure matters.
It matters a great deal because, for example, one of the things that I knew but I didn't know, that I didn't put a number on it, it'd be a lot easier if these electric lines are running underground in contained vessels. So in the middle of forest, so there's nothing that, but it costs what, 6 times more?
It can cost 6 times more, and we're doing a lot more undergrounding thanks to your leadership on the infrastructure funding. It's not cost effective everywhere, and
some places it's necessary.
Some places it's absolutely necessary, and we need to have the funding and support to do that as quickly as we can.
Well, I think we're moving in the right direction. I know look, this is really, really, really difficult for families to have to deal with it. I mean, I have a family member who lives out there, and the area where he lives, I'm not getting into detail, but where he lives, I think there are something like 240 or 260 homes that burned to the ground, all but 14 or 15 of them. And everybody has to evacuate. And people are going, when do I get back? Will I ever find that picture album? Will I ever find the jewelry that my grandmom gave me? Will I ever, there's so much anxiety that's generated. And I think that we've been through this once before in Hawaii where the fires occurred, and we're trying to build back up the community so they could open up and things be running. But it's really, really, really hard. So I'm going to make an appeal right now to the United States Congress. They're going to have to step up when we ask for more help to get these people the kind of shelter they need, to get the kind of help they need, because it really does matter. And you guys do, Dave, I'm not being solicitous, you all do a hell of a job. And we've learned, unfortunately, so much. And there is, in case you haven't noticed, there is global warming. It does change weather patterns. And as you explained, Randy, winds going in and winds coming out. You get the one going in, but you don't want the one coming back out. And so my point is that I think the more we can explain to the American people in plain, straightforward, honest English or whatever language of us understand what exactly is happening, the more likely we're likely to get the kind of support and not make a political deal out of this. I'm leaving this office very shortly, but it's not about the politics. It's about giving people some sense of security that we're going to be able to get this under control, but it's going to take time. And it's going to take time. And like I said, in the next little bit, we're going to be going back to Congress asking for some more help on some of this stuff. And I hope they're ready to step up because we can afford it. And like I said, we have a little infrastructure bill that's over $1 trillion. It's going to be able to help a little bit. We have done a lot in terms of what we're going to do in terms of providing for this rebuilding of communities. And so I think the most important thing we have to do, those of us sitting around this table and on the screen, is explain in simple, straightforward language what the capacity we have is, how we're using that capacity, and what capacity we don't have that we need. And in order to keep things from just all these.
All right, if you've just joined us here, President Joe Biden speaking for the last 30 or 40 minutes or so. They're from Washington, D.C., and we're going to summarize a little bit about what he was talking about. Number one, he said that federal aid is on its way here to Southern California. Specifically, the federal government will be covering 100% of the cost for 180 days, and that's to cover anything from debris removal, to cover the cost of running a shelter, the first responders' salaries, and other measures to get the community back up and rolling. You know, the president was quick to say that we are with you and we're not going anywhere. He also called our firefighters heroes. The vice president calling the situation, of course, this is her home, apocalyptic and unpredictable, saying that you're waiting to see where the wind was blowing, and that is really how the fire was going. The president also appealing to Congress, saying that they need to be ready when they are called on to help. And also headed our way, 400 federal firefighters, 30 helicopters and planes to be here on standby if needed, and 8 Department of Defense C-130s that are used to suppress fire. So quite an arsenal of equipment and personnel that we're getting from the federal government here in Southern California to help us still fight this ongoing fire. The one in the Palisades, the one in Eaton Canyon, still burning at the center. And they also mentioned one of the firefighters. I said that he was calling the firefighters heroes. He was also talking about one of those firefighters that fell through the roof of a home while battling the fire. I mean, the president has definitely been paying very close attention to what's going on here and really is saying that they will be here for us. And a little while ago, our Ross Palumbo brought this story to us. A lot of people are talking about the lack of water in the hydrants. In this news conference that the president was asked at, he was mentioning that in many areas the power was cut off, which leads to the pumps that supply these cisterns and the hydrants with water offline, where they're saying that right now CAL FIRE has brought in generators into these areas to get those pumps back online. So they're working on it. They're doing the best they can here as the firefight continues. That's right. And we did recently learn, Juan, that in the Palisades fire, 5,316 structures have been destroyed. And that is a range of homes and small structures and RVs, sheds, and other minor buildings. So that's pretty sobering. 5,316, quite a bit, and that's just in the Palisades fire area. And this was brought to us by Palisades Fire. They gave us this news release just a short time ago with just, I'm guessing it's a preliminary estimate, and they're also telling us, at least at this hour here, 19,978 acres burned with 0% containment.
Yeah, it is just staggering to hear these numbers. And of course, you are watching continuing coverage of our fires that are burning here in Southern California. We've been talking about the Palisades fire and also to the Eaton fire, which is burning in Altadena and Pasadena. It's still at 10,600 acres. It is still 0% contained. Moving forward, we're hearing that the Sheriff's Department will update our fatality numbers, but we do know that 5 people have died. We were given the story of Rodney Nickerson, who died. He had been out battling the fire around his home and did not leave with his family, said he would leave when he thought it was necessary, and his remains were found in his bed. You know, the stories are just so heartbreaking because, you know, so many people have said, I never imagined it would get to my home. We've seen fires up in the foothills, but typically it doesn't make its way down to the center of a town like that and destroy so many homes. So it's just been heartbreaking to hear the story. Or Michelle Geely was out also in the Palisades fire. Well, where they were bringing out remains as well. We are getting some new information that is coming in on the Eaton fire. Our assignment manager, Mike Rogers, is live at the desk with an update for us. Mike.
Yeah, hi. Excuse me. Hi, Amy and Juan. We are continuing to monitor the fire because it is burning dangerously close to the Mount Wilson complex of radio and television towers, as well as the observatory up there on Mount Wilson. And I want to take you live now to SkyCal. They're in the area right now. And the reason we're showing this to you is because you can see the immense amount of smoke that is still in the area. SkyCal is working for me to get on the eastern edge of the fire here, so they're transitioning through the south. It's still a little bit too windy based on the altitude that we would have to get on top of the fire to see some of the flames from that side. But as you can see, the smoke stretches so far down from the Eaton fire. It's still burning pretty significantly. I want to ask if we can go to our Mount Wilson camera because I want to show everyone that viewpoint of this. You'll see the smoke as well there as it continues to push up towards the Mount Wilson Observatory area, because the fire is pushing into the mountains there, into the Angeles National Forest. There you see 2 fire engines, ironically, from the Placer County Fire Department. Placer County is up in Northern California and near the Lake Tahoe area. And those guys are doing the work of trying to save the towers, because those towers provide critical information not only for us and for our viewers, but for police and fire radios. There's a lot of information and technology that is up there. And I want to ask Carlos if we can come to my computer here, because I can really give you a good idea of where this fire is burning, the hot spots here. So everything that you see in red, this is a NASA heat map, right? So this is what is being seen from space, and this is the heat that is being detected here. And you can tell where the fire is pushing. And forgive me, I'm going to turn on my telestrator here so I can show that to you, because it's all of these red dots. All the red dots is the hot spots right now. That is where it's pushing. So with this fire, you can see it is continuing to push north, to the north, kind of east here, up into the forest. And that is where the towers are that we are so concerned about, up in this area right in here. So the good news, though, as we look at this map, obviously the lighter the color, the cooler, if you will, the area is. So all of the areas where the homes are, which is of course down in this area, the fire does not seem to be very active there. And in fact, our mapping here is telling us that some of these oranges are 3 to 6 hours old, and then you have these lighter colors that are more than 24 hours old. So the good news is no fire activity where there are any homes, but we do have the critical Mount Wilson infrastructure that is threatened. Really quickly, I want to show you over here too, because I want to give you the same picture. All of this FIRES mapping, or FIRMS mapping rather, is new, that we're able to show you this afternoon. And again, a same situation on the Palisades fire, where you have the most active flank of the fire here is to the north and pushing into the Santa Monica Mountains. So in this situation, they are going to be more concerned about this portion of the fire compared to the Eaton fire, because as I talked about, the Eaton fire is pushing way up into the mountains here, where there's no homes up here. A lot of very important forest land and a lot of ecological concerns up there, but there are no homes there. When we look at the Palisades fire, though, the hottest spots of it are still on the northern end of the flank. And as you can see, there is not a great distance between there and the next set of homes that is really into the valley area, the Encino area, the Woodland Hills area a little bit as well. So that is what they're going to work on. And then you have the more western edge of the fire here that's still got some hot spots in this area, but certainly the biggest concern is going to be this one as it continues to push north. And again, you have another chunk of homes up here that would be the next things that they would be concerned about. So with the retardant drops that are happening and all of the air assets that are in the area, I'm sure those fire crews will hopefully be able to get a handle on it, or at least stop the forward progress of the fire before it moves anywhere close to the San Fernando Valley. But that is the current trajectory of the Palisades fire. The Eaton fire also burning to the north into the mountains of the Angeles National Forest, which, by the way, you guys, is closed and will remain closed at least until further notice while they're trying to deal with all of this fire, Juan and Amy. So, it's a situation that we'll continue to monitor here at the desk, but I wanted to give you that updated heat mapping from NASA showing the most hot spots of the fire.
It does seem like things are getting a little better when it comes to the heat map.
I mean, I can tell you the heat maps that when we were looking at them yesterday, the whole thing was red, right? I mean, everything was red. So it is a relief a little bit to start to see some of these heat maps that are cooling down, that were not so hot, that the hot spots are more than 12 to 24 hours old at this point. And again, with the Eaton fire, it's terrible because there is a lot of forest land that it can chew through, but there are no houses, at least not imminently in the path of that fire. The fire over in the Palisades, though, it is burning also in the Santa Monica Mountains, but the Santa Monica Mountains are a little bit more populated with some pockets of homes. And then, of course, if it goes even further north, then you've got the San Fernando Valley that could be in jeopardy. So it's important that we continue to watch that. I can tell you the fire is not growing nearly as exponentially as it has been over the last 2 days, which is a good sign. It seems that every time there is some growth, it is less growth each time, which hopefully will continue that way with the hard work that the fire crews are doing.
Yeah, and take advantage of this break from the winds.
And I got to tell you, and maybe I can ask Carlos to come to my computer one more time, because I want to show you the amount of aircraft that we have over these fires, because it's really remarkable, what we're able to get in here and get done. And let me make the screen a little bit bigger here for you. But so this is, if you were to pull up the other map, where I'm talking about the active fire area is basically in here in Topanga Canyon State Park, and just the immense amount of aircraft that are in the area here. I mean, I can't even, you got fixed wing tankers that are dropping retardants. This is an MD-80. You've got all of these little sky cranes that are doing work, and you can tell, look, this is exactly where they're dropping. That area that I was just showing you on the heat map is exactly where they're concerned about. That's all these lines that you're seeing right here is exactly where they are doing all the dropping. And so you've got all of these too. These are the fire helicopters. You've got some more fixed wing aircraft. So there's a lot going on here. And, we'll be hopeful that all of this work that they're doing, all of the air assets that are on this fire will be enough to be able to continue to do the work that they need to do. You've got similar air assets over here as well on the other fire. This is the Eaton fire burning, and you've got a lot of aircraft from CAL FIRE up here. LA County Fire helicopters are here as well. So a lot's being put into this, and that's a very critical thing to do because they've got to get the forward progress on this fire under control while we've kind of got a break in the winds here.
All those orange ones are firefighting.
Yeah, so the various colors here is actually based on altitude. So your orange ones are the ones that are a little bit lower. That's just kind of the way that they fly. They're lower to the ground, obviously. And then you've got the fixed wings that are a little bit higher. So, for example, this fixed wing's at 4,800 feet. This helicopter is down at 2,000. So the change in color is just based on altitude.
Got it.
And that's why you see over here, when we get to the mountains, they've got to be up a little bit higher, so they're higher. And then you've got these aircraft that are doing mapping. And those are the ones that will give us the acreage numbers. And these guys are up at like 11 and 14,000 feet. So lots going on there. And you can understand when you look at this map, you've got these aircraft that are at 5,800 feet, and then you've got these guys that are 11,000 feet. So it helps you understand why it's hard for SkyCal to be able to get on top of all of that, because we would have to be up near 11,000 feet as well. And I believe this is our other helicopter that is looking at the Palisades fire. And let me just see where they're at so I can tell you where they're looking. So they're kind of over the Calabasas area. So that almost looks like, you guys, something that has spotted out in front a little bit here, because it looks like that might be a separate flank of the fire. I don't see that connected to the big bulk of the fire. So that is burning really close to the community of Calabasas, which I'm sure is obviously very concerning. And I'm actually trying to look and see. Okay, so there's a water dropping helicopter doing a drop there right now.
And we are being told by our producer, Mike, it is a new fire that.
Okay. So this is actually So this is going to be right off of. This is north of the 101 freeway, actually, in the Ventura County area, and the Los.
So it jumped the freeway.
It did, and if let's see, because I believe if they continued to pan left, that's going to be. We may see the 101 come into the frame a little bit more, but so that's all the communities right there. So that community that is below it is going to be like Thousand Oaks Boulevard, I think Lupin. So Shady Grove Place and Reefton Avenue. So let me see where that's at exactly so I can give you some reference points. But yeah, so that's a new fire that is close to homes. And again, this is going to be north of the 101 freeway and to the west of Valley Circle and Victory, basically, if you're in the San Fernando Valley, if you know where that's at. That's going to be to the west of that. So we'll get some information on that one, but that's obviously not an ideal situation if there is a new fire, which it appears that there is, that is burning to the west of the San Fernando Valley and north of the 101. Almost the Bell Canyon area is, I believe, where this is. Yeah, so there's Victory at the top of the screen, top right of the screen is Victory Boulevard. So that's where it dead ends into the open area here. Now, the positive thing about where this is burning, and you can look at it, there's no large vegetation here, right? This is all very, very low-lying stuff that hopefully a couple of good water drops will be able to get it under control.
And we've seen at least one water drop, Mike.
Yeah, and I can tell you there's also a fixed wing tanker, so we're probably going to see a retardant drop here in just a couple seconds. There's an MD-80. Let's see if the chopper's able to find it, but there's an MD-80 that's going to come in here and do a drop as well. So this is just west of the West Hills area. There you see some more streets. That's the city of LA right there on the top of the screen, where this is all coming to a point here. Van Owen Street is right there. If you're familiar with that area, Kit Ridge is where it runs all the way west, but your big, people that live there will know that Victory Boulevard dead ends to the west there, and this is directly west of Victory Boulevard. So again, to the north of the 101 freeway, which obviously gives us great concern here, because how did this fire start, right?
Exactly.
It seems like it's probably too far to be an ember cast because the winds are not that significant today. So it's just, how are we dealing with yet another fire that is burning?
Well, the good news is here, Mike, if it burns uphill, right, it's going to hit an area that's not populated at all. It's more open space. And it does burn slower going downhill, which is where we're seeing these homes here.
Right.
So hopefully we do get those
and
water.
So there's the MD-80. You saw that spotter plane come in, and so there's the spotter plane in front. It drops a little line that says, hey, this is where we want you to drop this retardant. So here comes the MD-80. So we'll hopefully see a drop from them here in the next few minutes here.
It's going to loop around, right, Mike?
Yeah, it'll probably loop around and come back in. So we're listening to one of my colleagues is... they are setting up for structure protection. They say this has a potential for about 1,000 acres. Doesn't mean it's going to burn 1,000 acres, but it has the potential for 1,000 acres. And there is the San Fernando Valley that the chopper is looking at now. So you see Topanga Canyon. They're going to look all the way into the Eaton fire from that location. I mean, it's really remarkable.
Too far, yeah.
Yeah, it's really remarkable though when you're in a helicopter and you can see all of these fires burning at the same time. It's really wild. So that's the San Fernando Valley that the chopper is looking at, and then obviously the fire is burning again north of the 101 to the west of West Hills, where this is all happening. And technically, it's in the Las Virgenes open space preserve. So no homes in that area. I mean, there is a little. The subdivision of Bell Canyon is just to the north of there, which the people from Bell Canyon know all too well about fires, and I believe that was Woolsey, right?
Yeah, that was up a little bit farther there, and in Bell Canyon, exactly. And we're watching this, we're seeing the water drops, and typically that would bring many of us some comfort, but because of what we've seen over the last couple of days, you're just holding your breath, hoping that this does not get out of hand. A lot of people have been reaching out to me, checking on my family, and I've been saying, things are good right now as long as the winds stay in a very,
it's touch and go every day.
Now this is getting closer to my home, and I don't think anyone feels safe until these fires are out because you just don't know. We've got more winds that are going to be coming up in the next couple of days, and that can change everything.
So we're officially naming this, guys. This is the Creek Fire.
Creek Fire.
The Creek Fire that is burning up in this area, and again, it's a new start. There you see the MD-80. Now, I'm looking for the silver lining here just because we don't have many these days, but the silver lining is that there is so much aircraft in town that hopefully they'll be able to, divert some of these pretty quickly, like they've already done with the MD-80. I mean, we have an extraordinary amount of firefighting aircraft, and there's the retardant drop. We have an extraordinary amount of air assets for fires in town right now because of all of the fires that are burning. So that's what we saw last night, right? When we saw the Runyon Canyon fire last night, there were helicopters that were up just down the road at the Palisades fire that were able to very quickly divert. So response times for aircraft have been very, very quick because of they're already all up. And I can already tell you here, we've got 1, 2, let's see, at least 3 tanker retardant dropping aircraft already in this area.
That was a nice long retardant drop.
That was a really
too,
good
if you
one,
saw
yeah.
it, yeah.
And if they can keep it, I mean, the good news is it is a bit of a topography-driven fire, but there's not a lot of, it's not steep hills, right? So, you know, hopefully, and there you can see the other community. So there's the 101 freeway, and then now Chopper's looking to the south, and that is the Palisades fire there to the south. So based on, I mean, the winds have been coming out of the north, so I can't imagine this is any kind of ember cast from the Palisades fire, because it's not, it's, you know, to the north of the fire instead of to the south of the fire. So cause of the fire obviously will be under investigation by the fire department, and I believe this is technically in Ventura County's area, but it is very close to the county line of LA County and Ventura County. So a lot to contend with here. We've got the aircraft in place right now. They are there, they are dropping, and it's going to be something that is going to be just a continuous challenge for our fire crews that are unfortunately already so busy.
The good news is the weather conditions are a little better
More
today,
favorable,
right?
yeah.
And I'm wondering if our weather team is available to just give us an idea of what's going on out there now, temperature-wise, weather-wise, maybe even humidity-wise,
Exactly.
to help with the firefight.
And how long these crews will have the milder wind conditions, and when we will, in fact, see the winds pick up in this part of the area. I know that Marina had been talking about it a little bit earlier about when those winds would start picking up, but anyone who lives in this area knows we've got these microclimates and how the winds can be really strong in one area and not as strong in another. So hopefully someone from our weather department will give us more specifics about when those winds will be picking up in this part of town, in the Ventura County area, right around this Calabasas area that is now seeing this new creek fire burning now in the area.
Yeah, they're calling it the creek fire, very smoky there. And look at that, a little thicker brush there. And does that look like a home right in the middle of the screen there?
Yeah.
I think it really does. And hopefully they can get those air assets dropping fire retardant as quickly as possible, because right now, Mike, it does look the smoke is kind of just billowing softly, which the good news is it doesn't look like the fire is raging at the moment, but it is definitely burning here in the Calabasas area. And Marina is here. Marina, can you join us here to give us an idea of what it's like?
We've got wind gusts in this area about mid to upper 30s right now. So between 35 to 39 miles per hour are the gusts.
How significant is that?
I mean, it's not as bad as it was previously, of course, but during the now to 4 p.m. time frame, we're going to continue to see these winds progress. And in this region, it is under a wind advisory. And so that's what we've been seeing here until really tomorrow afternoon. So it's from now all the way up until Friday midday that these winds will increase before they get better again. And that's what I'm talking about right there. We're at that 35 to 39 mile per hour range in Camarillo. And we're just continuing to see the Santa Anas now starting to build again in what is going to be a very classic event. As we move into tonight, we're going to be looking at the strongest winds in the Inland Empire and in Orange County, where you're starting to see them rev up at about 30 miles per hour right now in Riverside, San Bernardino area. And then we're going to be looking at pretty much everyone seeing up to 45 mile per hour wind gusts.
So this one is not.
And then in the Inland Empire and Orange County seeing wind gusts of up to 60 to 70 miles per hour. So that has been our biggest concern moving forward. So let's put the futurecast into motion right now so we can show you what we can expect as we move into this evening. So it's 3 o'clock almost right now. As we head into that 6, 7 o'clock time frame, you can see the bullseye is definitely throughout Orange County, from Laguna Niguel up into Rancho Santa Margarita, Corona, and then up into the Inland Empire. And then as we head into that 11 to 2 a.m. time frame, it really swaps into more of the San Gabriel Mountains as well as the San Bernardino Mountains, heading into the foothills and the 210 corridor, and then unfortunately into the Calabasas area and in the Pacific Palisades region. So that's where we'll see wind gusts anywhere from about 20 to 50 miles per hour. And that will be in the overnight hours, which is a critical time frame for, of course, those fires to be reignited and continue pushing forward. And where we don't have fires, we also have to think about that in Orange County and Inland Empire, where there will be very gusty winds this evening. We want to make sure that we're very cognizant of that so new fires don't start up. This is 3:15 in the morning tomorrow. We can see that we're starting to get a little bit better. We're in that 20 to 40 mile per hour range, and that includes this area around the new fire in Calabasas from Thousand Oaks up into the Santa Clarita Valley, all through the 210 corridor and into portions of the Inland Empire. But this is what we're looking at. By Friday, 4 p.m., it is much lighter. We're talking up to 10 mile per hour winds across our entire viewing area. But we have a whole lot of time before right now and really 12 hours from now where we'll continue to see those winds increase. And that's going to be the critical time frame for the current fires and hopefully not, but any new fires that might start. So there's that wind advisory for this area that we're looking at right now, 35 to 45 plus mile per hour wind gusts. That's through 2 p.m. on Friday. We also have the high wind warning, which is the next step up, and that is through 6 a.m. tomorrow, which encompasses pretty much all of the San Bernardino Mountains and the San Gabriel Mountains and Orange County in the Inland Empire. I'll keep you updated on this as we continue to progress.
All right, Marina, thank you so much.
We do want to get back over to Mike. He's got some new information for us about these fires that have broken out. There's actually two.
There's actually two, and I need to make myself a correction to what I was saying earlier, because there are two fires. There's another one that is burning up in the Angeles National Forest. So that was the one that I said earlier. This is I believe we're calling this the Hills Fire. And then there was another one that is burning in the Angeles Forest that is being handled by the Forest Service. And I know LA City Fire is up there helping them as well. So that is the one, let's see, that one is the one that is being called, yeah, that's the Creek Fire. Yeah, so that's the Creek. There's a Creek Fire burning off Big Tahunga. That is Angeles National Forest. LA City Fire is helping them. Then there's this fire that is burning in the Calabasas area, which, by the way, you guys, we just dispatched a reporter to, so hopefully we'll get a look from them soon. But this is the fire that is being called the Hills Fire.
Hills Fire.
I would assume it's because it's burning next to West Hills is why they named it that. And you can kind of see, yeah, they're requesting Ventura County Fire. I'm listening to them on the radio now. They're requesting immediate needs for any type engines. I think type 1 engines is what they said that they need to get into this area. So you can see, unfortunately, it looks like the ignition point is probably going to be, and forgive us while we're working with our signal there, is probably going to be right at the edge of Victory, right where the kind of hiking trails are, which is, you know, that's what's so unfortunate is when you think about the causes of these fires, regardless of if they're intentional or not, every single fire that we have seen is man-made, right? There's been no weather, there's been no lightning. This is all at the hands of humans, which is unfortunate. And it's unfortunate that even if it's an accident, sometimes we're just not, as people, being as careful as we should be, and that's how sometimes these things start. And that's, unfortunately, it looks like, especially when they start off of a hiking trail like that, and forgive us for our signal there, we're working on it, but you know, that is some of the things that we deal with. Now, I can tell you, the C-130, the Hercules from CAL FIRE, that big one that they were super excited about, is here now as well. So hopefully they'll be able to get some water on it. As you can see, it's the smoke probably getting close to the 101 freeway. I'm going to check here at CHP and make sure there's no impacts to the 101. Does sound like they're going to start doing evacuations as well. So as soon as I have a good evacuation zone to share with you, I will make sure that you guys have that information.
Yeah.
Let me see if it's out there. I hear them calling for them on the radio. I would assume it's just, you know, of course, even if you haven't been told to evacuate, if you're in the immediate area, you should, right? So we're working on that information right now, you guys. Let me grab this call really quick. I'm going to send it back to you.
Yeah, and what we were hearing from our meteorologist, Marina Jerica, is that the winds in this area here are about 35 to 39 miles per hour, which, you know, we see the firefight going on, we see the aircraft making those drops, but there is still a significant amount of wind fueling this fire. Clearly, it's not the 80 and 90 mile per hour winds that we saw when the fire broke out in Palisades. However, it is still a decent amount of wind, and right now resources are spread thin, and we're just hoping that they have enough support out there to get this fire knocked out.
The great thing is that the resources are now here. You see this plane now just flying over the freeway there. It's going to be dropping some fire retardant in the area, flying over these homes, and I'm guessing these homeowners here very grateful to see that the resources are in their area. But in just a minute or so, once Mike can get back to us, apparently they're going to. Oh.
Okay, we're going to get to a news conference
Okay, let's
right
go to
now
that
is taking place. Let's listen into that.
We are going to start off with 30 minutes of speakers, and then we're going to open up for a few questions at the end, so please hold all your questions and comments until the end. We're going to start with the LA County Board of Supervisors Chair, Catherine Barger. Here she is.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us for this very important update regarding the Eaton fire and the needed support for our residents. Over the last 2 days, I've talked to countless residents, friends, and town council members who have all expressed concerns over the criminal activity in the fire-impacted areas. The sheriff announced this morning that 20 people have been arrested by deputies for looting. We cannot, and let me make it clear, we will not allow this to continue to happen. Those who have evacuated have faced imaginable devastation, displacement, and loss. We must stand up against opportunists who want to prey on these victims. I will not stand by and allow an already traumatic experience to be further compounded. I stand here today with the sheriff as he makes an important announcement that will amplify our ability to protect our vulnerable communities in their time of need. My deepest thanks to our first responders who have been battling this blaze, and to the law enforcement officers who have been standing up against criminal activity to the best of their ability. I am confident that these steps we are taking today will give us extra leverage and support needed to really crack down on this important issue. To our residents, we stand with you and will continue to stand up for you. It's frustrating to me when we ask people to evacuate. Their greatest fear is, am I going to come back not only to a home that's standing, but if it is standing, have people come in and burglarize my home? They shouldn't have to make that choice. So with that, I would like to introduce our Los Angeles County Sheriff, Robert Luna.
Thank you, Supervisor. Just so all of you know, her leadership's amazing, and we've been on the phone consistently with a lot of the challenges that we're facing, but we remind each other we're facing them together, and we have a lot of good things going on. So as we're working through this, I want everyone to know that the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department has officially requested the support of the California National Guard for both fires, at least in LA County. Both the Palisades and Eaton fire. We are in the process and will coordinate deployments for any additional request through the county. And just so everybody's aware, in order to request mutual aid, at least for law enforcement in Los Angeles County, I'm the primary regional coordinator for that. So the request was made through our department, but we are working in collaboration with the Los Angeles Police Department, Chief Jim McDonald, Chief Gene Harris, who joined here to the left, and then the Chief Ramon Bautista from the Santa Monica Police Department, and then any other chiefs of police who may need additional resources as a result of these fires. We'll make sure that we do that. So for the last 24 hours or so, we have had approximately 400 National Guard members throughout the state ready to support us, and as I just stated, they will be coming in. We expect that they may be on site as soon as tonight. That may change a little bit, but they will be assisting us with traffic control and critical infrastructure protection. They will be staged throughout the Los Angeles region, and our Emergency Operations Bureau is currently working on specific missions that they will fulfill both in these affected county fire areas, the city of Pasadena, the city of Santa Monica, and the city of Los Angeles. This wouldn't be possible without the assistance of Governor Newsom, who approved this request. He's been consistently on the phone with our leadership asking what that we need, and we're very grateful for that. This effort will allow law enforcement to free up our resources and move personnel to other critical areas throughout the county, in a sense becoming a force multiplier. I'm going to switch gears a little bit now. Earlier there was a lot of questions, as there should be, about the death toll here in Los Angeles County as it specifically relates to the fire. anytime I talk about numbers, whether they are fatalities or we're talking about potential looting arrest, I'm going to tell you something. The number just continuously fluctuates, and it's because we're still in a very chaotic scenario. And just to give you an idea, and I'm surrounded by a lot of firefighters, and the fire chief will come up and talk next, we're still working in a very fluid and active environment, meaning that there are still spot fires going on in areas, there's gas leaks. So when people are asking us for numbers of fatalities, we want to give them to you, but we have to wait until it's safe for our personnel to be able to go in there and do this right, because to some people, the death toll may just be a number. To us, on our side of the fence and public safety, each one of those numbers is a family member. We're going to have to make notifications with our partners at the coroner's office to let them know that they're not going to see their family members anymore. So just again, it's preliminary and it's absolutely going to change. But as of right now, and we stated this yesterday, we do have confirmed 5 deaths between Palisades and the Eaton fire. But that number, again, is going to change as more information comes in and when we start to get into the damaged area. The homicide detectives for the LA County Sheriff's Department are trying to get into the locations to process the scenes, but they've been delayed for the dangerous conditions that I just spoke about. But once homicide is able to get in there, they'll do the death investigations, and then we'll have more complete information that a lot of people are asking us for. I also want to mention that our team has been working on a curfew. Our goal is to attempt to implement a curfew within the specific impacted areas around the 2 fire areas, both for Palisades and Eaton. As we work through the legal process to get that done, the goal is to try and implement it tonight. If we're not able to do that, that may happen maybe by tomorrow night. That curfew looks like it'll be from 6 p.m. To 6 a.m. Again, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. That will be the goal. We will be enforcing that. I think if most of you heard our press conference earlier today, we had a number of looting arrests throughout the entire county region. That is unacceptable behavior. Having additional resources, having the National Guard with us, which will augment those resources, will help send a stronger message, keep people out of the impacted areas so we don't continuously victimize the people who have already been victimized, who have lost their homes. So we'll continue to work on the evacuation orders as soon as we can. We'll give you more specific information, because a big legal part of that is that we have to notify our community of what it is and how that works. And just to wrap up for us, we have increased resources for our burglary and looting suppression. Unfortunately, there have been crimes out there that have been reported to us by residents who have evacuated their homes. Our deputies continue to do an amazing job of conducting humanitarian missions, and they've had many, many rescues. And I do want to stress that the majority of the people they are having to rescue out of homes and vehicles are individuals that chose not to evacuate, not only putting themselves in danger, but putting the first responders in more significant danger. So please, you hear this over and over, when somebody tells you to mandatory evacuate, please evacuate. Preliminarily, I know we're talking about 20 arrests. Preliminarily, we have about 12 arrests related to looting. And again, that number hasn't been confirmed. We're checking that. We're also getting the number of about 16, and that's at the multiple impacted areas throughout the county of Los Angeles. But we'll continue to collaborate And as I stated earlier, I'm in constant contact with the California Office of Emergency Services. That's where we made the official request for the California National Guard. I've been in communication with the Commissioner of the California Highway Patrol. He's offered his assistance, and we've deployed with his partnership or collaboration multiple CHP officers for traffic control around the area. My last item is this. If you have any questions about current evacuation orders or warnings or the many street closures that we have here in Los Angeles County, please visit lacounty.gov/emergency for updated information. And with that, I am going to now introduce the Fire Chief for Los Angeles County, best looking Fire Chief, Tony Maroney.
Thank you, Sheriff Luna and Supervisor Barger, Chair of the Board. So I'm going to limit my comments to an update for the Eaton Fire here in Los Angeles County that's affecting the unincorporated community of Altadena, in addition to the cities of Pasadena, Arcadia, and Sierra Madre. We remain in unified command. However, we have added one unified command partner. CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 3 has been assigned to the incident to assist with recovery operations. Recovery operations consists of trying to coordinate all of our human remain detection teams that will be going house to house to make sure that we can account for anybody who's been killed in the fire. Also setting up community recovery centers. They're also going to be doing damage inspection coordination for us. So the Eaton Fire is now estimated to be 13,690 acres. It's grown since our morning press conference because the fire is making a run towards the historic Mount Wilson area. We are still at 0% containment, but we now have a better estimation of the number of fire personnel assigned to the incident. We're now at 1,527 personnel assigned, and like this morning, additional mutual aid resources to continue to arrive to assist in the firefight. This morning, we did have a firefighter suffer a significant injury in a fall. That firefighter is resting comfortably at an area hospital. He's in stable condition, and he is expected to make a full recovery. We now have a confirmation that we have a potential for over 4,000 to 5,000 structures damaged or destroyed. The definition of a structure could be a single-family residence, a multifamily residence, a commercial occupancy, an outbuilding, or a vehicle. So this morning I reported 1,000. We are now reporting 4,000 to 5,000 of those types of structures. The cause of the fire remains unknown and under investigation by the Sheriff's Department along with the LA County Fire Department and the U.S. Forest Service. The reason that the sheriff is going to be reporting fatality information, because the cause of the fire is unknown at this time, if it turns out that this was an arson fire, any death that relates from an arson fire is considered a murder, and the LASD investigates those types of crimes. The number of resources assigned to this fire siege has increased significantly, and we are in a much better posture than we were on Tuesday and Wednesday. Out-of-state resources continue to arrive in LA County, and we're appreciative of to all of our firefighters from throughout the western United States for providing assistance to Los Angeles County in our time of need. Regarding the current red flag warning condition, as I stated this morning, it's going to continue for Los Angeles County and much of Ventura County through Friday, but I think we all realize that the winds have significantly diminished after the PDS was canceled 4 p.m. yesterday. So we're hoping that the weather is going to continue to cooperate so we can get some perimeter line in on the fire. I would now like to invite up the Operations Section Chief for California Interagency Incident Management Team 5, Don Fraguglia.
Okay, good day, everybody. Like Chief said, my name is Don Fraguglia. I represent California Team 5. I'm going to give you an operational update on what's going on the fire right now as we speak. And I'm going to talk a little bit to the map behind me, just so you know, and I'm going to use a pointer since it's kind of a small map. Okay, we're going to start over here on the right flank of the fire. This is Santa Anita Canyon. We're currently actively engaged there with several hotshot crews along the road and along the canyon bottom, and we're being successful. Throughout the day today, we've had rotor wing, the opportunity to fly rotor wing and fixed wing aircraft. The winds are still pretty high up there, so it's kind of a hit or miss deal. We get the aircraft up and we get them flying, and then it's just too dangerous for the pilots and they have to come back down. So it's a constantly evaluation, constant use of that aircraft, and we're being successful when we're able to fly them. As we come along the north end of the fire there, Mount Wilson was mentioned recently in this press conference. I want everybody to know the fire has made it to Mount Wilson. We're actively engaged there, and so far no loss to any values at risk at Mount Wilson, and we're feeling good about what we have to do up there tonight to keep that site secure. As we come across the top of this fire over here towards the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, we're making good progress here as well. Values at risk obviously include the JPL among other things out there, so priority for me as an operations is this side of the fire over here is a high priority. We're concerned about the winds that are potentially coming to outflank us in the coming days. So all hands on deck. We're going to work day and night, and we expect to continue. You'll see some containment in the coming days. Thank you.
Thank you from the Operations Section Chief. So next up we'll have the Arcadia Fire Chief, Chen Swin.
Hello, my remarks will be brief. My name is Chen Swen, Fire Chief for the City of Arcadia. I just wanted to express my deepest gratitude and our deepest gratitude to our community, to our public safety partners up here, many who are standing up here just for their work on the East End. I wanted to provide an update, a website for our Arcadia residents and businesses. You can visit www.arcadiaca.gov/2025 windstorm, or visit any of our social media platforms. Thank you.
Now we'll have Pasadena Fire Chief Chad Augustine. Chad?
Good afternoon, Chad Augustine, Pasadena Fire Chief. Thank you so much for being here today. I had the opportunity to fly this fire this morning, and the level of devastation is staggering. We're extremely thankful for all of our partner agencies here, local, state, and federal. We could not get a handle on this fire without them. And for my residents, we're committed to get back to full restoration as long as that takes. And you'll have the continued support of everybody here in order to do that. Thank you.
And then Sierra Madre Fire Chief Brent Bartlett.
Good afternoon, Brent Bartlett with the City of Sierra Madre Fire Chief. Again, as my peers have already mentioned, thank you goes out to our partners in the efforts to managing and getting this under control. As far as for my community as well, future information can be found on the city's website, Sierra Madre, city@sierramadre.com. And our next move is going to be looking at recovery and repopulation after we are getting a better assessment of the damage within our area. So again, thank you for the opportunity. I'd like to introduce Congresswoman Judy Chu for our next speaker.
Thank you. I'm Congressmember Judy Chu, and I just took a tour of the destroyed areas led by Mayor Victor Gordo, and I could not believe the destruction of Altadena and Pasadena. Mariposa Junction, which had so many thriving small businesses, gone. Institutions like the Altadena Library and the Altadena Community Church, destroyed and gone. The homes that, so many homes that we saw with so many memories, gone. But one thing I have to say is that I have to really appreciate the first responders for making sure that the destruction was not even greater. I also want to say that there is help from Washington, D.C., and President Biden just announced something very, very important, which is our area has already been approved for the fire emergency management grants. it provides reimbursement for 75% of the firefighting costs. He just announced that he will reimburse 100% of the costs over the next 180 days. This is so important. The other thing I want to announce is that FEMA worked overtime to get their website going so that now you can go to disasterassistance.gov, input all your information, and you can see what you are qualified for and can get your place in line for disaster assistance. And then the third thing is that the FEMA administrator, Deanne Criswell, is coming out here from Washington, D.C. She toured the Palisades site, but she will be coming here later today to see what destruction occurred here at Eaton. And this is very important because FEMA has so many resources that individuals, small businesses, but also cities and locations can take advantage of, such as the clearance of roads. So help is on the way, and I know that we will get through this. And now I would like to introduce Mayor Victor Gordo of Pasadena.
Thank you, Congressmember. Let me first just say on behalf of the city of Pasadena and our residents that our thoughts and prayers are with all of those affected in the county of Los Angeles, including our neighbors in the Palisades, and certainly our community of Altadena, which we consider to be very much a part of the city of Pasadena. I'd like to thank all of the first responders with the county of Los Angeles, with the state, and those that are continuing to come to assist us. And it's not just those wearing the badge that are first responders. We have many civilians. We have Red Cross workers, volunteers, who we also consider to be first responders. In Pasadena, our police chief and our executive leadership team is considering a curfew, and we'll have more information as it relates to a curfew. We certainly will welcome the augmented services and additional assistance of the National Guard. And again, thank you to Sheriff Luna, thank you to the supervisor, chief, all chiefs for the work of your departments individually and collectively. We're asking if you are under a mandatory evacuation order. Those orders have not been lifted. And so we're starting to see people go back into those areas. And our message to you is stay out of those areas until you hear officially that the orders have been lifted. And you will hear that official word from the county and in the city of Pasadena from the city of Pasadena. Thank you very much.
And I also want to thank the following individuals who are here with us today showing their support. State Senator Sasha Renee Perez, Assembly Member John Harabedian, Assembly Member Jessica Caloza, Pasadena Police Chief Gene Harris. We truly do greatly appreciate you all being here. I know I've seen you more than I've seen my husband and my dog in the last week. But honestly, this is what it's about. We talk about community. It's also about working together to make sure that we work to make sure that our constituents are served. So with that, I'm going to open it up to questions.
Okay, that'll conclude our speakers for today. We're going to open it up to questions. Pono Barnesby walking around with a microphone. So just state your name, who you want your question to be to, and what media outlet you're from.
Okay, yes. Amy Powell from ABC7. Question for Sheriff Luna. I know you said the details about the curfew are still being worked out, but can you talk about, would that involve blocking access roads to certain parts of these communities and how that might affect residents?
There's definitely going to be an impact on residents, but we will do whatever we can to brief the deputies and or National Guard members that are out there to be very sensitive to the needs of the residents. They've been through a lot, and we'll try and help them out as much as we can. Obviously, a big part of what we're doing is to protect the properties that are there. So in regard to specific details of road closures, we will be putting those out to what that looks like. We will try and minimize the impact to our community, but we're also trying to maximize the security around there. So we'll try and find a good balance. But I do want to reiterate that as we talk about the National Guard being deployed and or once the curfew comes on board, it's only going to affect the areas that have been heavily impacted by the fires. It is not a county-wide curfew. It will not impact other cities in the county that have not been impacted. What we're looking at as we're drawing up the paperwork, we're looking at the zones that were evacuated, that were mandatory evacuations. That's where our primary focus is, keeping in mind that the wind's still blowing, the fire's still not contained, and we will be flexible enough to adjust to those areas and then take away areas where eventually we will be repopulating certain neighborhoods.
Can the items that President Biden has ordered be undone after January 20th?
That is a very good question, and executive orders can be undone by the next president. But I just hope that President-elect Trump sees that he needs to be a president for all of America, and wildfires don't have a political party. They don't. And if he wants to represent all of America, then he needs to make sure this continues to go through for the next 180 days.
Sheriff Luna, Joe Kwan with Spectrum News 1. This may be a dumb question, but as far as the curfew, is somebody walks in at past 6 p.m. in those evacuated areas? How will that work? Just so, you know, I've seen a lot of people walking just to see if their homes are okay, their neighborhoods are okay, they're frustrated. How is that going to work? They just cannot walk in there, they'll get arrested? What, you know, just lay that out for us.
Yeah, it's not a dumb question at all. It's a very good question. Our deputy sheriffs, police officers will use very good judgment, common sense. They'll approach people. They'll ask them
All right, we've
questions.
been listening to
Obviously,
officials
one of the
giving us
first
the very
ones is where
latest
you
here
live.
on the
They wanna
Eaton
make sure
fire.
that they belong there.
They're telling us that right now 20 people have been arrested for looting. 400 National Guard members are coming in to help with the law enforcement part of all this. And also, Sheriff Robert Luna telling us that they're working on getting a curfew in place for the areas affected by the fire, specifically the Eaton fire, the Palisades fire, that may run from 6 p.m. till 6 a.m.
Yes, and we do want to explain that on the right of your screen is that new fire that we have been talking about. Mike Rogers is getting us the latest on the Kenneth fire, which is not associated at all with the other fires that have been burning.
Yeah, right. And I wanted to, part of the reason we got off this press conference is because I need to let you know about evacuations that have been issued in that area. You're looking at live pictures here from the chopper, and you can see the large column of smoke that is being put up. So if we can put my computer in an inset here, because I want to make sure that I can show people where this is happening. This is the community of Oak Park. And at this point, the evacuations are voluntary. So these are voluntary evacuations for the community of Oak Park. We're going to get my computer here in just a second, but I can tell you that anybody that is in the area of Oak Park near Canaan Road and Agora Road, east of Canaan Road to Deer Hill, those are the evacuation orders that are in place. There's my computer. Thank you for that. Here you see anything that is outlined in orange. Let me draw it a little bit more clear for you so you can see. So we're talking about this neighborhood right here. This is where the voluntary evacuation zone is. So it's this chunk, this western chunk, eastern chunk of Oak Park. This is, I believe, Oak Park High School right here. So for reference point, if you know where Oak Park High School is, if you were to the east of Oak Park High School in this box, you're being asked to voluntarily evacuate. That's all of this area right here that is now under this voluntary evacuation order. So for reference, I'll show you the fire is burning in this area. So it kind of started over in here. So this is the Bell Canyon area up here, right? The fire started basically at the end of this trailhead or near this trailhead right here. And right now it is burning to the south and to the west. So that is kind of the direction it is taking. And that is why Oak Park is under a voluntary evacuation zone. I can tell you, and I'll show you while you're still looking at live pictures from the chopper, I want to pull this up because I want to show you the intense aerial fight that is going on right here. There are 6 helicopters that have been on this. I've also seen the fixed wing access. There's another one that's picking up water right here that's coming in, and you've got more of these aircraft that are coming in. So there's a very large aerial fight going on right now for this. So there are a lot of people that are trying to put this out. And again, it started kind of here in this Las Virgenes open space and has been moving to the east. And you can see from the chopper there, even where it's already charred, the blackness there of it, and then it's starting to move. So hopefully they'll be able to get this under control very quickly here. But those are where the voluntary evacuations are right now for the Kenneth fire. And let me see if there's an acreage update on it just yet, but it doesn't look like there is. So that's what they're working on right now. They're getting some more resources in there. I can hear them calling for more. We've got a helicopter that's actually even coming down from Central California right now to help in this. So again, the Kenneth fire now having voluntary evacuations for this new fire that is burning in the, well, technically, I guess the Oak Park area now, more into the, it's on the Ventura County side for sure. And I want to look at that because it looks like it's burning right up against a home there. It doesn't look like that's a home on fire, but it looks like it's certainly burning right up towards the backyard of that home. Let me see if I can get a better look on that.
Can you get a better idea?
Yeah, let me look right now. Look like, let's see, so Farmfield Road, Eden Park Drive, Thousand Oaks Boulevard. So this is actually the community that is even more to the east of Oak Park, I believe, right? This is the, I guess, the Hidden Hills area. Is that what that is? To the north of the 101 freeway right there? Off of Las Virgenes Road and Thousand Oaks Boulevard is where we're looking at that. So the fire is much closer to that area. That's on the LA County side, I believe. So I assume there are evacuations there as well, but I will try to look and get that definitively.
It looks like the smoke, though, unfortunately, is heading towards Oak Park area, going in the direction there towards Ventura County.
Right.
And, you know, we were talking a little earlier about how, you know, we have friends and family across the country that are calling to check on us, and people have been checking on me and my family all day, and I've said, hey, you know, the fire isn't too close. Well, now, you know, the story has changed, and it is close, and my family is being evacuated now in our community.
Right.
So certainly things are changing drastically, and we've been talking to people about making sure that they are doing their due diligence, and when you hear that you need to go, you definitely need to be packing up things and getting ready. Even if it's a voluntary evacuation, you definitely want to be prepared.
And I do want to tell you, and if we can put my computer back in the inset, because there are mandatory evacuations on the LA County side. So Hidden Hills, all of this is under an evacuation order. So that area north of the 101 freeway, basically from Valley Circle all the way over to the Ventura County line and then into Agora High School, those are all now under a mandatory evacuation. So you're seeing them on the red here, all of this Hidden Hills area, this Calabasas area, all of this under a mandatory evacuation because the fire is burning up in this area and then burning, as you mentioned, Amy, to the south and to the west. And that's what we're looking at. So those homes that we just saw from the chopper where it looked like it was getting pretty close to those homes there, that is the Hidden Hills area and the north end of the Calabasas area, north of the 101 freeway, where that is burning. And it butts up, and it's really unfortunate because it butts up, you know, right against the other evacuations. I mean, there's hardly anywhere in this area that is now not under an evacuation zone because of these fires, either the Palisades fire or now this fire that is burning in the Ventura County area / LA County area. So we've got mandatory evacuations there as well as we look at those live pictures from the helicopter as it burns right up towards these homes here. Very, very large homes, as we can see. You see an LA County fire engine pulling into the cul-de-sac there. You can see the wind blowing around. So while it's not windy everywhere, look at those trees. And I don't know if Marina's around and maybe give us some wind updates there, but you can definitely see the trees blowing still in this area of Calabasas, north of the 101 freeway in the Hidden Hills area.
And Mike, I was just checking the Kenneth fire that we're calling this. Apparently right now it's at 50 acres is where it's sitting at right now. Containment absolutely zero as fire crews now head into this area. Marina?
Fluctuating. It's anywhere from about 29 to 32 wind gusts in that exact area right there, which isn't what we were seeing before, but it's still well enough to push that fire along, and that will increase the potential potentially 45 to 50 as we head into the evening hours and overnight. So unfortunately, it's just going to get worse before it gets better. By 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning tomorrow, things will start to improve. But for now, they will only increase. And like I said, sustained in this Calabasas area, we're talking about anywhere from about 10 to 15, but gusts anywhere from about 29 to 32 over the last 30 minutes. 32 has been the largest wind gust I've seen so far. And then it's going to slowly start to creep up to probably in the next 2 to 3 hours up to 40.
Incredible. And we are expecting those winds, Marina, to pick up tonight into tomorrow, correct?
Correct. And so that's why a lot of the areas are still under a high wind warning until 6 a.m. Friday. And that's because the overnight is going to be critical again, where we're going to be looking at those wind gusts peaking at about 40 to 50, possibly even 60 to 7 in the Inland Empire and Orange County. And then everything starts to die down starting at about 5, 6 o'clock in the morning and get substantially better once we head into the rest of the day. By tomorrow evening, we're looking at winds at 5 to 10 miles per hour. So we just need to make it through the overnight tonight, but that's a lot of hours.
Yeah, and look at the sizes of these homes. Marina, thank you so much. We're, of course, continuing to monitor the situation there at the Kenneth fire. As you can see there, it looks like there's a firefighter possibly going door to door, or at least trying to locate the people who live here just to give them just a warning. And there is fire trucks already in the neighborhood, so that's a good thing. And air resources are heading into that area. But look how close the fire is to these homes right here. A very short distance. And luckily, Amy, there's a lot of brush clearance there. There's not a lot to burn. So hopefully a couple of good targeted water drops and retardant drops will help. And there's also that tennis court there that also acts like a buffer. Let's hope that that's the case here and the fire doesn't go any further.
So many people in these areas have really been taking care of the brush clearance after the Woolsey fire. We just know how critical it is. We want to get to our Michelle Geely. She is live at Temescal Canyon and PCH. Michelle.
I want to share with you kind of an impromptu situation that it's been developing here in the Pacific Palisades. This is at Temescal Canyon Road and Pacific Coast Highway. You see this group of people behind me here. These are residents. They're wondering whether their homes are still standing. They need medication. They're wondering whether their animals are stranded up in the neighborhoods. They're wondering whether their homes are still standing. So they have shown up here. They have walked for miles, for hours to get here. And they've reached out to the LAPD and the Port Police asking them to please take them up to their neighborhoods and let them see something. That is happening. They are ushering people. They're taking them up in the patrol cars, giving them 5 minutes to go inside if there's anything left. This couple here just came back. This is what they managed to retrieve. Please tell me what this process is, how long you waited here.
Well, we came here with bikes. And we know we couldn't get here through cars. My wife actually was so anxious that she walked here. I encouraged her not to come, but she did. But then we got here and they checked to see if you actually live here with the cops before they let anybody in. And so we got escorted because we happened to be 3 of us in the same street. So they escorted us up there. And to be honest with you, I've never seen anything like that in my life.
You didn't know going in if there would be anything there?
Absolutely not. Not. Well, I see it on TV, but in live is a different reality.
What was there?
My house sticking amongst many houses that were just destroyed. I get goosebumps just talking about it. And as I was saying earlier, I'm not sure the only happiness we have, I think, in my love, is to be able to even get our sentimental stuff out of there and some valuables. But everything around us is gone. And like I said, I don't know if I should be extremely happy or guilty feeling that everybody else's stuff is gone.
What did you take out? I see you have 2 bags here.
Well, I photographs, albums, documents, my computer stuff, my hard drive, stuff that are extremely necessary. Yeah.
The last time you saw that house was when? Tuesday?
Well, it was when was the 2 day? 2 day. I've lost track of time with all the things. Yeah, Tuesday. Yeah.
In the evening?
Yeah. Well, we left in the afternoon. We left around 12:30, I think it was.
Earlier, 11:30.
And your husband indicated that you were walking. Where did you walk from?
Well, we basically reached with the car to Santa Monica, and then I walked from Santa Monica, and he biked
Santa
here.
Monica Pier area.
So you walked for an hour or so to get here?
Well, she did. I biked. I didn't want her to come. She decided to walk here.
And you talked about the guilt, and we've heard a lot about that today. People who are discovering that their houses do exist in the neighborhood, and they say they almost feel guilty talking about it.
Yes.
Because there's so much heartache and so much pain.
You know, we love our neighbors. This community was, and I hope it will one day become again a beautiful community. These people are wonderful neighbors. Our heart goes to all of them. All their life, all their heart that they put in their homes, all their memories are gone.
You just said to me, you don't know, even though your house is standing, whether you want to be here, because there isn't a place for you to have coffee anymore,
There's
to
no
go to
place
pray.
There's nothing. It's just destroyed. It's a disaster. It's Armageddon. I've never seen anything like this in my life.
So where are you going now?
Back to my mother's, because she's anxiously waiting to hear from us.
So you're riding your bike back to Beverly Hills.
Walking with her because she came with walking, and just walking this back to the bike store to give the bike back and count our blessings.
Did you talk to any of these people here in the group to find out their stories?
No, unfortunately, really, the minute we came with our neighbor, they called our name, and we didn't get time to even hear their stories, I'll be honest.
So you were up there for what, 5 minutes?
Well, they were 10, 15 minutes because the officers are pushed to come back and pick up other people.
And what do you think about the fact that this is even going on here?
I mean, these people, they're desperate. They need something. They need to know, even if it's a horrible news. They need to know. They need to know, and with that they can at least be at peace more. So, it's yeah.
You've got a journey now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for talking. Thank you for sharing your story. So as they go on their way, the others here wait, and as you heard them say, the police officers are checking driver's licenses and verifying that, in fact, the people do live in this area. They're putting their names on a list, and we'll hear those names called out. And they'll then get in the back of the patrol car, as we said, and they'll take them up. There is a woman. She's still waiting there in the pink sweater. That's Susan over there, and Madeline. They are waiting to go up and get much-needed medication. They said that they do not think that their home is there, however, in Pacific Palisades, but they want to go anyway. They need to see what is happening on its North Las Casas Avenue. So really just such a heavy feeling standing here. Again, Temescal Canyon Road and PCH, as these people have just, it's an impromptu gathering. This checkpoint just kind of sprung up, and fortunately law enforcement is acquiescing and helping. They say it's still too dangerous, of course, for people to go in, and they are helping these people out. They want answers. They're wondering and they're waiting, and in some cases, as you heard, that couple just say they had good news, but they feel very, very guilty about it. So I'll toss it back to you guys.
Yeah, that couple dealing with quite a bit, Michelle. Yep, their home is still standing, but now they're dealing with survivor's guilt. They don't want to be in the area. As you said to them, there are places where they pray, and just go get a cup of coffee is gone.
It is.
Yeah.
Now, thank you, Michelle.
Michelle, thanks.
To the right, we are showing you images from SkyCal. This is, I believe we are going to the new fire, not the Palisades fire, but this is the new Kenneth fire that is burning near Woodland Hills and dangerously close to homes.
Let's go to our Mike Rogers on the desk here. Mike, I know you're monitoring the situation here on the fire.
Yeah.
Any new updates?
Yeah, so we do have that the mandatory evacuations that I told you about for the Hidden Hills area and portions of Calabasas north of the 101 freeway. All of this is north of the 101 freeway. The evacuations in Oak Park are still voluntary at this point, and that is for the area that we talked about that is east of the high school there. And again, those are still in the voluntary evacuation area as this fire continues to burn. Right now, it appears that the fire is burning more kind of to the southwest here, and that's why that Hidden Hills community is under that mandatory evacuation, and that's including the area of Las Virgenes Road and Thousand Oaks Boulevard. As you look at the picture from the helicopter here, as you can see, one of those retardant drops, that's the MD-80 that is coming in here to do that work. So as we talked about, it is that low-lying vegetation that they're contending with here, and forgive our picture going in and out there, but this is, and we can pull up my computer if we need to as well. There we go. So there's the mandatory evacuations. That's Ventura County Fire helicopter, obviously doing some water drops right there. So they've got a lot of resources on this, but you can see it's chewing through the land pretty quickly, and that is indicative of that low-lying vegetation. It moves fast, and you can see the smoke. There is wind down there, as Marina was talking about. There is still wind down there, and that is why the smoke is kind of laying down in that direction. And you see how dangerously close it is getting to the backyards of these homes here, these homes in the Hidden Hills area, Shady Grove Place right there, as we look at a LA County Fire Copter 15 getting ready to do a drop and kind of surveying all of the fire and everything like that. And you can see those communities down there that are under that mandatory evacuation. Those streets are empty. Hopefully that is because everybody has gotten out by this point. This fire kind of started pretty quickly and got towards them pretty quickly. There you see the water drop happening right there, kind of right up against those homes. And you can see there's a ravine right there that you can tell is burning in between. So that's always where we get into these really kind of hairy situations here, is when it pushes through those ravines, because then all it's got to do is jump up a hillside to get the backs of these homes. So hopefully that is not the case. We've got our second chopper that is going to go look on the northwestern corner of this and look at it from the Oak Park side. So we're getting our helicopter over in that position too to be able to bring you those pictures. But for right now, this is what you're looking at here with those LA County Fire helicopters. And there is a ton of helicopters on this, you guys. I'm just going to try to count here, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Wow.
9 helicopters, 2 MD-80 tankers, as well as a CAL FIRE helicopter, or fixed wing doing observations there. So they have got the resources on this right now. So hopefully that will pay off. You know, those winds are still pretty heavy. And again, we're calling this about 50 acres right now, though I would assume that it's probably a little bit more than that at this point. But they are calling it 50 acres right now with those mandatory evacuations in place for the Hidden Hills communities and the Calabasas community north of the 101 freeway. But remember, even south of the 101 freeway, they're under a voluntary evacuation because of the Palisades fire. So this whole area really is now under an evacuation warning and order in certain situations. That's LA City Fire, Fire 1, that is doing some of those drops. And they are immediately over the community of like Kingston Court, Hamilton Court, Wellesley Drive. So if you're in that area, you know that area, that is what you're looking at. And you can see the chopper looking at that as well. And you see some of these very large homes. You got a fire engine in the back of a cul-de-sac there doing some of the drops here. So obviously lots of homes in here, lots to protect. And again, it's in that area. There's that one of those Colson Sea Kings, I believe that's that one. Let me look at that really quick. But yeah, Sikorsky Sea King. So that's the one that's got a ton of water. That's even got more water than some of our local helicopters. That's that partnership one that we see the Chinook come with. So lots of good work that is going on from them as well. So we're going to continue to watch this, you guys. Hopefully, we'll start to see a handle on this soon. But I want to reiterate, there are those mandatory evacuations for the Hidden Hills area, the Calabasas area north of the 101 freeway, and voluntary evacuations in the Oak Park area. If any of those change, if any of those become mandatory, or if they issue any new ones, let me just refresh the screen really quickly here. Yeah, everything is still voluntary on the Ventura County side, but in the LA County side, there are those mandatory evacuations as we watch this water drop from the Sikorsky other helicopter, there we go, that is kind of getting in the area too. So SkyCal is kind of going around, and we're trying to see if we can see it from, like I said, from the north corner of it as he's coming up above. So this is the evacuations that you're looking at on my screen there. There's the ones for LA County are burning right here. And I want to point out, you guys, while I've got this up, look, you know, I mean, we're so close. This is the perimeter of the Palisades fire, right? And it is burning, and now you've got a new fire that's burning into this area. So unfortunately, the people in the Calabasas community have fire now to the north and south of them, which is obviously, I'm sure, very scary for them and concerning. So, you know, hopefully we'll get some good work in here, and they are doing a lot of good work from those airdrops, and hopefully that continues. We have not seen any structures burn at this point, although we have seen them come pretty dangerously close to a few backyards. It's always difficult to kind of see from that smoke. On the left side of your screen is the shot from the other helicopter that is looking directly. They're in the San Fernando Valley, so they just are crossing over Reseda right now. So that's the direction they're looking at. I'm going to ask Oliver if he can zoom in a little bit and we get a better column, look at that column of smoke there as it's pushing through and starting to then mix with the other fire, the Palisades fire. So if our air quality wasn't bad enough, it's definitely going to get worse with this, guys.
Well, Mike, in just the last minute or so since you were talking, we did see 4 good solid water drops, and we hope that that's exactly what's going to keep happening here within the next, you know, hour or so that we can bring these pictures and good news to our viewers that this fire is under control. But even when the heaviest of the fire is put down, of course, there's that fear of hot spots flaring up again. So yet we're pulling even more resources from other fires into other areas to make sure the fires don't spread. And that, of course, is very, very important. This is, again, the Kenneth Fire burning near Woodland Hills. Mandatory evacuations for the Hidden Hills area, a very exclusive guard gate community right there that includes, you know, a lot of celebrities, a lot of NBA players, Lakers players live there. And then again, the Oak Park area, that's under voluntary evacuations. And we hope that it stays that way, that the fire doesn't grow to the point where mandatory evacuations are ordered for those areas. But we already saw some firefighters kind of go door to door in that area, letting people know what's going on. Some people kind of position their cars pointing out, you know, out of the street. It wasn't in their driveway, so they can just kind of jump in and go if they had to. So people are taking all this very seriously, Amy, after the last 72 hours that we've seen so much destruction in the Palisades area, in the Eaton Canyon fire area, the areas of Altadena, in Pasadena. This is not a time to take any of these incidents lightly, and we're seeing that exactly today.
Yeah, and it really is a welcome sight to see all of those helicopters up in the air doing those water drops. It is a really good thing. We know that, you know, a couple of days ago when the fires were breaking out, the winds were so strong that they weren't getting that air support that they so desperately needed. So it's wonderful to see that that is available today, and they are definitely really, you know, working hard to get this fire under control. But as you were saying, it is tough to see yet another fire. And as Mike was saying, the folks in Calabasas that have the fire burning in each side of them.
Yeah. And we've got, you know, just to that point, the Super Scooper, one of them is coming in right now, so that's good news. The C-130 from CAL FIRE is coming in. I've got another four-engine fixed wing coming in from Fox Field, and then another one from CAL FIRE coming in from that. So we're getting even more support from these water or these, you know, air resources that are coming in now. What you're looking at on the left side, on the right side of your screen, rather, we're looking back at the Palisades fire. So I just want to make sure everybody's clear on what we're looking at. There's so much flame and fire going on around the region. So the right side of your screen is the Palisades fire. The left side of your screen, I want SkyCal, and they're doing a great job for us, to get to the north end of the Kenneth fire and get around the other side, because I want to look at it from the other side of that smoke column. So that's what they're working on for us right now, doing a great job. I believe Dylan, our pilot tonight, Oliver up there, doing great work for us to get over there. So, and actually, guys, if we can put my computer back in the inset, because there's new evacuations I need to tell you about now for Agora Hills under a voluntary evacuation order for this as well. So this just popped up here. This is new. These are the voluntary evacuations in the Agora Hills area. Right there, that's Agora High School. So if you are anywhere around Agora High School, you are now under a voluntary evacuation warning for this fire in the Oak Park area and in the Calabasas area. Again, Calabasas, the north end of it on a mandatory evacuation, south end under voluntary evacuation. So these evacuations are expanding. Let me check on the Ventura County side and see if anything has changed. Yes, so we have new evacuations on the Ventura County side as well. And let me see where that just kicked in here. That is Bell Canyon. So Bell Canyon is now under a voluntary evacuation order for this fire. So that is something that we are keeping an eye on. Both of them are just warnings. No mandatory evacuations at this point. for the Bell Canyon area and for the Oak Park area, now under voluntary evacuations.
So Agora Hills, Mike, when you say voluntary evacuations, should we just play it safe and say all of Agora Hills, or
It's,
do we know?
let me go back. It's not all of Agora Hills.
Agora Hills is on both sides of the 101.
Correct.
So
Yeah, and it is. Yeah, the evacuations are on both sides of the 101, but not all the way to the west. So the way that they break down the evacuation zones, anybody who is in one knows it. They break it down. You know, you're the first 3 letters of it starts with the area and the city, right? So you can see the ones that are for Agora Hills are these AGO right here. So you can see that there are a bunch of AGOs that are under these voluntaries, but then you still have a couple of them over here that are still under, that are not under an evacuation. But, you know, like they were saying in Malibu the other night, even if you are close to an evacuation warning, you should just start to be ready, right? You don't necessarily need to leave, but if you are anywhere near this area, you should start to be ready. So what is not under right now, like Thousand Oaks Boulevard and Reyes Adobe Road, is not under any kind of evacuation, but anybody near Agora High School is under voluntary, and then further to the east of that is under a mandatory evacuation, and that is the Calabasas area, Hidden Hills area, that is now under that mandatory evacuation. And still, again, I want to reiterate here on the Ventura County side, Bell Canyon now is under a voluntary evacuation warning, that is right here in this area, and the Oak Park area is under a voluntary evacuation. And that is because the fire is essentially burning on both sides of it. So the fire is burning kind of in this area right now. The most direct threat is right here to the Hidden Hills area and the north end of the Calabasas area. That is the way the fire is burning. And what I was telling you when we were looking at some of the video from the chopper earlier, it's pushing through this ravine. So basically it's splitting these 2 communities, which is obviously of concern when it comes down a ravine like that, because then you've got these hillsides right here that it could push right up against to. So that's what we're monitoring right now as we are working on getting our chopper picture back for you, and we are getting SkyCal up to the north end of the fire so they can look at some of the smoke and the flames from that side. And there's our chopper picture back, if we can look at it again. This is Colette Way. Oh, it's in and out. Sorry about that, guys. So we'll continue to kind of keep an eye on that. But again, I just wanted to point out those evacuations for the folks that are in that area. And there you are again. Anybody in the red is under a mandatory evacuation.
A lot has changed in such a short amount of time. Mike, I remember when we first noticed the Kenneth fire here burning, and we thought, okay, it's not a very big fire. It's away from homes. It doesn't look like it's burning too quickly. And all of a sudden, we have mandatory and voluntary evacuations covering a large portion of the area there. So something to keep in mind, something to keep on top of, because you just never know when things are going to change. And again, as Mike was telling us, mandatory evacuations for Hidden Hills, Calabasas, voluntary for Agora Hills, Bell Canyon, and Oak Park, also voluntary evacuations. And that can change any minute, but as we saw there are lots of resources in the area. Mike counted at least 9 helicopters.
Yeah, and I want to show that to you again, because just from an overall perspective here, I mean, look at the sheer amount of aircraft that are up there. Now, 4 or 5 of those are our TV helicopters, but everything else that you see is firefighting resources, which is really remarkable. I mean, and look, we'll get in close here and you'll see the giant chunk that is working on the Kenneth fire. I mean, all of these guys are all resources for this fire, which is really remarkable here. Let me just get the screen up.
Uh-oh.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
So this is that area right here where they are dealing with that and having to do those issues. And that is an evacuation warning that was coming through there.
Yes, and I'm guessing that is for, not sure what area that is is getting that alert, but we'll make sure we get that turned off quickly here. But certainly we are talking about yet another fire, this one being called the Kenneth Fire. You're looking at it in the distance. We do know that there are a number of evacuations underway, some mandatory, others voluntary at this point. Woodland Hills is mandatory, as well as Calabasas. There are voluntary evacuations in Oak Park and Agora. And really, if you're not being told that this is mandatory for you, it's certainly a good reminder to start getting your things ready. Be prepared. Don't wait until the last minute. We've unfortunately heard some really devastating stories of people throughout the day in the Eaton fire, as well as the Palisades fire, where people just didn't think that the fire was going to get to them. They thought, oh, it's burning up in the hills. It's not going to make it down here. And it did just that. It made it down to the areas that typically you wouldn't expect a fire to be. And so we just encourage our viewers that are listening to really take these warnings seriously, pay attention. and be prepared.
I spoke to a friend of mine, Amy, and I told you this story already. I'd like to share it with viewers. I reached out to a friend who was affected by the Sunset Fire there in the Hollywood area last night, and he said he had his go bag ready. And I asked him, I was curious, what do you have inside your go bag? And he said he had his passport, his birth certificate, all his pills, medications for the next 2 months, some water, a phone charger, an extra charging case for his phone. I'm assuming he had some clothing as well, but that's the type of things you need to remember, the important things. And hopefully if you have a chance, you know, if you grab an important photo album that you may want to save just in case, and hopefully you will go back to your house. But it's those little things, birth certificates, passports, things that you may need to identify yourself.
Exactly. Exactly. And you want to make sure you have time to do that. I've said so many times that when you are panicking and you are trying to grab what you need, it is hard to think about what you really need. So it's important to do it early, you know, Mike.
Yeah. And you're looking at SkyCal from the north end of the fire. This is the fire, the Kenneth fire that we've been talking about. So for reference, SkyCal is just coming up over Oak Park. So directly north of Oak Park. And I'm gonna ask Oliver to widen his shot out here so we can get a kind of a better bird's eye view of everything that's going on. And you can see the hillside there. And if Oliver, pan to your right, I believe. Look to the south if you don't mind, because I want to look at the Oak Park neighborhood and get an eye on that. So if you can continue to move your camera to the south, and we'll look at that area here. So this is the other side. You know, we had that one chopper perspective. They're looking at it from the east side, and then this is now from the west side of the fire. So obviously we're still contending with a lot of aircraft up there, and you know, making sure that we're keeping our distance so that everybody can do what they need to do there. But you can see right below him on that hillside, I believe, is the Oak Park neighborhood. So Oliver, pan down for me, yeah, and then to the left, I believe that is the Oak Park neighborhood that he is looking at right there. So the fire just on the other side of the mountain there, so you can kind of understand why they are issuing those evacuation orders, and then you know, having some concern about that. So if we look at the other chopper though, this is the area that they are a little bit more concerned about. Yeah, right here where those houses are. So you can see that that's still the Hidden Hills area and the north end of the Calabasas area. I do have to say though, you know, looking at kind of both chopper pictures, it does look like things are starting to improve a little bit here. The smoke is definitely starting to thin out, it looks like, and those flame lengths aren't nearly as high as they were, although still very close to some homes right there as we look through kind of that ravine near Collette Way. And that was the concern, as it pushes through the ravine. You don't want it to back up into any of the houses there.
All right, Mike, we're going to keep our eye there on the Kenneth fire, and we're going to get an update for you in just a bit. But right now, let's go to our Ross Palumbo live inside the offices of emergency services in downtown LA, where we're expecting a news conference to be happening any moment now. Ross?
All right.
Ross, we're going to get back to you in a second. If you can hear us, we didn't hear your microphone, so we'll get back to you in just a second. Continuing to watch here, the Kenneth fire burning. Mike, are those power lines? Do you see those right there in the middle of the shot?
Yeah, those are those high tension power lines that are right there in that area. So this is, again, Chopper is looking, he's basically sitting right over Lindero Canyon Road. So if you know Lindero Canyon, he is right on top of Lindero Canyon, and we are looking at that fire from that location right there. And again, you know, it's difficult for us to get too close because of the flight restrictions as well. And I don't know, Oliver, if you can hear me, if we're able to climb and gain a little altitude a little bit. And I think while we're doing that, I think we want to go back to Ross.
Yeah, let's go back to Ross.
All right, I think we have the audio worked out right now. We wanted to show you, this is the center of the City of Los Angeles operations right now, and most importantly, right there on the center monitor as they look at the West Hills fire, is the level 1 activation. That means everyone here now is working 24/7. The most important desk here of all city agencies, of course, is the fire EMS dead center right in front of that big screen. There is going to be a press conference with the mayor. We understand right now that she is being briefed by the FEMA administrator and all agencies within the city to determine exactly what is going on and whether the response is exactly what she wants. The press conference is going to happen here. Senator Adam Schiff will be in there with her, with our local congressmen and women and all the heads of our agencies, Chief Crowley, for example, and the police chief, and the county who assists within the city will be there as well. So once again, we wanted to give you a very quick brief view of what is happening here in the nerve center of these operations. On the screen again is that West Hills fire, and Juan, I can tell you that this is the focus at this moment. Any new information we get out of here, we'll get it out to you, but at the very least we'll see you within an hour with the mayor. Back to you.
Yeah, we're seeing they're at the ready, and so are you, Ross. We thank you so much.
And Ross, I don't know if you're able to talk to someone about the alerts that many people just got on their phones.
Well, you know, we haven't been able to talk to them because we can't pull them away from their desk. In fact, it's very unusual that they can let us here on the floor, but they wanted to give us a sense of how critical this area is and how hard these people are working. You know, this is just like us in the media. These people have been working around the clock to bring you the latest information. They've been discussing the alerts here for some time. That's a priority because their first and foremost concern here is the safety of the public and getting information out to them about the evacuation center in the West Hills area. So I can tell you, Amy, that they're working as hard as they can to get the most current information out there. They're human, just like you and I are, and they're doing the best job they can. Of course, we'll have an update on everything about this entire situation within the hour.
And we know so much changes by the hour, by the minute, so we're looking forward to that news conference. And we'll be getting back to you soon, Ross. Thank you.
All right, let's check back in with Mike.
Of course.
Yeah, I just wanted to reference something here while Ross is talking about the emergency alerts there, and I know that they're incredibly busy, but we want to be clear with people because we're starting to get a ton of phone calls into the newsroom. I know I have family that's deep into the San Fernando Valley. The city of Santa Monica just tweeted it. That alert went really wide, right? It was, in theory, designed for the Calabasas area and the West Hills area, but people from the South Bay got it. People in North Hollywood got it. So we want to be clear that the evacuation alert that just went out should have been for the communities of Calabasas, the communities of Hidden Hills, and the Agora Hills area that is under that mandatory and voluntary evacuations. So we want to be clear because I just want to hit on some of the places that we've heard from here. There is no evacuation warning for North Hollywood. There is no evacuation warning for the South Bay. The evacuations for the city of Santa Monica have not changed from what they were. So it sounds like that alert may have inadvertently been sent too wide and to too many people and potentially not targeted enough. And again, that is the city of Santa Monica letting us know that all LA County residents just got that. And there are no new evacuations except for the areas that we've been talking about, the Hidden Hills area, the Calabasas area. As you can imagine, with everything that's been going on the last 72 hours, anybody that gets an evacuation alert on their phone, it's going to make them concerned and it's going to make them nervous because fires that are happening in areas we never expected fires to happen. So totally understandable that people would be concerned about getting an evacuation warning like that on their phone. But it does appear that that evacuation warning that people got on their phones went wider than it should have because there is no evacuations in the South Bay. There is no evacuations in North Hollywood or any other part of the San Fernando Valley, except for the ones that we've already been discussing over the last several days.
Yeah, clearly those alerts can be a trigger for a lot of people. A friend of mine texted me just a few moments ago. He is in the Los Feliz area.
Oh, wow.
He has an 818 number, he was telling me, and perhaps that's why he received the alert, but he received it right around 3:57 p.m. And he reached out to me to make sure that, you know, he doesn't have to evacuate from Los Feliz.
Right. Absolutely. We want to get back to our Ross Palumbo. He says that he does now have an answer for why this alert was so widespread, Ross?
Well, you know, Amy and Juan, what they do is they use the cell phone technology and they try to make the alert as compact as they can, but they say, based on where the person registered the phone, what their home address is, where they may be now, it's not precise. They try to narrow it down and make it as precise as possible, but they say at this point, this is really the limit of the technology, that they try to focus on an area, but they'd rather go a little wider, of course, than to go too narrow. So they're trying to reach the most people in the most significant area. But because of where the cell phone towers are, where the phone might be when it's receiving the alert, where they registered the phone, that these are all factors, they say, that are contributing to this issue that our viewers are experiencing. So if you get an alert, like check the area, check where you are, and make sure that you are affected. But the alert is really the quickest way at this point to get it out there. We'll ask the mayor and other public officials whether adjustments need to be made, whether they feel it's accurate enough. But that's the answer right now coming from the nerve center of the city.
All righty, Ross, thank you so much. That is good to know. And of course, these alerts may go out over the next couple of days to areas that may or may not be affected. So make sure to keep it here on KCAL News, and we'll keep you posted with the very latest.
Yeah, we're watching as helicopters gathering up some water to continue
those buckets
to battle this Kenneth fire, that the latest fire to break out here in Southern California in the Hidden Hills area, where there are mandatory evacuations, as well as in parts of Calabasas, along with some voluntary evacuations in Agora Hills and Oak Park. But certainly it seems that they are making really good progress on this fire, which is the best news. Now, as this fire is just getting underway, many people have been dealing with the aftermath of a fire in their area. Their homes have been damaged or destroyed, and some people have been killed.
Very sad to report that, Amy. Let's go back to our Jasmine Veal. She's live in a senior facility in Altadena with the very latest from there. Jas?
Yeah, Juan and Amy, we know at least 5 people were killed in the Eaton fire that just burned through this area, scorching 16 square miles around Altadena and Pasadena. And I've been talking to family members devastated of those they say were killed in this firestorm. And you mentioned these assisted living facilities that were just torched and burned to the ground. One of them behind me, you can still see those stretchers just outside the front door left discarded, as dozens of seniors from Two Palms Care Center here, I have the Terraces Park Marina right behind me, also burned to the ground. But as dozens of seniors were evacuated, they were taken out of here. But one employee tells me she's afraid some may have died in these buildings. Of course, cadaver dogs have to still go through all of this rubble. With the sheriff's department, homicide investigators still are they have so much more daunting work ahead of them. Again, you have 5 people at least who have died here. And I just spoke to a woman. Let's take a look at this picture. Rita Cook. She showed up here. She's actually a former employee of these senior living facilities, but she said her cousin and his son, who lives up the street on Mariposa, died in this fire. She came here just to look at the devastation, but she's also just devastated, as she says her cousin died staying to protect his son. Take a listen.
Anthony Mitchell and his son passed away in this fire a couple of days ago.
So tell me about Anthony Mitchell, you said, your cousin who died in this fire.
Yes, Anthony was such a great guy, businessman, family man. I mean, you can talk to Anthony about just about anything, and he was such a jewel. So this is going to be a great loss.
So he was with his son who was bedridden?
Yes, with his son that was bedridden. And I don't know if they were sleeping. I don't know the full detail because the family's just trying to wrap this all around their heads on what happened. But I know that they lost their home and they lost their loved one in the fire.
A family member called him a hero for staying to protect his son?
Oh, yes, because he's a family man. He believed in that, and the family looks up to Anthony.
And now I also spoke about another man who died to his daughter, Kimiko Nickerson. She says that her father, 82-year-old Rodney Kent Nickerson, died when the Eaton fire swept through his neighborhood on Alta Pine with her 25-year-old son Chase, who actually escaped. He had lived there with his grandfather. He got out, but again, his grandfather, Rodney Nickerson, died. Chase, her son, said that he left in one car. Rodney refused to leave. He said he wasn't going to and that he would be here when they got back. Sure enough, his home burned with hundreds of others. They said that they found his bones in his bedroom, in his bed, that he had gone to sleep. This man was a Lockheed Martin engineer for 45 years. His grandfather, William Nickerson, was a prominent businessman, the founder of Nickerson Gardens in Watts, the largest public housing development in L.A. His daughter says, his wife, her mom, died 4 years ago. Now she's lost her father, but he leaves behind quite a legacy. Take a listen.
The neighborhood is completely gone, blocks and blocks and blocks down, and it's just devastating. It's horrible.
Your grandson, 25-year-old Chase, was living with Rodney. Chase said, "I'm out of here at 11 p.m. Tell me what happened."
He just kept telling my dad, "Come on, pack up the car, Papa, come on, let's go." Yeah. And he was like, "I'll be right behind you." And he put some stuff in the car that's still there. And Chase was like, "Papa, we gotta go now." And he says, "If I need to go, I'll go. But grandson, I don't need to go right now. Yeah. But I'll be here."
Chase couldn't convince, I mean, it was just Grandpa's going to stay.
Yeah.
You were at work at LAX.
Yes, I work at United Airlines, and my dad has been here continuing on what he's been doing since 1968.
What was the last conversation you had? Was it when he had just told you, I'll be here tomorrow?
I'll be here tomorrow. That was the last thing he verbally said to me was, I'll be here tomorrow.
Back out here live, you're looking at the other assisted living facility right across from Two Palms here on Altadena in Washington. This was a 3-story building. Dozens of seniors lived here, called this home, taken care of. This is, again, the terraces at Palm Marino. Let me get terraces. Yeah, the terraces Park Marino. I'm sorry, the terraces at Park Marino, but just destroyed. And firefighters showed up here trying to put out some of the hot spots. This is how large the property was, stretching all the way down the block here. And again, butted right up to another facility. Just so much destruction. And now these seniors, I saw a man show up with his mom. He had gotten her out of here, but she was in tears trying to find anything she could. She just moved in 3 days before this fire burned down her home. She's in her 90s and she just showed up here crying. She managed to find a broken lamp, maybe from her room. You heard from the sheriff. He said that if the cause of this fire is arson, if it's arson, that they're going to bring in those homicide investigators who already actually are here, but they're going to have to look at this as a murder investigation. So it's going to be slow going. They have cadaver dogs, like I said. Just over here, more people showing up just to look at the devastation. But they have a long investigation ahead of them, Amy and Juan, as I send it back to you. We've seen this all day here at these facilities, people showing up, disbelief on their faces that this is all gone.
Yeah. What a loss, and so many seniors affected. Jasmine, thank you so much. Rodney Nickerson, a real giant here in the community who leaves behind quite the legacy. Thanks, Jazz.
Yes. We want to continue to monitor the Kenneth fire that is burning near Woodland Hills, dangerously close to homes.
And as you see there, SkyCal is overhead over the scene right here. Very smoky right now. We're expecting the winds that Marina had been telling us about, and our forecasting team here that they're gonna pick up tonight into tomorrow morning. The good thing is that those winds are not going to be as strong, and we have our meteorologist Evelyn Taft. She's also monitoring the current conditions out there near the very latest fire, the Kenneth fire. Evelyn, take it away.
Juan and Amy, of course, we are monitoring conditions and just hoping everybody is getting out safely at the moment, especially under the mandatory evacuations. And as we take a look at wind gusts in the area right now, we've been looking at 17, 18, 19, and even up to 30-mile-per-hour wind gusts at times. So at this point, we are continuing to see windy conditions, and it's more of a classic Santa Ana wind event, if you will. So we are particularly concerned about this area because this is where we're going to see sort of the winds concentrate in the overnight hours. So we've got a couple bullseye. We've got Ventura County as one of our bullseyes, and we also have Orange County in the IE tonight. As we take a look at the wind map, you'll see the orange on your screen indicating just that. So things have let up a little bit for us, which is good news for Eaton Canyon and for Palisades and for Malibu right now. But again, from the Santa Clarita Valley into Simi Valley, and of course now we are taking a much closer look at Woodland Hills, where there is now an evacuation order from Van Owen south to Burbank Boulevard and County Lake Road east to Valley Circle. So that's where the winds are picking up just a little bit. They will continue to pick up, and I want to take you through your wind futurecast because this will really show you what we can expect over the next few hours all across Southern California. But as we really sort of focus in on Ventura County and sort of Ventura LA County line there, you're seeing orange on your screen, and orange is indicative of 20-mile-per-hour wind speed. So we are looking at another really round of gusty offshore winds tonight. Not nearly as strong as where we've been, but we have to continue to stay vigilant because you'll see right here just a new fire could break out and continue to burn as the winds continue to push this fire across the ridge tops. Now, take a closer look at what's happening by 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. The good news is we're finally getting a little bit of a break as we head into tomorrow afternoon. But again, these are your sort of usual Santa Ana winds, if you will. So Ventura County, certainly a big concern for us tonight, parts of LA County, and then As we move into Orange County and San Bernardino County, we're going to continue to keep our eyes there because that's where the winds will be particularly strong. A big concern for us today has been the smoke. For those of you out of the line of fire, it has been smoky for most of us, and you're looking at very unhealthy air quality right there through the San Gabriels, through the 210 corridor especially. And as we get a look at air quality by the numbers, you'll see that unhealthy air quality is considered to be above 150. And we're well above 150, even from Seal Beach, believe it or not, to Pasadena, Universal, downtown, Brentwood. It really just hazy out there. It has been a very hazy day, a smoky day for a lot of us. And really, you're going to see that fine particulate matter just sitting in the atmosphere right now. You could just see it visually and smell it, that's for sure. So here's really what's next. Winds will increase now through 4 a.m. The strongest winds will actually set in this evening. So this is a little bit of a lull ahead of what's maybe set to be a, again, gustier situation tonight. And there's that evacuation order we were just talking about. They actually went back and said disregard the last evacuation order because it was for the Kenneth fire only. A lot of concern over that last order. We were just discussing it because it went down to folks in the South Bay and parts of LA County that weren't really affected by these evacuations. So the emergency alert system that you may have gotten on your phone and you may have heard on my phone is now corrected itself from earlier. So again, those evacuation warnings will remain south to Burbank Boulevard, Valley Circle Boulevard, east to Woodlake. So we will continue to monitor conditions, of course, as we move into the next few hours. And like we were saying, we are expecting to see the winds pick up overnight tonight. Otherwise, things get a little calmer, and then we could see things develop Sunday. And here's the thing, we can't let our guards down yet, because even though we might get a little bit of a lull tomorrow and Saturday and even most of Sunday, which is great news because it will allow firefighters to get a handle of everything that's going on, hopefully all across Southern California, well, we're expecting another round of winds, and really a significant round of winds. Not nearly as significant as earlier this week, but I still have to stress significant enough to cause other fires to break out and existing fires to spread. And this would be Monday night into Tuesday. And we're looking at a dry stretch at least through next week. It's not really until way after next week where we're seeing any long-term forecast showing us any kind of rain. And we need a good soaking rain to really get us out of this. And it's going to be a while before we get there. Amy Wan, back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Evelyn. And we want to go to Mike Rogers at the desk. Mike, we heard that sound once again. I know some people got it. Is that a reverse?
Yes. So that's a disregard message.
A disregard message. Okay.
Yeah. You know, we had heard Ross talk about how they try to target as best they can, and you know all of that. But in this situation, county officials are confirming it was in fact an error. They did not intend to send it countywide. Supervisor Janice Hahn tweeting about it, calling it a technical error on their part. So that is why you now got the second message to say disregard. This was not sent in error. And we want to be clear that the intended area for that was the community that is currently being evacuated. That's the Agora Hills area. That is the Mountain View area, the Hidden Hills area. Those are the only places that have the new evacuation areas. We have gotten a ton of calls and emails from people. Somebody
Text
in West
messages
Covina,
too, Mike.
Yeah, somebody in West Covina said that they got the evacuation order. Beverly Hills has just put out a press release about it, and that's why they sent that additional alert to everybody to say, sorry, this was sent countywide. We did not intend to send it countywide. They are calling it an error on their part. So I do want to reiterate, though, because there are mandatory evacuations for people that are near the Kenneth fire up in the Ventura County and LA County area. And you can see, though, as we're looking at it, it is looking significantly better than what it was before. So those evacuations are still in place, though, for the Mountain View communities, the Hidden Hills communities, and the northern end of the Calabasas communities. Agora Hills is under a voluntary evacuation. And then on the Ventura County side, rather, you've still got the voluntary evacuations in Bell Canyon, although the fire is burning pretty well away from Bell Canyon, but they are under a voluntary evacuation. And then the Oak Park community is also under a voluntary evacuation. So they're getting a good handle on things right now, it looks like, and that is in part because of the just massive amount of aerial resources that they had to deploy on it. We've even got the Chinook up on it right now as well, including all of the assets from LA City, LA County, and Ventura County Fire that are currently working on this fire. So hopefully this will not be a fire we'll be talking about for much longer. It is starting to look a lot better than it was earlier. And again, we want to reiterate for people that are watching and listening, the evacuation orders that went out too far, went out too wide. They went out to the entire county. The LA County Emergency Operations Center now confirming that was accidental. They did not mean to send it that wide. Supervisor Janice Hahn calling it a technical error. What you're looking at right now is all of the aircraft that are fighting that fire up in the Ventura/LA County area, guys.
All right, Mike, that is good news. Again, if you got an alert just a little while ago, they just said the disregard, so you should be in good shape. Meantime, keep it right here on KCAL News. We'll keep you up to date on the very latest. All right, meantime, pets are also feeling the effects of the fires, forced to leave their owners during evacuations.
Yeah, but tonight they're getting some help. KCAL's Josh Sanders is in Pasadena showing us how.
We're here at the Pasadena Humane Society and SPCA, and really what's happening right now is a testament to the connection between families and their four-legged family members. Right now, people are coming in, they're bringing in pet food, water, they're bringing in containers for animals, really, because these fires not only have impacted families, well, they've impacted man's best friend, our four-legged friends, cats, dogs. I'm told right now they are housing more than 300 animals, and that's a mix between animals where families were evacuated and they couldn't bring their animals or their pets with them, and so they brought them here. And then you have a mix of strays and animals that were hurt in those fires. They do have a triage unit here. I'm told they have 5 vets, and they're providing care there. I'm going to bring in Kevin McManus, though, with the Pasadena Humane Society. Kevin, thank you for being with us. Thank you for what you're doing. Can you describe what the last 24 hours looked like?
Yesterday at this time, we had a line of folks waiting to bring their animals in to us. And those were folks, as you mentioned, that were forced to evacuate. Thankfully, they brought their pets with them. And they were just looking for a place, whether the shelter they were going to or wherever they ended up leaving or going to, the pets were not able to come with them. So we provide that service as an emergency boarding place for folks who, in any kind of disaster, that's what they can turn to us for that. This morning, the line has changed to this fantastic outpouring of support from our community, bringing all of these amazing donations to us. And this is only one load. We've already brought a huge load down to our warehouse, where we have folks who, if they need pet food or if they need bedding or if they need a crate for their dog, they can come to us, and we obviously are happy to provide that for them. So it's such a win-win. We're able to help those animals who still need us, and this outpouring of support from the community it brings tears to my eyes. We're all just super touched and super grateful.
Yeah, really, if you can think about the silver lining when it comes to everyone affected by these fires, there's a spirit of connection of people wanting to show up and help out. So how can people help out? What's the need?
Well, our big need right now is financial. The care of the 350 plus animals that hopefully will be going home soon is just kind of the tip of the iceberg. We do expect, and we've already started to receive some stray animals who've sustained serious injuries, burns, smoke inhalation, that kind of thing. So we have our ICU, our animal ICU, staffed and going, working on those animals. But unfortunately, I think that's kind of the next wave, where we're going to see animals whose families couldn't find them or couldn't bring them with us or weren't home when they had to evacuate. And those animals will be coming, trickling in, and they're going to need medical care, which unfortunately costs a lot of money. So certainly financial is the easiest and quickest and best way to help directly. But if you have other goods like you see around us, we're of course going to continue accepting those and continue using them to the best use that we can.
For monetary donations, where would people go?
Our online is easiest. It's PasadenaHumane.org, and right from there we'll have a pop-up, not only for donations, but also kind of our update on what we're doing and the situation here on the ground. That's the best thing. Of course, you can mail us a check or come down and drop us off a check. Or bring us lunch.
Yeah. We're hungry too. Your colleague told me that you guys have about 1,600 registered volunteers, and she said, though, that people are showing up that she doesn't recognize. They want to come and help.
Absolutely, and it's, again, just such a great support. our trained volunteers, the volunteers who've been with us for forever, we're going to put them to work with directly working with the animals, because that does require a special level of training and some liability that our volunteer, by going through a volunteer program, people are able to take on. So if people are interested in volunteering with us and want to do that long term, you can sign up online. But if you want to, if you have a couple of hours tomorrow or the next day that you want to come in and just help us sort through and help us help the pets who need it, of course, come on down. We're at 361 South Raymond in Pasadena. I don't recognize most of these people too. And it's such an amazing feeling that we have this great caring community willing to jump in.
A resilient community willing to jump in. How long is this going to be going on tonight?
I think people can drop off donations until, we're going to say 5, but realistically, we are staffed at this point nearly 24 hours. Okay. So if there is no one here to physically accept your donation, that's okay. We're going to have a bin out in front. We do prefer it now because then we can kind of triage our donations,
organize it,
and make sure that goes to the right place and to the right the animals that need it the most.
So you also you're reunifying families with pets too, right?
Yeah, super touching. We just had a family who brought their 2 cats into us right after they got evacuated. 2 senior cats, senior couple. And I was so happy I bumped into them on the elevator on the way, and they're like, hey, we're here to get our cats. And I almost cried because just knowing that they were safe and their home was safe and they wanted nothing more than to come down as soon as they could and get the pets. And they said to me, look, we know that you guys are taking in more, and we want, we can bring our guys home now. So let us do that. And I'm like, let me get you to the front of the line.
Yeah.
Front of the line.
I can see it's emotional. Yeah, there's a special connection between us and our 4-legged family members. Thank you so much for the work that you're doing, that you're going to continue to be doing, and we'll help out as much as we can, guys.
Thank you so much.
Really just a testament to the connection between families and their 4-legged loved ones here. Kevin McManus gave the information if you want to either volunteer or drop off donations. Really, a silver lining in a rather tragic couple days is you look at how a community comes together. They're unified, and pets will do that. They'll do that. There's a common ground there, a love for those 4-legged friends, guys. So, we'll keep you updated on what's happening here. And really, again, just a testament to the human spirit and that special relationship with our pets. Josh Sanders, KCAL News.
All right, Josh, it really is
Thank
wonderful
you,
to
Josh.
see neighbors helping neighbors. And as Southern California copes with the devastation caused by the fires, many of you want to know how you can help. KCAL cares, and we are partnering with the Red Cross to assist those in need. Go to kcalnews.com/fire for information on how to donate, how you can volunteer, or how to find shelter.
All the information is there.
Yeah. Well, in Sierra Madre on Hastings Ranch Road, residents are coming back to a lot of devastation.
The burn scarred charring the community, many of whom lost everything. KCAL's Joy Benedict spoke with one of the homeowners beginning to sort through what's left.
We're up here in Sierra Madre on Hastings Ranch Road, and it's just been a lot of devastation for so many people who are coming back and seeing that their homes were lost. Now, this particular street backs up against where the Eaton Canyon fire started over there in the hillside, and it's not hard to see where those flames came directly into this backyard here off of Hastings Ranch Road. I mean, take a look at the destruction over here of this home, or I should say what's left of it, or what isn't, as it's just a bunch of appliances and charred memories, unfortunately. And I'm joined now by the homeowner, Yarik Yenning. Thank you so much for joining us here. I guess when you take a look around and see what was once your home, I can't imagine how you're feeling now.
The feeling I cannot explain because it's so hard in my mind.
Yeah, I mean, you
Listen,
just said...
This is my sport room. There's 2 Peloton bikes. There was a ping pong table. There was all the weights. There was computer of my niece for $10,000 for make her art. She don't even want to mention that. She don't even want to see the pictures today.
What made you come back here today? Are you looking for anything?
I was waiting till the fire go down so I can see what was destroyed and what I can find.
Have you found anything?
I did.
What did
My wife, she asking me, she forget in the corner of the kitchen a diamond ring. So I found the diamond, but it's melted in the gold.
That's okay. We're going to call that a small victory. No, that is okay.
I mean,
you found it. You found something. It is okay to be excited about
it's
that.
From her mom.
Oh.
So I was archaeologing for 2 hours almost.
Now, you were here on Tuesday night before you evacuated, and you said you could see the flames coming towards you.
Oh, yeah. It came directly it was far on the mountain. And you can see through the tree and the branches, there was already some big fire. Mm-hmm. And it just pushed the tornado storm to this side, east-south. So I decided, I was seeing how fast it was. It was going so fast, I never see that before, because we have a fire in 2022. It was close
back,
to the
yeah.
Wilson and observatory, but no wind. This was crazy.
It just came in so fast.
I was just so scared, and so I took just the safety
and you just
for
left.
my family. Yeah.
Well, I know it's going to be a long recovery. Are you planning on rebuilding, or do you know yet?
Oh, we already talked. I mean, we are already Thursday, so we already talked with my wife, and we already kind of deciding. We are close to the decisions, but we have to go forward because, if you just blame what happened and nothing to do, so there's nothing to do. Well, I will say so. I mean, we have to go forward.
You have to go forward. Yes, you do. Well, thank you so much for sharing your story with us. I know that this is just one of so many of these homes that is destroyed because of the Eaton fire, and it is just the beginning for so many of these families who will have to make that decision to either rebuild or to move on, and it is a tough one for each and every one of them. For now, we'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thank you, Joy. And, we continue to monitor the Kenneth fire burning near Woodland Hills. It's kind of in that Las Virgenes area of Calabasas area. It's kind of in a middle area. A lot of people are trying to figure out exactly where it is.
And if you've been watching us over the last few minutes or so, look what the difference here. A lot of wispy smoke here. It looks a little better. They've had a lot of resources on this fire. And our Mike Rogers at the desk, you've been monitoring the situation here and following the fight from the air. What's the latest?
Yeah, and that's what Amy and I were just talking about. I was talking about the control room too, about what we should call this. It is kind of near Woodland Hills. It's more in the Ventura County, I guess more of a wilderness area, the Upper Las Virgenes Open Space Preserve area, north of Calabasas and northwest of the Hidden Hills area. So, but yeah, Juan, as you pointed out, things looking significantly better than what we saw before, and that is thanks to that massive air attack that they were able to put on this. We have not seen any structures burn at all. It looks like now, and I don't even really see, there's a little bit of open flame there, but at this point, it looks like they're just trying to kind of mop up some of the hot spots and get things out. And thanks to that low-lying vegetation, that they were able to not have that grow too exponentially. But yeah, as you pointed out, Juan, earlier, and I don't remember if you said this on the air when we were talking off air, but the smoke looks a lot more wispy, right? It's thinner. It looks a lot better than it did. Now, I want to be clear, though, the evacuation orders and warnings remain in place right now for the Mountain View community, the Hidden Hills community. The Agora Hills community is under a voluntary evacuation, and the Calabasas neighborhood north of the 101 is under the mandatory evacuations. And let me just check the Ventura County ones, but I believe those are still just voluntary as well in the Bell Canyon and the Oak Park area. So yeah, this is the Kenneth fire. And let me look at another update here and see if we've got any acreage update. But last they were saying, so no update on acreage yet, but they were still calling it about 50 acres.
Yeah, early on it was 50 acres, and I'm guessing it did grow a little bit, right?
Yeah. I did, yeah. I think it did grow a little bit. Probably not too much.
Drop.
Yeah, that's a Ventura County fire helicopter that is doing that drop. So they're making good progress. I think we're going to be in a good situation here. And again, no structures have burned that we've seen yet. Did come pretty close, though, as it got into that, kind of Hidden Hills, Mountain View community, and even right here. We did see it burn up. I think it was a tennis court that it burned up right against to, but it didn't get into that area, which is good news.
Yeah, and so many people have really done great brush clearance around their properties because they learned the valuable lesson during the Woolsey fire, how important it is to keep that brush cleared. Yeah. And, the fire department will fine you if you aren't clearing what you need to do. So, we see now how important it is, and it is really amazing to see all of this action being taken over the area, all of the aircraft, fixed wings, helicopters, all battling this fire so quickly and really making some great progress.
Look at this aero tanker here, Mike. These are the ones that drop retardant, right?
Yeah, so that's the MD-80 that is flying, and these are the ones that drop retardant. These are the big guys that can do that. This is tanker 107, and it is, they're filling up out of Fox Field, which is up the county-owned airport in Lancaster. That's where they've been storing all these guys, and they go up there, they'll do a drop, and then they'll come back and get more. But these guys can really do some incredible work with the amount of retardant they're able to
drop, right?
Yeah, I'm just listening to some of the radio traffic here. I guess the fire is spotting a little bit to Chesborough Canyon. So we'll see. I mean, it sounds like they know where things are at and they're able to kind of keep an eye on it. But they do have that evacuation. They're talking about where they want to drop this. So they'll do that. Erickson Aero Tanker, that's a third-party company. So what's interesting about the retardant dropping planes like this, I mean, CAL FIRE's got a couple of them, but your real big ones are actually private companies that do contracts with CAL FIRE and the other fire agencies to drop these things. So he's circling. They're looking for the exact right spot. They've got spotters up there, of course, that are giving them the, kind of the direct area where they think they should drop these things. So that's what's coordinating going on up there right now. So we'll see our retardant drop, I'm sure, from him pretty soon.
And you know what's so impressive, Mike? These size planes, it's not like a helicopter that can hover. They need to keep flying. They need to keep in forward motion. And the precision that they do what they do is impressive every time I see it.
I am just constantly in awe of these aircrafts like this. I mean, these are, it's not certainly not a massive aircraft like like you fly on a commercial plane, but still, these are large aircraft that they are dropping very low to the ground to be able to make these targets effective. If you've ever been in a fire area and you've been on the ground when one of these things comes by, it is incredible how low they get to be able to make their target effective. And we've even seen, there's another one, I haven't seen it in any of our fires, but there's even a 737, the size of a Southwest jet, that does these retardant drops as well and gets just incredibly low to the ground to be able to make those effective. And it's just really remarkable how talented these pilots are up there, these men and women that conduct these operations and these missions to protect our communities. It's incredible how skilled and how talented they are and how precise they can be.
And then they have to do the drop, then they have to readjust quickly for that loss of weight in the plane, and then they just have to, it's just amazing. And of course, when it comes to brush clearance, 200 feet is what most fire departments require from your home, which is quite a distance. May not look great, but of course, it's safe for your home. And homes are still burning today in the Pacific Palisades area, and a shortage of water is making things even harder for firefighters.
Yeah, one resident tells KCAL's Rena Nakano that he is counting his blessings after his own home was saved just in the nick of time.
We are back up the hill on Pacific Palisades, and this is what we've been seeing all over the place, just completely incinerated homes. We see chimneys just popping up from the ground like little sprouts. And if you think this is all that we see, definitely not the case, because there's still active fires going on. You're looking at a house on Bollinger Drive, which is just about 2 blocks away from Marquez Elementary School, which was deemed a total loss yesterday. This home, we are told, a department from San Francisco drove by early this morning and saw just a little bit of an ember at the front door. They opened it, 10 a.m., boom, this whole house was under fire. And it got to the point where went from the first floor, second floor, third floor, and now they have engines from all over the place trying to douse it down. But the problem right now is there is no water. It's just so hard to just get those water, get that water on top of the homes. All of the fire hydrants are dry, and so they have to keep getting those water tankers back up here. 4,000 gallons each time, and they've already done that 4 times. Still, this house is under fire. The good thing is they believe they have contained it on both sides. Unfortunately, this house here is a total loss. Homes to the right and left, it looks like, are going to be saved. Now, that's the good part, and we'll talk to the homeowner who lives on this side of the home. We're here with Dirk real quick. Dirk, I'm sorry. So you had to come up here to your garage being incinerated, correct?
Yeah, I saw that the garage was incinerated, but most surprisingly, I saw that these 5 houses were still standing when I came up yesterday, and everything else is devastated. Only these 5. I was very happy, and then I got a call this morning from the neighbor saying that smoke's coming out of their house, and I took my motorcycle and came up again. And the firemen told me that they came right in the right moment because the flames were going over into our house, and they saved our house.
Yeah. And that's the crazy part. If you look at from the top, it's literally just 5 homes that are saved, but right around it, the ring is all gone.
It's unbelievable. So here on Bollinger, I went up and down Bollinger, on Edgar, on Livorno, every street down, nothing. Only these 5 homes.
And right now, you're just out here just monitoring the situation just because you want to see it survive.
Yeah, I mean, just sitting at home or in the hotel and doing nothing, or at the office, I couldn't concentrate anyway, right? So I thought, okay, let's go up here. I called 911 before, but they were already here, and it gives me more calm to stay here and see it than sitting there and wondering. So.
And you have a place to stay right now?
Yeah, we are staying at a hotel at the marina for the next 5 days or so.
What do you want to say to these first responders that are just monitoring this situation as if it was their own home?
Oh man, they are my heroes. I already hugged them, and it's unbelievable. Unbelievable. I'm so grateful that they saved our house. I can't even say it, right?
I know, you're getting so emotional, and I can feel it. All right, thank you guys. And this is what we're talking about here. This is another one of those 4,000-gallon tankers that have come up here, I believe, for the 5th time just today to get this one house under control. And these guys over at Los Angeles County Fire, they say that this is what's been happening all day long. Up the hill to deliver the water, down the hill to go get more water, up the hill to go get more water, and down the hill. And this is just an ongoing problem we have up here, up in the mountains, because the fire hydrants are completely dried out. But again, it is this coordination of the fire department and this potable water distribution that's happening right now that will likely, unfortunately, not so good for this house, but will save the house on the right and on the left of this house. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Rena, thanks so much. We have some information we want to share with you regarding Monday night's playoff game between the Rams and the Vikings.
Yeah, it's going to be moved now to
Right.
Glendale, Arizona, instead of being played here at SoFi because of all the fires and the smoke and everything that's been going on.
And imagine just getting resources into areas and whatnot, the bad air quality, just getting to SoFi, the parking there. It's just better to play it safe. So again, they're going to be moving that to Glendale, Arizona, not at SoFi. And that's again for Monday night's playoff game, the Rams versus the Vikings.
Yep. Well, some Altadena residents are allowed to return to their neighborhood and survey their loss in the Eaton fire.
KCAL's Jeff Nguyen reports, and he talked to a couple whose house on McNally Avenue was burned down.
We are in Altadena on McNally, just north of Loma Alta, and right behind us is the home of the Archuletas. And right now I want to introduce you to Mark and Gloria. And no favoritism here, Gloria, just because Mark is standing close to me. But talk to me about this house. How long ago did you purchase this, and the love and attention that you gave it?
Well, the house was built in 1947, and I retired recently, and so did my wife, Gloria. And so we bought this house 2 years ago as our kind of a house, our retirement home. And we did a lot of work to it. We
Labor of love.
Labor of love, and we just spent a lot of time. We did it all ourselves, painted it, and just redid a lot of remodeling. And we really loved the neighborhood. That's why we wanted to come here. And our neighbors were great, are great, and yeah.
Speaking of loving your neighborhood, Gloria, your family has really invested in this neighborhood. Are you the only person in your family that is experiencing this?
I have a sister. She's 1 mile down, right off of Fair Oaks.
She lost her home yesterday as well. And her mother-in-law lives a couple blocks from her. She lost her home. Mark's daughter lives down the street.
Punahou, and she lost her home.
Lost her home. A lot of family up here, a lot of friends.
So 4 homes in one family.
4 homes in one family, yes.
You know, why is this community so appealing to you guys? And I'm going to start with Mark.
Well, it's appealing to me because I love the foothills, and I like the area where we could. The thing I like about it is you can look at the foothills, and we're very close to it. We enjoy it, and all the hiking and everything here. And then you could just turn the other way and look down into the city of Los Angeles, and you can see the lights in the daytime and at night and here. And it's always been like a really kind of a neighborhood where people are really nice, and they just kind of easygoing neighborhood. And you know, I've always liked it up here, and we plan on rebuilding.
Talk to me about why you want to reinvest or keep your investment here in this community. Why is that so important to you?
It's important to me because my daughters grew up here. They went to school around here. It's just so friendly, and like I said, we really like the area. I love the foothills. I grew up in Colorado, and it reminds me of the foothills and the hiking trails and the biking trails, and you have the JPL area, and I can't say enough about my neighbors. When we moved in here 2 years ago, they were just so open and friendly, and
They welcomed us.
They welcomed us.
Open arms, really, really good.
Yeah.
And I must say, I mean, you're displaying that to me right now during this difficult time by sharing your story. So I'm very thankful to you. If I may, Gloria, as John's walking that way, why don't we walk towards your house a little bit and just kind of paint the picture for me, because you customized this house the way you wanted to. So before yesterday, what did this all look like?
Oh, I was in love with our house from the beginning. I was like, I chose this house, and I chose the neighborhood. Mark said he wanted to be at the foothills, and I found us this house with the realtor, but I did a lot of work myself. And we painted, we did everything, most of everything ourselves. We had a contractor redo bathrooms, 2 big, beautiful bathrooms, front room, huge front room dining room. We painted it the colors we wanted, 2 bedrooms at the front, 2 bathrooms down the hallway, his and hers, a beautiful kitchen, a 4th bedroom and a den, and we're just so happy here. We were working on, we finished the house, we painted it ourselves this summer outside of the house, which is a lot of work.
What was the best part for you guys? I mean, I know that everything is monochromatic right now, but I know through your brother-in-law that, you know, the original wood was here. What was your favorite part?
Well, I think we liked the blank slate. It was a lot of things Gloria wanted to do, and we did them. It was we redid the whole inside of the house ourselves. We did a lot of work. We painted the outside of the house ourselves. We were in the process of starting to landscape, but you know, like everybody else, you know, it's a process, and you know, we did what we could as we would as we had the money to do it and stuff, and you know, it's really happy, and you know, everything we did, things people would see, the neighbors are so friendly. I can't say enough about the neighbors. They'd come, oh, you did this. Oh, yeah, you did this. And then, oh, you're painting the house. And
they brought us plants.
They brought, yeah, all these plants you see. We didn't buy any of it. It was just all given to us. This was all empty. Yeah.
We were doing the what do you call it?
The landscaping. The desertscape, and
yeah.
You know, if I may, before we let you go, I'm going to ask John to kind of focus on your face right now, because, and the reason I do this, not to embarrass you, but when you were talking about the work that you put into this house, I could see you beaming with pride. And I think for people to understand, you know, why were you so proud of the work that you did here?
Because we did it as a team, the 2 of us, and when you do the labor yourself, you save a lot of money, but you get a lot of joy out of the work that you've done and accomplished. And at the end of the day, every day, we were so happy. You know, we'd sit down. Yeah, we're both retired, so we had the time. Yeah, and
not just the time to do it, but the time to share with one another as well. Is that fair?
Very much so. Yeah,
that's fair.
Like I told you earlier, it was such a labor of love. I loved our house. I would tell him, I never wanted to move, but he wanted to move to a quieter neighborhood, and he wanted Altadena. So when I found this house, I said, I just love it. Practically not a day went by that I didn't tell him. I love it up here.
Well, thank you for being so gracious.
Thank you.
And that's just one of the many stories that we are encountering up here. Reporting in Altadena, Jeff Nguyen, KCAL News. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Jeff, thank you.
Well, you don't need to live close to any of these fires burning right now to be impacted by them. Smoke, of course, we've seen it. It's lingering all across Southern California, and that makes it hard to breathe for people who don't normally have breathing issues.
Yeah, we talked with Dr. Cedric Jamie Rutland with the American Lung Association and asked, what is in the air?
Look at the wildfire. The wildfire is not just burning wood and burning dirt. When you look at burning of dirt, you're going to increase the amount of fungal spores that are in the air. So people can develop fungal disease, inflammation, infection. You can develop bacterial lung disease as well because there's more bacteria latching on to these particulate matter particles that are floating around in the air. So you're going to see some pneumonias. I've got a couple of cases. I remember from the last wildfire escapade, a lot of patients presented with fungal disease. Long-term wise, when you burn houses, you're burning plastic. Plastic and the chemicals that are created secondary to that burn contribute to diabetes and other endocrine organ problems, which is really, really interesting. So you may see more diabetics in the future because of that. You're definitely going to see a lot of asthmatics because you're increasing the inflammatory process in that airway as well.
Well, some additional reminders from Dr. Rutland. Try to stay out of the smoky air if you can by staying indoors, or if you have to be outside, wear a mask. And check your home's air filters, and don't burn candles or incense inside, especially if you're without power. Be sure to use a flashlight or a headlamp instead.
All right, you want to get back to Rena Nakano and the story of those returning to their homes to survey the damage.
Yeah, she spoke with one man in Pacific Palisades who took some drastic steps to protect his home of 50 years.
All right, guys, we are now in the Castellamare neighborhood, and you could see that this is another one of those devastated areas. This car completely mangled, and all of the water that was used to suppress the fire has now kind of come into this. And we could see that there's so much damage, not only to the homes, but through the entire landscape of it. There's trees up there that started the fire and came up rushing through this neighborhood. And joining us right now, we got Ted. And Ted, I mean, you are here hunkered down in your house, which thankfully has survived, but you kind of have like a time stamp of when things really got bad. So talk to us about what you saw.
I spent the day on the beach because I didn't know how dangerous the situation was. But then I realized the fire seemed to be isolated house by house. So I walked back up to my house around 5 p.m. Tuesday. Then I noticed a very bright fire under the vegetation, under that gate leading into the Getty Villa property. And the fire then spread. By 6 p.m., this house was ablaze, and I watched the flames just lick it all up, piece, foot by foot by foot. It spread slowly up the hill, got the roof. Eventually, by 8 p.m., this house was on fire.
It's just hour by hour.
Hour by hour. The flames just licked up piece by piece, slowly going uphill. The prevailing winds were in this direction. Yeah. And this one started to burn at 8 p.m. It got to its garage by 9 p.m. By 9:45, that house that's still standing got some flames up under the eaves where the vertical eaves are. There were embers in each, tucked in under each of those, and the front one spread to the corner of the house. And at 10 p.m. a Ventura County fire engine came and parked on the street, hooked up to that hydrant, and they had one of those hoses on top of the truck that shoot a long beam of water, and they doused that corner.
I mean, this is so close because it's directly in front of your house.
And the winds were prevailing in this direction. It was soot and embers, and the reason I look the way I do is because I haven't washed. It's all still in my hair after a day of that debris. Wind.
And you were able to kind of save your house too collectively.
from the vegetation began. That palm started to burn, and I got it with a hose, and there's similar vegetation in the backyard that started to burn, and I got that with a hose too.
I mean, you were able to save your property, but you know, you've lived here for almost 50 years.
Since 1977.
Right.
Yeah.
Tell me about what you think your neighbors, when they see this or when they come back to this.
I was trying to call them by telephone and let them know, so they wouldn't have that, you know, that anticipation of coming around the corner and seeing total devastation. But my phones aren't working. My landline is out, and the electricity is out too. So I stayed up till about midnight. Oh, after that, the embers spread to this house, and then it went to the next one, and then down. So that this entire cluster of houses was hit from about after 11 p.m. They burned.
Thankfully, your house has survived, but you still, as a resident, have a lot of questions. When's the power gonna get back on, and all of these things,
that's
right?
That's for sure. I'd like to take a hot shower.
Do you have any plans on what you're gonna do now?
No plans right now.
You live alone?
Yeah.
Well, do you have someone you could call to maybe get a little help?
I'm not despondent. I'm okay. I just need time to think. I was hoping that electricity would be on its way.
All right. Well, unfortunately, there's so many down power lines all over the place.
Just as an illustration, if you look in that direction, the White House that you see was only visible to me from the middle of the upper windows. Yeah. The houses that were in between here have cleared the view.
All right. Well, Ted, thank you so much for sharing your timestamp by timestamp effect on what happened here.
It was
absolutely one of those devastating. Yeah, I mean, this is reality TV, and he witnessed it right in front of his eyes, and this is what you get in the morning. Just ash, rubble, some saved homes, some half-damaged homes, but it's going to take a lot of time for this area to recover. I'll send it back to you.
Thanks so much, Rena Nakano. And we are monitoring several fires now burning in Southern California. The very latest one, this Kenneth fire that is burning near Calabasas.
And as you see here, Pat, SkyCal is overhead, and our Mike Rogers at the desk is monitoring the very latest information for us. Mike?
Yeah, and this fire, according to the CAL FIRE's mapping page, is now nearly 800 acres, 791 acres in total, which is a pretty large amount of size for what we're looking at. What you're seeing on the right side of your screen is we wanted to pull some data. We talked about last night, remember, just how when I look at that map, how intense amount of evacuations there are for our region. Our CBS News Confirm team used census data to give us an exact idea of how many people are under those evacuation orders for all of them. And this is 331,000 people across Southern California are under either a voluntary or mandatory. These are estimates, again, from CBS News Confirmed, who use census data and mapping data to really give us an idea of that. 191,811 people, we believe, are under mandatory evacuations. An additional 139,524 are under voluntary evacuations. I want to put that into perspective for you. If you've ever been to SoFi Stadium or ever even really seen SoFi Stadium, that is enough to fill the SoFi Stadium at least 3 times worth of people that are under evacuation orders. We talked about Monday Night Football, speaking of SoFi Stadium, is being moved from SoFi to Arizona because of the concerns over the weather conditions and just everything that is going on here in Southern California. So you look at that 331,000 people roughly under an evacuation order of some sort here in Southern California, and that is enough to fill nearly 3 SoFi stadiums worth of people. So really puts it in perspective for you how many of our neighbors, how many of our community members are dealing with this evacuation order across Southern California. And again, the newer ones that we've been talking about in the Hidden Hills and Mountain View communities, Calabasas, the north end of that, Oak Park, Bell Canyon under voluntary evacuations, as we are looking at the Kenneth fire that we now know has burned 791 acres. Really remarkable the work that they were able to do on it and how quickly they were able to do that. I'm going to ask the control room if we can look at my computer, because something that is constantly I am in awe of is the amount of aircraft that we have in the region right now to be able to help deal with these fires. And we'll show you my computer when we get a second and we're able to. But it's just really remarkable how much is here. And we've had these new starts. You know, we had the one in Runyon Canyon last night. We had this one today. And they're really able to so quickly get a handle on it because we've got so many aircraft. I don't ever recall a time where I have seen so many firefighting aircraft in our skies here, and here with the ability to help with everything that is going on. So because of the hard work and the good work that those guys have been doing, that is why we were able to get a hold of this Kenneth fire before it got into any homes. It really cut through a ravine kind of right in here between the Hidden Hills and the Mountain View communities, where I was worried because every time it gets into ravines, and I'm talking about this ravine right here, every time it gets into ravines, we get concerned because those ravines back up obviously right to homes and they've got vegetation in them, and there's always that concern. So this is that ravine that I was worried about, and it did. It kind of pushed through here, but did not spread either to the east or the west. So that is the good news here, and that is what is keeping people safe tonight, along with our incredible firefighters that you are seeing on your screen drop these retardant and water dropping helicopters and fixed-wing aircraft that are doing really remarkable work tonight.
You know, we're sitting here, Mike, watching it unfold. We were there when it was just 50 acres and crews were just in the neighborhood, and the aerial assault was headed that way. To finally see things shaping up to be a little better, while there's still mandatory and voluntary evacuations in the area, it's nice to see that the aerial attack was successful, and it seems like they've gotten a good handle on this fire.
It does, because the last thing we want is any more of our neighbors to be under an evacuation order. I mean, and I want to make a correction. It was our CBS News data journalism team that was able to compile that data for us. Not CBS News confirmed, but CBS data journalism that was able to do that. And we're talking 331,000 people. That is a lot of people, you guys. And that's what, you know, we talk about, and I figured that out, you know, the other day when we were talking about the evacuation center that was in Pasadena. We've seen evacuation centers get opened for fires, and we send people over there. We send photographers there, but 9 times out of 10, there's not a lot of people there, right? People go stay with friends and family and all of that. And in Pasadena, I think we had Ross there the other day, and he was telling us there was like 1,200 people inside of that evacuation center at the convention center for Pasadena. And that is really puts it into perspective for you that in some situations here, people that have had to be evacuated, they don't necessarily have places to go because their loved ones may have had their homes damaged or destroyed and different things like that. So it's really remarkable how many people in our community are under an evacuation order.
Okay. I'm going to chime in here because I have to. I am under voluntary evacuation orders, and I want to say this because I'm here to give information to our community and appreciate being here with all of you, but I have gotten texts and phone calls from family members and loved ones across the country. So I am here working. I'm in that Kenneth fire evacuation zone. It is voluntary at this time for Bell Canyon, and I hope it stays that way. But you know, it's not the first time that it's happened to me, but it is very concerning when you first hear about it.
Yeah, of course.
And in this particular sense, when you've got this massive fire of the likes of which we've never seen before in so many different areas, even when it strikes so close to home, you are a little bit more, I don't want to use the word worried because I'm here, I'm okay. My husband is also not in the house, and you know, I think that's the safest place to be because what could we do if we were there? You listen when they say go, even if it's voluntary. You know, you use your judgment, and I'm going to be honest, I was on my way here, and I noticed for the first time I could see that smoke cloud that I thought was specifically from the Pacific Palisades actually getting larger, and I said, well, you know, they've been making some pretty good drops on that fire, so what's going on here? And I noticed a lot of helicopters and a fixed-wing aircraft going right by me on Valley Circle, and I'm thinking, well, wait a minute, and then my alert goes off. I start getting texts from some of my coworkers. I think I probably reached out to Mike. He's the first person I looked for when I got here. Then I realized, okay, oh, this is happening right in your backyard. So at this point, this is affecting so many of us. Mike, you had to go home for a moment yesterday, and thank God you came back, and I'm hoping that's the same thing for me and everybody.
Amy Johnson,
everybody
too, Pat,
out there.
was in
She
this.
just left. Yeah, she's in the community, I believe, north of us. So it impacts so many people and so many of our friends and colleagues. I mean, some of them have lost homes completely. So it is good to see that this, you know, air power is happening right now. And thank God for that, because if you remember, guys, a couple of days ago, we weren't able to fly. We weren't able to show pictures of the devastation of what has happened to our community here in Southern California. And when you think about people, yes, that they may have gone to a relative's home thinking this is where we're going to be safe, and then the relatives have to evacuate.
That's right.
So we just hope everyone stays diligent, try to be as hopeful as you can, and we're going to try to walk everybody through this disaster till we get on the other side of it. And even when we're done, we're still going to be talking about it. And that's when it's really probably going to sink in for a lot of people.
I know, and a lot of people are relying on us, Pat, just sitting here throughout the day, receiving texts from friends. When they get an alert on their phone and they're not quite sure what's happening, they reach out to us. And we actually share that information with our viewers, and that helps everybody, because after we did that, I heard from other people who were in the same situation. So I'm glad you're here. I'm glad that you're
Thank you.
Doing what you need to do, but we all definitely are paying attention to what's happening out there.
Yes, we are.
All right, looting is also a big concern with all these evacuation orders in effect.
Yeah, it's sad to talk about that, but we have to. KCAL's Joy Benedict spoke with a homeowner in Sierra Madre who was hit by looters after she evacuated.
We're up here in Sierra Madre, and we've been talking a lot about the damage, unfortunately, for those who lost their homes. But there are many whose homes are still standing, and they had to deal with yet another problem, and that was looters. I mean, take a look at this door behind me, behind this road on Carriage House Road. This was shattered during the evacuation on Tuesday night. And I'm joined now by Kitty Johnson. This is your home. This is your childhood home.
Yes.
You guys evacuated when? On Tuesday?
Tuesday night. I stayed as late as possible, so about 9:30 at night.
What could you see at that point? Why did you make that decision to leave?
Well, it was coming over the mountain here, and the houses, I thought the houses across the street were on fire, but I guess it was just the bushes behind. And then a pine tree caught fire, and I had embers coming on me, and I thought, I think now's the time to go. So I got in my car and went through a little firestorm and raced out of here.
And then you got back when yesterday?
My brother came by about 8 o'clock in the morning and found that the glass had been shattered on the door, and went through, and there were some drawers open and whatnot. And so that's what we figured we'd get broken into.
I mean, you guys were just here cleaning up all the glass, and it is filled up that garbage bin. I can't even imagine how that feels to be running for your lives and then to realize that someone is taking advantage of that situation.
Yeah, it's, we're thankful the house is here. We don't think they got too terribly much, which, thank God. I mean, when you look across the street and there's houses gone, we're just so thankful what we have, and that we can hopefully continue on. We're original homeowners and been here for 64 years, so.
And your home wasn't the only one that was looted?
No, our next door neighbor was too, yeah.
Do you know what the looters took or what the thieves got?
Over there, I heard from the officer that it was a couple soundboards. I think that's what they're called, I'm not sure, and maybe a little jewelry. I don't think they had much either, but don't quote me on that.
But certainly very tough, it feels very violating.
Yes, very much so.
Well, I'm glad that you guys are okay. I'm glad that your house is okay, and I'm sorry somebody did something so nasty during such a terrible time.
Thank you, Joy, and thank you, Gus.
We moved here when it was brand new in 1960.
Well, I'm glad you still have it to live in.
Yes, thank you.
And unfortunately, that is what we're seeing a lot around here. We have two situations of homes being looted. There are several more across the street that unfortunately burned, and it's just a really tough week for so many on so many different levels. But certainly a situation will continue to follow out here and throughout the fire-affected areas. I'll send it back to you guys.
Well, making this firefight even more difficult, wind gusts are picking back up.
That's right, they're picking back up tonight, and KCAL meteorologist Evelyn Taft is tracking the conditions and is here now with your next weather forecast, Ev.
Pat, Juan, I mean, we are getting a look at windy conditions, wind advisories now through 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. The good news is we're pretty much through with the wind warning, so it's not nearly as windy as where we've been, but we're still, of course, looking at wind in the forecast. We're certainly not in the clear. So you're looking at wind advisories. This is the map that we're showing you right now. Again, we are looking at calmer wind speeds as we head into the next little bit here, but there is another uptick in winds possibly overnight. And then again, as we head into next week, which I know we're getting a little bit of fatigue when it comes to the winds. Next week feels so far away after everything we've been through this week, but we really just have to stay vigilant over the days to come. Haven't seen anything, or not expecting anything quite like what we've seen the last couple of days. And I do want to go back and say those wind advisories are in effect, but we do actually have those wind warnings as well that are in effect for our mountains. So the area of concern for the warnings, it's actually going to be windier tonight in Orange County and the IE. Of course, we do have all eyes in parts of Ventura and LA counties tonight, but we are indeed also focusing on these areas because this is where we could see some of the strongest wind gusts tonight because it's more of a classic Santa Ana wind event heading our direction. So we've got 45 to 60 mile per hour winds in the valleys, the mountains 55 to 75 miles per hour. And we still have red flag warnings in effect through tomorrow. So there's still low humidity and high fire danger. So we're not in the clear, at least with this round of winds through at least tomorrow evening. Then things start to let up for us by the weekend, and then another round of winds potentially coming through next week. So again, this is your extended forecast, but just something to keep in mind. We really just have to keep sort of trudging on over the days to come because there is another round of wind coming in next week. And I want to remind you, we have seen barely any rain. I mean, this is our rainfall. It's been a really slow start to winter rains, only 0.02 of an inch. It's the driest winter we've seen since 1964. Usually by now, we get about 3.5 inches of rain, to put it into perspective. And if you remember this time last year, I certainly do, we were looking at downpours. I mean, we saw 2 back-to-back wet years, and now here we are with an extremely dry year. That's what we've been calling this whiplash weather. So we need a good soaking to really get us out of this. And we aren't seeing anything, at least in the short term forecast. As far as the long-term forecast goes, and again, this is long-term, so the accuracy isn't really fully there, but it doesn't look like we'll see anything wet until maybe later in January, which would be January 21st, 22nd, 23rd. Again, that is a very long-range forecast, but we just have to keep our fingers crossed that we will see something as far as precipitation goes, and hopefully something significant, but not the case anytime soon. So let's get a look at wind gusts right now. And we are looking at gusty conditions. You'll see a couple orange spots on your screen, and these are your problem areas as far as wind goes. Simi Valley, Santa Clarita, and again, we're actually seeing less wind coming through Eaton Canyon than in the 210 corridor and the Palisades into Malibu. Some gusts in Malibu at 20 miles per hour. So yes, I mean, certainly gusty, but just not as windy as where we've been, and not as windy as sort of that classic Santa Ana wind event we're experiencing tonight, where we're going to see wind gusts through the Santa Clarita Valley. We're going to continue to see wind gusts through the IE, through the mountains as well. You'll see Big Bear 28 miles per hour, for example. The Coachella Valley, I know a handful of people who are heading out there to sort of get a break from the wind and the air quality, but we certainly could see windy conditions even in the Coachella Valley tonight. So as we get a look at your wind futurecast, Orange County getting hit particularly hard through the Santa Ana mountain and foothill communities through this evening. Again, it is a classic Santa Ana wind event, and this is what we're expecting. So we could certainly see heavy wind pick up again above the 210 corridor into the mountains there along the 14, and we could see 50+ mile per hour winds through Thousand Oaks and West Hills and Oak Park and parts of Ventura County. We could get pretty gusty conditions tonight as well, 30 to 40 mile per hour wind gusts overnight. So the wind will pick up. Again, it is calmer now compared to what we're expecting to see in the overnight and early morning hours, and we're really not catching a break until tomorrow. And even by tomorrow afternoon, we're still looking at a little bit of wind through the Ventura County area, through the low-lying areas, the Ventura County coastal plain there as well. But everybody else looking much calmer, 10 miles per hour or less. Air quality, of course, a big concern for a lot of us as we move through the day in the next couple of days. And you're seeing red on the screen, that red dot indicating very unhealthy air quality, green indicating good. So there are some spots through Ventura County actually still looking at pretty decent air quality at the moment, as the wind direction again is continuing to come in from the northeast. So you'll see everything sort of moving away from Ventura and LA counties, but in the basin, that's where we're starting to see some of the moderate air quality as well. And as we get a look at air quality by the numbers, pretty bad. So we'll continue to watch that for you. And of course, we're watching that wind. But for now, Pat, Juan, back to you.
All right, Evelyn, thank you. Local officials holding a news conference right now to provide an update on the destructive Socal wildfires.
And let's listen in.
Alrighty, folks. I got you here. Chief McDonald, I got you right here. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming. My name is Zach Seidel. I'm Deputy Mayor Communications for Mayor Bass. We're going to start with a brief update on the Kenneth Fire. We're going to hear from Mayor Bass as well as Chief Crowley of LAFD. Following that, Mayor Bass will come back to the podium and provide remarks. We'll hear from FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell, Senator Adam Schiff, Supervisor Lindsay Horvath, Sheriff Robert Luna, County Fire Chief Deputy John O'Brien, Fire Chief Crowley, PD Chief Jim McDonnell, followed by Superintendent Alberto Carvalho. As always, we appreciate people signing up for notifications at Notify LA. We are also joined by leaders throughout the state and federal government. We're joined by FEMA Regional Administrator Bob Fenton, Congresswoman Luz Rivas, Congressman George Whitesides, Congressman Brad Sherman, Congresswoman Laura Friedman, Congresswoman Judy Chu, Congressman Jimmy Gomez, Congressman Ted Lieu, also Assemblymember Rick Zabur, Assemblymember Mark Gonzalez, Assemblymember Jessica Caloza, Assemblymember Celeste Rodriguez, as well as Assemblymember John Harabian. We're also joined by Mayor of Santa Monica, Lana Negretti. Thank you so much, and Mayor Bass, I'll pass it off to you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and let me just thank all of the leaders that are here with us today. I think it is a perfect example of how we are speaking with one voice. We will unify our city, we will get through this crisis, and we will rebuild a better Los Angeles. First and foremost, of course, my thoughts are with the thousands of Angelenos impacted by these continuing fires. There is a new fire, unfortunately, in West Hills, pushing into Ventura County, and we are expecting this fire to rapidly spread due to high winds. This is a reminder that this is a very dynamic situation that can change quickly. The priority for all Angelenos remains stay safe and please follow directions from the public safety officials. When you are told to evacuate, please evacuate. When you don't evacuate, you compromise the abilities of the first responders, one, to address this crisis. You put yourself in danger and you put others in danger. Again, we know that this is an active situation. LAPD will be assisting with evacuations, and I want to thank the firefighters from all over the state and frankly from many other areas who have come to respond to this unprecedented situation. Now, for an update on this most recent fire, I'd like to call Chief Crowley.
Well, good evening, everyone. I'm Kristen Crowley, Fire Chief of Los Angeles City Fire Department. We are now actively engaged in a new brush fire. We're calling it the Kenneth Fire in the West Hills area of Los Angeles on the border of Ventura County. This fire was over 50 acres upon arrival, with the potential for rapid growth over the next hour. Over 60 fire companies from the Los Angeles City Fire Department, LA County Fire Department, and Ventura County Fire Department were initially dispatched to the specific incident. Additional resources have been requested and are en route. The fire started in the city of Los Angeles and burned rapidly into the county of Ventura. Los Angeles County Fire Department and Ventura County Fire Department are in unified command. The LAFD is now an assisting agency. There are currently immediate evacuation orders in place south of Van Owen, north of Burbank, east of Valley Circle, and west of County Lane Road. An evacuation warning is in place west of Valley Circle, north of Saticoy, east of Woodlake, and south of Burbank. I will now be providing a quick update on the Palisades fire. Current acreage is 19,978. There are currently 5,316 structures that were damaged or destroyed. And unfortunately, our thoughts and prayers go out to the families. We do have a confirmed 2 fatalities that are now due to this incident. In closing, I want to make sure that we thank the residents of Los Angeles for remaining vigilant, and this new fire shows that we are absolutely not out of this extreme weather event. I personally want to take and show, I should say, my thanks and gratitude to all of our firefighters, our first responders, and for their families for all the sacrifices, their relentless efforts in battling this historic fire. And I should make that plural, historic fires. Next up, we're going to bring back the mayor. Mayor?
Thank you, Chief Crowley, for your leadership, and thank you for that update. We'll have critical updates on the state of this emergency broadly, including resources for Angelenos who have been impacted. Again, the priority of all Angelenos remains to stay safe and to follow directions from public safety officials. I was at the command post for the Palisades fire with Governor Newsom and other federal partners earlier today, and we talked about strategies to provide relief. First, I just got off the phone with President Biden, and right before this press conference, I also spoke to Vice President Harris earlier today. Earlier today, the president announced the federal government would pay for 100% of disaster response costs from the wildfires in this area. This is unprecedented because usually it is not 100%. As the FEMA Administrator Chris Wall will discuss, new resources are also available for impacted Angelenos to recover from this emergency. So thank you, FEMA Administrator, for being here today and for your continued partnership on behalf of the White House. Second, as you heard from the update from the county, at the Eaton Fire Post in coordination with the County of LA, we have requested the National Guard, along with the sheriff, and the county has implemented a curfew in all burn areas. And actually, let me correct that and say that the county is looking at a curfew, but has not implemented it yet. In Los Angeles, we have had evacuation orders in place in the Palisades and in Sylmar. Those evacuation orders have the force of a curfew, meaning you must leave and you cannot come back into the area, period. 24 hours a day. We have to protect the area, especially from those properties that remain. I've joined the sheriff in inviting the National Guard to take on non-emergency roles and provide us with resources to keep the burn area secure so that our frontline firefighters and police officers can focus on saving lives. So let me be clear, there's going to be zero tolerance for anybody that would be, I don't even know how to say this, but that would dare to enter houses or loot property or anything from the individuals or from structures that remain standing. I was with DA Hochman this morning, and he made it very clear that if anybody is involved in looting or any property damage, that he is ready to prosecute to the full extent of the law. So my team is in coordination with the Adjutant General who heads the National Guard, and I've spoken with the governor about the National Guard to take on specifically non-emergency roles to free up our firefighters and officers to do the life-saving work that they do in the city so that we are sure to have enough resources to surge our first responders so that they can focus on the life-saving work. Third, we're already looking ahead to aggressively rebuild. The city of Los Angeles will lead in this effort in the areas that are impacted by the city. We are going to clear the red tape and unnecessary delays and cost and headaches that people experience in ordinary times so that we can rebuild your homes quickly. We're going to clear the way to rapidly rebuild our neighborhood infrastructure, which means roads, sidewalks, street lights, and utilities. We will clear the way to rebuild and open our small businesses and provide assistance to make it through these closures. This is a massive effort, but we will be ready, and we will get the job done by turning away from the usual city system and moving forward in a new direction. LA has to be strong, united. We will reject those who seek in this emergency, when lives are at stake and lives have been lost. We will reject those who seek to divide us and seek to misinform, because as evidenced by the leadership standing here today, we will be united. We will rebuild our city, and we will do what is ever is necessary to get us past this crisis And we can do that by being united. So let me just introduce our FEMA administrator, and I really want to thank her for coming here from Washington, D.C., obviously on very short notice, Deanne Criswell.
Thank you, Mayor Bass. First, I would just like to start by saying on behalf of President Biden, Vice President Harris, and the entire Biden-Harris administration, our hearts go out to everybody who has been impacted by this truly tragic event. And I think as you heard Mayor Bass lay out her really aggressive vision for how you're going to rebuild, I just want you to know, Mayor, that we are going to be here with you along the way to help you rebuild in a way that makes you stronger and more resilient. As the firefighters continue to bring in resources and support the suppression efforts for these fires, with the major disaster declaration, we now have the ability to begin having those conversations about recovery, as well as help the individuals who have lost everything jumpstart their road to recovery. If you live in Los Angeles County and you have been impacted by this disaster, you can register for FEMA assistance. You can go to disasterassistance.gov. That's the best way to get into our system and start that process. You should also contact your insurance company because we will need that information as well as we start to work with you on your claim. Some of the things that you're going to be eligible for: if you incurred costs for temporary lodging as you evacuated, if you're going to need longer term lodging because you're displaced from your home for a period of time, if you need repairs to your home, we have some financial assistance that can help there. If you lost other things like a vehicle, we have some financial assistance. We know that everybody's situation is going to be different for each person. It's going to be unique to them. We want to be able to work with each of you individually to help you on that road to recovery, help you get to the right resources, whether it's FEMA resources, complementing what your insurance company may provide, or bringing in our nonprofit partners to help make sure that we have a holistic recovery for everybody that's been impacted. But we'll also work with you, Mayor, for things like temporary schools, temporary road repair if you need that, all these temporary measures that are going to be needed to help stabilize the community as you start to rebuild, and especially with the debris removal. And as President Biden announced, we're going to cover that debris removal and all of your emergency protective measures at 100% for 180 days, because we know it's going to take a long time to get that debris removal out. I think what I'll just say in closing here is we know that recovery is complicated, and for something as catastrophic as what I have seen so far here across Los Angeles, we know that this recovery is going to be complicated. But it is doable when we all come together with the city, the state, the federal government, our nonprofit partners. When we work together, as you can see behind us here, anything is possible, and we will help you rebuild in a way that makes you stronger, Mayor.
Let me introduce now, and first of all, let me just say that the President Biden and Vice President Harris just could not have been more supportive, and various members of the cabinet. But let me introduce our Senator, Adam Schiff.
Madam Mayor, thank you. Thank you for bringing us all together, and thank you for your leadership. I want to begin also by acknowledging those that have lost their lives and lost their homes. I was on the phone much of the early part of the day talking to people that lost everything, and for so many, because of the nature of these fires, they not only lost their home, they lost their whole neighborhood, they lost their whole community. They lost their school and their place of worship. It's all gone. And I just want to express the heartbreak I know we're all feeling over those massive losses, unprecedented in our state's history. I also want to, as the mayor was alluding to, take this opportunity to thank the Biden administration for what they've done. Senator Padilla and I and the California House delegation, several of my colleagues here today, have worked to try to get a quick declaration of a disaster, to try to get the most we could in terms of federal match, and we could not have asked for more from the administration. The declaration was almost immediate. And as the mayor was saying, you're lucky normally to get 75% of a federal match. We learned today from the president, we're getting 100% federal match here. That's extraordinary. I talked to the president and the vice president today about both these issues and more and the needs ahead, and they could not have been more committed to making sure that California and Southern California get the resources and help they need. And I thank our FEMA administrator also for her work on this. Finally, I just want to say candidly, we are not through this by any means. We keep seeing these fires pop up in different places. We may see more before this is over. If you're told to evacuate, then get the hell out. You might think you can outrun a fire. You are not going to outrun these fires. You're just not. The way they are moving, the unpredictability of how they're moving, the swiftness with how they're moving, you are not going to outrun these fires. If you stay, you're going to die in them, and it's not worth it. So if you're told to evacuate, get the hell out. Save yourselves. You can rebuild because we are going to rebuild. We also, I think, have to be mindful of the risks that will follow these fires, and that is when the rains come and the risk of mudslides. So I say that because we need to know what we're looking forward to ahead. But I want to underscore finally what the mayor was saying also. We're going to get through this. We're going to get through this. We're Californians. We will bounce back from this. We will rebuild from this, rebuild our neighborhoods and our schools and our places of worship. We will come back from this. And once again, I thank all of you that are on the front lines of this, all of the first responders who are out there every day putting their lives on the line, doing heroic work. I'm grateful to all the other jurisdictions that are providing personnel and materiel. Just going through some of the fire areas earlier today, you see one truck from this county, another from that county, from all over the state, the country, and indeed other countries as well. So thank you to the first responders. Thank you, Mayor.
Before I bring up our supervisor, let me just acknowledge City Councilman John Lee. He wanted to be here today, but because of the latest fire, he went to that situation. Supervisor Lindsay Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Our West Hills, Hidden Hills, Calabasas residents are under evacuation order and evacuation warning for the Kenneth fire. As you heard, it just started over 2 hours ago, and at the rate of spread and the density of the communities in this area, it is serious. Please act swiftly, move quickly, evacuate now to protect your life, the lives of your community members, and the lives of our first responders. A shelter has been established at El Camino Real Charter School at 5440 Valley Circle in Woodland Hills. Continue to stay updated at emergency.lacounty.gov to ensure we can protect lives during this critical time. I've been in touch with most of the elected leaders in this area, and we are united in our commitment to keeping people safe. Our independent cities have lived through this before. They are resilient and they are strong, but they must stay informed. Your partnership is critical to our success in keeping you safe. To those impacted by these devastating fires, my heart is with you. The grief that we have witnessed out there is immense as we see homes and neighborhoods changed forever. And as the time goes on, it feels heavier. We are weary, but we will not break. The county is here for you, both in the crisis and on the road ahead. For my 3rd District communities impacted by Palisades, Sunset, and Hearst fires, the Pacific Palisades, due to the President's major disaster declaration, impacted community members can start applying for relief now. As you heard, please visit disasterassistance.gov or call 800-621-FEMA to get started. For my residents in the Topanga Canyon, I've been in contact with Chief Maroney and Captain C2, and Topanga Canyon is the #1 priority for Palisades fire area today for them. Personnel, both aerial and on the ground, are being deployed to protect our Topanga Canyon communities, and we are here for you, and every resource is committed to you and your safety. To our residents in Malibu, be on alert for additional evacuation instructions due to the Kenneth Fire. We know you are already suffering so much, and we are fighting even greater devastation. We are here for you. Santa Monica's curfew remains active from sunset to sunrise, and their evacuation orders are unchanged today. Santa Monica Mayor Lana Negretti is here with us this afternoon, and we stand strong with all Santa Monicans. Hollywood, the Sunset Fire is contained with no structures destroyed. All evacuation orders have been lifted. Please continue to stay alert and move with caution as you return to your homes. Crews are still working, so your safety is their and our priority. I want to especially thank Senator Schiff and FEMA Administrator Criswell for their support. Alongside many present here, I was able to join so many in visiting and learning from our extraordinary firefighters, our law enforcement officials, and first responders at the Palisades Fire Incident Command Post earlier today. They are digging even deeper, despite treacherous conditions and long hours. Help is on the way for them, but we know you will have our back until then. Shortly after that, President Biden called me personally to offer his additional support. His compassion knows no bounds, and his deep understanding of our pain means he has our back too. With that, I want to close in talking about the devastation that people are feeling. Mental health supports continue to be available through the county's Department of Mental Health, 800-854-7771. We have sent mental health professionals out to many of the shelter locations to ensure that while people are waiting, they are beginning their healing process and getting the support that they need. The Disaster Distress Helpline is also available for crisis counseling. You can call or text 800-985-5990. Our county is doing everything possible to respond to these fires and to work towards containment. But please continue to follow evacuation orders and stay vigilant. I know it is hard to walk away from everything that you have invested yourself in, but if you don't, it puts us all at risk. Please follow these evacuation orders. Take care of yourselves and each other. The only way we get through this is together. We will protect our communities and come through this stronger. And next, I'd like to introduce LA County Fire Chief, Deputy Chief John O'Brien.
Good evening, everyone. My name is John O'Brien, Chief Deputy of Emergency Operations for the County of Los Angeles Fire Department. Tonight, I'll start by giving an update on the Eaton fire affecting the communities of Altadena, Pasadena, Sierra Madre, Arcadia, and Monrovia. The Los Angeles County Fire Department remains in unified command with Pasadena Fire, Sierra Madre Fire, Arcadia Fire, the United States Forest Service, and CAL FIRE, as well as the Sheriff's Department and our local law enforcement agencies. The Eaton Fire is now over 13,609 acres and still remains 0% contained. We have 1,527 firefighting personnel assigned and mutual aid resources from across the state and nation arriving to assist with this fire. We have had several firefighter injuries reported and estimate that over 5,000 structures have been destroyed. This is based on aerial imagery that's been provided. We expect those numbers can change, either go up or down based on additional mapping of the fire, as well as when our damage inspection teams get out there and complete their thorough damage assessment of the burn area. We also had one firefighter injured today who sustained injuries battling the fire and is currently at a local area hospital. The cause of the fire is unknown and remains under investigation. As soon as the cause is determined, we'll be sure to get that information out to all. As Supervisor Horvath and Chief Crowley mentioned, the Kenneth Fire started just after 2:30 p.m. today in West Hills and has grown over 800 acres in that short period of time. We have a significant augmentation of ground and air resources assigned, with evacuations currently in the communities of West Hills, Hidden Hills, and Calabasas. Additional information will be provided as this incident develops, but I encourage all to be vigilant and visit lacounty.gov/emergency for the latest incident information. The number of resources assigned to this fire siege event has increased significantly, and we are in a much better position than we were earlier in the week. Out-of-state resources continue to arrive in Los Angeles County, and we are appreciative of our fire partners from throughout the western United States for providing assistance to Los Angeles County in our time of need. Regarding the current red flag warning, the National Weather Service predicts the warning will remain in effect for Los Angeles County and the majority of Ventura County through Friday, with another likely event impacting both counties earlier next week. I encourage all residents and communities to remain vigilant as we weather this fire siege together. And again, visit lacounty.gov/emergency for the latest information on all incidents. And lastly, I want to acknowledge the tireless efforts of my Los Angeles County Fire Department personnel and all the firefighters who are here assisting, both on the lines and those behind the scenes who continuously place themselves in harm's way to protect the residents and property of this great county. Thank you for always being there and continuing to be a safe and take care of yourself, those around you and the people who need us most. Thank you. And with that, I'll now turn it over to Los Angeles Police Chief Jim McDonald.
Good evening. Los Angeles Police Department extends our deepest sympathy to those who've been affected by the devastating fire. Our community is facing significant challenges, and ensuring the safety and well-being of our residents is our #1 priority. The department is fully committed to protecting lives, property, and critical infrastructure during this crisis. I want to also, as you've heard, I don't know that we can thank enough the members of the LAPD, the Sheriff's Department, all of our fire partners, and then others that don't get recognition, the Department of Public Works, Department of Water and Power, so many others that are out there on the front lines and doing the job to try and restore order to everyone. There was a fatality reported earlier today around 10 a.m. Officers were notified of a death investigation in the 15,300 block of Friend Street in the Palisades area. LAPD investigators immediately notified LA Fire Department Arson and the Los Angeles County Coroner's Office, who responded and determined the death to be fire-related. The LAPD and our law enforcement partners are actively maintaining law and order in areas impacted by the fires. Officers are patrolling these areas to try and deter criminal activity and ensure public safety. Protecting homes and businesses in the evacuated and vulnerable zones is our priority, ensuring no one takes advantage of a difficult situation. As the mayor said earlier, there will be zero tolerance for looting. Looting or exploiting this disaster will not be tolerated. Individuals caught looting or committing crimes in affected areas will be arrested and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. There are no reports of looting at this time tonight. Our people remain vigilant, and patrols in burn areas have been increased to prevent and respond swiftly to such activities. To enhance public safety and allow first responders and recovery teams to work effectively, a countywide hard curfew is in effect or will be in effect from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. in the affected burn areas. Anyone violating this curfew order or that will be in effect, or the current evacuation order without valid reason, may face legal consequences. The measure is essential to protect residents and support recovery efforts. The support of the National Guard is invaluable during this emergency, and we're thankful for that, enabling law enforcement to focus on crime suppression. The National Guard will be assisting in the following areas. Traffic control to maintain roadways and ensuring access to affected areas is restricted only to authorized personnel. Critical infrastructure security and checkpoints verifying credentials and restricting unauthorized entry into those protected zones. These measures may cause inconvenience to many, but they are necessary for public safety and community recovery. Residents are encouraged to report any suspicious activity to their local law enforcement agency. A united effort is key to ensuring a swift and secure recovery process for all. Law enforcement, the National Guard, and other first responders are here to support the community during this difficult time. The commitment remains steadfast in restoring safety and normalcy as quickly as we can. Cooperation and resilience from the community is greatly appreciated, and we're thankful for the cooperation that we've received to this point. Thank you. Let me now introduce, following me is LA Unified School District Superintendent Alberto Carvalho. I'm sorry, my mistake. Now my partner, Los Angeles County Sheriff Robert Luna. Thank you.
You forgot about me already. Just a quick overview. We have close to 500 sheriff deputies working throughout the county, working on evacuations, working on traffic control, both ingress and egress, and we are also working what we call looter suppression. It's unfortunate that we have to assign people to do that task, but we have behind that. In regards to resources, on the way to this press conference, our Northern Command made a request for 100 more deputies, or roughly 100 more deputies. So we are in the process, from a mutual aid perspective, of sending what we have internally and then requesting resources from counties around us as we are working, as you see and hear, many different priorities. Because this event continues and we continue to get new fires, the mayor mentioned it, Chief McDonald mentioned it. I've been working with the state in trying to estimate the California National Guard and how they would be utilized. We made the official request earlier today, and I'm happy to report that they have been staged and ready to go. They're going to get deployed to specific missions. The first missions will be at the Palisades fire, at the Eaton fire. They will be supporting the city of Los Angeles as well. Mayor Bass and Chief McDonald made that request to us. There are several other cities that have requested National Guard resources. The city of Santa Monica, the city of Pasadena, the city of Arcadia. And I'm sure as time goes on, there will be others. Our Emergency Operations Bureau will distribute not only mutual aid resources throughout the county as needed, and then we may have to redeploy people, whether it is police officers, deputy sheriffs, or National Guardsmen, as we see. And then the state, again, I can't say enough about the Office of Emergency Services and the support of Governor Newsom, who has basically called and said, what do you need? What else can we send you? I also received a call from Commissioner Sean DeRee from the California Highway Patrol. We have been utilizing their resources and using them through a mutual aid response throughout the county. I want to switch gears momentarily. You've heard the word curfew come up a couple of times. We as the county are in the process with our attorneys and our Office of Emergency Management of drafting that curfew paperwork. And as we're doing that, I cannot tell you if the curfew will be enacted tonight. The goal is for it to be enacted tonight, but once we get everything done, we may enact it tomorrow night. That being said, I want to make sure, and we've said it a couple of times, in the areas that have been evacuated, do not go in there unless you have specific business. And right now, the only people who have business in there are firefighters and law enforcement, or some kind of worker that's trying to put utilities back together for us. You will be detained. You will be arrested if you're doing there and you're up to no good. And as the mayor said, we've all talked to the district attorney who says that they will prosecute without hesitation. So please make sure everybody understands that. And just going back to the curfew, for clarification, is not county-wide. The curfew will only take place in the impacted areas, specifically those areas that have had mandated evacuations. So, for example, in the city of Los Angeles, as they're requesting those National Guard resources, you're talking about the Palisades area. For us in Los Angeles County, it is also that Palisades, Malibu, Lost Hills area, and then the Altadena area. Pasadena, self-explanatory. Santa Monica, self-explanatory, and the other cities that are requesting the assistance. As you see, with all of our partners, from a mutual aid perspective, we are second to none anywhere in this country. Whether it is fire resources or it is law enforcement resources, we are able to depend on each other to make sure that we provide the best service we can to our community. Just the very last thing, if anyone has any questions about whether it's evacuations, mandatory, or warnings, or any traffic closures, go to lacounty.gov/emergency for updated information. Thank you very much. And with that now, I will bring up the superintendent. We didn't forget about you.
Thank you.
Whether it's evacuations, mandatory, or warnings, or any traffic closures, go to lacounty.gov/emergency for updated information. Thank you very much. And with that now, I will bring up the superintendent. We didn't forget about you.
Thank you very much, Sheriff Luna. Madam Mayor, thank you so much for your leadership. I would like to also thank the city leaders, county, state, and federal entities who have been responsive, who have been supportive and collaborative during very trying times. Today, we closed all schools in Los Angeles Unified School District, and we announced earlier today, because of a detailed examination of scientific data, wind trends, and the continuity of these awful fires, that would be prudent to announce early on the closure of all schools going into tomorrow, January 10th. We made this decision after reviewing, first and foremost, air quality data. Fires may be far away from some communities where we have schools. However, winds are transporting particulate matter, smoke, and ashes across the entire district. And yes, we celebrate when the winds subside, because that allows more effective combating of fires. But when the winds subside, often that cloud of smoke lingers over certain communities. When the winds pick up, obviously the fires explode, creating more smoke. Smoke for us is the enemy, as it compromises the air quality around our schools. We opened 8 feeding centers, grab-and-go food distribution centers across our community. We will increase that to 16 centers across Los Angeles Unified. We recognize that when we close schools, there are a lot of parents who depend on our schools not only for nutrition, but also for child supervision. That is why we partner aggressively, and I am indebted to the YMCA for opening 30 sites providing child supervision with enrichment activities at no cost to the residents of our community. So tomorrow, our students will continue in a continuity of learning methodology, relying on digital resources available to them. We also recognize that some areas of our community are struggling with power, with electricity, obviously not being able to perhaps have connectivity or electricity for their devices. That is why at our regional centers we have packets of instructional materials for all grade levels and subject areas for those families that may need them. For tomorrow, not only are our schools closed, all extracurricular activities and athletic activities previously scheduled have also been canceled. Reopening the school system is not an easy process, particularly after a crisis like this one. We need to do indoor and outdoor cleaning, the replacement of filters. That's why I want to thank in advance our workforce, particularly SEIU 99, the Teamsters, everyone involved in the replacement of filters and the cleaning process in advance of our students and our staff returning to our schools. We will be examining the data tomorrow and into the weekend before making a decision about conditions as we head into Monday. I don't need to say what has been said. This is a set of unprecedented circumstances. At no point in the history of our community, or perhaps the country, have we had fires simultaneously happening, not one, multiple serious fires simultaneously occurring, wrapped around hurricane-level force winds. I come from a place where hurricanes are a constant, but there's no fire associated. So this is a real threat. I want to thank the first responders that are working tirelessly in our community, and we will be bringing information to our community, which can also be accessed on www.lusd.org. Unas palabras en español. Quiero primeramente
shut down, basically a curfew in these areas.
We also had an update from LA City Fire and, of course, Ventura County. We heard from newly elected Senator
Adam Schiff.
Talking about the problems with looting, and if they catch anyone looting, of course, they will be brought under the color of the law, basically. Also, updating our acreage as far as the Palisades fire, 19,978, I believe, 5,016 structures damaged or destroyed, 2 more deaths discovered in the Palisades fire today. We're going to go back to the presser and Mayor Karen Bass.
Let's go back.
Do you have enough resources? How many firefighters have
I'm going to answer that in part, but then of course I'm going to defer to our police chief that we have been fortunate with mutual aid, with support coming from basically all over the country. And in fact, I was with the governor earlier, Canada is sending support. And I think that we have seen this. We have certainly seen Los Angeles City and County firefighters deployed around the country. Let me acknowledge Freddie Escobar, who is the head of the Firefighter Union. So just as we have provided mutual aid, I'm getting calls from some of my former colleagues in Congress who are now governors of state who have offered to send people. So I think we have been rich in support. I don't know if we ever have enough resources, but Chief, let you take it from there.
How are your firefighters holding up? Everyone has been flooding our social media and email and phones saying how wonderful our firefighters are. What more do they need? How exhausted are
I would love to start with that. So thank you so much for asking about our first responders and our partners. So take a deep breath and I think about what our firefighters, first responders have been able to do. You look at the multiple fires, the fires keep coming. Our firefighters are working to the highest efforts. I've never seen this in my 25-year career, and I can tell you, as a chief, I can stand strong. I can tell you that LEFD and the rest of our regional partners, our firefighters, boots on the ground, are absolutely tired, but I tell you, they will never, ever give up. They will continue to work hard. They will continue, and we will continue to work to make sure that we're saving as many lives and saving as many properties as we can.
With everything they've been through, though, the problems that we've been hearing from homeowners with water, with the 3 tanks that DWP supplies in that area running out.
Right.
Is that system fixed? Can you assure residents that those hydrants are again going to be working and that's going to be online? Residents are worried that there's a problem preventing you from stopping this fire. We're still at 0% containment.
Sure. What I can tell you first and foremost, one of the biggest assets right now is our air assets. They're in the air. You can see them. We're watching the news just like you. We're talking with everybody, boots on the ground, and the community members. That is one of the biggest key factors right now, especially with Palisades, is our air resources are running and they're dropping water and retardant, which is a huge asset for us. When it comes to the basic fundamentals of water supply and hydrants, I can tell you our firefighters are trained, and in many brush fires, we run out of water, and we anticipate that because of the supply demand. There's so many firefighters tapping into a limited supply of water. We're going to anticipate we're going to run out of water. But I tell you, with firefighters, we do train to that fact. We'll figure out a way to either draft waters out of pools, ponds, whatever it may be, and also utilize additional resources out there with water tenders that carry thousands of gallons. So what I can tell you, the firefighters are doing their very, very best. I promise you that. And also the air assets are a huge, huge thing that we're utilizing right now that'll help Palisades.
Is there a problem with the hydrant system? That's what homeowners are wondering.
Right now, we're not utilizing the hydrants.
Okay. And Mayor Bass, if I may just ask one more question. You just got back, and there's some national criticism that you've seen. You say we need to stand together, but there have been calls for your resignation. There's a change.org petition. What do you say to those criticisms coming at you?
Let me say, actually, first of all, let me finish on the firefighters, because everything the chief said, of course, I support. But there was one thing you didn't mention, and that is that while our firefighters are out there fighting fires, they also have had loss as well, whether it's their homes or property. And while they are going through what a lot of people are in these neighborhoods, they're having to fight fires. And let me just say, because I answered some questions like that in the morning, and let me just state now. Number one, these fires are burning now. Our job is to make sure that people stay alive, that we save lives, that we save homes, that we save property. And I also said that when the fires are out, we will do a deep dive. We will look at what worked. We will look at what didn't work, and we will let you know. Until then, my focus is on the TV screens behind you that are showing devastation that has continued. Thank you. Answered it in the morning, answered it now, won't answer it again.
Next question to Dakota.
Oh, sure. In terms of President Trump, when he takes office, can he reverse any of the FEMA?
Oh, well, let me just say.
We did pick up our press conference, and we left off with Mayor Bass, who was addressing some questions from reporters, and her answer as to why she wasn't, why she has been receiving criticism on these fires. Her answer was, well, that number one, the fires are happening right now, and the job of the city is to ensure that lives and property are saved. We will download, and I'm just paraphrasing, what happened on day one when she wasn't here at a later moment, but right now they're focusing on saving lives and property. Chief Kristen Crowley said that the biggest asset right now are the water dropping assets, those choppers and those fixed wing aircraft who have been making a big difference in fighting these fires. And we do have a new fire that has broken out. That's the Kenneth fire that's burning at over 960 acres right now. But I want to bring in Mike Rogers in particular, because when we talk about those firefighting assets from the air, Mike, we also have seen some problems with other aircraft that have nothing to do with what our firefighters are trying to do.
And the aircraft that you're, the aircraft, excuse me one second, Pat, the aircraft that you're talking about.
Okay.
Sorry about
Mike's
that.
fixing his. You got your mic?
Yeah, may have needed battery change there. The aircraft that you're talking about, Pat, is a drone, right? There's a drone, which, by the way, is illegal to fly in these fire areas and wildly unnecessary. Your drone is not doing anything to help stop these fires. You want to get some video of it. I understand the scenes are dramatic, but it is wildly unnecessary. And now we are down a firefighting asset because, according to the LA Times, a super scooper hit a drone today. A super scooper carries a tremendous amount of water and is so critical to the firefight and is now out of service. And I first noticed this because earlier today when the fire you're looking at right here, the Kenneth fire broke out, one of the super scoopers came up. The super scoopers always fly in pairs. It's always two of them, and they come into this and scoop up the water and then they drop it. And that didn't happen. There was only one. And that was unusual to me, and that was weird because I always see them flying as a pair. Now we know it's because this morning over the Palisades fire, a super scooper hit a small drone. And according to the LA Times, has a hole in the wing now as a result of it. Not only is it offline, that is so wildly dangerous. That could have brought down that aircraft and could have been a whole other calamity and disaster that we would be dealing with, all because somebody wanted to get some video of the destruction area. And that's just so inappropriate and illegal and very expensive if they can find the person who did that.
You know, you just said that, wanting to get pictures of the destruction. You wonder if it was someone who lives in the area and we wanted to check on their home. Okay, but at the same time, and we don't know if that's the case or not, but regardless, it's still illegal to do so. And for those very reasons that you mentioned, we are now down a firefighting asset.
Right. And an important one that, by the way, isn't ours. We borrow those from Canada. They come down to help us out, and now one of them is out of service with a hole in its wing, which is not an easy repair, by the way, because somebody wanted to fly a drone. And, you know, the super scoopers, yes, all the firefighting aircraft, they get relatively low to the ground to be able to drop these things off. But still, the drone had to be a decent distance in the air to be able to make contact with a super scooper, because the super scoopers fly pretty, you know, at a decent height because of their fixed wing aircraft that is really huge. So really unfortunate that that's what we're dealing with right now. And for anybody else that is interested in flying a drone, I just talked to the FAA about this. The FAA can fine you $75,000 for flying a drone in a restricted area. And I can bet you that if they were able to find this person, they most certainly will do that. I mean, look, our aircraft, SkyCal, is obviously much bigger than a drone, but we are outside of the flight restriction zone as well. We want nothing to do with interfering with the firefighting operation. So it's a federal crime punishable by 12 months in prison to interfere with firefighting efforts. And additionally, they can impose that $75,000 civil penalty against you for operating a drone inside of a TFR. And again, we've lost an important firefighting asset because of this now, and it'll take a while to fix it if it's got a hole in the wing.
Well, I'm glad that we're talking about this, Mike, because it's a very dire situation, and people hopefully they're listening and understanding the detriment that this kind of situation brings. You know, no matter why you're trying to find out information, everybody would like to find out information, I'm sure, if they haven't been able to check on their homes. So we don't really know the gist of what this was, but at the same time, it's illegal, it's dangerous, and now we have this big issue.
Right, very big issue. And again, those super scoopers just can do so much tremendous work, and now there's one less available to us.
Okay, well, we have to talk about it, and we will remind people throughout the evening of what's happened there. Now, we do have some pictures, I believe, from our Lauren Posen, who was actually on her way to the Kenneth fire, and she did send us something using FaceTime. So let's see what she has to say.
I'm Lauren Posen, and we are tracking the Kenneth fire for you. We just left the Woodland Hills, West Hills, Bell Canyon area. Right now we are in Agoura. I'm going to flip the camera so you can see we're on the side streets here. You can see some of the haze on the mountains there. The firefighters tell us back over in the West Hills area that the fire has shifted because of the winds, which is good news for the West Hills, Bell Canyon, Woodland Hills area, but not so great news for the communities further north, like Thousand Oaks, Westlake Village, and Agoura. That's why we're heading this way. The command post is set up over at the Calvary Church, and that is where we are headed. The firefighters tell us that the fire seems to be following the burn path of the Woolsey fire, which is positive in a sense because things are already burned, but the negative part of that, of course, is that there's still homes that can be impacted. So we are on our way to the command post first, and then we're going to get our feet on the ground and assess and see what's going on. There are some mandatory evacuations as well, so we're going to be looking to talk to those people as they are leaving, and we will continue to have updates for you on KCAL News.
All right, we really appreciate that from Lauren and look forward to hearing from her a little later. But right now, we're going to take these live pictures from SkyCal over the Kenneth fire and the fire line and bring in our Mike Rogers to tell us what he knows right now in terms of what kind of progress they're making.
Yeah. Yeah, and Pat, it looks a lot better. I mean, as SkyCal's kind of panning around here, not a ton of active flame left. I'm going to ask Oliver to look and see if he can help us find anything that might be left. But they have been doing some really, really good work here with the night dropping helicopters. There you see one now kind of pushing through the area. They're, looking through the ravine. You've got some of these hot spots. There you go. There's a water drop right there. And you've got some of these hot spots that they've been really kind of focused on here. And that's really, I think, Oliver, if you give us a wider picture here, you see the little glows, the embers here and there, not a ton of active flame. At this point, I'll have Ollie push back into that one spot where you were just looking at, where you see the fire there, and he'll show us that. And you can see that there is some of that left, but the good news, and you see, okay, so look at that too. Oliver, go to your left a little bit. You've got the flashlights walking through there. Those are the hand crews that are doing that really, really backbreaking work of getting up in there and, trying to dig lines manually with those pickaxes and different things like that. So that is a group of them that you see walking through the bushes right there.
Yeah, that's to the left of that. They're approaching.
Right. Yeah, it looks like they're probably walking up a trail or something here to be able to get into that. But
yeah, that's wild.
Yeah, and they're back there. I mean, those wildland fire crews are really something else, and they do a really, really good job of getting in there with chainsaws and pickaxes and clearing the brush. And those are the guys that really get in there, the men and women that really get in there and harden those containment lines to make sure this doesn't go any further. And as we kind of pull out, you can see a couple of different sets of them there. And then, of course, you've got the night dropping helicopters that are doing that work as well to drop some water on it. So certainly a much better situation. The last number we got was, I believe, 790 acres here. And then as we watched this helicopter do another water drop there on the hot spots. So certainly a much better situation than we were in earlier. As the Kenneth fire, and I need to correct myself, 960 acres on the Kenneth fire there as it burns. Now, those evacuation orders are still in place. We had heard a little bit earlier that the ones in West Hills, which is the city area, have been lifted, but the main ones here that are still in the Hidden Hills area, the Mountain View community, Calabasas, those are all the mandatory evacuations, and then you've got the Agora Hills ones that are voluntary. And I'm going to check the Ventura County evacuations really quick here, but last time I checked, the Oak Park and the Bell Canyon orders, yes, are still in place, and those are voluntary at this point. So the good news is, though, another community has been spared, it appears, by our really good work of the fire crews out there. So really, really good news that they're able to do that. That's a dozer down there as well. So in addition to those hand crews, that dozer is cutting lines there to be able to stop the keep containment on the fire and keep it from spreading any further. So really good news at that. I'm going to ask Oliver to zoom out or pull out and look at the Palisades fire, because the area that we were sitting in here, we were able to actually see both fires.
Yeah.
So I got a lot of calls, and the reason I'm asking him to do this is because I got a lot of tweets and some messages from people that are in the Encino area that were concerned because they could see the fire, the glow of the fire, of the Palisades fire, coming over the Encino area. But look at this, Pat. I'm not seeing any of that.
I'm in awe.
And that is such good news. I mean, the firefighters really used today to really, try to get the good containment lines on these fires. So the good news is as Oliver is panning around, here we go. Oh, there's the Palisades fire. Sorry about that. He was looking at a different mountaintop.
I have to say, that was remarkable.
Yeah. So there is, but look, I mean, we're not seeing those huge towering flames like we were before. We are seeing, definitely some hot spots, definitely some spots that need some work, but certainly a much better picture than we have seen over the last few nights. And anytime you see it, more of those embers, and we're getting a little bit of a skid in the shot, so bear with us there. But anytime you see some of those embers like that, it's certainly better. But definitely still, these hot pockets that they're dealing with in the canyons there. And that's the nature of the topography of the Santa Monica Mountains. There's just so many canyons kind of in and out that they have to deal with, and it just takes a while to do this.
Ask you a question.
Yeah.
Several, but let's start with this one. That shot that you showed us of the Kenneth fire, can we pinpoint exactly where that is?
Yeah, Ollie, let's go back to the Kenneth Fire, and if you can put up the street overlay for us so we can tell our viewers exactly what part of the area is still burning. So he's going to spin the camera back around and give us a second. It's a little dark up there and easy to get disoriented when you're up that high in the sky. So give him just a second. He's going to do that. But it looks like it's kind of in the area of right above the Mountain View community where it was burning. So this is kind of going to be the southwestern portion of the fire. There we go. So Crummer Canyon Road is where it's kind of burning. And again, you see just the hot spots there. So there's not a ton left. And let me look where Crummer Canyon is really quick, and I'll give you some kind of more major cross streets. But according to our map tracker, Crummer Canyon Road is where that is still burning. And that's actually going to be, so that's actually going to be between the communities of Hidden Hills and Mountain View. And this is the Malibu Canyon north of the 101 freeway here. Basically, your bigger cross there is going to be Moray Road, I'm not saying that right, and I apologize, Moreau Road and Mountain View Drive, kind of in that area. So there's a ravine there, and I'm going to ask, I think Mike Parrott's in the booth, if we can look at my computer really quick, Mike, because, there we go, thanks. I want to show our viewers here. So this is the area that we're looking at here. And there was this ravine that the fire started to kind of push down into, which is kind of into this area. So that's where he's looking at. So this was the latest kind of fire print of it, but I think that's a little bit outdated at this point because the fire did start to push down into here. And so when you look at Crummer Canyon Road, where Oliver's looking, that is where I'm circling in the map right here in the red. So it's kind of in this area, and then you've got it still burning a little bit over in here too, which is going to be closer to Elijah, and then you get further to the west, and you have Las Virgenes Road. So that is kind of where it's at right now, and but doing a good job of keeping it in check.
Well, it's really, and I'm surprised because the shot that Oliver showed us really just before that press conference started, we saw a lot more fire. We saw way more flames, and now you really have to look for them.
Right.
People are still texting me about containment. I haven't heard that.
I don't think there is any containment yet. I think everything is still at 0. Let me just double check. Yeah, it's still technically at 0. You know, we should point out that containment and flames are not the same. Like, that doesn't mean the same thing, right? So just because we're not seeing any flames doesn't mean that it's contained, right? Containment is the actual physical lines that they are able to put around the fire. So just because we're not seeing any intense flames doesn't mean it's contained. It's out or contained, right? Yeah. So containment is just the physical hard line that they're able to put around the fire to make sure that the fire will not go outside of those lines. So that is what a containment is, and that is what they are still working on. That's what we saw those hand crews doing and those dozers. They're working to build the containment lines.
Okay, I knew you had all the incidentals that we need to know and to share with our viewers. But again, this looks so much better than it did just even less than an hour ago.
Oh, 100%.
So great work, and we know they are still out there working, as they are in the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire.
Yep.
You know, well, this is a good time, Mike, to bring in Evelyn Taft, our meteorologist, our all-knowing meteorologist. You know, Ev, we want you to walk us through what we can expect later this evening.
Yep.
And I don't want to be, I'm not a Debbie Downer, but what we want to do is just set a story or set the scene where we know we can have fires that look like, oh, they look great right now. However, it doesn't take a lot to spark a fire from something, well, from a spark, put it that way, right? From an ember.
From an ember.
Okay, so I'm not trying to sound an alarm or a siren, but I just want to make sure we get the pertinent information that we should store.
Absolutely, and Pat, I'm so glad you said that because it's really about staying vigilant because anything can change at any time. The wind can pick up, an ember can fly, a new fire could break out. And here's the thing, I mean, we're looking at another bout of wind coming in tonight. So this is actually calm compared to where we're going to be at later. So it's great to see when we do get a handle on a fire, but of course we just have to continue to stay vigilant. And the wind will start to pick up tonight. So I'm going to show you those numbers, tell you about those numbers in a moment. We're still looking at red flag conditions through tomorrow evening. We're still looking at high wind warnings. We're still looking at wind advisories. And we do get a lull after tomorrow, but then we're expecting to see another bout of wind next week, which seems so far from now. It's really feels so far, and I know we get fatigue when we get storm after storm or windstorm after windstorm or Santa Ana wind event after wind event, fire after fire, but we could see another couple days of maybe pretty healthy Santa Ana winds even next week. And here's the part we haven't even discussed. Of course, all eyes near Calabasas right now as we're looking at almost 1,000 acres burned in the Kenneth fire. But we are actually looking at a bullseye over the IE in Orange County as far as wind goes tonight. We could start to really see that wind pick up in the overnight hours. So we're going to continue to watch it. We're going to wrap this up right now, but I'll have more updates coming up in a little bit. Pat, back to you.
All right, thanks so much for that, Evelyn. And now we want to go to our Ross Palumbo. He is live with Sheriff Luna at the Emergency Center. Hey.
Hey, you know, we just did that massive press conference, and one of the surprising announcements that we heard the mayor vaguely mention and Sheriff Luna went into more detail about was this curfew that you want to go into effect in these burned out areas. So where are we in the process? I just want to be really clear. It's not in effect right now, is it yet?
No, it is not. But the purpose of the curfew is to make sure that the residents that are being evacuated feel confident that their properties are being protected. It's an extra layer of protection. So a lot of the residents are saying, please do this. So Supervisor Barger has come to us, and we looked at it strategically. We felt it was a right direction to go. Where we're at right now is County Council is preparing the paperwork. I've seen the latest draft. We're going to forward it to the other agencies like the Los Angeles Police Department. We want to do this together so it's more effective. When it takes place, it'll mean that at 6 p.m. at night, no one can enter these specific areas until 6 in the morning.
Are we talking about this could possibly go into effect later tonight, or is this going to be tomorrow and beyond?
I'm hoping we can do it later on tonight, but it's doubtful. I'm probably looking more at tomorrow night. But again, it's for the purposes of keeping people who don't belong in these mandated evacuation areas out of there, because we've arrested people, unfortunately, for burglarizing homes in those areas.
You know, I want to talk about the looting very quickly, Sheriff, if I may, because the LAPD chief said that they have not had any incidents. How bad has it been? We haven't personally seen anything. Are we talking of extreme looting already? How bad has it been so far?
When we're talking about looting, it's not like sometimes you see on video where you see, 50 individuals running into a store to grab things. We're talking about 1, 2, 3, or 4 people who are casing some of these neighborhoods, going in, burglarizing homes, and taking loss. And yes, we've made arrests throughout the county and the affected areas for this, and our deputies have relayed stories of us where they're actually preventing people, they're stopping people who can't tell you why they're there. They definitely don't live there, so we don't want that to occur.
It's a problem already. You're seeing it.
It is an absolute problem, and I'm going to tell just your viewers, if you're thinking about going up there to commit a crime, you're going to get caught. And I talked to the DA earlier today, and he is going to prosecute to the full extent of the law. Do not hurt these people more than they're already hurt.
It's despicable and unimaginable. Before I let you go, let me ask you about your deputies. Everyone is so happy to see them in a crisis like this. They're doing a wonderful job. I've seen them out there. How are they holding up?
You know what? They are amazing people. The work they're doing, the humanitarian work they're doing, we're hearing amazing stories. But we're working them. Some of them are working 16, 18-hour shifts. But you know what? I haven't heard one complaint from them. They want to be here. They want to help these communities. This is unprecedented, and they're a part of it. And they're doing exactly what they raise their right hand to do, and that's to serve.
Okay, well, we'll wait for more details on the curfew, possibly tonight, probably tomorrow. We'll have the latest.
Yes, sir.
Sheriff, always wonderful to talk to you. Thanks for all your service, man. Thank you. So, Pat, you just heard it. The curfew could possibly go into effect later tonight. Unlikely, most likely tomorrow. Of course, we'll have all the details on that. And just one more thing, Pat. We talked to the fire chief and the sheriff. They're working so hard out there. If you see a firefighter, if you see a deputy, if you see a police officer, give them a hug too, because it is hard. You've been on these fires just like me, Pat. You know it is hard work for everyone involved. The loss is extreme, and we're all just trying to get through the crisis.
No question about that, Ross. And I heard mention during the press conference, the care for the firefighters themselves. And yes, I'm sure you do. I certainly know personally firefighters who are away from their families trying to make sure that all of us are safe. So yes, we do appreciate that. And I'm going to say something, it's kind of humorous right now, but maybe it's needed. Lauren Posen talked to us last night, and she was talking with some firefighters, and they said, we appreciate you wanting to help us, and we appreciate the granola bars, but quite frankly, we would like some protein. So you know what? Give them a hug, give them a piece of chicken or a steak, Ross.
That'll all be appreciated, I promise you. Hey, let me just tell you one more thing. After the press conference, I spoke with Chief Crowley specific about that hydrant problem again, and she says there is no problem that she believes is happening. I asked her also about the staffing for the Palisades fire because there are allegations that those budget cuts deeply impacted it. She said that is not what happened, but I also talked to the president of the Firefighters Union, and he contends that it is in fact happening. So we're going to track that down and speak more with him.
Okay.
We need all the firefighters we can have up there, and we'll get back to you.
Certainly. All right. Thanks so much for that, Ross. And we have some important information now from our Lauren Posen. She has just arrived at the Kenneth Fire, and we are anxious to hear what you have to tell us about that, Lauren. We appreciate your FaceTime earlier, but since you have arrived, what can you tell us? What do you see?
Yeah, well, Pat, we are here in Calabasas, right down the road from Mountain View Estates on Muir Road. And this fire, it's hard to see from our vantage point, but it's right behind us here. All these people you see here have been evacuated. They cannot go into their homes. We're near Malibu Canyon. This woman that's walking by here, her cat's in her house. She can't go get her cat. People are very anxious. You know, Pat, in talking to people out here, this is bringing back a lot of memories of that Woolsey fire for a lot of people here. And I want to show you over here on Muir Road, right down from Mountain View. Look at all these fire engines here. They are here. The amount of support to fight these fires, it's amazing how many firefighters I've seen. Now I want to show you, I want to talk to these two gentlemen over here.
Evacuate.
This is Eric.
Hi.
And Eric actually has been evacuated, and he has been helping people the last couple days with the Palisades fire, and now he is being impacted. Nico, his house burned down in the Palisades fire. He's also been helping people. Eric, I'm going to start with you. Tell me about the situation here in Calabasas and what you're seeing. And did you see the fire? What did you see?
Here in Calabasas, we saw the fire. We had a high vantage point to watch it. We've been fighting the Palisades fire for the last 3 days. My house burned down in the Woolsey, which is why I'm so adamant about helping people and saving lives. I feel like we're doing God's work. A lot of people need help and needed assistance. They get lost, disoriented, and don't make the right decisions. They're going the wrong direction, and I advise everybody to stay out.
And even if the fire's not coming to you and you can get out, you should get out. This gets into your bronchioles, your alveoli. You want to get out of this as soon as you can. It's not the fire that kills people, it's also the smoke. So don't try to run in and save possessions. Your life is worth way more than your property. That's all I want to let you know. Love, peace, respect.
Yeah.
And Eric, tell me about your situation here. So is it your girlfriend's apartment or apartment you share together?
Yeah, we share. And her cat's still in there, and all of our equipment, and some of my neighbors are telling me, hey, can you go get some of my stuff? Can you check on my animals? And we're completely blocked off. We can't go do anything. They've stopped us. We don't want to get arrested. And we're just doing our best. We're in the back of the Las Virgenes, and we got this far, and that's as far as we can go. We just advise everybody to stay as safe as possible. Save your life, not your property.
There's an elderly dude we can help.
All right, thank you, Eric. Okay, okay, they're going to go help some. Okay,
more people. God bless everybody.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So, Pat, you know, we have good citizens here just trying to help people. Everyone is just really coming together. I did check moments before coming on here. The fire is at about 800 acres. The issue with this fire in particular is it's basically burning behind Hidden Hills. And, you know, because it started in West Hills there. And so that whole brush area is a danger zone. On the plus side, a fire captain told me it's burning on the path of the Woolsey fire. So in a sense, it's good because that land's already, you know, been burned. But that doesn't mean we're out of the danger zone because there's so many homes. I got to show you over here. Look at these lights over here. I mean, again, these are all the people just waiting to get word. You know, it's just moment by moment here because, you know, these fires are so unpredictable.
All right, Lauren.
Isn't too
we
bad
still
right
have
now,
you.
which is really positive. We want that. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I got it. Okay, I'll send it back to you. But we're going to be out here all night, and I'll have another update for you, Pat, at 7.
Yeah, what happened, Lauren? We just lost your audio for a minute there, and I know that area very well, and you're absolutely right about that. In the Woolsey fire, a number of trees that were charred right there on Muro Road, where you are. You could see that for several years after the Woolsey fire. They hadn't grown back yet. The bark was still blackened. So can certainly understand why they are fearful. That whole area there. I think you're butting right next to Hidden Hills. If I'm not if I'm not mistaken, Muro Road actually is right by the round meadow gate, and it traverses around to Las Virgenes.
Yep.
So, and very happy to hear from those young men there that are trying to help people. And we want to give them as much information, and I know you will too, and keep us posted on what's happening. We did talk to Evelyn about the winds, and we're going to bring her back in too, just to give us more of an update, because I think that's what people are really worried about, Ev, is just...
You're going to make me cry.
Hi, Evelyn? Oh, yeah, dear. Okay.
You know, I'm just getting this a human interest story coming in from the fire line. I'm so sorry. You know, there's just so much going on, and a firefighter out there fighting one of these fires, and then somebody on social media actually saying, that's my house, and he wasn't able to save it. And this might be a story for another time, Pat, but really just bringing tears to my eyes, because he's saying, you know, basically, I want to take this firefighter out to dinner once this is all said and done. So.
Yeah, make sure they have protein.
Absolutely. And, you know, I have another friend actually reaching out to me trying to offer up protein for the firefighters. So maybe that's something we could talk about. But, you know, just while we're live on the air, you know, we're all hearing from so many people. We're all affected here in the newsroom. You know, Pat, you're affected today. I was affected yesterday with evacuations. But there is somebody, a chef here in LA, Joe Bastianich. And he is trying to donate food to the firefighters. So if there's any way we can figure out how to do that, we should try to make that happen.
Okay.
Because he will have protein. I was just looking him up, and definitely there might be some protein involved there, Pat.
All right.
Might not just be a bar. But I do want to get a look at current conditions right now in Calabasas, because the wind will pick up tonight. It will pick up tonight. As we get a look at wind speeds, you will see 32-mile-per-hour wind speeds, 29-mile-per-hour wind speeds. That's what I'm looking at right here on my forecast map near Calabasas, and it's only getting windier. So we are getting a little lull right now, and we will take every lull we can get in the wind, because that's really what's driving the flames. And of course, the relative humidity, because it has been absolutely dry, just in the single digits and the double digits across Southern California. The good news, it's not warm, and that's usually the third ingredient when it comes to fire, and we haven't seen really warm conditions. In fact, it's been downright chilly. We are getting a look at the hot spots over Calabasas right now, and temperatures currently in the 60s. It has been a really cool night, mild night, so that's working in our favor. But certainly wind, you know, set to pick up a little bit. And as I get a look at your future cast over the overnight hours, it's really what we call our hour-by-hour forecast. And I'm taking a look at the 11 p.m. hour tonight, because that's when things start to pick up, and we could start to get 30 to 40-mile-per-hour winds, and potentially up to 50-mile-per-hour winds. And this is what we were afraid of, because of course this is more of a classic Santa Ana wind event tonight. And because of that, because it's more of a northeasterly event, Ventura County is certainly threatened. And of course the border there, anywhere near Calabasas as we head into Woodland Hills, Bell Canyon, Oak Park, that's where we're looking at some of the really worst wind conditions tonight, along with the 210 corridor, above the 210 corridor right there. So you will see through the San Gabriels, along the 14, and into the IE as well. Now let's take a closer look at the 5 a.m. hour, because we're still looking at quite a bit of wind spanning across all our mountain communities. And here's the thing about tonight. We haven't heard much about Orange County or the Inland Empire, but we are expecting to see that wind pick up overnight for both the OC and the IE, because again, this is more of sort of a classic Santa Ana trajectory that we're seeing tonight wind-wise. So early in the morning, we're looking at wind mostly in our mountain and foothill communities. We are getting a break tomorrow. And that's great news, but this isn't it. We are not in the home stretch. Why? Well, we'll get a little calmer this weekend, but we're looking at another bump in winds as we head into Sunday night, but really Monday into Tuesday. That feels so far away from today, and I had to really think about what today was, right? Today's Thursday. It's taking us all a moment to figure out what day and what time it is right now. But, you know, as we head into the weekend, it's going to be calm. But as we head into next week, we're looking at another round of winds. Nothing like the windstorm we saw on Tuesday. Again, we're not looking at 90 to 100 mile per hour winds, but we are certainly looking at 30 to 40 mile per hour winds potentially across Southern California, 40 to 50 miles per hour. And a big concern tonight for those of us along the fire lines, off the fire lines, is really that air quality. A lot of us really noticed just that smoke in the air today. Big reason why you know, we were talking about schools being closed, even if they're not in the fire zones. Just the poor air quality outside has really made an impact here in Southern California, and we're looking at very unhealthy air quality. You're looking at those red dots on your screen, the yellow indicating moderate air quality. I want to zoom in and show you where the air quality is really the worst right now. So you will notice those red dots right there. So we are looking at pretty bad air quality as we make our way out of the Santa Clarita Valley into the San Fernando Valley and also into the San Gabriel Valley as well. We are looking at unhealthy air quality even as we make our way into parts of Orange County because that smoke is traveling. Remember, we're looking at those northeasterly winds. You're seeing the direction of the wind, and that's where it's blowing. So even though the fire might be to the north, we're getting bad air quality to the south. And you'll notice air quality is above 150. That's the AQI, if you will, and you will see AQI above 150, even in Seal Beach, moving up to Universal City and Brentwood at 181. So we're going to continue to, of course, monitor air quality. We're monitoring the wind. We're monitoring relative humidity. And I want to really wrap up what's next, just to sort of remind you what's happening. We have to just remember not to get that fatigue when it comes to these Santa Ana wind events because we could see more wind. This really isn't the end of it. So wind set to increase overnight, as we were just looking at on our Futurecast. The strongest wind is really taking place over the next few hours for the IE and Orange County. So all eyes on the IE and Orange County as far as possibly new fires starting. We're hoping that won't be the case. But wind or not, fire danger is staying high until we get a soaking rain. So we are expecting to see wind, and we're expecting it through next week. What we're not expecting at any point is rain. And we're getting a look at the long range models, and it doesn't look like we'll see any rain in the forecast. And again, this is very long range, so it's hard to predict with a lot of assurance. But I will tell you that there is possibly a chance that we've been looking at maybe on the 21st, 22nd, 23rd of this month, which is so far off as well. But we will take any kind of significant rain we can get because take a look at this. Coming up in a little bit, just a few slides away, I do want to show you that we've seen no rain whatsoever really this season. So wind advisories, well, they're still with us through tomorrow. So wind is really the main concern at this point. As we head into the next couple of days, it's going to get calmer, but really that wind warning remains in effect through 6 a.m. on Friday through parts of the IE, LA County, Orange County, everybody affected, especially in our mountain foothill communities and our valleys. And strong winds plus low humidity still making for high fire danger at least through tomorrow. And you will see right here really such a slow start to winter and an even slower start to 2025. We can all attest to that, that is for sure. But since we started counting rainfall since December 1st, okay, we've only seen 200ths of an inch of rain, which is barely anything. I mean, that makes zero dent. That's barely even measurable. And this is now officially, at least so far, the driest start to winter that we've seen since 1964. So the average we would get maybe about this time of year from December 1st through now, about 3.5 inches, a little under that. So we're nowhere close. The last 2 years back to back, we saw quite the opposite. So we're really experiencing whiplash weather where we saw too much of a good thing last year and too little of a good thing this year. And it looks like it's going to be a long winter stretch, at least a couple weeks potentially without rain is what it's looking like right now. And another few bouts of wind. Again, there's that uptick tonight and then possibly another uptick coming in Sunday night into early next week, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. But Monday into Tuesday looking like a somewhat significant Santa Ana wind event. So we're going to continue to watch it, Pat. But for now, I'll send it back to you.
All right. Thanks so much, Ev. Now, we want to show our viewers this report that fire in Pacific Palisades Palisades. It's burned more than 17,000 acres so far. KCAL News reporter Michelle Gili shows us the aftermath on day 3.
Investigators from the LA County Medical Examiner's Office sifted through debris Thursday afternoon at a burned-out home in Malibu where someone was reported missing. Sadly, human remains were found in the rubble on the property on PCH near Duke's Restaurant. Not far away, there was a moment of gratitude as a homeowner made his way back to his house after 2 days.
Wow. I have no words.
Alex Cole had seen video of the Palisades fire in this stretch of PCH, but hoped to see for himself that his place was still standing.
I'm blessed that it's still standing.
The house is intact, but there is damage. The balcony off of the living room is badly burned, and there are other issues. Cole knows, though, that he's one of the lucky ones.
I walked in, so I'm going to look around and see how bad it is, but at least it didn't go all the way down. So thank God for that.
A bit north in Pacific Palisades, damage assessment teams are fanning out in neighborhoods, going house to house and cataloging what's been destroyed and what is still standing.
Our numbers that we collect, we work hand in hand with FEMA. So that's how they end up getting the numbers of how many structures were destroyed or not destroyed. Unfortunately, right now we won't be able to tell because it's very soon, but hopefully within probably like a week, once we get all our data, we'll be able to provide the public with how many structures have been destroyed.
Paula Rufo and Tim Murphy hiked into the Sunset Mesa neighborhood in Malibu from their temporary housing in Santa Monica. They had to find out if they'd have any place to come home to.
Our home is in much better shape than many others, even sadly some of our neighbors. There is some damage on the outer area, windows out. It smells like a 70s ashtray, but it is relatively much better than most of the folks here.
The fact that I was standing in my kitchen just a little while ago is comforting to know that my personal things are there. Yeah, it's a little devastating to look out my window and see all my neighbors' houses all torched. I feel for them.
Trying to reckon that our whole entire life and place and home and memories are gone.
Other evacuated residents have been meeting at a roadblock on PCH and Temescal Canyon Road looking for answers. LAPD and Port of LA officers have started checking IDs and taking names in order to help people get to their homes, if only for a few minutes.
A car comes down, a police car or other vans, and they pile 4 or 5 people in who are in that area. They drop you off, you've got 5 minutes, and then they bring you back down.
It's so hard to believe that what you left in one piece is now just rubble. And so we're just trying to see, maybe there's a stone, maybe there's a little gem of a piece, maybe one of my forks and my silverware. You know, I don't know. Anything is going to just kind of be a touchstone.
When the sun went down, officers told residents that they were not going to shuttle people up to the neighborhoods anymore due to darkness, but they said they would start again in the morning. In Pacific Palisades, Michelle Gili, KCAL News.
Well, KCAL News reporter Jasmine Veal talked with the families of 2 men who died in the Eaton fire in Altadena.
This fire has been deadly and destructive. We are standing in front of one of the assisted living facilities right off Altadena Drive in Washington, burned to the ground. Behind me, this is the terrace at Park Marino, and it was once a 3-story building. And we know dozens of seniors from these assisted living facilities and nursing homes, they were rushed out as that fast-moving wildfire closed in. But we are also sadly learning about those people in Altadena who did not make it out of this firestorm. Kimiko Nickerson says they only found the bones of her 82-year-old father, Rodney Kent Nickerson, in the rubble of her family home in Altadena on Alta Pine that burned to the ground.
And he said he'll be fine. I'll be here when you guys come back. He was in his bed when I found him.
She says her 25-year-old son lived with Nickerson, his grandfather, and while he evacuated, the older man did not, as the firestorm raged.
And he was walking around with his lantern in the house. Chase and I were talking to him. We were on FaceTime.
Nickerson, a Lockheed Martin engineer for 45 years, and his grandfather, William Nickerson, was a prominent
businessman and the founder of Nickerson Gardens in Watts, the largest public housing development in Los Angeles. Just down the street, this couple also lost their home, and they say another man died on their street.
I just waved at them. Their father was really friendly. He had old Mustangs, and I'm a car guy. I used to talk to him, but I didn't know his son very well.
They tried to fight the flames and embers for hours, but it became too much. They say they never got any evacuation order.
Instead of a snowstorm, it was a flame storm. Okay, and it was being blown by 60-mile-an-hour winds. And so we just turned off the water and grabbed some things and got out of here.
Rita Cook showed up at a senior living facility off Washington in Altadena Thursday, where she says she used to work, only to find it burn the ground. She says her cousin and his son also died in the fire inside their home on Mariposa.
Anthony was such a great guy, businessman, family man. I mean, you can talk to Anthony about just about anything, and he was such a jewel. So this is going to be a great loss. So
what happened to him? He was with his son, who was bedridden?
Yes, it's with his son that was bedridden.
The devastation so widespread, 16 square miles, impacting homes, businesses, and schools like this one. The fire destroyed a good portion of Elliott Arts Middle School on Lake Avenue. Seats inside the gymnasium burned to a crisp as the roof collapsed. The cause of this fire is still being investigated, and if it is arson, of course, that brings in the sheriff's department to investigate any of these deaths as murder. But we know cadaver dogs and homicide detectives have the daunting task now of going through all of this rubble and devastation. Here in Altadena, Jasmine, KCAL News.
Well, Socal is coming together in this time of crisis. Following these devastating fires, we've seen people from all over the community and business people come together as well. 2 law partners in Valley Village are renting out hotel rooms to shelter evacuees. And KCAL's Elise Martinez is speaking to them about why they took action. And we're hearing from a single mother who is benefiting from their generosity.
Friends, we hope everyone's okay. We have reserved a hotel block of rooms here in Sherman Oaks. Please reach out to us.
This is the video that started it all.
If you need help, forget anything other than asking for help.
Law partners Gina Zapanta and Mike Alder posted this video on their Instagram pages, offering to put fire evacuees up in a hotel.
We thought a few people would ask for some help. It went viral, and so we saw that and started just calling around to any local hotels here in the Burbank, North Hollywood, Sherman Oaks area.
Ariana Perez is staying in one of the rooms they rented out with her 9-month-old son, Ezekiel.
I was lucky enough to get picked by them so they can help me and my son out.
The single mom had to leave her home quickly, grabbing whatever she could.
I put all his needs first, so I just grabbed whatever I could for myself. Of course, we wish we could take everything, but we can't take everything.
She says her home in Altadena was destroyed.
Gone. Ashes.
As she's left to rebuild her life, Perez says it's comforting to have a safe and stable place to stay with her son, at least for now.
He doesn't know nothing. He's just so happy. He doesn't know what's going on.
And she says she's grateful for people like Zapanta and Alder, who stepped up to help a stranger. So far, they've booked dozens of rooms here and across this area. They say that they've helped more than 160 parents and children, along with their pets as well, and they are committed to doing as much as they can. In Valley Village, Elise Martinez, KCAL News.
They are raising money to pay for more hotels and putting together care packages for evacuees. And if you'd like to help, you can reach out to them on Instagram. Now, the images of loss and devastation that we've shown you continue to come in. Those not impacted by the fire are eager to help their fellow citizens. But what is the best way to provide assistance to those affected by the fires?
Truly, the best way is for people to make donations. This way, we can empower people to recover the way that they need to. The outpouring from the community has been tremendous, but a lot of the items are not of any value to the people right now. They need immediate things, and that is what we do. We assess their immediate needs, and then we help provide those by the generosity of donors.
And as Southern California copes with the devastation caused by the fires, many of you want to know how you can help. KCAL cares, and we are partnering with the Red Cross to assist those in need. So just go to redcross.org/KCAL for information on how you can donate, volunteer, or find shelter. You can also call 1-800-RED-CROSS or text Red Cross to 90999. Well, a major concern now is the safety of the water in the areas affected by the fires. KCAL's Dylan Thomas takes a closer look.
The damage caused by the Eaton fire is absolutely unimaginable. Thousands of people will have to rebuild their homes, businesses, maybe even entire portions of their lives. But for those who are fortunate enough to still have a home to return to, some of them are being told the water is so toxic, even boiling it may not be enough to make it safe.
It's devastating, man.
As the sun comes up over the Eaton fire burn scar, a community is realizing their new reality.
I've lived in this area my whole life.
Have you ever seen fire get this close to your home?
No, not this close. To see it come down into our city and our community, it's devastating.
Alexander Buñuelos has lived in Pasadena for 25 years.
We're just wetting the house down just to keep the embers from causing any fires here at our property.
But some of their friends aren't as fortunate to still have a home. These charred homes and businesses are now posing a threat to water quality.
We actually saw it on social media. A couple of our friends had reposted up a post that, the water is not safe to drink right now.
Pasadena Water and Power is now calling the tap water in the evacuation zone unsafe.
The pipes melt. They become open sources. Gases from the fire burning can be pulled into the pipes. And those gases contain lots of toxic chemicals of which none of us want to breathe. They can also contaminate the insides of those pipes.
Darren Polhemus is Deputy Director of the Division of Drinking Water.
At what point does a system become so vulnerable that it can't even be boiled out? The toxins can't even be boiled out.
Boiling out is generally only used when we believe that there is the potential for pathogens that could have got in. Boiling doesn't help with heavy metals and some of the volatile organics.
Which is why, at nearby stores,
you're getting water.
Those in the evacuation zone say they are stocking up with what they can.
Trying to get as much as they'll allow us to, because we don't know, the water's so bad, we don't know when we'll be able to use it at all.
The impacted water districts will have to flush their systems multiple times. And even after that's complete, it could take days or even weeks before it's once again safe for consumption. I'm Dylan Thomas, KCAL News.
Well, some Altadena residents are allowed to return to their neighborhood and survey their loss in the Eaton fire. KCAL's Jeff Nguyen reports he talked to a couple who just spent $70,000 on renovations, only to have their home burned down by the Eaton fire.
We are in Altadena, and we are on McNally, just north of Loma Alta. And this is the home of Jared Tefralian and Nicole Ellis. And speaking of them, as we look at some of the devastation here, I'm going to walk over and introduce you to them. So, Nicole, no favoritism just because Jared is standing closer to me. But, Jared, how long have you lived here, and what does this home mean to you and Nicole?
About 18 years now, and this home was really our sanctuary. I collected motorcycles. I had about 23 in the house, and several cars. Just building that collection. Family heirlooms. Used to hike here. Used to work from home every day. Since COVID especially. So this was really everything to us.
Nicole, I don't want to pick at your wound, but I can see from your facial expression, this is really hard for you. Do you mind? I'm so sorry.
It's okay. It's like it was our home. I trained dogs, and our dogs grew up here. We've trained so many other people's dogs here. We go hiking here. And our neighbors, everyone's affected. It's just lost everything we left so quickly. We just made sure our animals and us got out safely.
You know, for all of us of a certain generation, we all recognize home ownership is a very difficult thing. So I'm guessing for you, this is also a symbol of pride and accomplishment as well.
Yeah, we actually just spent $70,000 about 3 months ago renovating the bathroom, repainting the entire house, fixing up things, putting in new lights. I mean, it was a very, very recent renovation. We were still having people come over and see it. And now there's nothing to see.
You know, certainly you were very proud of it and you wanted to show it off. And, you know, I know that this does not replace what you accomplished. But, you know, if you could show it off, what would we be looking at right here?
We would be looking at our living room here. That's our fireplace with the TV hanging from it now. We had a motorcycle here. You can see an exhaust there. Our dining room table. Back there was my office, dog training room. We had more motorcycles, more dog training equipment back there, including dog fitness equipment from treadmills to all sorts of stuff. And in our back garage, we had more motorcycles, tools for him to work on the motorcycles. And it was a home. So obviously couches, living room, normal house stuff.
So if I understand it correctly, was your house also a showroom for your motorcycles as well? You want to walk with me a little bit and talk to me about where they were sitting? Were they sitting inside the house, outside the house, or what are we talking about? And be careful.
10 motorcycles in the house. Mostly Ducatis. One I bought from the former CEO of Ducati North America. You can see another motorcycle over there that I had. Basically, I had the room painted to match the motorcycle. So yeah, it was you know, it's probably over $100,000 in motorcycles in the house, just that I had collected over the past 20 years. Some of them were numbered, you know, irreplaceable collectible bikes.
You know, for certain guys, you know, a Ducati is an aspirational thing. Talk to me about, you know, why you love that brand so much.
Oh yeah, when I was about 16, back in the 90s, you know, I used to watch Carl Fogarty ride one, and they were just, you know, they're just beautiful Italian, you know, the Ferrari of motorcycles. Had pictures of them on my wall. I collected the stubs from the magazines you would send in to win them, and I would, you know, take those out of the magazines and send hundreds in. And then eventually, in about 2000, I got my first Ducati, and I just started collecting them from there. And yeah.
Symbol of pride?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. Symbol of pride. I rode 400 miles every weekend through Los Padres Forest, and that was our church. Every Sunday we go riding, and unfortunately that's going to be on pause for a while now.
Was your passion for motorcycles something that Nicole supported, or did she do it begrudgingly?
Oh, she supported it 100%.
He has that, and I have horses, and we thought about moving our horse closer to home, and very luckily we didn't, because it would have been a whole nother thing to evacuate, and I've had to evacuate horses before, and it's not a small feat, so I'm very grateful he's well and taken care of.
You know, clearly you both are sort of daredevils. I mean, what's it like to, you know, find another daredevil and kind of build this life together?
Yeah, you got to search for your people, and we're very lucky, and my dog fell in love with Jared and picked him out, so here we are.
You know, having said that, as you look at this landscape, what's going through your mind here? I mean, your neighbors tell me, the Archuletas, that they want to rebuild. What's in the future for you?
We'll definitely rebuild. To answer your question, what's going through my mind, it's how big a garage I can build when we do rebuild. But you have to stay hopeful. I mean, fortunately, we have wonderful friends to house us during this time. You know, we both have jobs, so like, this isn't gonna knock us out. It might knock us down for a little while, but we'll rebuild. We love Altadena, and
we love the community. Our neighbors were all lovely. One of my best friends lived basically a block away from me. We would see each other all the time. Her house is gone also. We're all going through it together.
Where are you staying now, and what's that process like so far?
We're currently staying at one of my best friend's houses, and then we're going to a friend's guest house shortly, and then figuring out our game plan, which we're not too sure of right now.
Well, thank you to you both for being so gracious to share your story with us. And, you know, as we walk through here, just to kind of emphasize the point a little bit, I don't want to be disrespectful. Yep. I don't want to be disrespectful to your property, but yep, you see the exhaust for one of the Ducatis here. And as we walk in this direction, just one more thing, you know, another symbol of pride is the car that used to be here, and one last car over there. But this is pretty much the extent of what we are dealing with in the aftermath of all of this. Reporting in Altadena, Jeff Nguyen, KCAL News.
Now it's 7, breaking news tonight in the inferno covering Southern California. The latest, the Kenneth Fire ballooning in the hills above Calabasas to nearly 1,000 acres. But tonight, all mandatory evacuations in LA County have been lifted. The massive Palisades fire, meantime, is still 0% contained tonight. It has burned more than 5,300 structures in Malibu and Pacific Palisades, wiping out entire neighborhoods with at least 2 deaths so far. Firefighters say growth has slowed on the Eaton fire that's in the Altadena, Pasadena, and Sierra Madre areas. 3 deaths have also been connected to those fires. Another 5,000 acres have been destroyed in the Eaton fire. To our Lauren Posen now. She is covering the latest fire to pop up. That's the Kenneth Fire we're talking about. She is live in Calabasas at Malibu Canyon Road and Las Virgenes. Lauren?
Well, Juan, this is where the focus concentration is on for battling this fire. Over here, I want to show you all the fire engines here that are lined up on Muir Road. This is just right down the street from Mountain View Estates and also down from around Meadow Elementary School and, of course, Hidden Hills as well. And I mentioned Hidden Hills because firefighters tell me this is where the concentration of the fire is. It started this afternoon just about 2:40 right over here too. There's some more police presence over here as well, and it basically started burning in that area and then right behind Hidden Hills, and that is why firefighters are focusing over here. All these people that you see here have been evacuated here at Las Virgenes and Malibu Canyon. They cannot go into their homes. I spoke with one woman. Her animal is still left inside, her cat. She's very worried about that. And right now, it's just mandatory evacuations until firefighters can get a better handle on this fire. It started at 50 acres and now has exploded up to 800 acres. They are fighting this from the sky with water tanks dropping down, but these winds are unpredictable, and that is one of the challenges for firefighters tonight. I spoke with 2 men who live over here in Malibu Canyon. They were just evacuated. Take a listen to what they told me. Oh, so they were telling. Oh, there's no. So we'll have that sound for you later. But the men were telling me that, they got the alert on their phone. They raced over here. They packed, just grabbed whatever they saw that they could. Then they got out here. They're like, well, maybe I should have grabbed a little bit more. But Juan, I was telling Pat in the earlier hour, for a lot of people out here, this is just reminding them very much so of the Woolsey fire, bringing back a lot of those memories because this area was also impacted as well. And just to be in the same situation again and a much bigger level here, it's very terrifying for people. But the good news is that you can see all the firefighters here. They are working on this fire. And, we can't even see. When we first got here, Juan, we saw a little bit of the flames on the mountaintop over there. We don't see them anymore. So we're hoping that's a good sign. We, of course, are going to stay out here. We're going to have another update for you. But as of right now, all the mandatory evacuations are still in place. And firefighters are doing what they can to get this fire under control. Juan?
Very good, Lauren. Okay, they are at the ready and at the firefight right now. Thank you. All right, let's go to KCAL News assignment editor Mike Rogers on the desk right now with updated information on the cause of the Kenneth Fire. Mike, what do you have?
Yeah, so everything's a little bit murky right now. We need to wait for detectives to sort everything out. But here's the deal. So we got an alert, Citizen app and a couple other places, that there was an arson suspect that was being detained in Woodland Hills, right? So we looked into that, and what happened there in Woodland Hills on Alatar Drive is that a group of citizens believed that a person was responsible for an arson. We don't know why they believed that. We don't know what information they got that led them to that conclusion. Regardless, though, they detained on their own, these citizens detained that person, and then they called LAPD. So LAPD has detained that person. They've brought him to Topanga Station, and what's happening right now is a detective from Ventura County Sheriff is going over to Topanga Station to interview that person to see whether or not there is any connection. So I want to be clear here. Nobody is under arrest. Nobody is definitively saying that this fire is arson, and nobody is definitively saying that the person that LAPD has at Topanga Station is that potential arsonist. So this was all done by citizens. Citizens detained this person, and then LAPD showed showed up and took him to Topanga Station, where now he is being interviewed, or will be interviewed shortly, by a Ventura County Sheriff's detective. So we'll continue to follow that situation. An LAPD watch commander I just talked to at Topanga Station, when I said, "Is this your arson suspect?" he said, "I doubt it." So seems like there's a little bit of doubt in there of who this guy is, but regardless, they're gonna take it very seriously. Ventura County Sheriff's gonna come and interview him and figure out what, if any, connection he may have to this fire. So we'll continue to monitor that situation, Juan. And I think, do we want to go up to SkyCal and look at some of the video that SkyCal is at over the Palisades fire right now? As that continues to burn, that firefight ongoing.
Yeah, let's take a look, Mike.
Yeah, there we go. So there you can see SkyCal's looking at this. It looks a lot better, Juan. And let me make sure. Yeah, so we're looking at it right off of Van Nuys Airport, I believe, is kind of where we're looking at it from that angle. So yeah, we're just above, actually Pierce College is where we're looking at it from, Juan. So you can see there is still active flame tonight as they look at that. And, some of those water dropping helicopters are still there. Actually, a large number of them. Between the two fires, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, almost 14 water dropping helicopters still after nightfall. So really remarkable the work that they are able to do and to, try to do their best to fight this fire at night.
That is fantastic, Mike. And we're seeing that all that air support is definitely making a difference there. Even though we're seeing some flames still there in the Palisades fire, they are not stopping, even at night, to put those flames out. All right, Mike, thank you.
Yeah.
Almost 20,000 acres have been destroyed by the massive Palisades fire we see still burning right here. The blaze has burned down more than 5,300 homes and businesses. We've heard stories of tragedy, but as KCAL's Tom Waite tells us, some people's homes were spared. One of them is his aunt. Tom, how's she doing tonight?
Oh, Barnowski.
All right, we're going to go to our meteorologist, Danny Roberti, while Tom gets ready to bring us that live report from Pacific Palisades. Danny, are you ready to go?
Hi, Juan. Yes. We have a lot to talk about going into tonight, so we're going to jump right to it because, Juan, kind of a big piece of this, it's been all about the winds. And so you can see tonight we are seeing another boost in those winds. That's what we've been tracking. So we've got gusts right now picking up through those traditional spots where we see the Santa Ana winds. Even so, though, things are so dry right now, and that's why we're seeing these concerns for continued fire danger going into the next 24 hours. So we've got gusts through Santa Clarita up to 32 miles per hour right now. Chino into Riverside. So Inland Empire and Orange County is going to be a focus going into tonight as well. And you can see we've got those strong gusty winds in those areas. Simi Valley, 26 miles per hour. Malibu seeing gusts nearing 16 miles per hour right now, right where the Palisades fire is burning. Now, these are not wind gusts as strong as what we were seeing just the last 24, 48 hours when we were seeing that really intense windstorm moving through. But this is still windy enough with the vegetation this dry that we are tracking those concerns. So let's talk about the Kenneth fire, where we have this fire burning right now near Hidden Hills and near Calabasas. We're looking at temperatures in the low 60s, and it's not incredibly crazy in terms of the winds. I mean, we're talking gusts between 10 to 20, 25 miles per hour, but still this is enough with things being as dry as they are to see the spread of this fire very quickly. And this is also very difficult terrain. So what we're tracking right now is that next boost in the Santa Ana winds. And so going into tonight, these winds, they're slowly going to strengthen tonight into early tomorrow morning. And with that, we're still dealing with these really dry conditions out there. You can see we're looking at the teens in terms of our relative humidity, even the 20s out there. Things are much drier this evening for portions of the Inland Empire into Orange County, where you can see that relative humidity really between the single digits into the teens. And we continue to see that in areas like Malibu over towards Burbank and Santa Clarita. And because of how dry it is, that's why we continue to see this red flag warning. So we are still on high alert for critical fire danger. We've got these stronger winds picking up tonight. This is that boost, that bump in the winds that we've been talking about. And also, it's just been so dry out there. I mean, we haven't seen any solid rain since last spring. This has been the driest start to our winter since the 60s. So this nasty combination right here, when we're talking about fire danger, there's a couple different ingredients. It's the winds, and we're seeing those strengthen right now, and also the low humidity, how dry things are. That's what leads to high fire danger, and that's why a lot of Southern California is still under this. I mean, it's wild, first of all, to see a red flag warning in January. I mean, typically we don't see this. On top of that, this has been a long duration event. I mean, this has been prolonged. And so we're going to continue to see this going into tonight, early tomorrow morning. With that, we're looking at some renewed high wind warnings that are now in effect through early tomorrow morning. And actually the focus for these, it's going to be Orange County, Inland Empire, and then also through LA County into Ventura County. You can see some of those usual areas where we see the Santa Ana winds, the Malibu coast included in this as well. So in terms of what's happening tonight, valleys could see wind gusts between 45 to 60 miles per hour, mountains 55 to 75 miles per hour. I want to note this is nothing like what we saw Tuesday night when we saw the peak of those winds. I mean, we're not going to be looking at those widespread crazy winds, but still, these are strong winds. This is a moderate to strong Santa Ana wind event for us. So let's talk timing of the winds, because this is very important for us. This is going to be an important piece because I've got my eyes on light at the end of the tunnel. I'm going to zoom you into a couple different areas right now. Going into tonight, here's a look at those winds. The purples are back. So those purples are indicating those stronger winds, mainly up through the mountains, the San Gabriel Mountains. Gusts between 50 to 60 miles per hour. Our foothill communities, you can see those winds kind of just fanning over Calabasas into Thousand Oaks, right there towards the Malibu coast, and also Ventura County, that coastline right there nearing Oxnard. And then also we've been talking about Inland Empire and also Orange County. We've got some of those winds starting to ramp up close to San Bernardino, up through Running Springs, and then over towards Fontana. Let me zoom you out so we can kind of fast forward and go through hour by hour what's happening. We've still got strong winds by around midnight, but look at what happens by Friday morning. We're going to finally start to see some of these winds relaxing. It's still breezy out there, and then once we get to Friday afternoon into Friday evening, this is when we're going to be done with the red flag warnings and when we're going to be done with those high wind warnings as well. That's what we've been waiting for. Unfortunately, though, today we're still dealing with this extreme critical fire danger for a lot of folks. So this has been the focus today, the bullseye for where if we see fires, they could spread very quickly. So Santa Clarita over towards Calabasas, where we have the Kenneth fire burning right now. That's one of the key areas. And then also you can see that going into tonight. Inland Empire, we've got that through San Bernardino County, Riverside County, into Orange County. But by the time we get to tomorrow, this is a look at our fire weather outlook. Things are going to start to improve. Each day, things are looking a little bit better out there. So you can see fire danger is still going to be elevated, but not to the extent that we've seen the past couple of days. So let's talk about those hourly wind gusts going into tonight. Things are going to be picking up through Lancaster, Ontario, Huntington Beach, Santa Clarita, seeing gusts between 25 to 30 miles per hour. I mean, this is a different story compared to what we saw a couple of days ago. That's good news, but unfortunately, things are still so dry that any of these winds, I mean, this is still a situation where we are on high alert. But again, I mentioned we've got light at the end of the tunnel, and it's the fact that we are seeing those winds relaxing Friday and Saturday, and that is hopefully going to give our firefighters that opportunity to get the upper hand on some of these fires that we continue to see breaking out. I mean, it's so hard to see these constantly breaking out in different areas of Southern California. And with that, I want to talk about the air quality. We're all noticing it outside today. I mean, it has just been terrible out there. We've got these plumes of smoke, and that's what's leading to this terrible air pollution for us. And the focus for this has really been LA County. So when we're dealing with these winds picking up, it's really helping to blow and fan this smoke from these fires, like the Eaton fire, over towards downtown Los Angeles. So those purples right there, that's indicating the thickest smoke. We really don't see this often. And then you can see those reds. This is still thick smoke through Alhambra. We've got that through Monrovia, into Pico Rivera, Huntington Park, over towards Culver City, Santa Monica. I mean, look at that stream. The winds are strong enough to blow it all the way out towards the the ocean. So for these areas, we are under air quality alerts through tonight, potentially being expanded into tomorrow. We do not see air quality this bad in Southern California. I know we're used to the smog and the haze, but this is another level. So this is the kind of situation where you want to try to limit some of that time outside, especially if you're sensitive to this. But this is really unhealthy for anybody. It's not just folks that are sensitive to this. It's for a lot of us. Air quality alerts in place until this evening. That is going to be the case for folks in Orange County, LA County, and also for the Inland Empire. So we are still seeing these strong gusty winds. The focus, Juan, the window, it's going to be tonight until around 4 o'clock tomorrow morning. And again, it's nothing like we saw Tuesday night when we saw those peak winds. I mean, we saw 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We are not expecting to see that tonight. We're really looking at wind gusts between 40 to 50 miles per hour, and then some localized gusts up in the mountains, potentially nearing 70 miles per hour. So a different story, Juan. We're going to keep a close eye on those winds. I'll be tracking that for you in any of the updates coming up in just a few minutes.
Yeah, we need every break we can get.
Yes,
Danny,
we do.
Thanks so much. All right, almost 20,000 acres have been destroyed by the massive Palisades fire. The blaze has burned down more than 5,300 homes and businesses. And we've heard stories of tragedy, but as KCAL's Tom White tells us, some people's homes were spared, and one of them is his aunt. Tom, how's she doing tonight?
Juan, she's doing much better now. We thought the house had burned down. We were told by neighbors that it was gone, and then we found out this morning that it might still be there. I was able to go over to the house today, and I saw it. It's fine. She's been here since the 70s, so it would have just been, devastating, obviously, as it is for so many people who live here that aren't as lucky as she is. My parents have two friends staying with them whose house did burn to the ground. They live here in the Palisades as well. So, just opposite ends of the spectrum in terms of emotion there. But just to give you a sense of the scale of this destruction, let me move out of the way and just show you what it looks like here in this parking lot. You're looking right now at Ralph's, or what was Ralph's, here in the Palisades, and it's just a complete burned out shell of what it was. It's even hard to recognize that it was in a grocery store. It's really mind-boggling. I'm sure a lot of people watching have been to this Ralph's before. I have been, on the way to my aunt's house, and it's just part of the heartbreak here, because you drive through into the Palisades and it is just horrible what you see. It looks like something out of an apocalyptic movie. It's unrecognizable. Let's get to some video that we shot throughout the evening, and it just gives you a sense of just how far reaching the destruction is. It just stretches from one end of the Palisades to the other, and it's just entire neighborhoods, swaths just burned to the ground. Chimneys are the only things standing, along with piles of debris and charred, there's drywall, rebar, homes that are reduced to ash. You can't even tell what was there. And, for every one of those homes, that's a family or a person who lived there, memories, holidays, birthdays. And there's no way to put it into words how terrible this is for so many people. There are some hopeful stories, my aunt was one of them, and there's a few others on her block that were lucky too. But even for them, even though their homes survived, it doesn't matter, because they know that their neighbors didn't. They know their friends lost everything, and that's just a horrible reality to process, right? I mean, when our friends and family lose everything, we hurt for them. We spoke to a man tonight who grew up, born and raised in the Palisades, and his family, they lost everything too.
Looks like, World War II. I mean, we're World War III, you look like an atomic bomb went off. It's absolutely devastating, unrecognizable.
And that was from that man. He was just telling us, that was Augie Silk, who was telling us about, seeing what it looked like when he first came back after the evacuation. Obviously the evacuation order is in place. We want to remind people that still it is not a good idea to come back to the area. It's not very safe here in a number of ways. There's down utility poles, utility wires. Many of them have not have been disconnected, of course, but it's still very dangerous and very treacherous on some of the roadways. And you saw probably in that video that we just showed you, there's still a lot of cars that are along the side of the road or in the middle of the road now charred by the fire. Those were people that were trying to escape on Tuesday night and were so scared that they just got out of their cars and got on foot and fled. But their cars remained there. They had to be bulldozed off to the side of the road. I mean, things like that. It's just so much, there's just so much debris and other material in the roadways that it really is just not a safe thing to do to come back into these evacuation zones. So just remind yourself of that. I know it's so hard. People want to come back to see what the damage is, if their homes manage to escape or be spared, but it's very dicey situation here. There's no power in most of the Palisades. There's no Wi-Fi. It's difficult to communicate. There's no grocery stores really to speak of or restaurants that are really open. It's just a situation where emergency vehicles and police and fire need to have as much access and as much ability to get from one place to another, because even though a lot of the sort of raging inferno, the big flames have been knocked down, there are still hot spots that pop up, right? I mean, there's an ember it can blow from one spot to another, and then it can just sit in an attic and then all of a sudden erupt into a big fire. So it's important to remember that these areas are very, very treacherous and dicey. Everything is very volatile right now. Nothing is out of the right now. Anything can happen, basically. We are not out of the danger zone yet. Firefighters are still trying to get this under control. Also, the air quality is absolutely terrible. It's very smoky and difficult to breathe when you're out here for a very long time. But yeah, just a sad reality out here, because so many of the places that people loved out here, people who visited, they're just gone. And this fire has totally transformed the Palisades to a place that I barely recognized when I came in to work today. And I know that it's going to be hard for people to come back when they see what this fire has done. It's beyond tragic. Back to
It's unbelievable. I'm glad to hear about your aunt, Tom, but right behind you there, I can't believe that used to be a Ralph's supermarket. Just unbelievable. All right, Tom, thank you. We are beginning to get a sense tonight of just how much the fires have cost the people of Altadena. We're hearing over and over how much residents love their tight-knit community, and many of our own staff live there, including KCAL reporter Cara Finstrom. Cara spoke with KCAL Mornings anchor Rutabe Shabazi this morning on her life in and love of Altadena. Here's a portion of that interview.
My family was extremely fortunate. We're on one of the blocks that was spared, but all around us, seeing neighbors' homes that have burned to the ground. We've lived here almost 20 years, and our kids were raised here. So these are the streets we rode bicycles down, the places we eat, the places we've gone to do so many things. My husband had a dental appointment just down this block this morning, and his dentist office is no longer there. So our hearts break for, all of these local people who've lost their businesses and their homes. We were sure we had lost our home, to be honest. We just thought we had from everything we saw that night. So we feel blessed to have it, but it is a very mixed feeling because we are so sad for the people all around us. It's still a little surreal, I think. I did go out to take some photographs yesterday and some video, and the magnitude of it is just, it's hard to see. Street after street, we checked on some homes of friends that were gone, had to share that news with them, which was very difficult. I think, for me, I'm thinking what's next for this community. This is an old community. We had so many historic buildings and homes here dating back to the 20s, and it's part of why we moved here. We just loved it. We're close to the canyon. And never in our 20 years have we had to evacuate or felt threatened. So this really kind of did take us by surprise, even though we talk about it on the news, and I did have a little bag prepared. I certainly wasn't prepared to really leave my home. I don't know, I guess I'm concerned about these families and what's next for them. We don't know when power will be back. We don't know when water will be safe to use. There's just a lot of questions. And as I made my way through the streets, I really was surprised by how many just power lines are down and just how difficult it is to get through and how disorienting it is, because all the things I'm used to seeing are not there. You start thinking about all the people. We have friends in Hastings Ranch. They were hit hard too. We were texting with them and they were evacuating at the same time. And so much of the Southland just devastated by this right now. There'll be a lot of questions going forward, because I know a lot of people here were concerned that we couldn't get more resources in to treat the fire here, and just the extent of the loss and the devastation and how best to move forward and prevent similar scenarios in the future. But right now it's all about the people and making sure everyone has a place to stay. The other thing is, we went to the convention center that night. My mom used to, before she passed away, was in the terraces, which was, we've seen the images of all those people who were brought out in wheelchairs and dust chairs. She stayed there, and those people are amazing. We went to the convention center to see how they were and if we could help, and they were treating people with cuts and bruises and seniors who were just so confused. One young man who works there, and I won't share his name because I haven't spoken with him again yet, but he carried out 20 people that night, just one after another. So.
And those images have just rippled across the world, I think, as kind of encapsulating what this did to our community. And, as someone who lives in this community, I think a lot of stories are going to come out about the heroes.
Definitely.
Our Kara Finstrom and Rutabe Shabazi sharing a special moment there. All right, while Southern California copes with the devastation caused by the fires, many of you want to know how you can help. Well, KCAL cares, and we're partnering with the American Red Cross to assist those in need. Just go to redcross.org/KCAL for information on how to donate, how to volunteer if you care to do so, or how to find shelter. You can also call 1-800-RED-CROSS or text Red Cross to 90999. Well, people were not the only ones displaced by these devastating fires. Today, hundreds of people came together at the Pasadena Humane Society and SPCA to help out our four-legged friends. Here's reporter Josh Sanders with how you can help.
What's happening here at the Pasadena Humane Society and SPCA is a testament to that special connection between people and animals. Hundreds of volunteers are here, many sleep deprived. They've been working for hours as the community continues to show up with donations for our furry friends. At the Pasadena Humane Society and SPCA, volunteers are working hard, receiving donations for those who can't fend for themselves.
So this is all going to storage underneath in the parking garage because people are so generous.
Rafael de la Fuente watched as the Palisades and Eaton fires engulfed homes.
Fear, anger, grief. I was like, no, I need to channel it, do something with it, transmute that energy, and I was here.
He is one of hundreds of volunteers helping more than 350 displaced animals, most from families who had to evacuate without their pets.
It brings tears to my eyes. We're all just super touched and super grateful.
Kevin McManus is with the Humane Society.
Yesterday at this time, we had a line of folks waiting to bring their animals into us. And those were folks, as you mentioned, that were forced to evacuate. Thankfully, they brought their pets with them. And they were just looking for a place, whether the shelter they were going to or wherever they ended up leaving or going to, the pets were not able to come with them.
Volunteers are here from all over the Golden State. From the St. Bernard Catholic School in Glassell Park's girls basketball team, who brought bags of dog food, to Megan Jonathan, who drove 8 hours from Redding.
They need help too, and they can't really help themselves, so if I could help, then it's the least I could do.
Throughout the day, people donated pet food, blankets, carriers, and bedding.
We've always been animal lovers, and it just breaks my heart that there's so many animals being displaced along with their humans, so being able to help and support in any way we can is it's something that was really important to us to do.
The center is not only housing animals, but treating them for fire-related injuries.
We do expect, and we've already started to receive some stray animals who've sustained serious injuries, burns, smoke inhalation, that kind of thing. So we have our ICU, our animal ICU, staffed and going, working on those animals.
In the uncertainty of the coming days, a community coming together, finding a shared hope in the love for our furry friends who often make our families whole.
Faith in humanity has been restored, in my opinion, regardless of any climate, the global climate, the political climate. Everybody's coming together, putting aside differences, coming together as a community in honor of our four-legged friends, our feathered friends, everybody, everything. We're all just wanting to help.
And McManus says along with the donations of pet food, bedding, carriers, they really need monetary donations in order to continue to provide that critical care to animals impacted by these fires. Josh Sanders, CBS News.
All right, let's get to KCAL News Assignment Editor Mike Rogers on the desk now with updated information on the Palisades fire. Is that right, Mike?
Yeah, and I want to show you a video from the helicopter here because the Palisades fire is still burning tonight, and that is what we were looking at as it approaches the ridge lines of the Santa Monica Mountains. So we'll show you the chopper video here in just a second so you can see the flames that are active tonight. And Juan, while I talk to you about this, I want to tell you about an issue that was happening earlier today when a super scooper, we believe, had to be grounded because of a drone that was flying in the Palisades fire area. That drone then caused the aircraft to have to land, and it is now no longer an aircraft that we can use. The super scooper is obviously a very large piece of equipment that is very valuable. And by the way, not ours. It comes from Canada. They loan it to us, or lease it to us rather, every year to help in our wildfires. And tonight it is unfortunately on the ground because of that drone strike. The LA Times reporting that there is a hole in one of the wings from the aircraft there. So that's certainly something we'll be paying attention to. I have tried to follow up with the FAA, who is deferring all questions to CAL FIRE, who is not answering any questions about the incident at this time. We want to know if they found the operator of the drone, obviously. And for those of you who don't know, it is punishable by time in federal prison as well as a $75,000 civil fine by the FAA. And not only that, it is incredibly dangerous. Juan, that drone made contact with the wing of an aircraft, easily could have brought it to the ground, which would have been a whole other tragedy that we would have been dealing with. So, unfortunately, the best case scenario in this situation is that we are now down a aircraft to be able to help fight this fire. I want to talk to you also about just kind of the devastation. We got a chance to look at it from SkyCal today, getting really a firsthand look at just how bad everything is, which is, probably what that person with the drone was trying to capture as well, even as unsafe as that is. The fire has burned several thousand acres at this point. We do know of at least 5 deaths in total between the Eaton fire and the Palisades fire. One, I was trying to get some clarification. We know that 2 of the deaths from the Palisades fire happened in the Malibu area. Those are LA County Sheriff's jurisdiction. But then Chief Jim McDonald from the LAPD talked about a different death that happened in the actual city of the Palisades, or the town of the Palisades rather, versus the Malibu area. So it sounds like we've probably got 3 deaths associated with this fire so far in the Palisades as we watch a water drop happening from that helicopter. Water drops are ongoing throughout the night. There is an extensive amount of water dropping helicopters on the fire tonight. I can tell you in just the Palisades fire, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 water dropping helicopters in that area, and a Chinook, so a 7th, coming in to help out. We are hearing now that forward progress has been stopped on the other fire, the Kenneth fire, over there in the Woodland Hills area, so we're working on that information as well. But Juan, the firefight continues tonight, and it will continue well into the night as the fire is now on the north end of the Santa Monica mountain range. The next really populated area that it would approach would be the Encino area, and at this point, or Tarzana, Encino kind of area. At this point, there's no new evacuations or anything like that. Let me just double check here with CAL FIRE to make sure that's still the case. But last check, there were no, I do have containment numbers though. That's a good one. 6% contained according to CAL FIRE tonight.
On which one?
On the Palisades fire.
Nice.
So that's nice to hear. That is the first time that I can remember that we've seen a containment number on the Palisades fire. CAL FIRE also saying the fire is now 19,978 acres. That information updated about a half an hour ago. So 19,978 acres and 6% contained. And remember, when we talk about containment lines and flames have nothing to do with each other. You'll look at the Kenneth fire, right? That is forward progress, we believe, has been stopped in that. The Kenneth fire is still at 0% contained, even though we don't see really any active flame, and the forward progress of that fire has been stopped. The containment lines are specifically those hard lines that are wrapped around the fire to prevent it from going anywhere else. That is what we see those dozer crews doing. That's what we see the hand crews doing as well with the their pickaxes and chainsaws and all of that. I'm not really sure what the chopper is looking at, so maybe we can come back out on camera here while we sort that out. But that is something that is still ongoing. The firefight, very active tonight there in the Santa Monica Mountains above the Pacific Palisades. The good news of the Kenneth fire appears to be at least getting to be a bit more under control tonight, Juan.
We will take each and every one of those wins.
Yeah.
Mike, thank you. Well, we learned the name today of a man who died in the Eaton fire and also learned his family has deep roots in the history of Los Angeles. KCAL News reporter Jasmine Veal spoke with his daughter live on KCAL Mornings. Here's a portion of that interview and the reaction our anchors had to it.
Kimiko, I know this is so hard. Tears are in your eyes. You were telling me about the history, the legacy that Rodney Kent Nickerson leaves behind.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about your dad, and obviously we'll go back to Tuesday night when this firestorm hit.
He's been living here since 1968. This is the house that I came home to as a child. And I've been here my whole life. I don't know anywhere else other than here. Myself and my brother and my son, Chase, and his other grandchildren, this is where we've been our whole life. And my son tried to get him to leave, and my neighbors and myself, and he said he'll be fine. I'll be here when you guys come back. And he said his house would be here. His house is here, and he was here too. He was in his bed when I found him.
His legacy, his grandfather established Nickerson Gardens in Watts, the largest public housing development in LA.
Yes, ma'am. William Nickerson, my great-great-grandfather, his grandfather, was the founder and owner of Nickerson Gardens in Watts. And then from there, he started Golden State Mutual, which still exists on the corner of Western and Adams. And we've been here.
An engineer. I mean, this is an 83-year-old man who leaves behind 45 years of work at Lockheed Martin.
Yeah, he worked at Lockheed Martin for 45 years. He was a project engineer manager. My mom worked at Lockheed. He started at Lockheed when they were in Burbank, and when they moved to Palmdale, he commuted from here to Palmdale every day until he retired. The neighborhood is completely gone, blocks and blocks and blocks down, and it's just devastating. It's devastating.
It is. It's horrible.
It's horrible.
Your grandson, 25-year-old Chase, was here living with Rodney. Chase said, "I'm out of here at 11 p.m. Tell me what happened."
He just kept telling my dad, "Come on, pack up the car. Papa, come on, let's go." Yeah. And he was like, "I'll be right behind you." And he put some stuff in the car that's still there. And Chase was like, "Papa, we got to go now." And he says, "If I need to go, I'll go. But grandson, I don't need to go right now. But I'll be here."
Chase couldn't convince. I mean, it was just Grandpa's going to stay.
Yeah. And boy, did he stay.
He wanted to stay in the home that he has lived in for decades.
This is true. And he did just that.
This entire landscape, this entire place has changed forever. And obviously the lives of the poor Nickerson family changed forever too.
Touching interview.
Rachel, maybe you could. Yeah. Very emotional, because I think the story of Mr. Nickerson hits home. He's like our own fathers, our own grandfathers. So when you hear of a life well lived, such as Mr. Nickerson, and the loss of a life, it strikes a chord with us as well.
And may he rest in peace. The Sunset Fire, which started last night in the Hollywood Hills, is fully contained tonight. That's great news. It burned just over 40 acres, threatening some iconic landmarks. And to the Hearst fire now, it is now 10% contained and appears to be slowing. It's burned nearly 700 acres in the Sylmar area. Well, the Southern California firestorm is impacting LA sports. The Lakers postponed their game that was scheduled for tonight, and the NFL has moved Monday night's playoff game between the LA Rams and Minnesota Vikings to Arizona. Earlier today, KCAL Sports Director Jim Hill spoke with Chargers head coach Jim Harbaugh about the fires.
Speaking for myself, Sarah, our kids and the family, our thoughts and prayers are with all those. I wish we could be more involved, right? That it's, and be lending a hand, but very inspired by seeing neighbors, helping neighbors, and everybody in this community, Los Angeles community. This is the worst fire that in the history of the city, but it's inspiring to watch people have each other's back.
All right, our thanks to Coach Harbaugh and to Jim Hill. All right, to next weather now, meteorologist Danny Roberti not only monitoring the winds, but what's in store for us as we get closer to the weekend, Danny.
Yeah, exactly, because we're laser focused right now on that window when we are going to get a break from the winds. Right now, that's not the case. We saw it out there a little bit earlier today, actually, early in the morning hours into kind of late morning. We got a break from the intense winds that we had been seeing. And that is a huge help. Now, what we're monitoring tonight, yes, we've got another bump in the winds, but let me tell you, it's not going to be like Tuesday night when we were seeing that window of the peak winds. But still, this is enough to keep us on high alert. We're still dealing with the red flag warnings. We've got high wind warnings in effect. And actually going into tonight, the focus for some of these stronger winds, it's actually going to be now shifted to San Bernardino County and also Orange County. We'll see some gusty winds picking up tonight into early tomorrow morning. But I've got to say, this is more of a traditional Santa Ana wind event. So the San Gabriel Valley is not going to be getting in on this. But still, we're going to be getting those gusty winds anywhere from about 40 to 50 miles per hour, with some gusts mainly up in the mountains nearing 60 and 70 miles per hour. So let's take a look at current conditions, and we're going to walk you through what's next to make sure that you and your family feel prepared going into the next couple of days, because I've got my eyes on that window when we get a break. So here's a look at our current wind gusts. Simi Valley, 26 miles per hour. Santa Clarita, 32 miles per hour right now. So you can see that this is stronger than what we were seeing last night. Up through Wrightwood, 20 miles per hour. And take a look right here, just to the west of San Bernardino, areas like Claremont. We're starting to see those winds funneling down, and they're starting to strengthen just a bit as well. So let's talk about what's going on with the Kenneth fire right now. I'm keeping a close eye on those current conditions. We're not looking at incredibly strong winds, gusts between 15 to 25 miles per hour. Of course, up through the higher terrain, that's where we start to see some of those stronger winds, those localized gusts. But even with gusts between 15 to 25 miles per hour, I mean, it doesn't take a lot to spread these embers quickly and unpredictably. And really what we've seen over the past couple of days, these winds have been so erratic. And that's what we're seeing again right now. And I think what the big concern is, what it all comes down to, is how terribly dry everything is right now. We haven't had any good rain. And so that's what's kind of amplifying this fire danger for us every time we see these winds picking up, and what makes it hard to keep up with some of these fires. So here's this fire gust between 15 to 25 miles per hour. Of course, we've got the Santa Ana winds and also the difficult terrain right now. So our firefighters, they are out there. They are working hard. We have 24 more hours of this red flag warning in effect. So let's talk about what's next. Right now, until around 4 o'clock in the morning, this is when winds are expected to increase. But I do want to mention, nothing like the other night when we were seeing gusts around 80 to 90 miles per hour. And it's not going to be as widespread. It's focused on those windy corridors that we see when we're dealing with the Santa Ana winds. The strongest winds this evening actually going to be in the Inland Empire and Orange County. But right now, we're really seeing it through the Santa Clarita Valley. That's also going to be a big focus going into tonight. Now, wind or not, fire danger is going to stay elevated until we get a good soaking rain here in Southern California. Typically at this point, we've seen enough rain to mitigate this fire danger. We haven't yet. So that's what we're hoping for, and that's what we need. Is we need a storm to make its way into Southern California and bring us that rain. Until then, we're dealing with the elevated fire danger, but the high alert, the red flag warning, this guy is in effect until Friday evening. That's because we still have gusty winds out there, and things are so incredibly dry. And we're not just talking, I mean, that dry vegetation, of course, that is a huge factor in this, but it's how dry things are when these Santa Ana winds funnel down. It dries things out. That's what's leading to the high fire danger. This includes our mountain communities. We will continue to see that high fire danger in Altadena, where we have the Eaton fire burning. That's also the case in Calabasas, Woodland Hills. You can see that through Pacific Palisades, right there along the Malibu coast. This is where we are on high alert for fire danger over the next 24 hours. But at least we see, I mean, I know this got extended. That was the big news today. But that there's light at the end of the tunnel. We just need to get a break from the fire danger, even though it will remain elevated until we get that rain, but a break from the winds. I mean, that's going to be the big story. So we got to talk about the winds, because I see a window out there. Tonight, though, that's not the case. The focus for the strongest winds, inland Orange County, Inland Empire, all of our mountain communities. Valleys are going to see gusts between 45 to 60 miles per hour. Mountains potentially seeing 55 to 75 mile per hour gusts. The Santa Clarita Valley's included in this, and also the Malibu coast. So over the next 24 hours, let's talk window of when things are going to start to die down a little bit. So Thousand Oaks, really starting at 8 o'clock to around 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. We're looking at gusts at around 35 miles per hour. And then look at how they gradually die down all the way going into the afternoon. typically when we're dealing with a Santa Ana wind event like this, we normally see these winds picking up at night into the early morning hours. The afternoon gets here, and that's when those winds will die down. That's what we're going to see going into tomorrow. So let's talk timing. I want to talk about that window and let you know when we're going to get a break from some of these kind of extreme conditions that we've been seeing, because it has been days of this. This is a look at 9 o'clock. I'm going to walk you through hour by hour in your neighborhood what we're expecting to see. Very similar to right now. Winds are going to increase a little bit, and you can see the bullseye. It's going to be Thousand Oaks. You've got some gusty winds there. Simi Valley, Agora Hills, Calabasas. We are going to continue to see these offshore winds going into tonight, right where the Kenneth fire is burning. That's what's making things very difficult in terms of getting this under control right now. Santa Clarita, and then especially up through the San Gabriel Mountains, those purples right there indicating gusts between 50 to 60 miles per hour. Over towards the Inland Empire, Inland Orange County, this is going to be stretching really from areas like Silverado Canyon over towards Foothill Ranch, Irvine, right there along the 5, Costa Mesa, right there towards Lido. Crystal Cove is going to be getting in on some of that as well. Let me zip you out. We're going to zoom things out and fast forward by hours. So this is a look at in the middle of the night, still windy at this point, those exact same areas. You can see it's not going to spread. It's just going to be in those windy corridors. This is a look at Friday morning, and you can see it's not as strong as what we're going to see over the next 5 hours. So winds are going to die down going into tomorrow morning, and then especially tomorrow afternoon. And then once we get to Saturday, we're going to get a break from the winds. They're going to be much lighter, and the focus for the lighter winds, it's really going to be Friday afternoon, Friday night, going into Saturday. And actually, I want to say some of our valleys on Saturday even going to get a little bit of that sea breeze. I mean, we're still really going to be in this offshore pattern, but anything we can get, that is going to help out with the firefight. So a little bit of that sea breeze is going to help out once we get to Saturday. And then Saturday night, another round of winds moving in. I'll show you that in just a little bit. This has been the other big story. It's been the air quality. I mean, we all notice it outside. You can smell it out there. I mean, you don't really want to spend that much time out there because the smoke has been so thick, and it's been getting funneled from these fires all over LA County. I mean, even if you are not being affected by the fires, some way, somehow you're being impacted in LA County because we're seeing this thick smoke, and it's really kind of tough to be outside at times like this. Right now, this air quality alert, I'm checking on this right now because it has constantly been extended. It looks like National Weather Service, yes, has extended this air quality alert until 5 o'clock Friday evening. And this is a wood burning alert for Thursday and Friday. We've got this wildfire smoke out there in LA County. That is the focus of it. And this is what makes it a little bit dangerous outside. The air quality alert is in place for the Inland Empire in Orange County. I want to tell you, though, I was driving from Orange County up into LA County today. Orange County, things seem fine, and all of a sudden you get into LA County driving along the 5 and you just notice that smoke out there. It's thick, and this is not the kind of conditions that you want to be outside in. The worst of it right now is through Los Angeles, Santa Monica, Culver City. We've got that along the 10 and the 110 from Culver City, making your way towards the 101. Pasadena, Glendale, also seeing that through Alhambra. Pasadena, of course, is seeing that thicker smoke. And then West Covina into Glendora. That's where we've got the air quality alerts that are in place. I want to talk about the Santa Ana winds for a minute. I mean, we see this year after year. We get the Santa Ana winds. But this one that we saw, it was particularly strong for us. This is going to do a good job of breaking down for you what we're seeing out there. When we get these Santa Anas, this is the pattern. So we have this really strong ridge that's over the ocean just to the west of us. And then on the other side of us, we have this strong low to our east. And both of these systems over the last week, they have been incredibly strong, and that's what's enhanced these winds. So what happens is that we're starting to see these winds hit a wall. It's the Sierra Nevada, and then all of this energy in the winds, it gets squeezed and squeezed, and it starts to move quicker and quicker with us here in Southern California being the bullseye for it, the winds will start to find openings. And as they do so, they start to enhance, they start to go down through canyons. And that's why they start to ramp up and move through so very quickly. And that's also what warms us up. We felt it out there today. Tomorrow, though, we're going to see temperatures not quite as warm. We'll see upper 60s in Burbank, Pasadena, 70 in downtown Los Angeles, upper 60s over in San Bernardino. I want to show you the next 7 days because I'm tracking 2 more opportunities for wind. Unfortunately, I wish I could say that we were going to see rain. That's not the case right now. I'll keep a close eye on any kind of inkling of that. But you can see over the next 7 days, 60s this weekend through Los Angeles and Orange counties, and then we'll stay right there into early next week. Now, for the wind-prone areas of our valleys, we're going to see a bump in winds Saturday night into Sunday, and then we're going to see another Santa Ana wind event Tuesday night into Wednesday. We're going to be monitoring this one very closely. This could potentially be another strong Santa Ana wind event. And I don't want to scare you. This is not going to be anything like what we just saw, but it is something that's going to keep us on high alert into early next week. And we want to make sure that you feel prepared because we are going to see more of those winds. Tuesday night into Wednesday, we will be with you every step of the way with that one. Inland Empire, we're going to get a break from the winds. Friday, Saturday, a little bit windy Saturday into Sunday, and you can see those temperatures hovering in the 60s. More Santa Ana winds next week. Well, we're going to keep a very close eye on the current wind gusts, where we're seeing the strongest winds, and we'll keep you updated with how things are changing over the next hour.
We'll be checking back with you real soon. Danny, thank you. And now to breaking news tonight, this time in the Kenneth fire. We have some great news to report. Ventura County Fire says forward progress has been stopped. All evacuations in LA County have also been reduced to warnings now, and evacuation warnings in Ventura County, those have been lifted. 400 firefighters are still working on this fire throughout the night, so we'll keep you posted on that. And so far, it doesn't look like there's any damage related to this fire. A family in Pacific Palisades jumped into action to protect homes. They used their own fire equipment and their own water. They explained how it works to our reporter, Kevin Coe.
I am here with a full family here. Well, not the entire family, but you guys are all related, right? Can you guys introduce yourselves real quick?
I'm Evan Galling.
I'm Gene Galling.
Patrick Galling.
Patrick, I want to start with you because we met you because we found out you had this crazy piece of equipment that was firefighting almost on its own.
Yep.
Can you explain what it was doing for me real quick?
Sure, yeah. So we have a generator that sucks water out of a pool, and we have a big sprinkler system that you can adjust to cover whatever space you want, and we also have a hose that you can hold on to. And so this was my dad's idea. He's been preaching about this forever. For anybody with a pool, they should have this. Have it ready. We literally set it up and let it run for an hour and a half when we weren't here, checked on the neighborhood, came back, refilled the gas, did another round, came back, refilled gas. We had this thing going for about 5 hours a day, and it must have protected our home because everything around here is burnt. Our home looks safe.
Yeah, actually, Brian, if we could pan over here. Over there.
The whole thing was just completely burnt. All the furniture right here. Look, you can see it's completely burnt, and that thing saved it 100%.
Wow.
Our pool is all drained. We used both pools, and while we were doing the rounds, looking at the neighborhood, we were saving the other houses over there, pouring buckets on the roof because I saw that like the building back there was like burning. So we started pouring the water, just throwing it on the roof. Their whole vineyard was just on fire too, but we saved the house, but the backyard's kind of burnt. But
I'm sure they 100% appreciate
yeah. We called them this morning. They were so thankful. So
Evan, thank you.
No problem.
You're the man. And last but not least, sir, I do have to talk with you, the father of this household, right?
Yeah, this is Gene Galling. I had the initial thought to do this because I know it can always rely on the fire departments. Help yourself, but you need the right equipment, and I didn't want to risk any time. So get what you can get for the most efficient job, right? And that's where we got this equipment.
One more quick question.
Yeah.
You've lived in this neighborhood for 12 years?
12 years, right.
How do you feel right now, just seeing your neighborhood and the state that it's in?
It's devastating. I've talked to some friends. They have one friend is retired. He has lived there for almost 45 years. His daughter, who's married, lives with her family next door, right? This is the only asset in his that he has, and both homes burned down. And this is a story that is not unique. It's everywhere in this neighborhood.
Unfortunately.
Right? Yeah.
Gene, thank you so much. I'm
Thank
glad you guys are
Kevin,
okay.
right?
Patrick, yes,
My
sir.
hands are all sludgy. If I may
it's
add
okay.
one more thing. The fire department yesterday, when we told them we had a pool pump, they waved us by. They need all the help they can. So this was a blessing for them because less for them to worry about. So they embraced it. So.
It's all hands on deck at this point.
So when is this going to be shown?
Oh, right now. Back to you.
Oh, really?
That was Kevin Coe reporting right there. And we have some breaking news to tell you about. Another fire is burning at this hour. It's burning in Pacoima. We understand it's at West Foothill Boulevard. So far, it's a small one. It's 1 acre in size, but some homes are exposed due to this fire there. We have KCAL heading in that direction right now, just to give you an idea of what's happening there. But again, this is happening in Pacoima. You might be able to see some flames there. I think I see some red flashing lights there too, meaning that there are some crews already on it. But again, it's a small one. It's on West Foothill Boulevard. It's about 1 acre in size, and some homes are exposed. So, of course, that's the great danger. So far tonight, we saw some flames and some brush being burnt in areas that were kind of empty and just basically kind of desolate. But in this case, it seems like homes are very close to this 1 acre brush fire. We're going to continue monitoring the situation there. I think it might be right there in the middle, just above the 210 freeway right there. I'm not quite sure, but the KCAL is still at quite a distance. But looks like that may be it. And hopefully crews will be out there very shortly to put this fire out. 1 acre is still, quite big. Most lots for homes are about 1/4 of an acre in size or smaller. So we're looking at 1 acre. So that could be a pretty good size. And we are being told now by my producers that fire trucks are now being deployed to this area here. So again, we're going to keep monitoring the situation here in Pacoima. Again, another brush fire burning there. West Foothill Boulevard, 1 acre. We are told some homes are exposed. Well, as the flames and the smoke crept closer, hundreds of people trying to evacuate, they ditched their cars and they ran. We saw this early on in this firefight. Madison Keevy heard some harrowing stories. She joins us live now in the Palisades.
That chaos and confusion that we saw play out is frozen in time here. So you have two sides of the road, both lined with cars. On the side we're on, these cars are burned out. You can actually see, based on where the cars are parked and burned, the path of this fire. But you're also going to see cars moving through the roadway. On the other side, more cars. These, though, are in better shape with burns. Some of them, though, bumper to bumper, turned around. That wasn't how they were left by the drivers. So in the hours that followed those evacuations after people got out, this road, Sunset Boulevard here, going towards PCH, it's just east of the main LA road, was crucial for first responders to get into the Palisades and fight this fire. And so they brought in a bulldozer and just moved these cars apart. That's where the roadway comes. It's not a perfect straight line, but it's enough, as we've seen tonight still, for personnel to come through, especially some of these big water tankers and fire engines. So today I spent the day talking to drivers. A couple have their cars parked in what you're seeing here still. They haven't been able to access them. In fact, watching us here on KCAL, one couple told me they saw that their car was okay. It wasn't burned like this. It's on the other side. They said it's not the car that matters, but what's inside of it. Of course, we've heard the stories. When people are evacuating, especially in their car, they put everything that's important that they're going to take with them inside. And a couple of drivers told me that's still where those important things are. One of them just wanting to get back up and see their cars. Some of them worried about looters, though I will say this is a frequently traveled road, and we have seen police here tonight, driving back and forth as well. So I talk about it being frozen in time, minus the movement, those bulldozers to move that away. One of the drivers I talked to said it's a miracle that their cars are even still here and that some of them aren't burned like you see. There's relief, I heard from a driver who says even though he doesn't know if the stuff that they brought is okay inside of his car, just the fact that the car is still there and looks kind of okay is giving him hope. Of course, he says it's a bright spot in what's been a very dark few days. He and his wife lost their home, and say again, it's not the car that they're happy to learn has survived, but he's hopeful that the stuff inside of it did. I talked to another woman who actually drove her car out of here today. She was able to get in and take it, though this road is still not open to the public. And she said it smells like smoke. Of course, it's covered in soot. She has to get it maintenance. But again, it's that small bright spot in what, in her words, she says has been just a tragic, tragic day. And, you know, there's this little bit of hope that if your car is parked on that side, that what you wanted to evacuate with might still be in there. And that's enough for the drivers that I talked to keep them going into the next few days, they say, until they can get back up here and safely check out their car and retrieve their items.
All right, Madison, thank you so much. And wow, crazy there. Depends on where you parked on the street that day. Depends on whether or not your car burned down. All right, more now on that breaking news I told you about just a moment ago. A new brush fire burning in Pacoima. Let's go to Mike Rogers on the desk. Hopefully you have an update for us, Mike.
Yeah, so the chopper is getting into position there. They're still a ways out. They were coming from the Palisades fire, obviously. But LAFD, what we know right now, is calling this a 1-acre fire. They are saying that there are some homes exposed. And what exposed means is that the fire is burning near them. So at this moment, we have not heard of any homes actually being burned, but there are homes in the area. LAFD is saying this is happening in the 12,500 block of West Foothill Boulevard. If you know where that is in that area, it is right off of kind of the 210 and the 118 freeways where they meet right there. So it looks like it's a vegetation fire that's right on the side of the road. As you can see, the chopper is still getting in position there, so we don't have their picture from them just yet, but we'll continue to keep an eye on this as they get a little bit closer. But again, this is off the 210 and the 118 freeways in the Pacoima area. It is being called a vegetation fire, and at this point, we only know it to be about 1 acre, and we'll probably be able to see it come into the shot here in just a second. It was putting up some good smoke and flames, but LAFD is already there. They're already well aware of this, and they are working on getting it out. And I'm just looking in the area right now to see if there are any water dropping helicopters that are going to get involved in this. And it doesn't look like it because in the grand scheme of things, an acre is not that big. And if it's contained to the side of the freeway, they'll hopefully be able to get it out. And I can look through CHP really quick and see what kind of information they have on it as well, because it's likely something that was reported to them excuse me, as Paxton and Foothills where they originally had it. So they originally had it as trees on fire. So it's unclear what started the fire, obviously, but 7:38 p.m. is what time CHP was first called. They said trees on fire close to the westbound 118 freeway. Fire is about 1 acre. They said that they're getting some units to shut down the freeway, or a portion, at least the transition road, the westbound and eastbound to the 210, from the 118 to the 210 is what they are closing down. So they do have a break at the 118 from the 5, and Caltrans is being asked to assist with the closure for a little bit. And you'll see, I mean, even as we get kind of closer here, as Pat Harvey joins us now, they are working on getting, Leslie's there too. Hi, Leslie. They're working on getting some of the road closures in place here, but not something that I think we need to be terribly worried about. It was a pretty small fire and something that in theory they should be able to get under control pretty quickly. Those units working to do that now. And of course, as soon as the chopper gets a little bit closer, we'll be able to get a better eye on it. But they're only saying exposed homes. They're not saying any homes are on fire at this point, you guys.
Well, that's good news, and that's near Sylmar, so they're probably concerned about that as well and wanted to jump on it right away.
Right.
You know, Mike, we understand you have some other, well, good news to tell us about that Kenneth fire. The forward progress has been stopped, and there's a difference in evacuation warnings and orders that have been issued.
Right, so the Kenneth fire, the forward progress on the fire, that fire has been stopped, and the good news is they are still, even though the forward progress has been stopped, they're still using aircraft to do some of the water dropping in there. And some of the voluntary evacuations in the Oak Park area and in the Bell Canyon area have both been lifted. Those are the voluntary evacuations that have both been lifted. That's right on the right side of your screen. That is the Kenneth fire from earlier. That is not live. That is the Kenneth fire from earlier. This is not what that's, excuse me, that scene looks like anymore. It has significantly calmed down since then, which is really great news. Now, I actually have on the phone with me is the LAPD, because what we're trying to sort out is a person that has been detained. Now, I'm going to walk you through this because there's a lot of unknowns at this point, and we're really trying to sort it all out. But what happened was in Woodland Hills, so keep in mind the fire started almost in the West Hills area, Woodland Hills, south of the Ventura Boulevard, south of the 101, there was a person that a group of citizens, for one reason or another, believed was an arson suspect. That group of citizens detained that arson suspect. LAPD Topanga Division came out and picked him up, brought him to Topanga Station, and now detectives from Ventura County Sheriff are coming to Topanga Station to interview this person. Right now, LAPD is not able to say if this person is in fact an arson suspect, if it is in fact an arson suspect from the Kenneth fire. That is everything that is still under investigation. But again, he was found in Woodland Hills by a group of citizens and was taken into custody by LAPD while they investigate. He is not under arrest. He has not been charged. They're just detaining him as they investigate. So as we look at the chopper now live in Pacoima, the good news is this is already out. There's no flames left here. So that's really encouraging here. And it just really goes to show you the difference in the wind conditions and how much of a difference that makes when we don't have those winds to contend with and right up against the homes here, but already under control. And just if you see right there on the side of the freeway, looks like just some smoldering hotspots left at this point.
Well, that is terribly good news to report. And you know what? Even if, in terms of that suspect that they have, they are questioning someone. And at this point, you really have to follow all of your leads.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're not going to say, nah, never mind. They're going to, you know, even if he's not their guy, they'll detain him for questioning. And sounds like something there enough for them to at least detain him, right? But we want to be clear. He has not been arrested. He has not been charged. He is simply being questioned. We're working to get to the bottom of why these citizens believed that he was an arson suspect. It was not any kind of detectives that did this work. It was citizens that got this information, and they held him until police got there. So we're looking at the 118 and the 210 here really quick, and there is some flames left just right there in the corner, but you've got plenty of engines there on scene. They should be able to get this under control pretty quickly.
Yeah, at some point, Mike, you know, we keep seeing a lot of these little spot fires as well. Yeah. You wonder what started this. This is under, you know, under the freeway there. So you wonder what started this here. So, of course, there'll be an investigation even on this, but as well as over at the Kenneth fire.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. All right, Mike, hang tight. Okay, we're going to go to this. 20 people have been arrested for looting as of tonight. That's according to the LA County Sheriff's Department.
Yeah, and a few will go into place for evacuation zones. Nicole Comstock is in Altadena with more on the effort to keep people's property, Nicole, safe.
It's infuriating, Pat and Leslie, that people would actually not have enough compassion to where they would come out here during one of the most vulnerable, terrible times in people's lives, when they lost so much of their town, when people have lost homes, and when people have actually died during these catastrophic fires, to loot in communities, to ravage through whatever homes have been salvaged and try to find things of value to take with them. But unfortunately, that's exactly what's happening in at least 20 cases, like we mentioned. Especially heartbreaking when you take a look at how much damage was caused to the middle of this town here in Altadena. This is basically the center of town here, the heart of Altadena, and it's broken tonight. Right here, you're looking at what used to be Altadena Hardware Store, which is, you know, a pillar in this community that's been here for 80 years. It's been owned by multiple local families here. And then next door to it, to the left, there was Willema Hat Company, which has been here for 10 years. And, you know, the guy has been custom making hats here with tools. He says online he is a source that were 100 years old, and he would, you know, make these by hand. So there are a lot of craftspeople and artisans in this community, and that's what a lot of these stores were that have burned down. They just had a press conference a short time ago. The LA County Sheriff Robert Luna saying that looting in these communities is completely unacceptable, that they have had at least 20 instances of looting countywide. So we're not certain how many of those have been in Altadena, but some deputies we've spoken to have said they believe that most, if not all of those, have actually been here in Altadena, which is kind of crazy that people would come from all over the place to do that. They do have a lot of sheriff's deputies blocking streets here, and if anyone tries to get past the barricades, they're yelling at them and they're actually chasing them down. So they're doing whatever they can to keep these people out, but, you know, when they want to come after these valuables, they'll find ways to sneak in here tonight. And the Sheriff's Department wants people to know that they're not going to allow this to happen, and that's why they're mobilizing not only a curfew curfew. They're working on getting that into place, but they're mobilizing the National Guard in these areas to have a bigger show of force and just more people on the ground to keep people out. Now, of course, people who have lost homes, people who have had friends die, who have neighbors who lost homes are extremely upset to hear about the looting. You know, even if your home is still standing, now you have that next fear, which is that someone's going to go into it and take what you have. Take a listen to these people we spoke with.
It's just they have zero empathy of the situation at hand, and for them to take advantage of that it's evil.
That is unacceptable behavior. Having additional resources, having the National Guard with us, which will augment those resources, will help send a stronger message, keep people out of the impacted areas so we don't continuously victimize the people who have already been victimized.
And, you know, we asked some sheriff's deputies we spoke with tonight how they are catching these people in most cases, because these neighborhoods are super dark. And I can imagine it would be incredibly difficult to go around to all of these fire-ravaged neighborhoods and actually find people who are looting. Lots of places you can hide out here. They said they're actually getting a lot of tips from people who live in this community. Of course, some people stayed behind. Some people did not lose their homes. And it's a small town here. It has a really tight-knit feel. And so everyone kind of knows who belongs in these neighborhoods and who doesn't. So as soon as citizens here see someone who's out of place, who maybe they see them with a trash bag, they're calling the sheriff's department and giving them tips. They're giving them license plates. They're giving them descriptions. They're letting them know exactly who they are. And then other than that, they also say that they have undercover officers out in these communities. So even if you don't necessarily see a marked sheriff's patrol car down one particular street, that doesn't mean they're not out here. They're in cars with blacked out windows and they're looking for people. So they're doing whatever they can to prevent this from happening. Another really sad story, I just spoke with a young man just a short time ago who said, you know, this is especially upsetting because people died in some of these homes. He said he had a friend who was 14, maybe 15 years old, who died in this fire trying to escape his home, saying that he tried to get out and he just couldn't in time. And he says he actually got a call from that young man's mother telling him what happened. Apparently their neighbors out here, you know, so if that's the case, if there was this 14 or 15-year-old who died, such a young person to lose their lives, and then for people to come up here and loot homes is so incredibly disrespectful. And so the sheriff's department is doing what they can to prevent that. We have not yet seen any National Guard troops in the area, but we know that they are on the way. We heard maybe some are coming from Ontario. So hopefully within the next couple of hours out here, we'll see them on the ground, and we'll certainly keep you posted. Reporting live in Altadena, Nicole Comstock, KCAL News.
You know, it's already bad enough where people are probably sleeping with one eye open, you know, thinking about spot fires or things like that breaking out. They can't sleep from the wind, and now they have to think about possibility of somebody coming to loot their neighborhood. That old adage, what's the saying? If you see something, say something. That's just, you know, another something that we have to look out for. Neighbors looking after neighbors, and that's probably what it's going to take. Nicole, when you talk about people giving tips to law enforcement, that's probably going to be the main way they're going to catch some of these people. And we hope they do get caught. They shouldn't be doing that. Full stop.
Yeah, you know, people really have to band together during a natural disaster like this. And, you know, you hope to see as many people from law enforcement and first responders out in communities as you can. But with such big, you know, fire burn areas, they can't be everywhere at once. And so you really do rely on your community. So if you live in a good neighborhood where you actually know the people who live next door to you and down the block, which I feel like is rare nowadays with a lot of people living, you know, in cities and apartment buildings, and you barely ever even like see your neighbors out the door. These are people you can really rely on in a time like this, and that's what Altadena is like. So people aren't going to let this happen if they see it. They're going to notify authorities immediately.
Yeah, Nicole, I had a quick question. Earlier, I was watching our coverage, and you know, criminals they'll find a way to get in. But I just wanted to ask, how secure is the neighborhood? Because earlier, our reporter was actually talking to people in this area who simply could just not even get to their homes, even if they had IDs with their address on them.
Yeah, I mean, basically all of the main streets that you can get up to these neighborhoods on, like Lake Avenue, and then over on the west side of town, they have sheriff's deputies and police and fire engines on basically all of the main intersections. So if anyone's trying to get in, they're going to check people's IDs and see, like, hey, do you actually live here? Do you have a reason to be up here? And if you don't, you're not getting in. And like I mentioned, I actually saw deputies yelling at people and like running down the street to get them to turn back around. So they're not having it out here. The thing is, it's a lot of these streets are like on a grid pattern. So if you know the area, or even if you're just, you know, you're good at finding your way around looking at a map, they're like little back ways. I'm sure that people can sneak in. I'm surprised people are doing it, because the past couple of days we've been driving around in Altadena, there are so many neighborhoods that have power lines down all over the roads. And so it's really unsafe to drive around down here. But I'm assuming if people are getting in, maybe they're parking their cars down outside of this evacuation zone and walking in, because that seems to me like it would be, you know, the only way you'd be able to get around deputies at these roadblocks.
That's why it's going to take neighbors helping neighbors, because if you see somebody that doesn't necessarily live on that street, you may want to ask some questions. All right, thanks so much for that, Nicole. You know, one of the other problems that we've been talking about in fighting these fires is one of the choppers has been, injured, if you will. They have a defect now because of someone flying a drone.
Right.
And now you're going to show it to us, right, Mike?
Yeah, and it's actually not a chopper, it's a super scooper.
Oh.
It's one of the very important tools that we have. And KCAL is over Van Nuys Airport right now, where Oliver will zoom into the right wing of this super scooper. And it's dark down there, but if you look right there, you can see an anomaly on the wing. And that is where it clipped the drone. So you can see right there where the wing kind of comes out. If you see that little scissor lift that's below it, it's right there to the left of the scissor lift on the wing. So it's hard to tell because it's dark, but we can see it in there. And I'll try to cut some video for you later. There was a light on a couple of seconds ago, and of course, as such goes, as soon as we want to take it to TV, somebody turned the light off. So it's a little bit more difficult to see. But that is a super scooper. There are two of them right there, one on the left, one on the right. They don't fly at night. That's why the one on the left that is still functional is sitting on the ground. But the FAA tells me that earlier today, there was a drone incident where somebody was flying a drone in the Pacific Palisades and collided with a firefighting aircraft, which we now believe is the super scooper. So the super scooper, excuse me, has now been grounded because they'll have to repair that damage to the super scooper before it can fly again, or at least inspect it and see if it can fly with that anomaly. But most likely they'll have to repair it. So as we've been talking about, it's unfortunate because now we are down one more firefighting resource to help fight these fires, and the super scoopers are a bad one to be down because those carry just an enormous amount of water and are very versatile in the fact that they are the only water dropping aircraft that we've got in our region that can fill out of the ocean. Remember, we talk about that a lot, where the other ones have to fill out of fresh water because the salt damages the equipment to the firefighting helicopters and the aircraft that are up there. The super scoopers are unique in the fact that it is okay for them to be able to dip out of the ocean. When we talk the Palisades fire, obviously there's no closer water source to the Palisades fire than the ocean. And so it makes it much easier. So now we don't have that resource, and we're going to continue to fight the fires, obviously, but we don't have that very valuable resource of one of the super scoopers tonight.
And they've only been flying for a couple of days. They couldn't get up there on the first day because it was so darn windy.
And I went back and played the radar back. So the super scoopers always fly as a pair. That's what caught my attention earlier this afternoon, is that one of them was not with the other. So one came up to the Ventura County fire, and I saw it as a single aircraft, which is very unusual because they always fly together. So then we started looking into it some more, and that's when we realized that this was the situation. So that's where we're at right now. The last flight, it looked like, was around 12:30 for the pair. So I think that incident happened right around then for the pair.
Mike, you were trying to figure out if they found the person that was operating that drone, right?
Sorry, say that one more time, Leslie.
You were trying to figure out if they found the person who was operating the drone?
Yeah, and I can't get that answer. Everyone is being very, very tight-lipped about it for some reason. I'm not entirely sure why they don't want to share a lot of details, but the FAA has deferred. Okay, here's the earlier video when the light was on. You can see that little nick a little bit better from that video. So the FAA only would confirm that the drone incident happened. They would not provide any details about the aircraft, and they referred everything else to CAL FIRE. CAL FIRE, I talked to them. I talked to LA County Fire. Nobody is willing to provide any details details about exactly what happened, and I don't have the reason as to why they don't want to do that. The last I heard is that all of the incident commanders and all of the bigwigs were trying to figure out what they wanted to say and how they wanted to say it, and that has resulted in them not saying anything. So we're getting information from the FAA about this. I know the LA County Fire Chief spoke to the LA Times and told them it was the Super Scooper, but as to who owned the drone, if they were, I mean, obviously they were legally operating it. One thing I want to point out about drones too, because we talked about this when they arrested that guy in Vandenberg. Drones, and we've used drones here at KCAL as well, they are, the technology on them matches federal regulations, right? So if there's a restricted flight zone, your drone, when you buy it, won't allow you to fly into that area. So in order to bypass that, you essentially have to hack your drone to be able to disable the governmental flight restrictions that are installed in the software. So there absolutely is a flight restriction over the Palisades fire because it's one we're abiding by. It's one that's clearly marked on the FAA's website, and one that this drone operator would have known about and in theory would have had to bypass to fly it in that area. That's what we saw when we looked in. I read a bunch of federal documents for the guy that was flying up in Vandenberg, and in that situation in Vandenberg, he had to download essentially a software that allowed him to bypass the federal regulations prohibiting him from flying the drone near Vandenberg Air Force Base. All of those drones do that. And we have had a situation where we tried to send a photographer with a drone to fly in a certain area, and he said, the software won't let me because I'm too close to an airport, or the software won't let me because I'm too close to this. The drones themselves don't allow you to do that. Because they are matching what the Federal Aviation Administration has designated as no-fly zones. So this person, in theory, would have had to bypass that restriction, making it harder to say, oops, sorry, I didn't know, right? Because you have to do it, you have to bypass that information. So it's very interesting, and we'll try to get more information from the FAA. Hopefully they were able to recover the drone and can get some information off of it and figure out who owns it.
So we don't even know if they recovered it.
We don't know, yeah. They're
not saying.
The FAA is, the only information they're providing is that they are investigating and that they confirmed the collision. Everything else they're putting on CAL FIRE. CAL FIRE is refusing to answer any questions.
And that even makes it more intriguing. So
Right.
I know you'll stay on top of that, Mike, because we want to know.
Yeah.
In the meantime, don't send those drones up there.
Exactly.
You know, we really want to know how these winds are going to be operating tonight.
Yeah.
And Danny Roberti, I know you've been paying close attention. We're already in the 8 o'clock hour.
Yep.
So take us through what we can expect.
Yeah, Pat and Leslie, we've been watching this very closely, minute by minute, because all of this really rides on the winds right now. These are wind-driven fires. Things are so dry out there that when fires start, they spread rapidly because of these winds. I mean, it's the same story that we've been talking about for the past 3 days. Now, today, we did get a break from the winds. They weren't as powerful as what we saw a couple of days ago. Right now, though, this is that uptick, that bump in the winds that we've been talking about. We're seeing it right now. Winds are starting to strengthen again, and these are traditional Santa Ana winds that we're seeing. So it's not going to be widespread, and they're not going to be as strong as what we saw Tuesday night into Wednesday morning when we saw that window of the peak winds. But things are dry enough that we're still on high alert. Now, we are seeing those gusty winds through LA County and Ventura County, where we are monitoring a lot of these fires. 32-mile-per-hour winds through Santa Clarita, 25-mile-per-hour gusts through Simi Valley. But actually tonight, the bullseye, the focus, it's going to be on the Inland Empire. This is where we're seeing our strongest winds right now. San Bernardino into Chino, 30 to 35-mile-per-hour gusts right now up through the mountains. We're seeing 20-mile-per-hour gusts. So for a lot of our valleys and for a lot of our coastal areas, we're going to be looking at wind gusts between 35 to 45 miles per hour. Mountains, the Santa Clarita Valley, that's where we're going to see gusts between 50 to 60 miles per hour going into tonight. So let's take a look at current conditions. I want to let you know what we're seeing right now. And also, I've got my eyes on that window of opportunity when we get a break from these winds. And that's what we're hoping for. So I'm excited to show you that. Right now, though, we still have those winds. It's going to be for these wind-prone areas of LA, Ventura counties, also through the Inland Empire, San Bernardino County, Riverside County. Right now, we're looking at those winds through the Pacific Palisades and through Malibu Beach. Not as strong as they have been. We're looking at gusts between 20 to 30 miles per hour for the Pacific Palisades. But still, this is enough. We want to try to get rid of these winds entirely. Simi Valley seeing wind gusts up to about 25 miles per hour right now. So right now, I want to walk you through this kind of hour by hour, what we're tracking in the next weather center and keep you prepared. Now through 4 o'clock in the morning, this is when those winds are increasing. We've got those moderate Santa Ana winds. They're going to be strongest this evening in the Inland Empire and Orange County. Santa Clarita Valley, they're going to get pretty strong as well. And then wind or not, we're still talking fire danger. It is going to stay elevated until we finally get soaking rain here in Southern California. And I wish I could say we're going to see rain in the next 7 days. We aren't, so we're still going to be holding on to that elevated fire danger. And I want to walk you through timing of the winds. Thankfully, the good things that we're watching, we're going to get a break from the winds. We're going to see a little bit of a sea breeze this weekend. And so that's going to be a huge help. And we'll be done with the red flag warnings by the time we get to Friday evening. I'll show you that. Here's a look hour by hour what happens with these winds. So you can see it's going to be a little bit breezy through Santa Clarita, and you can see how those increase from the 20s until about around midnight to 2 o'clock over to 30, 33 mile per hour wind gusts early in the morning time. When we're dealing with kind of typical traditional Santa Ana winds, it's very normal for us to see these winds ramping up at night and then they start to die down in the afternoon the next day. So tonight into early tomorrow morning, that's going to be the window for the winds. That's what we've got our eyes on going into the next 24 hours. Still dry out there. I mean, this is another big piece in all of this, and we're actually starting to see things drying out a little bit more through the Inland Empire, where yes, it is dangerously dry right now with single-digit relative humidity. Things are actually looking a little bit better in Malibu. We were in the single digits last night. Now we're up to 12%. This is still very, very dry for us, and this is why, yes, the red flag warnings, they were extended until Friday evening, but once we get to Friday evening, the winds are going to start dying down and we're going to see a slight shift, at least for a little bit. And this is going to be the time, the focus for our firefighters to get a good handle on some of these fires out there. And hopefully we can keep these other fires from spreading so quickly. Strong winds, low humidity. This is what's leading to the elevated fire danger going into the next 24 hours. So we're back to the wind futurecast. I want to walk you through hour by hour when the strongest winds move through and when we finally get these out of here. That's what we're waiting for. So here's a look at tonight around 10 o'clock this evening. We've got some of the stronger winds developing up through the mountains. In the San Gabriels, the Santa Susanas, and the western Santa Monica Mountains. This is where we could see isolated gusts 60 to 75 miles per hour. That is not widespread, but these are still wind gusts that could be damaging. So this is going to be for those wind-prone areas, those valleys through Ventura and LA counties. Thousand Oaks, we've got that over towards Calabasas, Simi Valley, Moore Park, along the 5 from Santa Clarita into San Fernando. Okay, we've got these stronger winds up through the San Gabriel Mountains. Here's the Inland Empire. This is where we have those stronger gusts picking up tonight, San Bernardino, Fontana, and then you can see these funneling their way down into Orange County, stretching from Silverado, Yorba Linda, towards Santa Ana, Huntington Beach, Costa Mesa. This is where we're going to be seeing some breezy conditions tonight. Yeah, Huntington Beach seeing gusts between 20 to 30 miles per hour. These are not widespread like the other night, though. So I want to make sure you know areas like the San Gabriel Valley not getting in on the intense winds like we saw Tuesday night into Wednesday. Friday morning, this is a look at 2 o'clock in the morning, still gusty for those wind-prone areas that are typical when we're seeing those Santa Ana winds, mainly in the 35 to 55 mile per hour range right there. And then look, Friday morning, this is around 10 o'clock in the morning, late morning. Finally, we're seeing these winds dying down. And by the time we get to Friday evening, we're not going to see a whole lot of wind out there. This is what we've been waiting for. So those winds relax, they dip, they die down. And once we get to Saturday, we're still going to see a break from the winds. They're going to be on the lighter side. And we're actually going to start to see a little bit of a shift, a little bit of that sea breeze pushing back into the valleys. And this is also going to help with the firefight. Not a huge help, but in moments, in situations like this, we want to take any little help that we can get in terms of what the weather is offering us. So if we can get that sea breeze, start to pull and drag in some of that moisture, that's going to help with our relative humidity. And also we're not going to be seeing these gusty Santa Ana winds going into our Saturday. Now, I do want to talk smoke. This is important because our air quality, it is just terrible in LA County right now. I mean, you don't even want to be outside. LA County is where we've got the air quality alerts. Those purples that you see, this is where it's the thickest, but you see oranges, you see yellows. Yeah, that's pretty thick. We don't see that. And that is stretching, a blanket of it, stretching over LA County. So this air quality alert that we've been talking about, This has been extended to Friday evening at 5 o'clock. So we're still going to see that wildfire smoke and when we deal with these winds, I do want to mention, it's actually blowing the smoke all over the place. When there's no winds, the smoke's stagnant. Now we're getting that smoke blowing with these continued wildfires. So you can see the thickest right now through Santa Monica, Los Angeles, Glendale. You're seeing that over towards the San Gabriel Valley, Pasadena, Alhambra. It's all really smoky out there. And we do have a wood burning ban that is in effect. Even if you're not sensitive, if you don't have some of these situations where these health problems where, you know, it makes it more difficult, this is not good for anybody to breathe in because this is unhealthy for all groups, not just the sensitive groups going into tomorrow. So the smoke, you just want to avoid it. Try to stay inside if you can. Coming up, though, we're going to talk more about the winds because Pat and Leslie, I mean, it is all about the winds. That's what we have our focus on right now. So any little change in there could help, especially going into the next 24 hours.
All right. Thanks so much, Danny. We appreciate that forecast and are listening very diligently to it.
Yeah.
It's music to our ears.
I know,
When she
laser
says the winds are
focused when it dies down. Yeah.
Well, we have spoken, though, with a lot of people who've lost everything in these fires, including a young mother in Altadena who touched all of our hearts in the newsroom.
Yeah, KCAL News reporter Amanda Starantino interviewed her live on KCAL Mornings, and here is just a portion of that interview.
It's all burned down, everything, my kids' school, our community, our neighbors' houses, everything is just burned down, everything is gone.
I'm so sorry to hear that. I am so sorry. What happened on the night that you guys had to evacuate?
We were having dinner. I told my 3-year-old and my 1-year-old that I told them that we're having a fancy candlelight dinner because the power went out. And then we looked outside, we saw a huge fire, and we just packed whatever we can, and we ran out. It was chaos on the streets. People were trying to get out. We thought we're going to come back tomorrow, so we didn't even pack anything. We had nothing. We left everything with our 3 and 1-year-old, and my 3-year-old keeps asking me, Mama, when are we going to go home? Everything, all his friends' houses burned down. The farms were that we would go to, the hikes, we would go to the libraries, his little school, ACC, like all of our community is just devastated.
I'm so sorry, and we can see the devastation and the loss here, and this is what a lot of people are coming home to now. Are you trying to get over to your house right now?
I just wanted to see if anything's left. We had everything, like the sentimental things, like my mom passed away, I had only a few things of hers left. My wedding dress, our wedding album, we left everything, our albums, we have just whatever we're wearing. We're wearing the same thing for the last 2 days.
And when you have gone through this area, I mean, what are you thinking about when you see Altadena now?
My heart is broken. I love you, Altadena. I love this community. I love the people in Altadena. We have like meshed so well. Like everybody's so kind. I have patients that live here. I think about my patients, my family. Like these are family. Everybody here, we're just so tight knit. And it's just devastating to see all this. You can't even go. Like some people left out of town, like, hey, check out my house, and we can't even go to check on their house.
What's next for you, or do you even know what's next?
I'm trying to figure out how to tell my 3-year-old that we don't have a home and we don't have a school.
Whew. So heartbreaking to watch, to listen, to experience, and we have so much empathy for them. I think in these kinds of circumstances, you depend on that tight community. You're fortunate to have that, and you really have to lean in on that to get you through. It's a very, very difficult time because it's not just now. That's the surprise of it all, and you feel so lost and hopeless. And then it's after really the grieving that you really have to go forward with life. So we're just hoping for everybody out there who has lost their home, we feel so terribly sorry. We know people in those situations, but at least happy for that couple that we saw, that they have love.
Yeah, they do.
They have love.
They were
love
able,
is stronger than smoke.
Yeah.
I know that sounds cliche, but that's something maybe that we could think about.
Yeah, and I think I'm with you right there, leaning in on that community. She talked about, you know, that community meshed so well. If you've ever been to Altadena, those coffee shops are filled. People love that community. It is not huge, but it is. You feel the love when you're there, and you hope they can lean into each other in the time that they need it the most.
And the little ones too. I'm hoping
3-year-old.
that we can do something in terms of talking with therapists or psychologists on how we can go about making little ones feel more comfortable about what's happened in their little lives, losing a school, a classmate who doesn't have a home to go to. That's upending them so much, and you know, on top of everything that our young ones are going through. And they do go through more than they've ever gone through with, you know, social media and things of that nature. They're able to get information. They just are. So we're hoping that we can talk to them as well and make them feel comforted. Whatever we can do, we should try.
Yeah, give that family strength, as that mother is going to have to process that with her children.
Yep. All right. Thank you for listening. Now, we're going to move on here because we want to talk about the mayor. Months ago, Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass cut the fire department's budget by 2% or $17 million.
Yeah, and many now are wondering, I've heard a lot of people talking about this, if that's led to a slower response this week and increased damage from that fire. And tonight, Mayor Karen Bass dismissed the criticism.
Well, I am confident that it did not. I will call up a representative from the fire department to address that. But I will also say that within this fiscal year, LAFD actually would go above what was allocated on July 1st.
This is an absolutely unprecedented event. We have, we have another fire that just broke out. Any fire department, even our size, is stressed thin, which is why we call in our mutual aid partners, our additional resources. Of course, we can always use more resources, which is why we ask for more resources, because we always want to be the most prepared we possibly can to get ready for the next fire. Fire department, I've never seen winds that made it to the Pacific Ocean, turned around and went back up the canyon. So this is not something that any fire department can be prepared for, and we always want to have more resources, and we're always going to ask the mayor for more resources for that.
Well, also tonight, millions of LA County residents got an evacuation alert by mistake during the Kenneth fire. And the director of the Office of Emergency Management explains what happened.
When Unified Command determines a location is going to be issued as an evacuation order or an evacuation warning, the incident commanders designate that. That then gets communicated to the Los Angeles County's Office of Emergency Management and the Emergency Operations Center, who actually do the function of, through a technological system, a software system, issuing that. There was an error within that system that went beyond the zone that was designated. So the correct zone was designated as authorized by the incident commanders on what was supposed to be a zone for the Kenneth fire.
Well, turning now to the Palisades fire. That fire has burned down more than 5,300 homes and businesses.
And we've heard stories of tragedy, but as KCAL's Tom Wade tells us, some people's homes were spared, and one of them happens to belong to his aunt. So, Tom, how are you doing tonight? How is your aunt doing?
Well, and I feel, the sort of sense of guilt, right? That her house was okay. We were told that it had burned down, and she's obviously doing well. She's very scared. Obviously, we didn't know that it was gonna. We thought it might have burned down. We were told that it had, and so, She's doing much better tonight. She's been there since the 1970s. It's our family gathering spot. We were just there a week and a half ago for my cousin's birthday. We were there for Thanksgiving. But, you know, I mean, obviously we're so happy, but I'm so heartbroken for so many other people who lost everything. In fact, my parents have a couple staying with them whose house did burn down here in the Palisades. So just a whole different range of emotions going on tonight for people who might find out that their home was okay versus those who aren't. And the bottom line is there's so much loss, and our hearts go out to everyone. And it's hard to feel happy when so many other people are feeling so devastated and sad. I'm going to move out of the way so you can see kind of where I am right now in the Palisades. What it looks like, just to see the entire store turned into, it looks like a bomb was dropped on it, and it's like out of a movie set, but of course it's not, it's real. And it really just gives you a sense of the scale of the destruction that this fire caused. And it's like this all up and down Sunset Boulevard. Gelson's was destroyed as well. Number of businesses across the street, just the whole business district impacted. It does appear that the Caruso's Village Mall there, it does appear that there's very little damage, at least on the outside of it. It seems that most of that is intact. Let's go to some video. You can kind of get a sense of just the widespread destruction here in the Palisades. We shot most of this video earlier this evening, and actually all of it. And it just gives you a sense of how much damage was caused by these raging fires. Tuesday night was just one of the most incredibly horrible wind events, fire events I've ever covered. I don't think I can remember anything like it. And the aftermath of it is almost not surprising. I mean, I don't know how anything could have withstood what we saw unfold on Tuesday night. And now that we see it in the days since then, it really just it just shows you the power and fury of Mother Nature and the potential destruction that can happen when you combine incredibly powerful wind gusts, hurricane force wind gusts, with fire. And you know, it's a combination that's so horrific, and we're seeing the effects of it. So many families have not been able to come back here. The evacuation orders are in place, and they are doing that because, of course, there's a ton of down power lines, there's downed debris, the roads are not safe, there's utility poles that are snapped. It's just not a safe place to be, and authorities need the space as well so that they can chase hotspots and emergencies, because they are still happening. Air quality is very bad, tons of smoke in the air, and there's just ash raining down. I mean, that's everywhere across Southern California. You come out to your car and there's ash on top of it. It's like it looks like snow almost, but of course it's not. It's much worse. And so, you know, we talked to actually one man here along Sunset Boulevard. His home was just off the business district here in the Palisades, and he's born and raised here. And he said that he was able to get home after the evacuation or during the evacuation order. Police did allow him back for a few minutes, and everything was gone.
Looks like, you know, World War II. I mean, we're World War III. You know, I mean, you look like an atomic bomb went off. It's absolutely devastating, unrecognizable.
It's really hard to think, you know, a week ago right now in this parking lot, in this Ralph's, people were coming home from work, maybe doing a little, you know, late evening shopping, grabbing something, maybe they needed some milk, maybe they needed, you know, the full load of groceries or just a couple of things, doing their routine chores, their routine errands, never having a thought in their head that a week from then, right now, the Ralph's would look like this, that their community would be in ruins, which it is. But what I have noticed is talking to people in these horrible times that they are going to fight to rebuild, and they are going to fight to remake this community into something even as special or more special than it was before. It's just a lot to take in, just to see these communities so devastated, and you know, just seeing everybody trying to pull together. You know, your heart goes out to everyone. There's so much destruction here.
You know what, Tom? Yeah, we're very glad for your aunt and your family and the home. And you know, looking at it, we're seeing what you're talking about. We did have an aerial today for the first time of destruction in the Palisades.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
It looked like a war zone to see just house after house after house. No longer there, just chimneys standing, basically. Never seen anything like that in our Southern California, on our coastline. So, again, we're happy that her home was saved, and you know, we would just wish the best for everybody. We all have to pull together.
Absolutely, and it's one of those situations where, you know, it was such a roller coaster because we were told by another neighbor that the home had been was in ruins, and then found out today that it might not be. And you know, I was able to go over there and look at it, and I was shocked. I ran in there to grab as much as I could while waiting to start work, and grab some photos and just anything. My aunt didn't grab any. She had no time. She evacuated. And I happened to, just driving by was our colleagues Assad and Rena, and they ran in and helped me grab stuff out of the house because the house next door was burning. And it's the coincidence, the fact that they just happened to be there. The LAPD jumped out. They were driving by to patrol. They saw. They helped too. The fire department's just amazing. San Francisco and LA fighting the fire. They sat there and just tried to douse the flames in the house next door. They were trying to save that house, but these embers are so insidious because they can jump from one place to another, and without any warning, all of a sudden the house explodes in fire, and it's mind-boggling. I mean, my aunt's house has been there since the 70s. This other house next door that was burning was just built in the last few years, and the family that lived there had just been there for a short time. So, you know, and every other house that you could pretty much see looking around was gone. The elementary school, I think, was gone. There are parts of it. I've been coming to this neighborhood to see my aunt since I was a kid, and I didn't even recognize it. If you didn't tell me where I was, I wouldn't have known.
And Tom, you mentioned something that's so key, because behind you we see the destruction of that Ralph's, and a lot today we have seen a lot of just the heartbreaking destruction, homes destroyed, but you also mentioned a home was still on fire today. There are still those fires going on.
Yeah, absolutely. It was fully involved, fully engulfed. The flames were just going. It was just ablaze, and firefighters were surrounding it, and they had a water tanker there to get it under control. And these firefighters are just working around the clock, as you both have been reporting. And there were firefighters that down from San Francisco. And it's amazing to see how many people are trying to help.
Yeah.
And you know what? That's the key. That's something that we all have to hold on to. People are trying to help. That's the fortunate thing. All right. Thanks so much, Tom. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say it is, and we're lucky to have all these wonderful firefighters coming from so many different places to help us through this very difficult time. And I know our firefighters have done the same for different parts of California, maybe for parts of Florida during hurricanes. But it's just spectacular to see.
Well, they've shipped out all over the world when they are needed, and the thing about that too is they're out there on the fire lines, and many of them, you know, have their own families at home that they're away from to try to make sure that we are safe. So we owe more than a debt of gratitude to them, that's for sure.
We sure do.
Tom, thanks so much.
Well, we want to talk to KCAL News assignment editor Mike Rogers on the desk now. And Mike, this is something new. The fires here are impacting Las Vegas.
Yeah, so in a real interesting way. And it's not so much the fires, but it's more the power situation, the power struggles that we've been having. And I guess that kind of goes hand in hand with based on the wind. So here's the situation that I was just reading up on, because the city of Las Vegas put something out that says they're worried about a fuel shortage in Las Vegas. And while I talk about this, we'll show you the video of the Palisades fire. That's the chopper is over SkyCal right now. Because what the situation is there's a big pipeline that runs from California, Southern California, actually starts in Colton and then makes a stop in Barstow and then into Las Vegas. It's called the CalNev pipeline. It stands for obviously Cal, Nevada. And it's operated by Kinder Morgan. Now, Kinder Morgan told Reuters today that they've had to shut off two of the fuel pipelines that go to the Las Vegas Valley. Now, what does that mean? Well, if the pipelines are shut off for long enough, the Las Vegas Valley could see a shortage of fuel. We're talking jet fuel, diesel, and cars, gasoline that is needed. Now, the city of Las Vegas put out this tweet, which is what caught our attention to begin with here, that says, at an abundance of caution, the main pipeline that brings gasoline and other fuels to the Las Vegas Valley is facing temporary disruptions in service, right? It all depends on how long that the pipelines are going to be shut down. It's a 560-mile long pipeline that I mentioned runs from Colton, has a stop in Barstow, and then carries fuel to southern Nevada to the Las Vegas Valley. Now, the city of Las Vegas says they have assessed fuel reserves only for their emergency vehicles, and they're confident that they won't have any disruption in emergency responses in Las Vegas due to the lack of fuel. However, the city of Las Vegas is telling its residents they should reconsider heavy driving in Las Vegas while the pipeline is disrupted. And right now, they don't know exactly when that pipeline will turn back on. Reuters says they are hoping to get the pipeline back on as soon as possible, but it's all because of the power outages that we've been talking about. Southern California Edison, which would service the Colton and Barstow areas, are facing significant power outages. In fact, while we're talking, I'll go to check their outage maps right now and see how many people are still without power for Southern California Edison. But it has been certainly quite the ordeal here in Southern California for people not having their power as a result of everything that is going on. And we're still talking about 195,000 Southern California Edison customers that are on the public safety power shutoff issues right now. 33,000 of them are in San Bernardino County, where Colton is, obviously, and where that would start. So there are a ton of outages still going on. And now apparently these outages have caused the Kinder Morgan Cal Neve pipelines to be temporarily shut down. Now, an investor who was not allowed to speak on the record but told Reuters that if this doesn't go on for too long, there really shouldn't be any disruption in service. They should be able to keep things going. But the Cal Neve pipelines provide the Las Vegas Valley with something like 90% of their fuel, of their gasoline, their jet fuel, and their diesel, all coming here from Southern California, going to Nevada, and two of their pipelines are shut off right now because of power outages. So that has prompted the city of Las Vegas to tell residents you should reconsider any heavy driving in the Las Vegas Valley because there is a concern that we could run out of gasoline over there. So the city says they're working as hard as they can, working with Clark County and the governor's office in Nevada, Joe Lombardo, to try to address this situation and hope that Kinder Morgan can get their pipelines back on and up and running so that the Las Vegas Valley doesn't face a gas shortage. But you can see our issues here in Southern California, our fires and our power, causing issues in a whole other state in Southern Nevada. So I did reach out to Kinder Morgan just a couple minutes ago to see what kind of information they have and if they can say if the pipeline is back on. Obviously, they're pretty contingent on whatever Southern California Edison can do to get the power back on, but an interesting thing there. I should also note that according to Reuters, the power for those Kinder Morgan pipelines went out yesterday. So not even really at the start of the wind event, but for some reason turned off yesterday.
I would like to know if this has happened before. You know, I think about one of the biggest, well, the costliest certainly, and the deadliest so far natural disaster was the earthquake in 1994. And I wish I could, you know, get my brain working to remember if we had issues like running out of, I know we ran out of drinking water, and the mayor Reardon at the time had one of the beer companies fill cans with water. But this is very interesting. I don't know if I've heard about us possibly, you know, not having enough.
Yeah, well, and to be clear, it wouldn't be us. We're okay. It's the gas that we're sending to Vegas. Which is a very interesting situation. I, for one, didn't realize that that 90% of Las Vegas's fuel comes from here in Southern California.
Yeah, and I'm looking, the police department over there, Metro, did release a tweet saying that they've taken all the proactive steps. Right now, they're making sure that they have fuel for their vehicles, as you had mentioned, for first responders. But also in that same tweet, it says these are precautions. We don't want to alarm people. So that is confusing. And I am reading reports right now of people are heading to gas stations right now in Las Vegas, fueling up and
which is what they didn't want them to do.
And you would understand, though, to your point, Leslie, it is mixed messaging because you've got Vegas Metro saying everything's okay, don't be alarmed, but then you've got the city of Las Vegas telling people not to drive heavy trips, not to make extensive driving because they don't know what the gas situation will be in a couple of days.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
And certainly it has to do with the government and people. And there's been so much of that lately where, you know, what should I believe or what's really the truth? And so anyway, that's just something else that we're going to add to our little,
a little pile
of problems, right? Okay.
Now affecting Vegas. Mike, thank you. Well, as the flames and smoke do creep closer, hundreds of people are trying to evacuate, and they ditched their cars and ran.
And Madison Keevy heard some harrowing stories out there. She's live now in Palisades. Madison.
To see how their cars are. It was a mad dash. I had a couple that was getting out saying that all they knew was that they were in the car. They started hearing what they say were police officers yelling to get out, and run. They took their dog and they headed towards the beach. They weren't alone in doing that, but now in the last couple of days, they didn't know how their car was doing. But another driver have been watching our coverage and actually saw their cars had made it through the fire. I mean, these images really show just how quickly it moved through and the path that it took. On one half of the street, you have cars that are really untouched. I mean, obviously covered in soot and smell of smoke. On the other side, you have cars that are unrecognizable and burned out. They're split down the middle where cars and emergency responders can get through because they're moved by a bulldozer. First responders realized they needed sunset to get in and out of the Palisades and just took a bulldozer and moved about 30 cars so that they could make a path. Half the cars now are on one side, bunched up together, but still relatively intact. The other half of the cars, like I said, have been burned through by that fire. And we talked to a driver who says not only, was she focused on evacuating over the last few days and what that's looked like, but she's had questions about, is everything going to be in my car when I get back to it?
As soon as I got onto Sunset and how slow we were moving and how bad the smoke was getting, I was scared immediately. I was like, this is really bad. This is really bad. I've never seen anything quite like this. The flames were roaring. There were a couple firefighters there, like putting out, the flames, but like it was the smoke was like the worst part, but the fires were roaring. And I realized that I'm completely trapped. Like there's no way out. I finally, we really had no choice. Like my daughter was having a hard time breathing. I was having a hard time breathing. I had my small dog in the car. And I was just like, we just have to make a run for it because we just can't stay in here any longer.
I've talked to multiple drivers today, and they all have a version of that story of 1 second they feel like they can get out, they knew where they were, and another second smoke is coming in, there's panic, everything that was important to them that they brought was just left in the car, and they just started heading towards the beach like everyone else was doing. So, it's that kind of waiting game again because, of course, that road is still not open as first responders are using it in and out. But, many looking at the bright side in this of, if their car is there, it's less about the car, heard from one couple, but more about what they could salvage from inside and take that with them.
And that makes sense, whatever they have inside is definitely what they want, and officials had to do what they had to do to get those resources to the other end, and I think a lot of people understand that, Madison.
Yeah, and one couple that I talked to, the Ivanhoes, I asked him, I said, what did you think when you heard that your car that's parked there was bulldozed? And Sandy said that, there were some frustrations, looking at it now, sitting in, an evacuation, looking back on it in hindsight. She says she knows how close she was to PCH and she feels like they could have driven through even though there was gridlock. And then her husband, Elliot, says he's not frustrated. He just feels relief. He says they can bulldoze my car all they want so long as what's inside is still intact. And from our viewing, what I saw tonight, I looked at their car and it is relatively, banged up, but it looks like what's inside will still be there for them when they're able to get back through. So even in the same home, you have, kind of different perceptions of what this experience has been like.
But the main thing is I'm sure everybody panicked. When you don't think to, even when you leave your car, to necessarily leave the keys in the car,
Yeah, we saw that video. People were running with their pets, their children, just to get away. Yeah. And they were being told by law enforcement.
So when you're being told, it's all right, I'm going to leave the car here, but you don't necessarily think to leave the keys in the ignition.
Yeah.
I can certainly understand that. I think most people can. It's sorry that they had to be put through that experience in the first place. But as you say, Madison, the bottom line, if their things are intact in the car, then that's very important. And a car can be fixed. Of course, that's going to be an added expense, I imagine. You know, I haven't heard of, have you heard anything about that in terms of the city taking care of, you know, repairing cars that had to be moved out of the way, if you will?
No, and that's one of those questions, you know, that the response back has sort of been that the drivers have been told of just let us get a handle on things, let us get through the next week or so, and we'll get back to you. The drivers I talked to said that they've left messages and just been told, we know you're concerned, we know that you're worried even about people getting up the road and getting in where they shouldn't, and they said that's our priority, putting this out as their priority. So that's definitely going to be one of those follow-up questions that we ask, and you know, they're kind of understanding, like, hey, we get it. As long as you know, the couple I talked to said, as long as, you know, law enforcement knows, hey, we would love, you know, to be able to get in there, and we'd love some answers on this in the future. We'll let you take your time.
Yeah, day at a time with something like this.
Yeah.
Thanks so much, Madison.
Okay, turning now to our next weather, because that's something we're monitoring a day at a time, minute at a time, hour at a time.
Yes, second by second sometimes, right?
I was literally going to say the same thing. I mean, it's second to second, hour by hour. And I mean, we have all been affected in so many ways, whether it's ourselves, our family members, our friends. I know I'm speaking for everybody at home, for all of us here.
You've been impacted yourself,
Absolutely. I mean, just last night we were evacuated when I was here. You know, Pat was under an evacuation as well. It's really, I mean, it's just so far reaching. And, you know, just Madison talking about those cars in the Palisades. I know so many people that were just waiting in that gridlock, deciding if they wanted to leave the car or if they could get out, found a way out or didn't. So it's just, it's so hard to see, but really it is minute by minute here in Southern California right now. It's calmed down a bit. You know, some questions have been answered, that's for sure, and winds have calmed and conditions have calmed a bit. But here's the thing, we're not done with this. I mean, we are still looking at more wind as we move into the next few days, and really it's going to be the next few hours as well. We're not going to be in the clear, at least not for another week. I hate to say it. So we have to continue to stay vigilant. A lot of people asking, should we unpack those bags now that the evacuation orders have been lifted? And I guess just from a personal standpoint, I wouldn't. You know, I would just hold on tight and just hope for the best. But just at this point, I think a lot of us are learning it's just good to be ready. You know, and a lot of us weren't ready and didn't really have a choice in the matter. You know, just left with the shirt on their back. So at this point, we just have to be ready, and we have to stay ready for the days to come. And as we get a look at wind speeds, I do want to walk you through the forecast and really show you what's happening as we move into the next few days and the next few hours. You'll see currently we're at 29 miles per hour as far as wind gusts go from the Santa Clarita Valley into Simi Valley into Malibu. And we're continuing to watch Ventura County as well, with conditions improving. So the good news is we're not seeing anything really above the 20 mile per hour range, at most 30 mile per hour range. As we move into Wrightwood, we start to see 20 plus mile per hour wind speeds. And this was sort of the area we were concerned about. We were keeping eyes on it even last night, thinking that it's going to be more of a traditional Santa Ana wind event, and it certainly is, where Orange County is affected. The Santa Ana Mountain and Foothill community is affected as well. As we move into Claremont, Pomona, and into Big Bear and our San Bernardino County mountains, we are expecting to see a little more wind, and seeing it right now. So we'll continue to track it for you. I do want to get you a quick look at what's next. Now through really 4 a.m., the winds continue to increase a bit. Strongest winds, as we were just discussing, over the IE in Orange County. But wind or not, fire danger remains, at least until we get a soaking rain. And we're going to talk more about when we could see that rain. It's been quite a while. We've only seen about 0.02 of an inch since December 1st, and that is nothing in the grand scheme of things. We should have 3.5 inches by now. Pat, Leslie, back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Evelyn. Now the very latest on the fires at 9 o'clock. The Palisades fire still burning out of control. This is video of the south end of that fire from just 20 minutes ago. Flames still raging, and tonight a key tool in the firefight, a super scooper, damaged by a drone illegally flying over the fire zone. The full scope of the destruction becoming clear. 5,300 homes, buildings, cars destroyed. Street after street in the Pacific Palisades reduced to rubble.
And now to the fire near Calabasas. It's being called the Kenneth Fire. Tonight, crews have stopped forward progress of the flames. All evacuation orders on the LA County side of the Kenneth Fire, those have been downgraded to warnings now. And all evacuation orders have been lifted for the Ventura County side. Tonight, sheriff's investigators are questioning a person detained by residents near the fire zone. We do not know yet the cause of the fire.
And looters arrested in fire-ravaged communities. The LA County Sheriff's Department reporting at least 20 cases of looting county-wide. And just hours ago, Sheriff Robert Luna saying the county is working to establish a curfew for fire-ravaged areas to keep people and property safe. Good evening. Thanks for joining us. I'm Pat Harvey.
And I'm Juan Fernandez. The fire threat isn't over. More wind gusts and extremely dry conditions still a very big concern.
And let's get right to our live team of reporters, starting with Lauren Posen. She's at the newest fire, the Kenneth Fire near Calabasas. Good evening, Lauren.
Well, Pat, we're here because for a couple of reasons. For one, this is where the Kenneth Fire started at the trailhead, just beyond these gates here. But we're also here because within the last couple of hours, there was some information that came out about a possible suspect who may have started this fire, the Kenneth Fire. There's a lot of suspicion going around. I just got off the phone with Ventura County Sheriff's Office, and they told me that what happened was LAPD took a person of interest into custody for a different incident, and the sergeant told me there was a lot of emotion going on around here because of the fire, and some people in the community felt that this person possibly may have started the Kenneth Fire. So the person was taken as a person of interest, and their detectives are currently talking to that person right now. But as of right now, the sergeant told me that there's no indication that this person did start the fire, but he hasn't been cleared yet from it. So they're still working, trying to see whether or not he did or he didn't. They're still trying to figure that out. As for the fire, though, some really good news on that. And again, I'm going to step out of the way here so we can get a better view here. You can see police still have this blocked off. But the fire started about 2:40 this afternoon, right up here at the trailhead. And that smoke, it was seen all throughout the valley here. People in Bell Canyon saw it, West Hills, Woodland Hills. There were lots of evacuation warnings and then mandatory evacuations over by Las Virgenes and Calabasas Road, where the fire was intensifying. One of the issues with this fire was that it was, behind the trailhead here, which also runs into Hidden Hills, and there's all that brush over there as well, so that's how it was spreading, and the winds weren't helping with that. But let me tell you, firefighters, they were on it. They were doing big airdrops from the sky with water, and they were really able to get a handle on it in a short amount of time. But when we were over by Las Virgenes, Malibu Canyon, we were speaking with some of the people who were temporarily evacuated, and they were just saying just how scary this is, very reminiscent for them of the Woolsey fire. Take a listen to what else they had to tell us.
You're really panicking when you hear that, so you're just grabbing kind of the first thing you see, and then you get out of there and you kind of realize all these other memorable or sentimental items that you may have left, and you kind of want to go back and get it. But it kind of is what it is. At least that stuff's, it may be replaceable, but your life isn't.
I've been telling my mom the last 2 days it's been a little eerie the way these fires have been starting, and I've been helping her out with moving and whatnot, and so the second it started in West Hills, I thought, okay, I don't know how it started, but it seems a little off, and so came right back, evacuated my mother, and I just saw there's just it looked pretty apocalyptic.
Yeah, it was really something to see all that smoke in the sky. But again, firefighters were able. This cord's coming out of my ear. I'm so sorry. They were able to get under control. It's steady right now. And at last check, Ventura County Fire, the public information officer told me that 400 firefighters will be monitoring the fire overnight. They're keeping a close eye on it, so that's very good news. As far as the situation here with the person who may or may not have been responsible, we're going to keep a very close eye on that for you and give you updates as we get them. Pat and Juan, we'll send it back to you.
Yeah, the situation there looks pretty good. Lauren, thank you. All right, let's get to some breaking news. A new death toll in the Socal fires.
And KCAL assignment editor Mike Rogers is at the desk with that toll. Mike?
Yeah, and unfortunately it is growing. It is growing more than what we had originally known it to be. Tonight, the LA County Medical Examiner just moments ago telling me that there are now 10 fire-related deaths in both the Eaton and the Palisades fire. Again, 10 fire-related deaths amongst the two fires. LA County Medical Examiner saying tonight that they are even having trouble accessing some of the locations because of the treacherous conditions that exist with both fires, but they are doing their best. And again, I think, unfortunately, as we continue to evaluate the damage and people are able to get back into places and rescue crews are able to sift through some of this rubble, unfortunately, I think with this number might continue to go up. But tonight, we are talking about 10 fire-related deaths. This fire is in the Pacoima area. This was one earlier that we caught our attention right off the 210 and the 118 freeway. Luckily, the crews were able to stop it. There is a row of houses right there to the left of the screen where they were concerned that the fire would do some damage to, but luckily those crews able to keep it in check, and they were able to do it with just hand crews. No water dropping helicopters had to be brought into this at all. So that is the good news. They were able to do their work there and get that taken care of. As far as those deaths go that we were just talking about, medical examiner saying tonight that they will have to use dental records. They will have to use medical records. As you can imagine, what a fire does to a body, unfortunately, it takes them longer to conduct those investigations. It takes longer for them to get those positive identities. And sometimes in certain situations, it can make it harder to figure out what the exact cause of death was as well. So the medical examiner has quite the task ahead of them tonight. But again, they are confirming 10 deaths related to the Eaton fires and the Palisades fires in LA County.
And Mike, the fact that you're saying that they're still having trouble reaching some areas in the rubble of both fires, that number is sure to go up.
Yeah, it is. And they just said, you know, the identifications may take several weeks. They are not able to respond to all death locations due to the fire conditions and safety concerns. And traditional means of identification, such as fingerprints, visual identifications by family members, may not be possible because of the conditions that the bodies are in. So it's going to take a long time to positively identify some people. Obviously, we have already done some of those things. Family members have reached out to us in those situations. You know, we had one of our reporters this morning talking to I believe it was Jasmine, who was talking to a grieving family. So we're starting to hear those stories, but now we're getting some official word from the medical examiner.
And we just never know, again, how many, there could be more that have not been discovered yet. There could be people who don't have families, who don't have anyone looking for them. So that does not hasten, you know, the search for them. So just a horrible situation.
Yep, very sobering, Mike. All right, thank you. Well, wind gusts and low humidity, those are still a big concern tonight.
That's right. KCAL meteorologist Evelyn Taft is here. Ev, where is the wind picking up tonight? You know, we can't hear it enough because it can change. It can shift at any given moment.
It can, absolutely. That's the thing, on the drop of a dime, and we know how that works. So at this point, the winds are increasing at least through about 4 a.m. And then things are going to start to get a little calmer. The strongest winds this evening will be for Orange County and the Inland Empire. Things are laying down for parts of LA County and Ventura County, and we'll take it. And wind or not, well, that fire danger will continue to stay here until we get a soaking rain, which is certainly not in the foreseeable future. I do want to get a look at some of the wind gusts right now, and you will see 26-mile-per-hour wind gusts for Wrightwood, 23 for San Bernardino, and Riverside at 23 miles per hour. And as we get a look at the bird's eye view right here, you'll notice that wind gusts, again, particularly strong right here through this orange area in your screen. So that spans from the Santa Clarita Valley to Simi Valley to Malibu. And of course, we're keeping eyes on the Palisades tonight. The Ventura County coastal plain, quite windy. And as we take it to the IE in Orange County, things starting to pick up for us, and that's what we were expecting. It's a traditional Santa Ana wind event now, looking at more of a northeasterly wind versus a northerly wind. We're looking at 43-mile-per-hour winds in Santa Ana. So just to recap, certainly a little windier in our local mountains, and we are expecting to see Orange County and the IE as really the windiest spots tonight. Now, wind combined with relative humidity, we know that's what makes for critical fire danger. That's going to be staying with us at least through tomorrow. And of course, temperatures on top of that. Temperature not really playing a big part because numbers are quite cool tonight. So that's good. That's the one thing working in our favor. The next thing working in our favor is just not nearly as windy as where we were earlier the week, but that doesn't mean it's not windy. I mean, we're still looking at wind advisories and wind warnings, but of course it all feels relative sometimes, and we certainly are in a windy forecast, just not as windy as where we were earlier, which is a saving grace. And as we get a look at relative humidity right now, you'll see 20% in Palmdale, 23% Pasadena. I do want to show you Malibu's currently at 13%. So we are seeing really low relative humidity and critical fire danger still staying with us through tomorrow evening. We're not out of the woods, and we're looking at another round of pretty significant Santa Ana winds by next week. We're going to break that down for you coming up in a little bit. But of course, the message here, at least from the Weather Department, is we have to continue to stay vigilant tonight and really for the next week at least. Back to you.
All right. Thanks so much, Ev. Now, the National Guard will be joining deputies to keep looters out of the evacuation zones around the Eaton fire.
Nicole Comstock has been talking with residents who say this is another level of feeling violated. She joins us live now from Altadena. And Nicole, you've actually seen deputies chasing people out who shouldn't be in these neighborhoods.
Yeah, you guys, there are deputies and police at pretty much every main intersection that connects Pasadena to Altadena and provides a road up to this fire-ravaged community, making sure that anybody who doesn't belong here stays out of this area. Still, you do have some people attempting to drive past those roadblocks. I'm assuming some of them are just confused about where they can go and where they can't. But of course, there are people who have bad intentions out here. And when deputies see that happening, 4 or 5 of them are hollering at them. They're chasing after them and make sure they back it up and get out of here. And it really just makes you wonder what the heck is wrong with some of these people who would come out here to loot in this community in the first place. I mean, you have the center of town here, which is pretty much, you know, a big portion of it is burned down. You have people who have lost homes they've lived in for decades that have been passed down through families. You have people who have died. So anyone who would come out and do this is really just being a predator. This is the heart of Altadena, and it's broken tonight. The center of town was ravaged by the Eaton fire. Altadena Hardware, a landmark in this community for the past 80 years, is gone. Next door, Willamette Hat Company is gone too. The owner sourced 100-year-old tools to make hats by hand and says this was never just a business. It was a home.
My heart still breaks for my city, for my neighbors. I have a lot of friends that lost their home.
Aura Angel's home survived, but tragically, she has a new fear now.
It's worried with looters that are breaking in.
The LA County Sheriff's Department says they've caught and arrested at least 20 people for looting after these catastrophic fires.
I had a best friend that died from this fire.
Died?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
He was trying to get out of his house, but fortunately he couldn't.
People died up here.
Yes.
And you're coming to what, steal a TV or a safe or something?
Yes, it's just, they have zero empathy. It's evil.
Sheriff's deputies are blocking roads in the area and preventing anyone who doesn't belong here from passing. And to further combat the predatory crimes, LA County Sheriff Robert Luna announced a curfew they're working on near the Eaton fire and the deployment of the National Guard.
Will help send a stronger message, keep people out of the impacted areas so we don't continuously victimize the people who have already been victimized.
In contrast to the criminals, there are compassionate people out here helping instead of hurting this community.
We can't get up in there, we would, but we can't. So we're just dropping it here. So a lot of those waters are from us, and we're giving burritos to the first responders too.
Cavalry Disaster came from Monrovia to comfort families in distress after everything around them crumbled. And the Angeles National Forest says that 4,000 to 5,000 structures, including homes, have been completely destroyed in the Eaton fire. So the devastation is really insane out here. We know that 5 people have died in this fire as well, but search and rescue teams say they're actually working on a plan to go out and search more properties in neighborhoods they haven't been able to get out to yet tomorrow to see if, unfortunately, they find any more human remains out there. Some do say they expect that number of people who died trying to escape this fire, maybe who just stayed home a little too late and couldn't get out at the last minute, to go up. They say they are probably going to open up a line that people can call if they want them to go do a welfare check, if they have a family member who's missing, and then they'll go out there and see what they find tomorrow. So just imagine what those responders are going through too when they're tasked with coming in the aftermath of this fire and looking for people's loved ones who have passed away. Reporting live in Altadena, Nicole Comstock, KCAL News.
And you know what, Nicole, you can imagine how they feel as well. You know, even if they don't have anyone that is lost in the rubble, they don't have a family member missing or even know of someone, but just the fact that they are out there themselves doing this work, that's got to affect them in some way also.
For sure.
So very appreciative of them. All right, thanks so much, Nicole. Now, we know of at least 2 deaths in the Malibu area from the Palisades fire, and today, investigators from the LA County Medical Examiner's Office sifted through debris at a burned-out home on PCH where someone was reported missing. And just a few hours ago, LAPD Chief Jim McDonald reported 1 death in the community of Pacific Palisades.
And tonight, Pat, we're also getting the full scope of the devastation in Pacific Palisades. This is video from SkyCal this morning. Street after street just wiped out, as you see here. 5,300 structures destroyed in this fire alone. Those include residential, commercial, RVs, sheds, or other minor buildings.
Well, only 6% of the blaze is under containment tonight. The winds have slowed down, allowing firefighters to make some headway. And Tom Wade is live in Pacific Palisades with the very latest at the 9 o'clock hour. Tom?
And good evening to you, Pat and Juan. You know, it's interesting. My photographer, Francisco, and I were just looking up at the sky, and it's crystal clear right now. It's so weird. The contrast is surreal and bizarre, especially when you look at the destruction here. Look at this. This is along Sunset Boulevard. We were just looking at Google Maps to see what these shops were. Just a bunch of different shops here along the boulevard here. People's businesses. It was a luggage repair shop, a shoe repair shop, Palisades Kitchen and Bath, and it's just all gone. We're standing in the parking lot of what was Ralph's here, and that's gone too. You know, it's just heartbreaking to hear the stories out here tonight, but there's also a spirit here that is so strong, and people are determined to rebuild. Eerie, apocalyptic, unrecognizable. Fire transformed the Palisades, where beachside idyllic neighborhoods once stood, now just endless smoldering ruins. People's homes and lives upended, so much loss.
You think of all the memories and hangouts with friends as a kid, and it's absolutely devastating. I'm heartbroken.
Augie Silk was born and raised in the Palisades, the home where he spent his whole life burned along with countless others.
Looks like, you know, World War II. I mean, we're World War III, you know, I mean, you look like an atomic bomb went off. It's absolutely devastating, unrecognizable.
The scale of the destruction is mind-boggling and surreal. Burned out cars along Sunset are still here from Tuesday night. People jumped out of them, fleeing for their lives. Crews later bulldozed the cars to the side of the road to make room for emergency vehicles, and everywhere, block after block, as far as the eye can see, utter devastation.
Objects are replaceable. We just got to reflect. I think it's important in this time to honestly just take a moment and just be for a minute and just be still.
Some homes were somehow spared. Dirk Michaels lives near Marquez Elementary, one of the few homes in the entire neighborhood that did not burn. Michaels says he was overwhelmed with emotion when he returned to his street.
I literally got on my knees and I sobbed. It was devastating. And then I got around the corner and I said, how is this possible? These 5 homes are standing, ours is in the middle. So I was happy on one hand, but not really because of the devastation for our friends and neighbors.
The house is okay. My aunt's house is on that same block. We were told it burned to the ground, but it was one of a few that somehow escaped the raging firestorm. Firefighters even managed to stop the flames from spreading at the home next door.
Only these 5 homes stand surreal. If anybody would have told me that could happen, I would have said, yeah, you know what, that's a nice science fiction. But it's never going to happen. And then it happened.
The scale of this disaster is still just coming into focus, and it's going to take a very long time to process what's happened and then rebuild.
I think you get with your family and you just kind of take a moment and just realize that we're going to get through this.
And I just want to send a personal thank you to the incredible officers at the LAPD, the firefighters from San Francisco who came down here that I met today at my aunt's block, and my also all the neighbors there who were helping. My aunt didn't have much time to get stuff out, and I grabbed a few photos and things today when I was able to go by her house. You're looking live right now at Ralph's, or what was Ralph's, here on Sunset Boulevard. I was talking about that in the introduction to this report here. It's just something. It looks like a bomb hit it. It looks like a missile dropped on it or something. It's unrecognizable. And I was saying this earlier. I was just thinking to myself, a week ago, people were coming in and out of here buying stuff, just doing their routine errands, no big deal, right? Just kind of maybe after work grabbing a bite to eat. And now this place is just in ruins. It's gonna, it's obviously completely, it's destroyed. They're gonna have to raise this like so many other buildings here in the Palisades. But there is that fighting spirit that we heard there from people there in the piece, that they're not ready. They're not giving up. They're gonna fight through this. They're gonna make things better. And and while it's wonderful, and I'm so happy for my family and my aunt, my parents have a couple staying with them who also live here in the Palisades. Their house burned to the ground. So there's just a huge range of emotions. And while you're happy, of course, that your family member is okay and that this family home, this is our family gathering spot, that it's okay. You just know that so many other people's houses are not. And it's hard to be happy, even when something good is happening in such a tough time.
Yeah, you almost feel guilty if you're happy, I mean,
Sure
that's
do.
just a common, that goes along with everything that's happened. You know what I've noticed, guys, that's different today or different tonight? It's pretty quiet where you are, Tom.
Very quiet.
It's quiet.
Yeah.
You don't hear.
It is, and it's nice. It's, yeah.
Yeah, that's a big difference.
And I think, Pat, to your point, the quiet is, it's not just the air support, the choppers, the planes or the fixed wing support. It's, to your point, Pat, it's there's not as much wind, right? And that was just the devastating, awful ingredient combined with a fire that made this such a nightmarish, apocalyptic scene here Tuesday night, when you have all of those ingredients together. It just created such a horrible situation. But it really, one of the telling things too, though, was so many people complied with the evacuation orders and got out of here. There were so many people never thought, including my aunt and my family, we never thought that part of the Palisades was ever going to be impacted by fire because of where it is. And I think my cousin even said to me, I hope I'm not in trouble for saying this, but she told me that her mom, my aunt, said to her at one point, if my house burns down because of fire, the Palisades is going to, the whole Palisades is going to be, in danger. And she was right. It shows you just kind of the scope of this, the scale of it, and how much was destroyed in such a short amount of time. And firefighters just did everything they could. They worked tirelessly. They worked relentlessly. And I'm sure it breaks their heart too, because they want to save every house. They want to save every family's home. And, they can only do so much when you have this hellish storm that turned this fire into a monster that just couldn't be controlled.
And like you said, Tom, in about 72 hours, all this took place, devastating communities near and far.
No question. And we want to remind people, Tom, the last we checked with Mike Rogers, the Palisades fire was at 6% containment. But in the bottom left hand of our screens, we're showing people there's still active flames, still active fire in the Palisades.
Yeah. And we saw that today, just next door to my aunt's house. There was a house that wasn't on fire, at one point, and then all of a sudden, boom, it just explodes. Flames shooting out of the roof, and firefighters just sat there for hours and hours dousing it. They had a tanker truck there, and they were determined to make sure that fire was out, because they knew that if they left it, they told me, they said, if we leave, we cannot let any hotspots here, because if we do, more homes that are still standing could be in danger. And they take it so personally. They care so much.
Yeah, we're far from being in the clear,
about,
that's for sure.
About these. Yeah.
All right, Tom, thank you so much.
We are far from being clear, yeah.
Well, evacuees who already left their homes for safety found themselves in another terrifying situation. They were forced to get out of the area on foot.
Remember those pictures?
Oh, yeah.
Well, those cars were left behind as a grave reminder of just how swift these fires can be. And Madison Keevy is live in Pacific Palisades for us tonight. Madison, what happened to all those vehicles?
Well, they were basically a moment that was frozen in time, left there on Sunset Boulevard as people tried to get away as quickly as possible. That's what they were being told to do. And today I talked to multiple drivers who had their cars sitting there over the last few days. And our conversations started talking about, what that evacuation process was like and what it's been like for them, knowing that their cars are just parked in the middle of a fire zone and they don't know if they made it or not, or if what's inside will still be there. And we kept coming back to, of course, the subject of grief, how it's felt darker and brighter in some days, in moments, in minutes and hours than in others. And one couple specifically that I talked to said that while their car making it through the fire, still parked in the middle of the road up here, doesn't outshine, doesn't make the day, as bright as it can be, it's a reminder to them that what's lost might not all be lost. Chaos, confusion, and fear, frozen in time.
So this whole line of cars snaking, literally slow and snaking down Sunset Boulevard.
The gridlock of mandatory evacuations turned Sunset Boulevard, just east of where the LA Main Road meets PCH, into a parking lot as fast flames got closer.
All of a sudden, we're looking in, and the fire's right there on the curb next to the car. And 2 policemen are running through the cars yelling, "Get out now."
Sandy and Elliot Ivanhoe followed orders and went towards the beach, leaving their car and everything in it in the middle of the road.
The fire was
and
10
what was
feet
in
away
the
from
car
where we were.
was the important stuff we needed, and we lost it. So all the important stuff was in the car.
Dozens of drivers did the same thing. About 30 cars parked in the path of the fire, a problem for first responders. The solution: move the cars with a bulldozer.
I get a call from your station, from a reporter who says to me, "I have bad news. Your car has been bulldozed." I said, "I don't care. Is it on fire? Is the car okay?" And he says, "Oh yeah, the car's okay." I said, "I only care about what's in the car."
The Ivanhoe's car is still here, smashed but safe.
It's like little angels are around, and in the deepest, darkest tragedy, of which there are many to be told in this.
Another driver who saw her car on KCAL abandoned in evacuations is in the driver's seat today. She credits a note on the dashboard in getting it back.
It was just a bright moment, to your point, in what has been just really a terrible, terrible couple days.
We talk about these moments, taking things moment by moment, minute by minute. And something that the Ivanhoes pointed out, the reason that we found their car and were able to connect is their license plate is pretty memorable. It's just the word unity. And I asked him about it. I said, listen, when you picked a car and paid for a license plate with the word unity, could you ever imagine that this would be the story that you were telling with it? Has it changed your perspective on why you put that word on your license plate in the first place? And both of them says it hasn't changed their perspective on it. Unity, as the word is the simple message. But they say it should be a sign, as it's been to them, to others, that in these types of moments, unity is literally all we have. They said they're staying with friends in an ADU. Another friend sent them a cell phone when they needed it. They've offered food. They've offered clothing. We've heard these stories. And that stood out to me tonight, as it is to them, that at the end of the day, unity is going to be the thing that gets them through. As cheesy as it sounds, it's written right there on the license plate.
They came across as such a peaceful couple, too, in that interview, right?
So calm. Yeah. We're learning a lot from
a lot of people.
These people, right? Would you say that?
Indeed.
Yeah, words of wisdom. All right. Thanks so much, Madison.
Madison, thanks. There's been a lot of criticism, though, on the response to these fires and just how quickly things got out of control.
Well, senior reporter Ross Palumbo has been investigating this, and he's looked at some of the answers given to some tough questions.
We just got out of a major press conference here at the Emergency Operations Center where all the city leaders, including the mayor and the fire chief, just gave us a major briefing. And we tried to get several of the most pressing questions answered that the public has. First and foremost, we asked the fire chief exactly what is going on with the hydrant system. Homeowner after homeowner has been coming up to us and saying in the Palisades fire, for example, the hydrants have been running dry. So we asked the fire chief if there's a lingering problem. So is there a problem there? That's all homeowners want to know. They think there's a problem. Every homeowner is asking us this.
In regard to our response?
No, in regard to the hydrant system and the water.
Yeah, and again, when it comes to water and delivery of the water, from the firefighters' perspective, we're going to hook up to that hydrant and we would expect water. If there's not water there, guess what? We're going to go find another hydrant. If that doesn't work, we're going to go to plan B, C, and D in regard to go and draft. And that's what our people do. They're not just going to stand there and say we don't know what to do. They're problem solvers, and they're going to make it work.
If you need more money, you need more money.
Yeah.
If that was a factor, firefighters are telling me that that was not staffed as much as it could have been because of overtime concerns.
Not for this particular fire in regard to when we need overtime in a disaster like this. That is a zero issue.
Next up, we tried to speak with the mayor about where we are with this fire that has burned through more than 20,000 acres and has destroyed or damaged 5,000 structures, several people deceased in this fire. What is it going to take, we asked her, for the city fire department and all fire officials to get a handle on this? Do you have enough resources? How many firefighters have been brought in?
We have been fortunate with mutual aid, with support coming from basically all over the country. And in fact, I was with the governor earlier. Canada is sending support.
And Mayor Batts, if I may just ask one more question. You just got back and there's some national criticism that you've seen. You say we need to stand together, but there have been calls for your resignation. There's a change.org petition. What do you say to those criticisms coming at you?
When the fires are out, we will do a deep dive. We will look at what worked. We will look at what didn't work, and we will let you know.
Also, we spoke with Sheriff Luna after he announced that a curfew may be coming in the fire areas. This would prevent anyone from being in those areas after 6 p.m. They could be arrested. Here's the latest from him.
Where we're at right now is County Council is preparing the paperwork. I've seen the latest draft. We're going to forward it to the other agencies like the Los Angeles Police Department. We want to do this together so it's more effective. When it takes place, it'll mean that at 6 p.m. at night, no one can enter these specific areas until 6 in the morning.
So the sheriff says that that is the plan. It is not in effect yet, but could go into effect possibly later tonight, most likely Friday. Of course, we'll keep you updated. For now, I'm Ross Palumbo, KCAL News.
Now we want to bring you the latest information on the fires here at 9:30. The Palisade fire is now 6% contained, but there are still areas with active flames tonight. Fire officials have had trouble with the fire hydrants, and now one of the important super scoopers is grounded. There is an investigation after a drone possibly hit the wing of the plane.
And on the Eaton fire, deputies have a long night ahead of them, keeping looters from making a bad situation even worse. 20 looters were arrested so far today. The LA County Sheriff is setting up a curfew and will get help enforcing it from the National Guard. More than 5,000 structures were lost in the Eaton fire.
And forward progress stopped on the Kenneth fire near Calabasas. Evacuation orders have been downgraded to just warnings after this fire quickly burned 1,000 acres. It is now 35% contained. One person was detained for questioning in this fire. And critical fire weather continues with increasing winds tonight.
Let's check in with KCAL meteorologist Evelyn Taft with the latest conditions and next weather. Ev?
Juan and Pat, I mean, at this point, conditions certainly getting a little windier, but not where we were earlier this week, but still windy enough where we're prompting wind advisories. National Weather Service still issuing high wind warnings and red flag warnings at least through tomorrow evening at this point. So let's get a look at the numbers. You'll see we're in the 20-mile-per-hour range through Ventura County and LA counties as we head to the IE, 20 to 30 miles per hour. Orange County now experiencing 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So really we're focused on these areas as far as wind goes tonight. And it's really a traditional Santa Ana wind event now. So we're seeing Santa Ana wind in the traditional places, which will be through the San Bernardino County mountains, the IE really, and the Santa Clarita Valley. We are getting a little bit of a break in the fire zones, but even then we're still looking at breezy conditions and conditions still getting windier through 4 a.m. But wind or not, what we keep saying is that fire danger is going to stay with us until we actually get a soaking significant rain, and we're not looking at anything of the sort, at least not for the next 10 days or so. As we look at relative humidity, that's a big part of the problem as well, because we're still looking at relative humidity down to the teens and the 20s, even the single digits as we take you to San Bernardino, Riverside 9%, Malibu 13%, which is still dangerously low. We like to see humidity upwards of 40, 50, 60%. Even then, 20 to 30% is considered low, and we're looking at numbers in the teens and even single digits. Santa Ana currently gusting in the 40-mile-per-hour range, looking at relative humidity at 8%. It's not a good combination. We'll see red flag warnings continuing through tomorrow evening. Strong winds, low humidity, and fire danger really continuing to be a concern as well, with high wind warnings staying with us through 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. That means 45 to 60 mile-per-hour wind gusts in the highlighted area. So this is really the danger zone as far as wind goes. Of course, existing fires still could see breezy conditions, but the good news is it's just not going to be as windy because we're shifting from a northerly event to a northeasterly event, which is usually our classic Santa Ana wind event that we get used to seeing here in Southern California. So we did see a little bit of a change up earlier in the week as far as wind speeds. I mean, 90 to 100 miles per hour, that's an anomaly to have such a strong northerly event. And now we're looking at a pretty moderate but still significant event as we head into the overnight hours. So we're going to continue to watch the wind for you. Of course, we'll have all the details coming up in just a little bit, and we'll continue to check in on the fire lines. But for now, Pat, Juan, back to you.
Sounds good, Evelyn. Thanks. Within the last hour, we learned there are now a total of 10 deaths in the Socal fires.
Oh, and as the smoke clears, we are getting a better look at all the devastation. KCAL assignment editor Mike Rogers at the desk. Now, Mike, you put SkyCal over the Pacific Palisades today. What a vision.
Yeah, it's an unbelievable vision. And the reason we did this, and we wanted people to be able to, we understandably so, that not everybody has access to know how their home is doing or how their business is doing. And you heard from like our Tom Wade, his aunt was told that her home burned down, but in truth, it was still standing. So one of the reasons that we did this is because we wanted to give people, and we put our overlay on it, we wanted to give our viewers a chance to kind of look at some of the areas and see if they can find their street. So we put their streets up, we put each house number up on the map as well, so people can get a really good look at if their home has been impacted by this. So I'm going to talk, and I'm just going to let some of this video roll. I also want to let you know that we have about a half hour of this footage. We were not able to get everywhere in the Pacific Palisades because of flight restrictions, because of some smoke and some other issues, but we've posted the entire 30-minute video to our website at kcalnews.com. We wanted to give our viewers a resource to be able to look through our video and see if their home is still there or not. And so that's why we're leaving all of our mapping overlays on with the exact house numbers and the streets on here. That way people are watching, that way people that are on our website can look at this video and get a sense as to whether or not they have something there anymore. And we understand that's obviously top of mind for so many people, but this area is so inaccessible because of what is going on. And it's devastating. I don't even have a strong enough word to describe what we are looking at. And as SkyCal just slowly pans from place to place, home to home, street to street, this is all we saw. And I can tell you, Pat and Juan, we did this for about 30 minutes, a little bit longer. And our photographer in SkyCal said, I don't even think I'm halfway through.
Oh my.
And it's just the sheer magnitude of everything that was there. We ultimately had to pull off of this to go to the Kenneth fire, right? So we weren't able to continue to do all of this, and the flight restrictions and visibility and other reasons, but we wanted to get as much as we could so that people can look at this and say, look, especially because you see, and like Tom's aunt's situation, there's a couple homes there that are still standing. So we wanted people who aren't able to figure this out on their own to be able to look at this video, and hopefully gives them some sense of what happened, if their home is still there, if it is not. So again, the full 30 minutes of this, Dean and Matt from our digital team got this up on the website. There's 30 minutes of footage that you can look through there. It's right on our homepage, kcalnews.com. I also want to let our viewers know, we want to do this for the other fire as well, the Eaton fire, but the conditions over there have been so smoky that we've been having a hard time getting the chopper in a position where we can get a view like this for the Palisades fire. So if you were impacted by the Eaton fire, just know I want to try to do this for you guys as well over at the Eaton fire, and as soon as we can get to that, we will. In the meantime, though, I want to come to my computer because I want to show you kind of the heat mapping. This is a NASA heat map of where the fire is burning. Now, when the sun goes down, we lose some of the data here, but the oranges are where we are particularly focused on, because that